Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. The main character looked at the white sign. Rising from the ground, he thought that time and disasters, like a huge blade, cuts. Moving through the ruins, he noticed that times of disaster were cutting between old and new civilizations. Having stepped on the wreckage, the guy noted that now human civilization survives in this wasteland. He looked at the high wall and thought that huge fortress walls had been built, but order continued to collapse. The main character said with a serious look that the man said that before the disaster there was a lot of human technology. He asked why everything had disappeared now. Exhaling smoke, the stranger replied that they were in the hands of a few, and humanity's firearms were more powerful than he thought. Many workers stood in front of a huge wall. The main character asked if there was a weapon behind the wall and why not destroy it. Closing his eyes, the man asked how the interested parties behind the wall could refuse this natural class barrier. The plot tells us that when disaster strikes, survival is a must. The military walked through the settlement. The main character covered his face with a cap and hood. The military man asked if he wanted to go to Mount Jing, in which case he should ask Ren Zaiasu. As he walked past the military, he thought that this crowd of mercenaries lacked real combat experience. He wondered if they were heading into the wilds to die. A red light was visible from the forest. The main character was taken aback by this. He looked at the lava clot and saw a message that the breath of death had been detected. The monster began to crawl out of the magma. A crowd of demons ran towards the main character. A huge spider appeared and an inscription said that the breath of death had been discovered. A blue aura emanated from the wolf. There were drops of blood on the ground. Frowning, the protagonist wondered what, for them outside the walls, is their first weapon in the face of danger. A crowd of monsters stood in front of him. A message appeared asking if he wished to unlock his bonds. The main character was furious. There was a powerful energy in the area. He cried out that he wanted to unlock the shackles. It was raining heavily. The rat's corpse lay under the trap. Sitting in the bushes, the main character thought that it was bad luck and acid rain began to fall before the arrival of the prey. He noted in his mind that if he didn't bring the loot today, Yuan and he would die of hunger. As he continued to lie down, he emphasized the fact that even a sparrow would do. He saw the wings of a bird in the sky. Watching her closely, the main character thought that this was great and that this was really a sparrow. He looked at the bird. Her eyes glowed red. He jumped up sharply. He dodged the huge bird. The main character reached for the frying pan. Grabbing it, he prepared for battle. The bird jumped up from the ground. She flew towards the main character. Frowning, he noted in his thoughts that he was fast. He hit the bird with a frying pan. The sparrow fell to the ground. The main character jumped on the bird. He grabbed her by the throat. He broke the bird's neck. Sighing, he said that after waiting all night, he finally got something. Throwing the loot onto his shoulder, he said that it was still early, so he would just go to Lao Wang's store to sell the bird and estimated that he could exchange it for a couple of days of rations. He was suddenly taken aback. Falling to the ground, he mentally asked why now. Closing his eyes, the main character thought that usually this happened at midnight, but this time earlier. A blue aura enveloped his body. He noted and thought that this had been happening regularly since the day he escaped from the wolves, and people in the city said that it was just a headache, but he knew that. The hero felt that he was falling into the abyss. He fell in a dark space. He emphasized that he knew that this sensation was not pain, but pure chaos. As he fell into the abyss, he wondered what was happening. Looking at his hand, the main character wondered if he was conscious this time. He looked at the bright light. Squinting, he wondered what it was. He saw the outline of a palace in front of him. The main character stood on a white floor in a dark space. He approached the palace gates. He opened the doors. The main character began to examine the dark walls with golden patterns. The walls were enveloped in dark energy. He continued to look around with a serious face. As he approached the table, he wondered where he was. Frowning, he looked at the streams of mana. His gaze fell on the table. He asked what was on it. He narrowed his eyes in pain. Red lightning struck in the sky. The bald man was hiding behind a tree. He watched the main character, who was unconscious. Opening his eyes, the main character wondered if he had come to his senses so quickly this time. Taken aback, he noticed in his thoughts that the rain was getting worse and he needed to get away from there. The man took the sword and walked behind him. Swinging his hand, he ordered the prey to be given to him. The main character looked back. He hit him in the face with a frying pan. Holding his face, the guy wondered how this happened and why he became a victim. He noticed that the main character is strong and his movements are very fast. Zio looked at the screen, on which he saw that his task was to transfer the loot to a stranger. He was dumbfounded by this. Turning around, he looked at the bald guy. The guy sat on the ground and cried. The main character stood over him. Holding the bird in his hands, Zio asked if the stranger needed the sparrow. The surprised guy started shouting that he wanted him. The main character gave him the sparrow. The man smiled at this. Zio looked at the screen and saw that the task was completed. A white sheet of paper was flying towards a table in a dark room. He was heading towards the printing machine on the table. A piece of paper flew into the car. The machine began to print on paper that the task was to transfer the loot to a stranger, and for completing the task, he was rewarded with a basic profile skill which allows him to study the abilities of other people. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought about the skill acquisition profile and whether he could use this to learn other people's skills. The guy cried and said that Zio was a good person. The main character looked at him out of the corner of his eye. He snatched the sparrow and declared that he would never get it even if he wanted it. The guy looked after Zio as he ran away. The enraged stranger screamed that this world was definitely heading into the abyss. Sunlight was breaking through the clouds. Zio walked through the dense forest. The main character covered his head from the sun. Beads of sweat ran down his face. He approached the dark gate. Many birds flew over the fortress. Cloudy skies enveloped the settlement. The main character walked among a crowd of people. Many passers-by looked at him with dissatisfaction. They whispered that Zio was back with his prey. Zio looked at them with a dissatisfied face. He grabbed his sword. A man with an angry face walked towards him. The main character narrowed his eyes. A grin appeared on the man's face. The guy grabbed him by the shoulder. With a serious look, he asked the stranger not to contact the main character. They looked after Zio. The guys looked at him and said that he was completely sick. Steam was coming from the high wall. The main character was heading towards a high wall. He approached a small hut. Having placed the bird on the table, Zio asked how much they would give for it. The merchant extended his hand. With a dumbfounded look, he asked to be more careful. Taking the sparrow, he said that this glass was very expensive. The main character frowned at his words. He looked at the empty shelves. The merchant began to weigh the sparrow. Smiling, he said that everything was correct and he weighed 3 Jin 6 liang. Zio watched intently as the merchant cleared accounts. He said with a serious face that market prices are good now and sparrows cost 200 per Jin, so the total is 700. The main character said with an embittered look that this was too little. The salesman adjusted his glasses. Shifting the scores, he stated that the maximum was 800 and there really wasn't enough meat in the fence, but everything had a price and they had to live by the rules. Zio grabbed the abacus and declared that it was almost winter, and there were few sparrows these days and below 900 was out of the question. Crossing his arms, the merchant began to quickly shake his head. The main character grabbed the bird and began to leave. The seller asked where he was going. Zio replied that he would go to Old Lai and ask his price. The merchant stood in front of him with a smile on his face and offered to negotiate, asking how much he wanted to sell it for. The main character said that first he would find out the price, and then they would return to this issue. Smiling, the seller asked if Zio wanted 900, and then agreed, adding that he did not want to delay payment for Yuan's tuition. He noted in his mind that today someone from the fence came to buy game, and he couldn't let Old Lai take advantage of it. Zio, with a straight face, clarified what the merchant said at the end. He began to tremble and asked what the price of the main character was. Smiling, Zio replied that he wanted 1,200 for the sparrow. Veins appeared on the merchant's face. The main character asked whether he agreed or not, noting that if not, then he would go to Old Lee. The seller began counting out the bills. He continued to count them with a puzzled look. Having given the money, he said that this was all there was. Having taken the money, Zio said that there was nothing wrong with it and the merchant would return it tomorrow. The main character looked up. He pointed his finger at the jacket and asked him to take it out, noting that it would be just right for Yuan. The merchant reached for his jacket with his cane. Putting it on the counter, he asked if Zio would like to buy it for himself, noting that he knew the price. For him it would cost 490. He noticed that he doesn't carry jackets very often, so if he takes one jacket now, he might end up dead in the winter. The main character replied that he was not cold. Zio's gaze fell on the medicines and he asked why anti-inflammatory medicines. The seller replied that one capsule is 210. This medicine is taken for 3 days in a row and he will give 3 capsules for him for 620 and will also give a dose of iodine as a gift. Looking at the cut on his hands, the main character asked to forget about it, adding that in winter there is usually no inflammation. After giving the jacket, the merchant asked the next time Zio catches a sparrow not to kill it, noting that there are noble people behind the wall who want to keep it for fun. The main character replied that it is possible to live, but it will be more expensive. Zio headed towards the houses. He entered the hut. His brother was sitting at the table. He said with surprise that Zio had returned. Having sat down at the table, the main character asked how things were going with his homework. The brother replied that everything was fine. He just thinks that listening to a school teacher is not as useful as following the main character on a hunt. Looking at Zio, he asked when he could watch him hunt. Looking up, the main character replied that he could be killed at any moment while hunting. He asked if he would rather go to school and study physics and chemistry than hunt. He emphasized the fact that knowledge is the most important thing and in this market town, no matter what chaos happens, no one will bother the teaching staff. Having stood up, Xiao thought that it was a pity that training was so expensive, otherwise he himself would have gladly gone to listen. Turning around, he said that he had saved some of the giblets before selling the sparrow so that they could be used to make soup. His brother saw the wound on his hand and reported it. After putting the offal into the cauldron, Xiao replied that it was just a scratch. His boiler began to steam. He put the giblets on a plate. He handed the plate to his brother and asked him to eat these giblets. Pushing the plate away, he replied that he would not and that the main character should eat, noting that he needed to recover. Xiao replied that he was not hungry. Yuan began to cry and said that he would not eat, adding that it was not some kind of scratch at all and he heard that 2 days ago someone died from an infection. Putting the plate on the table, the main character said that tears are useless and his brother understands that he cannot shed tears in this world, and this world has not believed in tears for a long time. He pointed his finger towards the street and asked Yuan to look at the people around them. He asked what would happen if someone came at night and stabbed them to death because Yuan didn't eat enough. Xiao stated that he sent him to school because he had the ability for it, and if he studied well, he would not have to go into the wasteland early in the morning to earn a living like him. Yuan sat down at the table. He started eating the offal. The main character patted him on the head and said that usually when they go out, Yuan is damn smart and cunning, but as soon as they get home, he acts like a crybaby. Xiao asked him to try on the new jacket when he finished eating. Looking at the main character, Yuan asked where his jacket was. Smiling, Xiao said that he wanted to rest. The frying pan was empty. Lying on the bed, the main character thought about the palace that he saw today. He frowned. Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. He began to look around. He saw the dark palace again. The main character noted in his thoughts that the palace had appeared again. He entered it. Xiao began to examine the palace from the inside. He extended his hand towards the dark stream of mana. His hand began to sink into energy. He wondered if it was all in his head. The main character saw a typewriter on the table. He took a white sheet of paper. He read the sheet on which was written about the task he completed today. Xiao looked at the car with interest. Looking at it, he noted in his thoughts that it was written about justice, decency, honesty, trust, friendship, and goodwill. Taken aback, he wondered if they were telling him that he needed to be a good person in a world where morality was a luxury. Looking at the table, he declared that nothing would come of it. A lonely girl walked through the settlement. She pulled back the curtain. The stranger entered the protagonist's hut. Yuan put the blade to her throat. Yuan pointed his blade at the frightened girl. Looking at her, he paused, then asked that she was Xiaoyu's sister. Xiaoyu smiled, tilted her head and replied that Yuan was still awake. He looked at her displeasingly and then stepped aside. Then the girl approached him and, smiling, asked where Xiaosu was. She heard that he was wounded. Approaching the dim fire, Yuan sheathed his blade and replied that the sparrow had wounded him in the arm. Hearing this, the girl nervously folded her hands and looked ahead. She saw the guy lying on the bed, and then she lowered her head. Yuan walked over to the table, put his hands on it, and then raised his head and said that she was 8 years older than his brother, so she didn't need to get so attached to him. Xiaoyu, blushing, shouted that he was a little tomboy. She thought of them as brothers. After these words, she stepped aside with her head down. Yuan looked at the walls of the room with displeasure, and then suddenly the girl said that okay, she will go home, let Yuan tell his brother that she came by when he wakes up. She began to leave the house, and he watched this event. The girl moved away. Gradually her silhouette began to blur, after which Yuan climbed over the bench, and then he left the house and sat on his knees. He took out his knife and looked around, and then suddenly he noticed something. Someone told him not to constantly bully his sister, it's not easy for her anyway. Turning around, Yuan saw the protagonist in front of him. When he saw him, he said that his sister was unclean. He saw her smoking the other day. Cigarettes are only given out in factories outside the walls. Maybe she got them from some savage. He thinks that she became close to him because Xiao could always hit his prey when hunting. Hearing this, the protagonist frowned with displeasure and looked at his brother, and then, lowering his head, he asked who was clean. Getting out of bed, he added that if someone wants to survive in this world, he will not be able to remain pure. All this is imposed by life, you just need to keep your distance from it and not bully. Yuan, looking at his older brother, replied that everything was clear to him now. The protagonist sat down next to him, and he continued to say why he couldn't sleep, couldn't he? With his hands on the floor, Xiao replied that he had something to think about. Looking around, he added that perhaps he also has some abilities. Hearing this, his brother said what he wanted to tell him. Xiao did not listen to Yuan and, interrupting him, replied that he was not quite sure yet, he needs to try it to be sure. After which he carefully examined the sky. He remembered how he was hiding with Yuan in the forest in green capes. He thought that in the city they say that some people have special abilities, but before he did not believe in it, and only after meeting Liu Yuan did he believe a little in this. That day, Yuan closed his eyes and crossed his arms and said that he hoped he could hit the prey. Seeing this, Xiao thought that his ability was this. A second later, the bird began to fall from the sky and he thought it was luck. Looking at the dead crow, he continued to think that, however, making a wish would have the opposite effect, and there would always be some minor illnesses and disasters. Suddenly, Ewan extended his hand upward and pointed his finger at the sky, saying that there were falling stars. Many stars were falling from the sky. Zio frightenedly grabbed Ewan's hands and shouted that he should not make a wish because suddenly it would come true again. Zio was sitting with his hands behind his head when suddenly his brother asked what he thought, why shooting stars fly so fast, that if someone is late to make a wish, to which the protagonist replied that what should he think? They fly quickly because he doesn't want to hear any of their wishes. We are transported the next day to a small building. A man with glasses appears in front of us, with children sitting next to him. He says that they will talk about technology in the era of civilization. Opening the book, he adds that they know what the term technology means. Ewan, covering his mouth with his palm, yawns and replies that he doesn't know what the teacher is saying, so then he should be silent and listen carefully. Zio watches this process through the window, and the teacher continues to say that he will use this example to explain to them what technology is. After looking at the book, he turns to the board. Zio, standing on his toes, carefully looks out the window and listens to the teacher. How suddenly he closes the book. And, looking at the class, he says that they have had enough for today, they need to go home and eat. Afterwards, he narrows his eyes and looks to the side, his gaze is drawn to an empty small window. Suddenly the protagonist turned to the side, the teacher told him that from this day on he could. Zio entered the classroom and bowed, and the man in front of him added that he could stand and listen to the lesson at the door, but he was not allowed to enter the classroom, to which the protagonist responded well. He raised his head and, smiling widely, added that he was very grateful. A plate of soup appears in front of us, with steam coming out of it. The teacher brings it to his lips. Suddenly Zio appears in front of him, holding out a cigarette for him and shouting that he is grateful that he was allowed to stand at the door and listen to the lesson. The man, taking the cigarette in his hands, examined it carefully, and Zio, contentedly placing his hands on his belt, said that he allowed him to listen to the lesson at the door, so he had to show his gratitude, since he had not paid for the training. The teacher struck a match, and then he slowly brought it to the cigarette and set it on fire. Raising his head, he released a large cloud of steam. Looking at his student, he said that in their turbulent times, there were not many students who listened as intently as he did to why he enjoyed attending class so much. The protagonist, looking around, answered, placing his hand on his chin, that learning something new would never be a bad thing, and teachers also enjoy the greatest respect in this hectic world. Then he put his hand forward and pointed his finger at a small bed of vegetables and said that no one would dare steal, for example, the vegetables in their yard right here. He was right. Hearing this, the teacher began to cough, taking in bad smoke. Looking at this, Zio said that he had been worried about one question for a long time. The teacher looked to the side in surprise and told him to ask. Zio imagined a huge city under a purple dome in his head and said that the teacher said that before the disaster, many technologies were available to humanity. Squinting his eyes, he added that why did it all disappear? His interlocutor, releasing another cloud of smoke, replied that this was due to the lack of offspring. Looking ahead, he added that in the post-disaster period, humanity was lucky to survive. How could it worry about learning? Hearing this, Zio asked that it is always possible to retain some information, to which the teacher narrowed his eyes and answered yes. And then he looked at the high walls and added that only this information is in the hands of a few. Zio turned to the wall, looked at her dissatisfiedly, and then said that the information was behind her. After taking a few steps and clenching his fist, he asked that in that case, why don't they destroy the wall? Spreading his hands to the sides, he added that most animals are afraid to attack people while they live together. Even without this wall, wolves will not dare to take a step. Not to mention the fact that the destruction of the wall would allow a lot of technology to be released so that civilization could be restored. Hearing this, the teacher pressed himself tightly to the cigarette and inhaled the smoke. And then, exhaling, he said that as long as there is danger in the wasteland, the renegades will live near the wall of the shelter. He imagined in his head men working tirelessly, and added that there would be a lot of cheap labor at the wall, and the consortium behind the wall would not allow it to collapse. The bare-chested man looked at the wall and wiped the sweat from his face, at which time the teacher continued to talk about how the interested parties behind the wall could give up this single-class barrier. After a second, he put out the cigarette and thought that he should save half to smoke next time. Then, putting it in his pocket, he said that they should stop talking and go to class, after which he thought that this guy quickly turned away so that he could hide the cigarette. Then, walking forward, he added that he would go to change his clothes smelled of smoke, and it would be bad if the students smelled it. For his sake, he said that everything was fine, that he had just inhaled this smoke, and he didn't even tell him to step aside. Hearing this, the teacher looked in front of him with displeasure. Suddenly, the protagonist looked in front of him in surprise and saw a task that said that the pursuit of knowledge is never easy, but what he is taught is what he will teach in the future. We are taken to the classroom. The teacher slowly walks to the blackboard. Zio goes inside and stands at the entrance while the other students inspect him carefully. The teacher, closing his eyes and clearing his throat, said okay, today they will take survival lessons. He, looking ahead, continued to say that they should not think that danger is far away, now their parents are protecting them, but when they become adults, they will have to learn to protect themselves on their own. Hearing this, the students looked in front of them with excitement and began to listen carefully, and the teacher continued to say that next they would talk about what to do if they encountered a wolf pack in the wild. He pointed his finger forward and added to tell him what he should do when he encounters wolves in the wild. Zio, seeing Pa pointing at him, was very surprised, and then, lowering his head on his hand, he began to think, saying that if they meet wolves in the wild, they should try to choose a hill. Hearing this, the teacher smiled contentedly, and the protagonist continued to say that with a good open view where there would be a tailwind. Extending his finger forward, Zio winked and added that such a place would be a wonderful cemetery according to Feng Shui. Hearing this, the master turned pale and stared ahead. There was complete silence in the class for several seconds, and then Zio, looking in front of him in surprise, thought that it was strange why the task was not completed. He didn't seem to teach anything bad. Suddenly the teacher put his hand to his mouth and cleared his throat. The protagonist, seeing this, bowed his head, and then, putting his hand forward, he imagined 3 huge wolves in his head and said that, probably, the teacher had never seen a wolf, let alone a pack. Even with a lone wolf there was practically no chance of survival, so it was better to immediately find a good place for yourself for the grave. Hearing this, the mentor looked ahead anxiously, and then he said that from now on he could sit in class and listen to lessons, and he would teach survival lessons. Zio, hearing this, smiled widely and asked what he would teach, and then thanked him. Suddenly, a system message appeared in front of his face with the message that the reward for completing the task of the first force appeared. Purple energy appeared around him and his clothes disappeared. Looking at his arms, he thought that he really felt an increase in muscle strength. Clenching his fist and furrowing his eyebrows, he continued to reflect that it seemed to him that the palace was not a figment of his imagination, it had a special power. Putting his hand to his chin, he squinted his eyes and imagined a muscular guy in his head, and then thought that if the strength value of an adult man is 3, before he had 2.5, but if he adds 1. Having looked menacingly in front of him, he continued to think that this is not more than that of an average adult. Smiling maliciously, he thought that in this way his chances of survival in the wild would become even higher. Suddenly, Yuan appeared behind him, and his voice scared the protagonist. Yuan, looking at his brother, said that what he meant was that the teacher allowed him to attend classes at school and invited him to be a teacher. Throwing his hands down, he added that maybe he wanted to make him a successor. Zio, smiling, raised his hand and said that he didn't think so, most likely he just didn't have enough cigarettes. Hearing this, Yuan turned pale and asked if he was serious, to which the protagonist went down to his younger brother and, with a wink, replied that it would be nice to be a teacher. When he gets old, he will transfer this position to him. Then he turned around and, spreading his arms, added that, in the end, wild nature was dearer to him. Yuan gritted his teeth in displeasure and lowered his head, and then thought that this always happens. He, looking displeasedly at his brother, continued to think that if he gets something good, he immediately passes it on to him. Zio, taking a few steps to the side, said that it is good to be a teacher, but this is not for him. His brother must study hard and develop every day in order to become a worthy and smart person in the future. He understands this. Having not heard the answer, the protagonist and the task did not turn around, and then, extending his hand to his brother, he asked what he was doing, let him not lag behind, to which Yuan, running up, said that he was coming. Zio looked down and smiled. We are taken to the soldiers. They walk in an even column past the heroes. One of the fighters, with his hands behind his head, said that he just wanted to take a few days off, and now he was asked to go to Mount Jing. Zio, looking at the squad with displeasure, thought that these people were mercenaries. Passing by, another fighter looked at his comrade and said exactly what. But first they need to go to Quanfuguyu and try to find someone who can show them the way. Frowning his brows, the protagonist thought that they were going to Mount Jing. This group of mercenaries from behind the wall lacked combat experience. Isn't it just suicide to rush into the wasteland like this? Then he walked past the girl. Suddenly he turned around and looked behind him. Looking at the leaving group, he thought that this girl, she gave off the feeling of a wild animal from the wasteland. Suddenly, Yuan, standing behind his brother, asked that he thought Fugui would recommend him as a guide. Everyone in the market town knew that he was very familiar with the wilderness. The protagonist, looking ahead, replied that usually you can go to the Jing mountain area on your own 2 feet and get out of their feet first. Whoever wants to let him go, but he won't go. There is something strange in this group, so they should better avoid there. We are transported to the evening. Zio enters the tent. He is greeted by a concerned Yuan, asking if his wounds are okay, to To which Zio replies with a smile that everything is fine. His brother, frowning with dissatisfaction, shouted at him not to lie to him. Last time he already tried to hold on through force. Zio, going deeper into the tent, pulled his hands up and told him not to worry, he was not going to play with his life. Suddenly they heard someone's footsteps and a voice asking if this guy really escaped from the wolves alive. Another voice replied that of course, how could he lie? Hearing outside voices, Yuan and Zio turned around worriedly, and then they suddenly fell to the ground, grabbing their weapons. They walked forward slowly. Zio walked to the door and looked out a little through the crack. He saw the guy with the gun looking at Fugui, saying that he meant that he was sick in the head. The man in front of him, rubbing his hands with a smile, replied that everything was fine. He just said casually, "It won't hurt, he is not seriously ill, they are already in place." The protagonist, frowning with dissatisfaction, thought that this Fugui really decided to bring him together with these people. A man in a red vest walked out to class in different directions and loudly told Zio to go out because he had guests. Yuan looked in front of him displeasedly and asked what he should do, to which the protagonist, turning around, replied that he would go out and let Yuan stay in the house. Zio took a few steps forward and out of the tent, extending his hand forward. Then he jumped up to Fugui and, grabbing his hands, shouted with a smile that he congratulated him on the safety of his father and son. Everyone outside looked puzzled at the guy who appeared in front of them. A fighter with an orange bandage around his neck asked what kind of father and son. He meant capital and interest. A second later, he opened his mouth in displeasure and shouted that no, this schizo is definitely sick, what kind of nonsense is this? He grabbed Fugui by the collar and, pointing his finger at Zio, shouted that yes, he was definitely sick, and he told him that everything was fine, at least he knew what would happen to him because of his lies. Afterwards, the squad began to move away, and Fugui, stretching out his hands towards them, shouted that they would allow him to explain, because Zio may be sick, but this is not at all the case. Tears flowed from Fugui's eyes. He turned to the protagonist and asked him why he wanted him dead. And then he ran to the detachment, saying that they would allow him to explain. The detachment commander shouted that he was giving him time until dawn to find a suitable person for this job. Suddenly the girl with the sniper rifle stopped, and then, turning back, she looked at Zio for several seconds. After a while she turned around and continued on her way. The protagonist noticed this and frowned. And then a bundle of paper and a system message appeared in front of him, saying that the necessary skills would be learned in a random order. He, looking in front of him in surprise, thought what random study meant. A bundle of paper appeared in front of him, which began to open, and a system message that the target's firearm skill had been accidentally copied, whether it needed to be learned. Seeing this, Zio opened his eyes wide and thought that he should learn this. A huge number of system windows appeared in front of the protagonist. In one of them a download appeared in text stating that knowledge of firearms maintenance and care of firearms, regular maintenance to prevent mold, corrosion and rust, and to ensure for functionality, you need to check the magazine, chamber, external deformation, operability, accessories, and cartridges. Looking at the system messages, Zio thought that these were all firearms skills, which meant that he could really copy someone's abilities. After he closed his eyes, a system message appeared in front of him that he had achieved success in training. He had mastered advanced skill in using firearms. Opening his eyes, he looked in front of him in surprise, saying that unless what he received was a basic level scroll, why did he learn advanced firearms mastery? After that, he went to a large system message and, poking his finger at it, received information that there are two types of skill copy scrolls. A basic level scroll allows him to learn any skill up to an advanced level. A master scroll allows him to learn other people's master skills as soon as he will reach an advanced level in one of his own skills, and also has a chance to learn the target's supernatural abilities. After seeing this, he thought that he can even learn other people's supernatural abilities. This is generally normal. An image of a girl appeared in front of him in the system message, and he asked that he could find out the firearms proficiency level of that girl. He looked in front of him in surprise and thought that she was fluent in firearms, but why was she serving in a private army? Something is really wrong with this group. He then narrowed his eyes and scratched the back of his head in puzzlement. Suddenly he turned around, hearing his brother's screams. Yuan grabbed him by the cape and asked why he was looking at the back of this girl all this time. Suddenly someone came out of the tent and asked whose back it was. Turning around, they saw Zio coming towards them. Looking at her, Zio opened his mouth in shock and asked what she was doing here. The girl straightened her hair with a smile and said that she had swapped with a family of 3 who lived here before, and in the future she would move here and live next door to them. Hearing this, Yuan clung to his brother and asked in a whisper that he was still a virgin. Because Zio spent a lot of money on this, she used to live in a stone brick house. Hearing this, Zio annoyedly grabbed his younger brother by the hair and shouted that he was already old enough. So it's time for him to talk about this aspect of your education. To which Yuan said that it's good if he doesn't know something, just let him will ask. Zio waved to Zioe with a smile after these words, and then they headed towards the tent, and the protagonist added that he really had something to do with something, and not now they were barely staying afloat, so he shouldn't try to connect them with his sister. Suddenly he saw something in front of him. Yuan stopped and extended his finger forward, saying that he should just look at those 2 potatoes hidden under the chair and what looked like 3 pills. Looking under the table, Yuan added that it was to treat his arm injury. Bending down, Zio grabbed the bottle of pills and looked at it and said that it was indeed an anti-inflammatory drug. Looking ahead, he added that whether his brother remembered how last year he encountered wolves and was injured, someone secretly planted them some pills to keep him alive, right? Picking up the bottle of pills, he added that the place where the pills were planted was exactly the same as now he was trying to find this person. Yuan, looking at his brother, said that his sister could not do this, he only told her about his injury this time. Zio narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. Suddenly, behind the tent, someone grabbed Zioe's hand and pulled out a cigarette for her, saying that she moved here and he brought her a cigarette, to which Zioe replied that she would no longer do such things. Yuan and Zio turned to the exit in fear as they heard a man's voice laugh and then shout that she would eat and drink if she didn't do such things, who would give her a cigarette. The protagonist grabbed his dagger. Meanwhile, the guy tore Zioe's clothes and she raised her head and screamed for him to let her go. Zio, gritting his teeth, jumped out of the tent like lightning. Looking ahead with dissatisfaction, he saw a system message that he had a new task to help. Squinting his eyes, he thought that even without this task he would have helped. Then, grabbing his dagger, he made a quick dash forward. The man in front of him looked ahead in fear, and then, smiling, he thought that the little guy with the bone knife wanted to stab him. Then he took out a huge machete and, smiling, thought that he had real iron here. Suddenly, in a second, Zio's machete cut him into 2 pieces. The man looked at his broken blade in fear and shouted that how was this possible. The protagonist then let go of his dagger, and, grabbing the scoundrel's hand, he hit him in the stomach with all his might. Then, literally in a second, he went behind his back and began to break his arm. And then at great speed he hit his face on the floor. Blood flowed from the man's face. He clenched his teeth in displeasure and thought about how old he was and how he could be so strong. Zio then looked at the frightened Zioeu and asked who he was, to which she replied that he was a foreman at a coal mine. She imagined in her head how several men were killing a guy, and then said that last night a man was stabbed alive in the market town, and he took the lead because he heard that this man had a habit of saving money, and so it turned out that he owed the casino money, and so he decided to do this. Zio looked displeasedly at the foreman, and then he picked up the broken machete tip from the floor. Raising his attacker's hand, he grabbed the dagger and looked at him menacingly. Suddenly a system message appeared in front of him that he had a new task: he must leave the enemy alive. A second later, the protagonist cut the attacker's side, and he screamed in pain. The foreman, cringing in pain, pulled his hand towards the cut, and meanwhile Zio, rising to his feet, said that he had about 3 minutes left. Looking down, he added that if he went to the clinic in the market town and got stitches, he might be able to survive. The foreman, gritting his teeth, slowly began to rise to his feet, and then, leaving bloody footprints on the floor, he ran towards the trading city. A system message appeared in front of the protagonist that the task had been completed. The reward was a basic scroll of copying skills. Since he now lacks weapons, he begins to complete a side task. Looking at these system windows, he thought that the first task should be to rescue Zioeu. He can't believe that he finished the second one. How did the damn palace make a decision? Afterwards, Yuan approached him and asked that he would simply let him go if he recovered and took revenge on him. He was not a good person. To which the protagonist, smiling, replied that he really still thought that the clinic in their trading city would heal his wounds. Yuan smiled and exhaled, answering that seeing him so ruthless made him feel relieved. Zio then pulled his hand towards the broken blade. Picking it up from the floor, he looked around. He saw Zioeu standing nearby with his head down. Then suddenly she raised her eyes when she heard Zio ask her if she could quit smoking. The girl, looking worriedly ahead, nodded her head several times. Zio began to walk forward, saying that these cigarettes are not very addictive, but as he knows, they add poppy seeds. Strike the floor with your blade. He added that Van also said that their share was very small. Stopping, he added that she could quit if she wanted. Then he grabbed his head and, closing his eyes, added that he wanted to clarify something. Although he was very handsome, it was impossible between them. Zioeu looked at him, puzzled, and then she said that she just treats him like a brother. The protagonist scratched the back of his head with a smile and, laughing, said that this was it. It turned out awkward. A second later, he grabbed his younger brother and, running to the side, shouted that this is what his stupid talk was leading to. Zioeu, watching this, covered her mouth with a smile and laughed. Suddenly a dark space appears in front of us, around which there are many bookshelves. In the center there is a table with a typewriter. Characters are quickly typed on the keyboard, and a message appears on the sheet that a side quest has been opened. The protagonist, smiling, thought that the side quest was a little interesting. A hand lifted a piece of paper over the table. The main character held a piece of paper in front of him. When he began to read the contents, he thought that the task was related to weapons and decided that it would be nice to get a new one. On the parchment it was written that since he lacked weapons, a side quest was opened, which was that he must receive 100 sincere thanks in order to unlock the weapon, and that also thanks could be used to exchange for items. Zio pursed his lips and looked down when he became indignant at the need to collect thanks, and sincere ones at that. The guy's attention was caught by another sheet of paper in the typewriter. It was written on the parchment that one thank you had been received from Zioyu, and that the unlocking of the weapon was 1/100th. Then the main character thought that the palace was quite accurate in its judgment, so he was glad that he saved not an insensitive person. The demon inside the guy rubbed his hands as he thought that it was a pity that instead of gratitude one couldn't collect negative emotions. Otherwise he would have tried so that in just a few minutes the whole city would be filled with negativity in his direction. Yuan was sitting at a table with a candle burning on it. Zio sat on the bed and asked the boy to thank him. Yuan opened his mouth slightly, sweat appeared on his face. He asked his brother what was wrong with him, since he asked so suddenly that the boy was already a little scared. Zio bared his sharp teeth and appeared behind the boy as he told him to speak up and not be afraid. Long dark hair covered his eyes as Yuan thanked the boy for always taking care of him. The main character smiled, clenched his fist in front of him and thought that he did not expect it to be so easy when a system notification appeared that he had received gratitude from the boy. Zio put his elbow on the table, rested his chin on his hand, and asked his brother to say thank you again. Sweat appeared on the boy's face as he weakly thanked the main character. Zio raised his hands to the place where the system alert should have appeared and did not understand why he did not receive anything this time. He pointed his finger at the boy and told him that he had not thanked him sincerely, and asked him to be sincere next time, and then added that sincerely meant it was from the bottom of his heart, and asked his brother to do it again. Yuan, sitting at the table, exclaimed words of gratitude, and Zio, standing next to him, told him that he was putting little feeling into it and ordered him to repeat it. The boy folded his palms in front of him and drawled out the word thank you. The main character crossed his arms over his chest, shook his head and replied that this was still wrong, and that first of all he should experience emotions. Suddenly Zio stretched his hand forward, smiled broadly and said that it worked this time and that he needed to do it again. Tears flowed down the boy's cheeks. He did not answer. A cartoon appeared with Zio and his brother with the caption that 2,000 years had passed. Yuan put his head on the table and asked the main character sitting on the floor if this was his ability, and then said that his abilities had a bad effect on his voice, and Zio at that moment was thinking that after half a night of work, he only got one sincere thanks. The guy grabbed his head with both hands and said that he needed to come up with something else. 2 coins fell onto the wooden table. The main character put his hands on the table and looked up. He took the coin in his hand and looked at it. It turned out that there was a heart on it. On the back was an inscription that she was grateful to him for being with her all her life and for giving her the courage to be who she was, and that she was grateful for what he shared with her as her destiny, and for the flowers that bloom and fall, and the promise that she will cherish them all. Zio raised his hand with the coin to his face as the melody enveloped him. The guy looked back, where there was some movement. He turned around and saw a large metal device behind him. The main character came up and began to examine it while he was thinking about what it was for. Zio saw 2 narrow holes. He looked down and thought about trying to throw a coin there. The guy raised his hand to the slot and placed a coin there. At the bottom of the device there was a shelf into which a black jar fell. The main character took it in his hand, looked at it and thought that it was medicine. That's what it said on the jar, and Zio continued to look at it and wonder if it was possible to tell what the medicine was for. Suddenly the guy opened his mouth and eyes wide. He found himself at home in front of the table at which Yuan was sitting. The boy opened his mouth wide and turned to his brother, asking what kind of magic he had done and why a small jar suddenly appeared in his hand. The main character was trying to open the medicine bottle while he was thinking that since there was only one word written on this medicine bottle, could it be a panacea? He used his fingers to remove the black contents from the jar and decided that it was worth a try anyway. Zio sat down, closed his eyes and brought his fingers with the ointment to the wound. He applied medicine to the cut. The guy gritted his teeth and thought that this was reckless because this substance could be poison. Suddenly, the main character's eyes widened when he realized that the wound no longer hurt. Zio grinned as he held the jar in his hand and thought that the anti-inflammatory medicine needs to be taken for 3 days in a row, but this cream works in one go, and that one anti-inflammatory medicine costs 200, which means that the cost of the ointment, if rounded up, is 100 millions. It was then that the guy decided that he had to figure out how to get as many thanks as possible. A crowd of children stopped at the entrance to the building early the next morning. 2 pairs of shoes stopped at a wooden fence. The man with glasses worriedly asked the guys in front of him what happened to them. Zio and Yuan stood with black eyes and their mouths slightly open when the youngest began to talk about what his brother wanted to do. The main character smiled broadly, pinched his brother's cheek, and replied that they were fine, they just didn't sleep well. The man with glasses opened his mouth and asked him if he had thought about what he would say today, because today was his first day as a teacher, to which the guy replied not to worry. The man in the tattered cloak touched his hand to the wooden table while he thought about how they need to find a way to collect a whole bunch of thank you coins, but he doesn't know how to do it. Zio spread his arms out to his sides as the crowd of children sitting in front of him greeted their new teacher. The main character came up with an incredible idea. His hand, wrapped in black tape, reached forward when the guy asked them about how they think it is difficult for teachers to give lessons. The guy closed his eyes and said that everyone can sit in the classroom, but the teacher stands all day. The children began to chatter when they were asked if they should thank the teacher and responded positively. The gray-haired man adjusted his glasses and nodded. In his heart, Zio smiled broadly when in reality he seriously said that from now on, instead of greeting, the children would thank the teacher, but he thought that he had cleverly come up with the idea that the students would thank him. The main character extended his hand in front of him when the children bowed their heads and told the students to try to do it all together because now is the beginning of the lesson. The guy looked up and thought about why nothing was happening, and how none of these little brats sincerely thanked the teacher. He touched the back of his head with his hand, closed his eyes and agreed that 9 times out of 10 life doesn't go according to plan, so he decided to come up with something else. The stone wall near the treetops was shrouded in fog. Zio stood at the board and drew an animal's face on it while he talked about how today they would talk about basic survival skills in the wild. One student began to yawn, and the other opened his mouth and looked forward. Another student gritted his teeth and touched his face with his hand while Zio was talking about how rabbits in the wild do not attack people, and that they are about the height of a person's shin, and have great strength, and the boy was thinking that this guy is too talks a lot and that he still hasn't finished the lesson. The main character smiled while he talked about how the children should be more careful because it is very difficult to survive in the wasteland. One student raised his hand and turned to the teacher, saying that if he did not finish the lesson, it would get dark outside and it would no longer be safe to return home. Zio nodded as his hand with the chalk froze at the blackboard. He closed his eyes and raised his hand as he said that safety comes first, and then ended the lesson. A crowd of people ran out of the building into the street, shouting thanks to the teacher. Coins began to fall onto the wooden table. The main character beamed and smiled when he thought that the effort was paying off. He was touched that due to such a long lesson, the students were grateful to him. Yuan was walking next to Zio when he asked him not to delay his lessons so much in the future. The main character closed his eyes and replied that he was ready to give his life for education, and asked what was wrong with being delayed a little. Yuan clenched his teeth and said that he could not continue like this because he would destroy the youth of their country. Zio grabbed his younger brother by the head and asked him what he might know because the guy received the coins, which means that the student's gratitude was sincere. The boy opened his eyes wide, pointed his finger forward and told his brother to look there. There was a crowd of people ahead. One man smiled widely while the main character was thinking that isn't it old man Liu, and that he went to be a guide. A man with glasses approached the guys and addressed Zio. He adjusted his glasses, opened his mouth and told him that he was a heartless little wolf to whom he recommended such a good job, but he did not agree. The main character opened his mouth, looked away and asked how he knew it would be a good job. The man with glasses grinned and replied that there are poor and noble people behind the walls of the shelter, but the poor will not be able to get out of there, and that these people who have free access to the territory of the shelter must be noble people. There was a high stone wall behind the guy when Zio realized that it was blocking not only the people outside, but also the people inside. He opened his eyes wide and looked to the side as he thought about how those inside the walls have a hard time getting out, but those outside are desperately trying to get inside by any means necessary. The man with glasses smiled and touched Zio as he said that he had heard from the staff that they were looking for a good guide from the trading city to take him beyond the wall so that they could use his services, and asked the guy about when else would he have it was such a wonderful opportunity. The main character looked to the side and remained silent when Yuan asked him why he didn't talk to those guys from the group again, because he was much better than that old man Liu. Zio turned his back to the bespectacled man and the boy and told him to get it over with and that it was time for them to go home. Near the door there was a wooden sign with hieroglyphs. Yuan pointed his finger to the side and tugged at his brother's cloak as he turned to him and asked if Sister Zioi was there. A girl with long hair spoke to a man through the window and said that her earrings were worth a lot of money, so could he give her more, and she was told that she didn't really need to sell things, because she could just become. At this point, he was interrupted by Zio, who put money in Zioi's hand and said that she didn't need to sell anything, because it was money for 3 anti-inflammatory pills. The girl's hand clenched the money as the guy replied that he was going to buy the medicine anyway, so she could take it, and that he didn't reject her kindness, but they shouldn't be so polite to each other in the future. The main character hit himself on the chest with his fist and said that if it weren't for the medicine that she gave them, he probably would have died, and that she didn't need to worry, because now, as long as he had meat, he would make sure that she had soup. Yuan touched his brother and told him in his ear that he had pronounced it wrong, because they usually eat meat together. But he said that while he eats meat, she will eat soup, and then the boy added that they don't have meat at home now. Standing behind him, Yuan nodded as Xiao looked determinedly and asked to be allowed to say differently. The protagonist pointed his finger at Xiao and exclaimed that in the future, if he has a full bowl of soup, then she will always have a bowl to wash it. The girl smiled, closed her eyes and replied that from now on she would wash the dishes and laundry for him. The man knelt down and began to beg the doctor to help his family. A man in a white coat stood next to the wounded guy while the man at his feet talked about how their family could not survive without him. The man looked down and asked what was the point of visiting a doctor if they couldn't afford it. Xiao and Yuan stood and watched as the door slammed shut in front of the kneeling girl. The main character opened his mouth, turned to his brother and said that he should remember this, because in front of him is their reality. Drops of rain began to hit the roofs when a voice said that acid rain was coming and that they should go home quickly. The girl and two guys ran in different directions, trying to hide from the rain. Yuan turned his head to Xiao and said that it is very easy for doctors to receive gratitude, because they all thanked the old doctor when he was still here. The main character lowered his hand when his brother said that it was a pity that he didn't know anything about medicine. The guy asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Xiao's eyes widened when he thought that even if he didn't know how to heal, he could learn. A piece of paper appeared above the typewriter when the main character added that if he became a doctor, he would be able to earn money and receive gratitude, and thus solve two problems at once. The door that led into the building was illuminated by the sun. Xiao sat against the wall of the house with a sign and thought that he didn't know what time the clinic usually opened, but it wouldn't hurt to come early. The clock struck 2 o'clock in the afternoon when the guy wondered if it was time for him to show up. The door opened slightly. The man in the robe came out, stretching and yawning. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and screamed. He stood on one leg next to the guy sitting on the ground and asked him what he was doing here, squatting, and Xiao told him to mind his own business and not pay attention to him. The man in the robe touched the door and said that if he wanted to see a doctor, he had to bring money, and that without it he could sit here all day. A piece of paper appeared in front of the main character, and he laughed when a system notification appeared that the target's skill would be learned at random. The guy's hand squeezed the sheet. An alert popped up asking if he wanted to learn the target's skill called Deception, which was randomly selected. The paper disappeared from Xiao's hand. He opened his eyes and mouth wide and thought that he was here to learn medicine, and that there was no point in learning Deception, and also that this random skill was too random. The main character turned his head and gritted his teeth as he thought about how this guy was so disgusting that he had a skill in Deception. The man in the robe was holding something in his hands when he turned his head and looked towards the guy. Sweat appeared on his face. He opened his eyes wide when he remembered that he knew Xiao, and thought that it was not for nothing that he seemed familiar to him, and that he was a well-known cruel guy in the city. The man was scared when he did not understand what he wants from him, because he didn't contact him. The main character pointed his finger at the system window in front of him and wondered what level of medicine this doctor had. In response, a message came with the words that from the information about the target it is known that he does not have any medical skills. Xiao clenched his fist and gritted his teeth as he protested that how could he be a doctor without medical skills. The guy threw a frying pan at the head of a man in a white coat and shouted at him that he had been making money from fraud all these years. The man began to cry and told the guy not to talk nonsense and that he was not deceiving anyone. Xiao turned around and walked away from the man in the white coat, holding the frying pan and touching his face with his hand, thinking that he would have to think again about how he could become a doctor without studying medicine. He looked at his hand and realized that the wound was almost healed. The guy remembered the metal device and smiled when he realized that he could heal cuts. The main character entered the house and asked Sister Xiaoyu what she was doing here. The girl was sitting on the bed and holding a black thing in her hands when she said that she saw that the clothes he was wearing were torn, and therefore came to sew them up for him. Yuan was carrying a plate in his hands as he passed by Xiao when he asked what he had in his hands, and he replied that it was Sister Xiaoyu who had prepared the porridge for them. The main character pinched his younger brother's neck and asked him if he had said thank you to the girl, to which Yuan replied that he had not said so yet. The boy bowed and thanked Xiaoyu, and the girl jumped up and told Xiao not to hit his brother, to which the boy replied that he could be spoiled with him, but he couldn't be like that with others. The girl sat down by the fire and put food on a plate while she told the main character standing next to him that it was time to eat because they were still growing. The guy opened his eyes wide and beamed when he thought that they had never been told that they were still growing. The girl handed Xiao the soup and told him to take the food and sit at the table. The guys bring the plates to their mouths with both hands. The main character looked at the sewn item and said that his sister knew how to sew very well, and then asked why she didn't come and help them when they opened a clinic for treating cuts. Things were lying on the table when a voice asked why he suddenly wanted to open such a clinic. The moon was shining above the house and the stars were shining when he replied that she would know about it when the time came. Xiao lay next to his brother with his hands behind his head. He closed his eyes. The guy opened the door saying that it was time to look at what he had received over the past few days. There were 3 coins in his hand when he said that he had exchanged his gratitude coins for a bottle of black medicine yesterday, and that he now had 3 left. The main character sat down on the table, smiled and said that 1 gratitude is equal to 1 jar of black medicine, and 1 jar is enough for 3 people, and then added that in this case 1 and 3 is the right decision. He held the bottle in his hand while he thought that the more black bottles he bought, the more gratitude coins he would receive, and that he might be able to unlock his weapon faster. He turned his face to the wall when he decided it was time to sleep. The boy stood next to the girl, waving to his brother and asking him to be careful. Zio smiled and thought that those who take risks will definitely get what they deserve. While the pick was breaking the ground, he thought that tall trees are always the first to be blown by a strong wind. The man who was dripping with sweat turned his head to the side when the main character was thinking about what needs to be done so that people don't think that he wants to deceive them. The man opened his mouth and asked Zio what he was doing here, and then assumed that he was cutting the grass here. The guy crouched down and tried to pull out the plant while he thought that since he already had the medicine, he should cut a few blades of grass. He turned his head and grinned as he explained that it was to give the appearance of being a herbalist and not to come under suspicion. Zio approached the man with the herb and said that it was not a weed, but a medicinal herb, and when he asked again, the guy replied that if you add the herbs in different proportions and boil them, they can be used to heal wounds, and then he asked the man what he thinks about how the main character recovered from his previous injuries. The man opened his eyes wide and assumed that the guy endured everything by willpower. Several people stood at the entrance to the house. Zio sat by the fire and looked at the crowd outside. He opened his mouth and smiled. Men on the street stood and discussed among themselves. Birds were flying over the roof of the house. The main character gritted his teeth and looked away irritably when he thought about why no one was asking anything. The guy went out into the street and pointed his finger at someone from the crowd. The man pointed to himself and asked again, to which he was told to come over. He turned to look at the crowd as Zio stood in front of him. The main character hugged the man and told him to ask him what he was doing. The man opened his mouth and asked him a question. Zio smiled sweetly. He pointed to the dishes on the fire and replied that he was making an herbal medicine that not only had anti-inflammatory and analgesic properties, but also quickly healed wounds, and that he had previously hidden this from everyone. There was grass in the water when the guy exclaimed that today he finally realized his mistake and decided to share it with them. The men began to discuss among themselves that everyone knew that he simply endured everything out of character, and that no one would believe that he could treat anyone. When Zio exclaimed that he was going to open a clinic for treating cuts and called them to his place if someone will get hurt. When people turned away and began to leave, the main character thought that this was not normal, that no one cared about him. A man suddenly approached the guy. Zio saw his bandaged hand. He grabbed it and asked the man if he had injured his hand while working, and if he wanted to get excellent medicine. He was told that he didn't need anything. The main character put the man against the wall. Holding a can in his hand, told him to just think of it as an advertisement, and said that this time he would cure him for free. The guy waved to the man running away from him. When he entered the house, Ewan asked him why he was giving out medicine for free. Zio gritted his teeth and replied that he should not ask, and that next time it would be better to die than to repeat this, but thought that the beginning is always difficult, and that he should control himself because those who achieve great things achievements do not pay attention to little things. Birds flew over the stone wall the next morning. When Zio left the house, someone was waiting for him on the street. The main character opened his eyes wide and asked the man what he was doing here so early, because he hasn't been going out to catch sparrows lately. Old man Wang with glasses smiled widely and asked the guy if he had cured Tedu from the eastern part of the city yesterday. The main character closed his eyes when he learned the man's name. The guy crossed his arms and replied that he worked without intermediaries when Wang asked him if he still had the medicine and suggested that Zio give it to him and he would sell it. The man with glasses beamed, smiled widely and replied that he could sell him some then, and the guy said that he didn't seem to be injured. Wang raised his hand in front of him and said that yesterday Tedu felt that something was wrong, and wanted to know what kind of ointment the main character gave him, and decided to taste it. At that moment sweat appeared on Zio's face, and he asked if this black medicine could be taken orally. The man's glasses flashed when he said that Tedu took this black ointment and tumbled with his wife all night, and then asked the main character how much of this medicine he had, and where he got it. Zio closed his eyes and replied that he inherited it. The guy looked at the man with glasses, grinned and asked why he, a bachelor, needed this ointment. Van smiled and replied that the guy should not worry about it, and the main character put his hand in front of him and said that the price of introduction was 600. They put money in his hand and thanked him when a system notification appeared that he had received gratitude from a man with glasses. Zio looked after the smiling man indifferently. There was fog at the gate to the building. Van held a black jar in his hands and smiled. He handed the medicine to the man in the black suit, saying that he had brought this thing. An overhead view of the wooden shacks, Zio standing in front of the sign on his house. On the sign in front of the hero there is an inscription that this is a clinic for the treatment of cuts. The hero looks at it with pleasure and is glad that it is finally opening. 3 pairs of male legs, blood dripping on the ground, someone complaining that he can't do it anymore and that he's in damn pain and can't run anymore. 3 wounded villagers, one is bleeding from his arm, another is holding his shoulder, and the third is holding his leg. The man in the center, in a purple shirt, says that they need to hurry. The hero notices men passing by who are heading towards the charlatan's clinic. A man in a white jacket happily notes that they are already near the clinic. Zio's eyes begin to shine when he realizes that these are his first clients. A task window appears that says that the hero needs to save 3 patients. Zio thinks that he did not expect the first patient so soon. Zio puts his hand on his head, sighing and asking for an apology. He runs up with a sharp jerk towards the men, who have not even had time to notice him yet, grabs them from behind, jumping on them. The hero throws the wounded near his hut, tying them up. A man in a purple shirt, lying on the ground, asks the hero what he wants. MC stands with a serious face against the sky and says that the doctor at the clinic they were going to see is a charlatan, and he is trying to save their lives. Zioyu leaves the house, looking at what is happening. The hero shouts to her that they have patients to treat. The lady approaches the lying men, asking what happened and whether they got involved in a group fight. A man in purple, holding his stomach, explains with pain in his voice that the boiler at the factory exploded and that they were lucky to escape with minor injuries and were able to run to them on their own, but someone died on the spot. An exploded boiler, mountains of corpses lying on the ground, smoke coming from everywhere. The hero thinks that in their times, if someone gets hurt, then no one will run to save someone for free. The gloomy face of the hero is close up. He continues his thought, thinking that most likely people will wait for your death and take away what belonged to you. The hero with a satisfied face holds the purple man and looks at his sister, telling her that she first needs to disinfect the needles and sew up the wounds of the men. The sister asks what it means to sew, to which the hero calmly replies that it is like sewing up clothes and it is not difficult. With worry on her face, Zioyu straightens her hair and says that she is ready to do it. The needle warms up in a woman's hand over a candle. The sister inserts a hot needle into the man's arm. The man screams in a frenzy of pain. His whole face is distorted. He turns to Zioyu and shouts that he can understand that she heated the needle to sterilize it, but couldn't she have waited for the needle to cool down before stitching? MC replies with a happy face that everyone makes mistakes sometime. Their nurse is not entirely familiar with the process on her first day and will get better with time. MC sticks his fingers into the medicine, about to take some from the jar, and says it's time for the medicine. The hero with a predatory face turns to the men, saying that his medicine is very valuable, but he will not charge them much and that it will cost them the same as in the clinic, namely 600. Zio hugs the man, holding his medicated fingers over his shoulder. He says that for his work the man gets 2,000 or 3,000 a month, so he should be able to pay 600 for his life. The man, clearly afraid of the hero, says that I agree, the hero just needs to go easy on him. One of the patients stands up from his seat with a sharp movement, preparing to run. He runs out of the shack, attracting the attention of his colleague and hero, who says that escaping from his clinic is not so easy. The man in the gray shirt is also about to give up, but the hero grabs him by the shoulder, saying that the patient has escaped and Sister Zioyu needs to sew up the wound of the man in gray first. Zio runs out of his blade at great speed, catching up with the escapee. Zioyu, folding his arms on his chest, asks the man in gray if he also wants to run away, and if he also wants to run, then she will sew him up later, to which the man, looking down glance, replied that no, he would not run and let his sister stitch it up. An escaped man leans on some shack, breathing heavily. MC grabs the man who thought he had gotten away and says that it's good that he runs fast. The man turns around in horror, and his brain begins to work at increased speed, trying to comprehend what is happening. The hero asks how far the man is going. With a dissatisfied face, Zio towers over the man and says that it is time for them to go get treatment. The hero carries a man on his shoulder, where 2 people are already lying calmly, resting on a mattress. He says that they have returned. Zioyu sews up the hand of the man who was just brought in. He sighs, enduring the pain. The 3 of them lie on the mattress. The escapee notices that nothing hurts anymore and it seems that the medicine is really working. The task window reports that the task is completed and the hero's reward is 1 point each of strength and dexterity. A task window pops up in front of the hero, where it is written that his new task is to cure 10 patients. The hero thinks that this turns out to be a chain of tasks. Night falls and the crescent moon glows brightly above the shack. A view of a shack with a light on inside and someone shouting that something terrible has happened and that wolves have broken into the town. Zioyu and Yun wake up and try to understand what happened. The brother asks MC if the wolves will come to the trading city. Close up of the hero's serious face, He says that wolves are smarter than you might think, so they won't risk coming to the city. The wolves surround the plant, and the hero says that they were most likely attracted by the bloody smell in the place where the boiler exploded. MC says with a straight face that after all, they have a wall standing behind them to support them. Yuan looks at his brother blankly. The view moves away and the younger brother asks how Zio survived when he met the wolves and says that he never told him that. The hero closes his eyes, thinking how to answer him. But they are distracted by a loud scream that scares them both. Someone shouts that they need to gather everyone and that no one lags behind. The hero quickly raises his hand to the burning incense in his home, while someone's voices say that the enemy has been discovered outside. MC extinguishes the candle and he and his brother stand in pitch darkness. Close up of MC's tense face. Yuan asks what is bothering his brother. The hero's back. He gloomily asks what will happen if one day the wall collapses. The sister, screaming, asks if the wall can even collapse, to which the hero replies that he doesn't know, but notes that there is nothing eternal in this world. The gates open and the wind rushes out of them in a furious stream. A crowd of armed people in camouflage uniforms, armed with rifles, emerges from the gate. Close-up of soldiers passing by shacks. The brothers peek around the corner of the door of their shack. Yuan asks if the soldiers have weapons on their backs, to which the brother replies that the younger one should not ask too many questions. Offended and dissatisfied, the younger one asks if he still has marital status in their house. Without looking back, the hero with a serious face replies that the younger one should not think about it too much, and that his place in the family is simply to live. Two soldiers walk behind each other. The one in front stretches his back, asking if they can't just go back if only a few people died in the factory, and complains that they will now have to kill wolves all night. The second soldier walking behind, shouting, replies that he should shut up, because this is a task from above and he needs to stop complaining. But the one walking in front, carefree, answers, asking what his colleague is afraid of, because the officials do not hear them, and they, most likely, are still in bed with women. A close-up view of the weapon that is hanging on the soldier's back. MC thinks that his study skill is very useful and he knows everything about their weapons, and that once he can get his hands on the weapon, he will immediately be able to use it. View of the ever-retreating soldiers walking among the shacks. The hero, coming out of the corner, tells his brother that he is going to Sister Zioyu this evening and that he will return when Zio returns. Yuan shouts at his brother's back, asking where he is going. But with a sharp movement, the hero runs away from his shack without answering his brother. The quack doctor pushes, trembling all over, and thinks that something is not working. He sits with his pants down near some stone, sighing heavily. The hero runs at great speed through the shacks. He runs past the charlatan who is sitting behind a tree with a newspaper in his hands, and he notices him. Close up of the charlatan's tense face, he thinks what the hero is doing here at such a time. Zio runs to the factory, from which smoke is pouring out. Close up of the hero running, he thinks that the factory manager was armed with a gun, but he was still attacked by the wolves, and that perhaps he did not expect the wolves to come and did not have time to get his weapon. The hero's face is even closer up. He thinks that it seems to him that the pistol should still be at the factory. A view of the plant, the sky above which has turned red and is obscured by rising smoke. MC stops abruptly, noticing something, and sweat starts pouring down his cheek. The soldiers stand, holding their weapons at the ready, opposite the wolves. A mountain of bodies lies between them, and someone shouts that they need to be vigilant. Wolves are close up, their eyes glow blue, and drool flows profusely from their mouths. The soldiers, who are starting to sweat, can see that they have just fired a clip. From the smoke that comes from their weapons, MC notices that the wolves are not at all afraid of bullets. People standing behind the soldiers shout at them to get down to business. A man in a business suit grabs a soldier by the shoulders and shouts for him to shoot. A shot is fired, the bullet hits the paw of one of the wolves, and a trace of pain appears on his face. The wolves look at the reader and begin to walk towards the soldiers. Immediately, many wolves jump up and attack the soldiers from above. The man who just fired the shot screams in horror. You can see how the wolf cuts the soldier's head. A huge stream of blood flies through the shadows. MC, meanwhile, begins to bypass the firefight, moving through the courtyards of the plant. Around one of the corners he sees a battle going on. Blood is spraying from someone, and the hero thinks that a private army is fighting the wolves and all the personnel have been recalled, so the side of the factory in which he is now must be safe. The hero stands with his back to the concrete slab and carefully looks out of it. There are several bodies lying behind the slab, and there is blood all over the floor. He looks at the lying body and thinks that, judging by the appearance of the bodies, the wolves killed everyone in one fell swoop, and in his thoughts he rejoices that he escaped them. Zio, with determination in his eyes, looks up and thinks that he needs to get inside and check. He looks at the tall factory building and begins to move towards it, the legs of a hero preparing to jump. MC starts jumping on boxes to climb up to the fire escape and clings to it. He begins to climb up the fire escape. He jumps onto the roof and sits down, leaning his hands on it. Standing on the roof, Zio looks around, peering into the windows on the roof to see what is below. Close up of the hero, thoughtful face, he thinks that he needs to hurry. He looks back at what is happening below, where people are fighting, and then puts on his hood. Drawing out his bone dagger, he slashes downward with the blunt end. He breaks the window below him and falls among the shards of glass, lands down on his haunches, resting his hands on the floor. Looking around and shaking off the glass shards, Zio thinks that he is finally inside. He calmly removes the hood from his head, standing among the dead bodies. The hero's back, he looks at the bodies lying on the floor here and there, and thinks that it looks like there was a battle here. But for some reason all the bodies are directed in one direction, and notices that in a critical situation, people run either to safe places or to places where weapons are stored. Few of the stairs leading down, it is covered in blood. Zio goes down the stairs, walking around the corpses, and notices some red light from below. A close-up of his face, he thinks that this is most likely a shelter in case of emergencies. A stone door with 3 red lamps on top. Under the door of the shelter lie torn bodies, some of which are leaning against the door. Zio touches the door and, not understanding himself, asks if the door is locked. He knocks on the door with his hand. He leans against the door, trying to hear something. Someone presses a button with their hand and the door begins to open slightly, which MC notices, thinking that someone is opening the door. Rushing under the door, Zio notices a man in a business suit holding a gun in his hand. He asks if a man has come here to save him. Suddenly, the man in businesslike looks changes when he realizes that the person who came here is not from the army. Zio slides in front of the man, looking at him with anger in his eyes. The man points a gun at MC, bares his teeth and shouts that it means a little thief has come to him, who took advantage of the explosion, and adds that he knows that the one who came is Zio from the trading city. The hero stands up and examines the man and realizes that it is Wang Dingyang, and asks himself if he is not the manager of the factory. Wang, with a sharp movement, keeping Zio in sight, closes the door of the shelter. Zio looks at the door as it closes and realizes that Wang wants to trap him there. He, at this time, takes the pistol in both hands and with an evil grin looks at the hero, who is looking at him with an equally evil face. MC realizes that the manager has a weapon in his hands and tightly grips his blade in his hands. The pistol is on safety. The hero notices this and a smile spreads on his face. He, in a questioning pose, raises his hands and stands at full height opposite Wang, and says that isn't Wang Dingyang in front of him. The hero begins to walk towards the manager and asks why he is here alone, to which he receives a short answer that the hero cannot come closer. The hero's face becomes so angry that the veins on his forehead begin to bulge. He shouts that the manager is crazy, and that he was the first to run into the shelter, after which he closed the door, not letting the rest of the people in. Wang, holding the gun tightly, shouts that a poor man like Zio shouldn't be asked so many questions, and continues, shouting that Zio needs to take him back to the city so he can save his life. The hero, with an evil smile, asks if the manager wants to save his life, and continues, saying that he will be afraid that he will tell the truth about how he abandoned everyone in order to survive himself. The manager begins to have a drop of sweat running down his cheek, and he doesn't stop grinning, asking how the hero knows this. Zio, with a playful face, raises his finger up and declares that no one knows his son better than his father, to which Wang is lost, not understanding what the hero is leading to. Wang, no longer grinning, but just angry, shouting, doesn't the hero think that he doesn't dare to kill him? View from above, of Wang and Zio standing opposite each other. The manager shouts that he will shoot the hero and will continue to wait for the army to arrive, and that he is a man from behind the wall, and that means that the army must come to the rescue. The hero jumps and makes a dash towards the manager, and with a dissatisfied face asks if the manager doesn't know that his weapon is on safety. The manager frantically realizes the MC's words and looks back at his gun. The hero cuts the manager's hand with a sharp blow, and the other snatches the pistol from his hand. He sharply pushes the manager towards the wall with his blow, presents the blade of his blade to the area of the manager's heart. Blood begins to flow from the latter's mouth, and he stands, frantically looking at the blade, which is stained with his blood flowing down the blade. Van, with a look full of pleading, with blood flowing from his mouth, says that he asks the hero to let him go and that he can tell him where his property is hidden. The hero, with a serious face, says that Van must speak first and then he will let him go. Van, with one eye on the blade that is moving away from him, thinks that MC is still young and that he can deceive him by simply stalling for time until the private army comes to his aid. The hero holds the blade in front of Vaughn, asking if he wants to stall for time, and continues by saying that his lungs have long been pierced by the bone knife, and even if he returns, how long does he think he will last, and states that there is no reason for the hero did not make his fate easier. With a sharp blow, MC pierces the manager's chest, causing him to scream. He sharply removes the knife from the manager's chest, shaking it off from the blood. He sits down opposite the manager's body, searching it. 2 clips in Zio's hand, he thinks that the fact that the manager had 2 extra clips was just right for him. The hero passes by the bodies, heading towards the exit, and thinks that he must get out of there as soon as possible, and that perhaps the army to rescue Wang Dingyang is already on the way. Exhaling from fatigue, Xiao enters his shack. Yuan stands opposite his brother, with his arms extended towards him, and joyfully says that he has finally returned and asks if he is injured, to which Xiao replies that everything is fine and asks if anything happened in the city while he was gone and whether the military returned. Yuan grabs and examines his brother's hand, saying that some of them returned with some wounded, to which the brother is indignant, saying that he shouldn't be touched and that everything is really fine with him. Xiao sits down at the table and pours himself some water from the kettle. The younger one tells him that they also brought the corpses of their teammates and wild wolves and that the remaining people are said to have continued on their way to the factory. Xiao takes a sip from his glass, thinking that it seems that guns still have a deterrent effect on wolves and that against a private army with guns, the wolves' chances of winning are still too low. Soldiers enter the settlement in cars. They get out of the car, shouting that everyone needs to get out. People come out and look at the soldiers, wondering what is happening. The soldier shouts, holding a weapon in his hands, that everyone who says who left the city today will be given a big reward. Xiao and his brother look out of the shack, leaning on its door with their hand. Close up of Xiao's face, he thinks why the military came to them and that he disguised the wound before leaving as if the manager was injured by a wolf, and that an ordinary person would not be able to distinguish the wounds, and thinks that maybe the military found out that Wang's gun was missing, which means they suspected something. The hero's memories of how he leaves the factory, holding a pistol in his hand. The soldiers rudely question the people, and Xiao realizes that they are looking for a gun. Someone from the crowd raises his hand and shouts that he knows who came out in the middle of the night. The quack doctor shouts that it was Xiao and that he saw it with his own eyes. He turns and points his finger in the hero's direction, shouting that it is him. The hero's eyes are close up, sweat begins to flow down his cheeks. The soldier points in the hero's direction, instructing his subordinates to search Xiao. Old man Wang rushes out of his seat, waving his arms and shouting that Xiao is the same guy that Boss Luo asked to keep an eye on over the wall, and that they can't treat him like that. The head military man asks what Old Man Wang means, to which he replies that they can ask Boss Luo themselves why he is being looked after, but he has no right to speak. The military man remembers a man with a red shirt and rings on his fingers, realizing who Boss Luo is. He raises his head to look at Old Man Wang and shouts that even if Xiao is one of Boss Luo's men, then this is a serious matter and that the culprit must be found, after which he will personally go in the evening to make amends to Boss Luo and explain everything. The soldiers grab MC, they run their hands around, looking for something under his clothes, which displeases Xiao. The military tries to enter the brothers' shack and Yuan, clutching a knife, shouts that they cannot enter. But the older brother looks around, shouting to him that he needs to let the military through. The younger one has a confused face and is trembling. The charlatan smiles, looking at what is happening and grins. The soldiers enter the shack and begin to search for something in it. The younger one, looking from behind the door, watches as the soldiers throw things around in search of something. He clenches his palms and prays that they won't find anything. One of the soldiers begins to lift MC's frying pan, but the chief military man, clearing his throat, asks if they found anything. To which the soldiers look back at their boss, unanimously saying that no. One of them lifts the frying pan, not noticing a pistol in its shadow, and they say that this house is so empty that even if a pistol was hidden there, they would found it a long time ago. The main military man says that it is time for them to leave and the soldiers head out. The view from under the frying pan, under which the pistol lies, of the departing soldiers. Yuan sighs, the tension and anxiety disappearing. The soldiers stop searching the hero, and he stands with his hands raised, with a dissatisfied face. Xiao looks back at the quack doctor with a displeased face, causing him to jump up. Old Man Wang comes up to Xiao and tugs on his shoulder, saying that it seems to him that he shouldn't have interfered and it looks like everything is fine with them, to which MC responds with gratitude. The old man smiles, laughingly saying that if it weren't for Boss Luo's admiration for Xiao, he would not have dared to stand up for him. MC looks up at the old man, asking what Boss Luo is doing and asking how he knows him. The old man, leaning close to the hero, says that Boss Luo is a representative of the consortium beyond the 113th wall and that he is simply delighted with his medicine. Xiao suddenly realizes that Wang sent his black medicine right beyond the wall. Holding the hero's shoulder, the old man continues, saying that Boss Luo said that from now on, if he delivers the portion on time every month, then he will guarantee that there will be no problems in the future outside the walls. Xiao looks around, asking if Wang could talk to Boss Luo and get them behind the wall. The old man wrinkles his face with displeasure, saying that they are all polluted people and how can they get behind the wall, and asks, saying that who will collect herbs for Boss Luo in the field if MC gets behind the wall. Wang sighs, saying that he also wants to get inside, and Xiao understands that if this Boss Luo still wants to benefit from him, then he would not let him go beyond the wall. Yuan, holding his head, approaches his brother, addressing him. He grabs him by the jacket with a trembling hand, sweat streaming down it. Xiao looks back at his brother, who has already simply fallen down. He looks down in horror and screams his brother's name, realizing what happened. The hero sits on the bed, touching his hand to his brother lying next to him. Xiao frowned and looked at him, telling him not to be so stupid. He might die from this fever. He thought that his brother had made a wish again to save him and would get hit back. Yuan opened his eyes and said, "But what if something happened to him?" The girl squeezes water out of a towel. She placed it on the boy's head. He turned his head, looking at her, and asked for forgiveness for causing her problems. She touched the towel on the boy's head and said with a smile that the two of them were just big kids. But if they weren't more mature than other kids, they wouldn't be alive now. He added that basically his brother is amazing. The hero looks thoughtfully at his brother, whom the girl is caring for. Xiaoyu and the boy turned around as the boy got out of bed and told them not to worry. He would lead them all to a good life. A doorway, a faint light inside the hut, a basket hanging on the wall. Yuan asked if it was really him. It was so cheesy. The sun illuminates the entrance to the house. The guy bent down, moved the fabric hanging over the doorway with his hand, and held a bucket in his other hand. He raised his head with a question. They called out to him and congratulated him. A man with glasses stands in front of him, holding a box in his hands, smiling, and asked if he hadn't heard that Tong was scared to death last night and ran away with the money, and now he is the only doctor in the city. The man extended his hand to him, said that the manager behind the wall had allocated Xiao Tong house, and he could move there today. He added that he had prepared a small gift for the brothers. The guy was surprised. The man put a box in his hands and said, "They are growing, so let them eat this to support their bodies." Xiao asked what it was. He opened the box. There was a nest on a white cloth. The man explained that this was a swallow's nest, which he had kept for many years. It was an excellent tonic. The guy took it with 2 fingers, looked to the side, said that he heard teacher Jing say that swallows' nests are held together by liquid, and that he thought that ordinary water should not be so viscous, so most likely the swallow uses for this your saliva. The man raised an eyebrow, sweat running down his face, looking puzzled. Xiao, with a sly smile, hands the nest to the man. He put his hands forward, loudly said that he should not give it to him and not be so disgusting. He added that there is also a bloodbird's nest, and asked what her nest is made of. Then, as he thinks, the hero suggested that it was from sputum with blood, and admitted that he was just joking. Let him not pay attention. The man put his hand on the guy's shoulder, suggested without further ado that he get straight to the point, said that Xiao had not gone to buy herbs for the last few days, so that black medicine should soon run out. He asked if this was so. The guy looked at him thoughtfully. The man shuddered. Xiao said, "Didn't he buy it recently?" He pushed the hero away with his hand. The hero smiled. He said loudly that the guy knew that he bought it for the big man behind the wall. Xiao turned away. Picking his nose, the man raised his fist, asked him not to pretend to be stupid, because without him sending the medicine, the hero would not have been able to get the clinic for almost nothing. The hero has a small black cylindrical box in his hand. He offered 12 for it. The man snatched the box from his hand, putting money in another, shouted that it was sold, in a notification of gratitude from Wang. Van leaves, waves his hand at the guy. The hero thought that he was quite interesting and sincerely thanks him. The man advised him to pack his things and move. Many have already had their eyes on that brick house. The hero with his younger brother and girl approach a brick house. They stand in front of the door. On the left there is a wooden table with an inscription. They entered and looked at the wall where the red tapestry hung. The boy pointed his finger up and asked his brother to look at the banner hanging in the center. There is an inscription embroidered on the banner with golden threads. Xiao squinted and read, "Skillful hands bring it back to life." He frowned. A screen appeared with a quest chain and a question asking if he wanted to continue rescuing 10 patients. He agreed. He turned around. Behind him a man put his hand on the shoulder of a woman in a pink jacket. They need a doctor. The guy turned to them, folded his hands, smiling broadly, and asked what injuries they had. He allowed himself to tell them that it was the right decision to come to him. The man put his hand on the woman's stomach, said that this is wonderful. His wife is 4 months pregnant. This morning her stomach suddenly hurt a little. He was afraid that something had happened, so he came for advice. The guy, smiling, hesitantly asked for advice. He was petrified when he realized she was pregnant. He closed his eyes, hand on his chin, frowned, thought this was a little difficult. The couple became nervous when the guy asked who to save, the mother or the child. The man clarified, to save. They closed their eyes, knitting their eyebrows, misunderstanding and fear on their faces. They fell upside down. Xiao scratched the back of his head, apologized with a smile, said that he knew nothing about gynecology, and it would be dishonest for him to continue to deceive them. He put his hands on the shoulders of the couple standing opposite him, said that they could borrow a few books from Mr. Jing at school, and should not take any pills. He remembered that pregnant women should not take medicine. If they still don't understand something, they can ask teacher Jing. They looked at each other in bewilderment. The guy waves his hand, wishing all the best. The man looked around awkwardly. The woman admitted that she felt Zio was a little better than the previous doctor, who was afraid that she would not buy his medicine when she was sick last time, and in the end she did not feel better even after taking it. They bowed, thanking him. The guy looked up in surprise. On the glowing screens both thanks were from the woman. He closed his eyes, lowered his head, did not expect that with a little hint he would earn 2 thanks just like that. He goes back into the house and decided that from today he will treat what he knows, and what he doesn't know, he doesn't know. The boy takes away a basin of water. Zio examines the hand of the man lying on the bed. He told him to be patient, called his sister. 9 out of 10 patients were saved. The girl sews up a wound on her hand. He shouts that it hurts a lot. The guy bowed to the man and the elderly woman, wished them all the best, let them come again. They stuttered and answered, okay. He thought, is it normal to say something like that to a doctor? They bowed. Zio waved his hand, told the man when he returned, let him tell his mother to drink more boiled water. He received thanks from the man and a reward of 1 strength. The task of the next stage to save 20 patients. Zio stands with his back against the dark blue background, thought that the difficulty had increased again, and asked the palace for his current strength and agility scores. A guy in a room with blue walls with gold ornaments, on the screen strength 5.5 and agility 4.1. He thought, not bad. Yuan holds a box of surgical instruments and said to his brother, why don't he treat all these patients? It's also money. The guy raised his hands, put the bottle on the top shelf, asked what he would do if he didn't know how to treat them. Complicating their illness would be even worse. He held his hand on the shelf, looked back, added that the previous doctor also did not know how to treat, but still treated patients. Palm on the cabinet, looking at his brother standing opposite. He said that they cannot follow his example. What happened to him now? No one helped him when he was in trouble, so it is important to have at least a drop of humanity. Yuan looked up, frowned, and objected that if something happened to them, then there would be no one to help them. Now many would only be glad if something happened to them. Zio put his hand on his shoulder. He bowed his head and tried to break free, but his brother held him tightly. Zio leaned towards the boy and said seriously, don't let the sadness of their age become his sadness. Yuan furrowed his eyebrows, a bead of sweat on his face, looking at him. A man looked out from behind the door. The hero turned his head, was surprised, and he turned to the doctor. A man in a blue jacket stands with his shoulders raised, timidly said that he seems to have a big problem, asked to look at it and leave everything a secret. The man began to sweat. Yuan looked displeasedly at his brother, who, barely holding back a smile, asked what was wrong with him and added that he would not treat him if his baby was no longer standing. He asked not to talk nonsense. He entered the room and closed the door behind him. He turned around, narrow eyes, a grin, said that he would demonstrate, just don't let them be scared. Menacing look of the guy, silent. The man raised his head, his cheeks puffed out. Zio covered his mouth with his hand, and the man standing opposite spat out something. There is a large glowing bubble in front of the hero. He was surprised, that's all. The bubble burst. A whirlwind of light. The guy covered his head with his hand. Yuan was scared. The flow of air knocked Yuan off her feet. Zio covered himself with his hands and resisted. The boy is sitting on the floor and calls out to his brother standing in front. The clouds of smoke dissipate. The man leaned over and put his hands forward to protect himself. Zio thought the power was not very strong, but it is definitely not something that can be done with an ordinary saliva bubble. He looked at him and said that he thought that he was not sick, but simply had some kind of supernatural powers. A drop of sweat on the man's cheek, leaned forward slightly, asked in surprise, is it the same as turning into a train out of thin air or something like that? Has unusual abilities awakened in him? Zio answered in the affirmative. He bowed low, thanked the doctor and said that he would return to his parents and tell them. The guy received thanks from him. Night, home of the hero. The brothers are lying on the bed. Zio is on his back. He puts his hands behind his head. He thinks that people with abilities are starting to appear in small trading cities. Will these times really change dramatically soon? He closed his eyes, smiled, thought, the world is becoming more and more dangerous. It's good that he has a palace. Today he has collected a lot more thanks. He hopes to unlock the weapon as soon as possible. Someone grabbed the stone fence with his hand. There was a rustling sound. The guy sat down on the bed and became wary. A group of men climbs over the fence. They jumped to the ground. A shadow fell on them and they looked up. In front of them, Zio with glowing red eyes crossed his arms over his chest and said hello. They were scared and screamed. The guy kicked the man below the belt. He fell to the ground. Others stand nearby, looking at the hero. The victim raised his head and shouted, why did they get up? Let them attack. They raised their fists and went at the hero. Zio looks at them with a stern look. A month in the sky, a house behind a stone fence. They fell to their knees in front of him, touching their heads to the ground, asking for mercy and to spare their lives. He raised his head, looked down, and asked who sent them here. Soldiers in camouflage with bulletproof vests and weapons. One of them knocks on the door with persistent requests to open it. Zio turned his head, gritted his teeth, and thought about who else was brought here, that everyone couldn't sleep in the middle of the night. The guy opened the door slightly. The man said that there was a search order. The soldiers are perplexed and silent. The guy asked what it was. Zio stands at the door with a banner around his neck, smiling, asking if he can find out why they are all gathered here so late. The soldiers laugh. They say he uses the banner for protection. He is crazy. The hero in profile, eyes closed, smiling. He thought that they would not continue the search after seeing the banner. The man pointed his finger forward and ordered a search. He pushed the hero aside. Soldiers entered the house. Zio asked if they didn't conduct a search last time. He shouted back that the last time was the last time, and this time was this time. The hero looks at his back with irritation. Men are sitting against the wall, trying to get into the house. The soldier unties their hands. The main one shouts, "What a bunch of losers." They were sent here to look for weapons, and not only did they not find it, they were also captured. He looked back at Zio, who turned his head to the side, humming a song. The man said with a serious face that his name was Wang Qinjiang, and if Zio wanted to express his dissatisfaction through Boss Luo, let him say his name. The guy smiled nervously and said, "Oh well, did they do anything?" He wondered if this person might have something to do with Wang Dingyang. The soldiers leave the house. No firearms were found, the guy thought, and if this is so, will he let him go so easily? There were soldiers lined up behind Qinjiang. He looked at Zio and said, "Until they catch the one who stole the firearms, he will continue to check," then warned him to be careful, gave the order to leave. The man put his hand on the hero's shoulder and said that if he had been born behind the wall. The guy looked around. Songyang removed his hand and, leaving, said, "Then he would become an excellent soldier, not like this heap of garbage." The car's headlights are on. The soldiers are leaving. Zio is standing outside the house, thinking that fortunately he hid his gun on the mountain when he was collecting herbs 2 days ago. He closed his eyes and exhaled. This murder had really caused him a lot of trouble. The hero's stone house, early the next morning. The brothers were in bed, opened their eyes, woke up from exclamations. Everyone looked. The group returned. They left the house. Yuan asked if they weren't only away for a week. Why did they come back so soon? Zio guessed a week or so. People are getting out of a military SUV. In front is a soldier with a bandaged hand. The boy said they were all clean and healthy before leaving. Now, one is dirtier than the other. Zio thought that in such a time they would not have reached the foot of Jing Mountain. The only danger that could stand in their way was wolves. The wounded are passing by the hero. He thought that the wolves came here just at the time of their departure. What did they encounter then? He looked to the side and noticed that, judging by the extent of the damage, only his clothes. Among the soldiers, there was a girl with long dark hair and a cap and hood, her hands in the pockets of her jacket. He thought she was completely comfortable with weapons and seemed to really be much better than the rest. Yuan, standing next to the guy, looked to the side and asked if they were going to Old Man Wang. "The jeep is at the fruit stand," he replied. Most likely, after all, his recommended guide seemed to have returned back. Something must have happened to him along the way. A girl with long white hair with braids and dark glasses, a short top and a skirt and a robe, took off her hood, indignantly said what kind of guide he found for them. They drove around for 3 days and didn't even find the right direction. Van asked in fear, "And then what? Where is he now?" The guy watches their conversation from afar. She replied that she doesn't know. Something bit him in the river. When they found him, he was already cold. Zio thought the river is outside the city. He had never heard of anything like that. The girl pursed her lips and looked at Wang, who said that he told her right away that if she wanted to get to the mountain, she had to find Zio. And she didn't believe him then. But now the guy doesn't have time to work as her guide. He still has to work for Boss Luo. She asked if he had a relationship with Boss Luo. She frowned. There were wavy lines from her head, and asked if he was talking about that boy who was not okay with his head. The man replied that yes, it was him. The heroes are standing opposite each other. She asked, "Only he can transport people across the mountain?" Van answered, "Right." The man waves his hand at her. The girl and the soldier get into the car. She shouted, "We need to go back behind the wall." Van thought with relief, finally leaves. He turned his head and noticed Zio. The guy goes into the house. The man puts his hand forward, runs after him, saying that this time he helped him get rid of the group, and they should thank him for that. The guy looked at him angrily. The man asked with a smile if he still held a grudge, and added that it was very kind of him to recommend Zio in the first place. Wang spread his hands. Zio, standing opposite, asked what about him going himself. He would draw him a map of the route, and he would take them there. Most likely, this would allow the man to get behind the wall. He objected that he did not have such skills, and then what will happen to his son if he goes there? Wang arched his eyebrow. The guy angrily said that the man has a son, and he has a brother and sister, and if he dares to recommend him to them again, he will send Yuan and Zio to eat and drink at his expense. The man assured that he does it for his own good, and if he were 20 years younger, he would do it. Yuan stands between them, confused. The hero asked for his own good, and answered that he thanks his entire family. Wang said that then he thanks all 8 generations of Zio's ancestors. The man stands with his teeth clenched. The guy turned away, looked up with a grin, and saw that he had received thanks from Van. They turned their heads when they heard the man screaming loudly, for which he was being arrested. The soldiers lead a man in a blue jacket by the arms. He asks to leave him alone. His mouth was slightly open. The hero looked to the side, asked what they wanted. Van replied that he didn't know. The guy wondered if someone else had discovered this man's ability to spit bubbles. The soldier pointed the machine gun at the civilians and ordered them to retreat. Frightened, Old Man Wang asked what was going on there, noting that although this child was a little mischievous, he had not made any big mistakes. The soldier pointed a gun at the merchant and ordered him to get off the road. Van fell on the main character. Xiao wondered why they captured Zhang Baojin. Frowning, he wondered if this had anything to do with superpowers. Lowering his head, the merchant declared that it was all over and the boy was finished. The main character asked why he said that. Xiao's face was surprised. Van reported that he heard that last night this guy demonstrated his superpowers and his rat friends reported on him. He noticed that everyone behind the walls was checking people with superpowers, fearing that they might pose a threat. He looked at Xiao and asked him to ask what he would do if someone was a threat to him. Frowning, the main character replied that he would kill this man. Turning around, Van noted that everything is not as simple as he thinks, and he heard that a mental hospital for people with superpowers was organized inside. He imagined doctors standing over a man in an operating room. Wang emphasized that they use various tools to study them. He approached the main character and said that if he or Yuan had any superpowers, he should not let outsiders know about them. Looking at the merchant's back, Xiao accepted his words. The main character turned sharply at the cries that someone was being killed. The guy was chopping people with an axe, shouting that they had betrayed Baojin with their cheap tongues. Holding an axe in his hands, the man asked why he should feel sorry for them. The guy stabbed him in the back. The stranger, with the last of his strength, stabbed the axe into the guy's head. The woman watched the bloody battle. She lay down on her husband's corpse and began to cry. She asked how she could continue to live if Baojin and he were not in this world. The stunned protagonist watched as the woman cut her throat. Looking at the many corpses, Wang said that, alas, Baojin was an only child in the family, and if something happened to him, his parents would not be able to survive, and it was no one's fault that he began to boast of strength. A crowd of people started shouting that if his father really had a backbone, he could break through the wall and there was no point in killing the informer. Turning around, the merchant said that they were very tactless. Frowning, Xiao cried out that this is a very vile world. He stood against the wall next to Zhang. Looking down, the main character stated that today he would like to tell his students about how to confront people. Holding a cigarette in his hands, the teacher replied that for many years, he taught them to resist the natural environment because he did not want them to consider their own kind as imaginary enemies. Looking away, he noticed that he already knew what happened today. Frowning, Zhang said that the misfortune of others should not concern them. He suggested we talk about it. Xiao thought about it. He looked into the classroom. Taken aback, the main character wondered what they were doing. A crowd of children stood around Yuan. Xiao asked in his mind whether his superpower had been revealed. The girl stood over Yuan with a dissatisfied look and asked him to talk to Xiao so that he would not delay classes, otherwise she would complain about him to teacher Zhang. The protagonist's brother replied that if his word decided anything, he would have stopped stalling a long time ago. The children asked if Xiao was obsessed with learning and if he wanted to take control of this school. Taken aback, the main character thought that he thought they liked long classes, but they really didn't like his long classes. Rising from the table, Yuan cried out that his brother taught him everything he needed to save his life, and she was generally ungrateful. Yuan asked how dare she even say that. The girl replied that if he didn't want to talk about it, he could just forget about it. The guy looked at the enraged Yuan with interest. Looking at the guy, he asked why he was looking at him all the time. The guy replied that he could see that he was a little upset and asked him to tell him something. He said that yesterday he had a dream that his father found him a stepmother, but she treated him badly. Yuan replied with a serious look that this is normal and dreams are usually the complete opposite of reality. The guy replied that he knew this and asked Yuan not to be upset, noting that he did not think that the students did this on purpose. Placing his hand on the guy's shoulder, Brother Xiao said that it was possible that his father could find him a stepfather. Taken aback, the main character began to think that they were of the same breed. Raising his fist to his mouth, he told the children that classes were starting. Standing opposite them, he asked if they knew which parts of the human body were most vulnerable. He said with interest that he would then start with what they were most familiar with, the neck. Xiao noticed that there are about 20 cartilages in a person's neck, located next to the trachea, and damage to any of them can instantly incapacitate an opponent. He said that time was up and everyone could go. Children ran out of the school shouting gratitude. Sighing, the main character thought that these little brats really cannot understand his good intentions, and he hopes that they will never have to use this knowledge in their lives. Someone called out to Xiao. He frowned at this. Van looked into the office and ordered him to pack his things. He revealed that someone had just sent him a handwritten message saying that Boss Law had agreed to let him accompany the group. He suggested that this time the main character would have to make a foray into the Jing Mountains. Xiao was taken aback by this, then walked towards him with his arm outstretched and told him to get ready, noting that the group was leaving soon. Looking away, the protagonist asked in his thoughts whether this group was able to defeat Boss Luo. He wondered if Boss Luo received enough benefits in return or if he was originally associated with this Jing Mountain. He suggested that in any case, this group seemed to have very important and hidden plans for this trip. Xiao started to walk away from there. The merchant asked where he was going. He replied that he was going to see Teacher Jang to discuss something. He reflected that it seemed like he had no choice but to go with them. The main character came up behind the school and said that he needed to go to Mount Jing. Sitting at the table, the teacher asked if he had to leave. Xiao replied that it was so. Frowning, he said that Jang had seen the end of Baojin, adding that his life and the teacher's life were in the hands of this group of people from behind the walls. The main character emphasized the fact that if he refuses now, he is afraid that in the future it will be difficult for him to live in a trading city. Looking at Xiao, the teacher said that during his absence, Yuan would live at the school. The main character bowed and thanked Teacher Jang. Looking after Xiao, he asked to take care of himself. The bright sky enveloped his hut. Yuan asked if the protagonist could not go to Mount Jing. While packing his things, he asked him not to worry, noting that he would return. Yuan's face was sad. Xiao handed the money to Xiaoyu and asked her to take it and remember to buy some cigarettes for the teacher during his stay. Closing his eyes, he thought about what if Sister Xiaoyu had any thoughts about money. She could just take them and leave, at least without hurting Yuan. He noted with an angry face in his mind that it was a little unpleasant to think about, but it was probably the right choice at the moment. He noticed that in the end, in this wasteland, even relatives can turn against each other for the sake of profit. Smiling, Xiaoyu replied that she understood what he meant, noting that she would take care of the rest and Xiao could go in peace and return healthy. The main character looked at the door to the exit. A blue projection appeared in front of him with the task of refusing to go with his peers to Jing Mountain. Taken aback, he asked in his thoughts what was the matter and whether the palace wanted him to go there. He wondered if it would really be that dangerous. He left the hut. Crossing her arms, Xinyu stated that he should already know who they are, so he should get ready, after which they will leave. Xiao began to pretend to be sick and said that Dad's father's name was grandfather and Dad's mother's name was grandmother. Taken aback, Xinyu asked if this man was really that sick in the head. Smirking, the soldier asked to stop pretending, noting that they had already dealt with each other. Frowning, Xiao asked in his mind if it was Wang Kenjiang. He guessed that this time pretending wouldn't work, and as long as this guy was around, he was afraid that he would have to go even if he didn't want to. Crossing his arms and turning his head away, the protagonist declared that he would not go. A white stream of energy flew through the palace. A message appeared that the task was completed, and the reward was a basic skill copy scroll that learns the abilities of others. The joyful protagonist asked in his thoughts whether the task was completed. Embittered, Kenjiang asked why he decided that. Xiao walked past him, saying that he was coming. Approaching Xinyu, he stated that he could go, but he had several conditions. He noted that he wanted 30,000 as a reward. Xinyu replied that this was impossible and offered 10,000. Fingering his fingers, the main character agreed and asked to add 10 bags of salt, 10 packs of cigarettes, 100 kilograms of rice, etc. After interrupting him, Xinyu agreed to 30,000. Pointing his finger at Kenjiang, Xiao noticed that he had one more condition, that if he went, Kenjiang would not be able to go. He grinned and said that the main character was funny. Xiao thought that this guy had searched him twice because of Wang Dingyang's matter, and if he went to the mountain with them, he might get into trouble. Xinyu looked at Yang, who nodded. Standing in front of them, Xinyu agreed. Bet Songyang is not going with them. She asked if they could go now. Smiling, he asked to wait, noting that now they were all members of the team, and he still didn't know everyone's names. Xinyu replied that they were not teammates with the refugees, and he was just a guide and should not be too overconfident. All team members looked at him and introduced themselves. The girl with a serious face said that her name was Yang Xiaojin. They asked if he was ready now. Smiling, the main character replied that he was now ready. He waved from the truck to his brother and Xiaoyu. Yuan folded his palms, and Xiaoyu asked him not to worry with a smile, noting that he would return safe and sound. A convoy of cars moved through the wasteland. The main character thought about what Teacher Jang said earlier, that the remaining traces of asphalt on the roads were left before the disaster. Looking around, he thought about what the roads were like in those days. His face was filled with interest. The main character noticed in his thoughts that, nevertheless, recently all the vegetation has noticeably blossomed and even the cabbage in Teacher Jang's house has become taller than ever. Looking at the dense forest, he noted that this was not bad and that perhaps soon one potato would be enough to feed a family of 3. With his hand on his stomach, Xiao said that for some reason this group doesn't say anything about snack breaks. He was suddenly surprised. Moving aside a piece of cloth, he saw boxes of cookies. The main character began to drool. The evening sky enveloped the area. The cars continued to drive through the night forest. The guy climbed out of the window and started waving his hand. He suggested setting up camp there, resting and refreshing himself. He called people with him to share food and water for everyone. They walked to the back of the truck. They were dumbfounded. They saw Zio eating cookies. Spreading his hands, the soldier asked what the main character was doing. Holding his stomach, he replied that he did nothing. Yang and Zinyu watched from the car window. The guy asked what kind of pig Zio was and how he was able to eat 5 packs of cookies. Yang watched him with a serious look. People began to carry him away, and the main character shouted for them to let him go and leave him with the cookies. Pointing his finger, the guy asked Zinyu to go back and get another guide. Zinyu looked at the guy and stated that Wang Fugri said that only he could lead them through Jing Mountain. Yang continued to watch him closely. Zinyu replied that they could do whatever they wanted with him, but this should not interfere with their journey, and when they returned from behind wall 112, they could do whatever they wanted with him. They began to take the main character away. Zio kicked a stone. Turning around, he began to eavesdrop on the soldiers' conversation. They were discussing that they say that the protagonist is the only one who can guide them to Mount Jing, but he doesn't even know how to prepare a tent. The guy noted that they would see how long Zio could last before he died there like the previous guide. Frowning, the main character asked what was wrong with him eating some cookies. The angry guys stood in front of him and shouted, asking if he had eaten a little. The angry soldier said he was warning him, that he is just an ordinary tramp and should not try to break a stone with an egg. Looking at the guy, Zio asked if he knew that the egg would break if it hit a stone. The soldier asked if the egg would break. Closing his eyes, the main character replied that this was not true. The military man asked what would break in this case. As he left him, he replied that the chicken's heart would be broken. He suddenly turned around. Looking at Yang in the car, Zio wondered if she was just looking at him. Yang adjusted her cap with her hand, a slight smile on her face. The stranger began to shout that he had found traces of the beast. The soldiers near the fire were surprised by what they heard. The guy fell to the ground. Stunned, Zio noted in his thoughts that usually few animals could survive on the outskirts of the forest. He asked about what kind of animal could be there. Examining the tracks, the soldier asked if he had seen any tracks the last time he passed there. The main character pushed the soldier away. The guy asked what he was looking at. Examining the tracks, Zio wondered if the tracks of a deer spooked them. Turning around, he saw traces of the fire. Looking around, Zio noticed in his thoughts that in nature, not cleaning up food waste is a bad habit. Passing through the crowd, he asked to be allowed to look. Putting his finger to his chin, he said that these were the paw prints of a bear, which was attracted by the food scraps they left last time. The angry stranger asked who Zio was fooling and whether he thought he had never seen what a bear's claws looked like. The main character replied that it could be a wild boar. He began to move forward. The frightened soldiers asked if he was going into the forest. Turning around, he replied that they were not giving him cookies, so he would go and find something to eat himself. The guy said that he could tell that their last guide died somewhere there, so he shouldn't die like him and not waste their time. Walking into the forest, Zio replied that then he would just go and see how he died there. Moving through the forest, the main character noticed in his thoughts that from what he heard, the previous guide simply went down to the river to wash himself. As a result, something in the river bit him on the face and he died instantly. He began sharpening the stick and emphasized the fact that he had to be careful in his actions. He began to examine his spear. Putting his sword behind his back, Zio reasoned that there was usually a source of water near the habitats of large animals, and the tracks of a large deer should lead him to the river where the guide had previously been bitten. He approached the river bank. He began to scan the shore. The main character with a calm face thought that if you only look at the water, there is nothing special in it, and the guide must have been attacked by some fish hiding under the water. He noted that he fears that he, like most city residents, does not know that there are many freshwater fish that are carnivores. Turning around, he saw an anthill. He assumed he could catch a fish. He started walking towards him. Zio stabbed the pile of dirt multiple times with his knife. He picked up a piece of earth with a stick. The main character grabbed a big ant. Approaching the river, he noticed in his thoughts that the queen of white ants was an excellent bait that should be used to advantage. He threw an ant with a piece of dirt into the water. Zio prepared to strike with his spear. A huge fish began to swim around the bait. He was taken aback by this. The huge fish began to swallow the queen ant. Zio pierced the fish with a spear. He began to pull her by the rope. He wrapped it around his hand. The main character pulled the catch ashore. He was surprised by this. Standing in front of the fish, he became wary. Running into the forest, Zio thought about getting out of there and the smell of blood brought something creepy. The soldiers smelled a pleasant smell. Frowning, the guy asked them to stop, noting that it was just a fish. The entire camp watched Zio fry the fish. He saw a window about the task that he needed to share his joy with others. Looking up, he was surprised. He looked back with a dissatisfied face. The main character approached the guys with the fish. They said they didn't mind him treating them. Leaving them, Zio asked what he was talking about, noting that he just decided to show her off and share his joy with them. The main character saw a message that the task was completed and he received a unit of agility. The stunned soldier looked at him. Turning around, he said that he could, however, share half the fish with them for 3 bottles of water. A crowd of soldiers rushed at the fish. Yang looked after him. She sat down next to the main character. Looking at him, she began to talk about fish. Zio frowned at this. She pointed the gun at the main character. A notification appeared in front of him with the characteristics of the pistol. Taken aback, he thought that if she wanted to eat, she could just tell him, adding that she had perfect skill with weapons, and because of this, he began to get nervous. He stated that he would only give 2 pieces to eat. Standing up with Xinyu, Yang noted that he should give 2 pieces each. Xinyu handed over a bar of chocolate and said that she was not going to eat his food just like that and he could eat a couple of pieces too. Zio stuffed a whole chocolate bar into his mouth. Stretching out his hand, he declared that she owed him another piece. Stunned, Xinyu asked him to wait, noting that she would bring it to him. Yang began to pepper the fish. Zio looked at her and wondered if all the girls behind the wall were as beautiful as her. Yang started stuffing the fish into her mouth. The stunned main character screamed that this was his fish and she should be restrained because she was a girl. Forest, sun over the mountains. The hero opened his eyes and woke up. Near the tent, he sat down and adjusted his hood. He looked to the side. A man is sleeping in a tent. The soldier sitting on the bench with a weapon yawned. The guy frowned and looked thoughtfully towards the forest. I approached a certain place, there was nothing on the ground. I was very surprised. In the background, the hero is standing in front of the fish bones. He crouched down and pulled out a bone from behind his back. The guy thought that last night he had thrown the remains of fish bones here, and now they had all disappeared. He looked up and thought maybe they were dragged away by ants. After all, mutant ants are the size of a finger. If there is a nest nearby, they can easily drag all these bones. The guy returns from the forest. The soldier puts the box down. The rest collect their things. The man with the beard turned around and noticed the guy. He pointed his finger to the side and told Zio that he would go in the first car and show the right road. The guy looks at him and asked him to tell everyone to stay as far away from the river as possible. Zio turned away from the man. He gritted his teeth and asked gloomily, "They are far from this river and there are only a few fish in it. Why should they be afraid?" The man at the truck waves to the hero walking forward. Everyone back to their cars, you can go. Wheels of a military vehicle. The guy looks out of the car window. The driver shouted in fear, ahead. The car convoy stopped. Zio frowned, surprised. There was a deer in front of the jeep. He wondered where this huge deer came from here. Malxian takes aim. Jun jumped out of the car. The soldiers pointed their weapons at the deer standing in front of them. Zhu shouted into the radio not to shoot, no sudden movements, no need to provoke him. Cheng lowered the gun and told the guy in the black glasses not to worry so much. He was a herbivore and not to be scared, there were no large predators here. The deer lowered its antlers. He rushed forward furiously. The driver screamed in fright and turned the steering wheel. I pressed the gas pedal. One of the cars drove off to the side. The soldiers were lying on the ground and a deer hit another car. The guy opened his mouth, looks at the deer striking the jeep. The animal threw the car up. The jeep flies to the ground, the deer runs away, and the soldiers shoot at it. They run to the man by the truck. The hero gets out of the jeep. The guy looks to the side thoughtfully. It's strange to him that Jan didn't shoot. She always looks like she's staying away. The girl looks ahead thoughtfully, her hands in her sweater pockets, behind Jun with a gun by the car. The soldiers help the guy at the overturned car. The man in the robe calls Zio. Isn't he a doctor from the trading city? Let him help. The hero goes to the victim. A man with a bruise on his forehead raised his hand to his ear and clenched his teeth. The guy looks down and thought, it's just a scratch, no big deal. He closed his eyes, put one palm on top of the other, raising one finger, and said that the pain would go away, get better faster, get better sooner. The man with the beard raised his fist and was indignant. Who even treats like that? What kind of doctor is he? Confusion on the faces of the men. The guy folded his palms and answered, a healer. The man in the robe pushed Zio away and shouted at him to leave. He was only in the way. The guy turned his head and heard the man ask if the car could still be repaired. A guy with a black bandage on his head is following Zhu. The junior lieutenant replied that it is broken to such an extent that it can hardly be repaired, but there may still be people sitting in the back of the remaining cars. He added that this guy, Xia and Cheng will sit in the back of the car. They will have to be patient a little. Xia and the guy with the headband nervously replied, okay. Smoke from a damaged jeep. People are walking towards the truck. Everyone is in their car, moving on. Xia jumps into the back of the truck. The guy standing next to him complained why they didn't tell this tramp to ride around in the back of the car, all because he's a conductor. Xia screamed, clutching his throat and rolling his eyes. He fell next to the car. The soldiers ran towards them, asking what was the matter. Zhu inspects the body with a pistol and said loudly that there is nothing unusual there. He sat up and checked the guy's neck for a pulse. He froze in surprise and said that he was no longer breathing. Zio frowned, a drop of sweat on his cheek, looking ahead. A man in a black robe runs towards the truck and asks what happened and how he died. The guy with the black bandage on his head said in fear that he didn't know. He had just climbed into the car when he screamed behind him and fell dead. He didn't see anything. Trees with a green crown. Someone paid attention to the trees, shouted, "It seems that there is someone in the forest." They look around tensely. Zhu looked back. The man with the beard was begging him to come back. It was too strange. Zhu looks to the side, gritted his teeth, said sternly, "No way." This time they took an order that cannot be cancelled, so either they all die or it will be completed. Xinyu approached them and shouted to stop arguing. They needed to get out of here immediately. She looked to the side and said that Zio would lift Xia into the back and ride in it himself. The hero raised Xia's head, pulled back his hood, and there was a bee sting on his neck. The man with a beard pointed his finger into the back of the car and told the guy sitting there to get into the front car. Zio examined the wound, wondering if bee venom could kill an adult in a few seconds. He looked back gloomily. The man asked what he was waiting for. He needed to load the body into the back. The guy replied. Now, he thought that this wilderness was becoming more and more dangerous. A black bag with a body in the back. Zio took a bite of the cookie and asked what he couldn't do at home. He needed it all. He sits in front of the bag, eats cookies, takes a new pack out of the box, said that in the end, he lost his life. And because of his death, he was forced to sit back in the back, added that if he doesn't finish all the cookies in the car today, they won't call Zio. The men in the car looked back with displeasure. A guy with a beard asked who this guy was talking to. Another suggested that he was really sick in the head. He pulled back the collar of his sweater and asked displeasedly, "It's almost winter now, so why is it getting hotter as we move north?" The hero is eating cookies, turned his head, thought, the temperature rises even at such a great distance. Cars are driving towards volcanoes. He thought that there are several active volcanoes in the vicinity of Mount Jing, and they are very active. Radiator grill on a jeep. The evening of the next day, the car stopped. The soldiers got out, looking at the volcanoes in the distance. They raised their heads. A man in a robe pointed his finger up, noticed that something was written there. It is written on the stone that it is better not to enter alive. They can't understand what this means. Zhu looked back at Zio, frowned, and asked who carved it. The hero in profile, looking up, replied that he didn't know. These words weren't there when he was here last year. The man in the robe pointed his finger at Zio, shouted why he came here. He should not come to such a place. Even if he was hunting here, he was indignant about who he even was, and was clearly hiding his identity. Zio grinned evilly and replied that yes, there was something he couldn't tell them, actually. There is a dragon next to him. He winked, extended his hand forward with a thumbs-up gesture, and said that he is a descendant of dragons. The men and the singer were perplexed. There was a pause. Zhu pointed a gun at him, said that there was too much suspicion in his direction, so you need to tell it like it is. He asked if it was he who came here and cut out these words. The hero closed his eyes, raised his hands, and replied that the inscription was so high that with his height he would not be able to reach it, of course, if he could not put the stone on the ground. The man with the beard shouted angrily that he never answered what he did here in the past. Zhu scratched his head and said that last year he encountered a pack of wolves, and the wolves drove him here. The man was indignant, shouted what nonsense, how could a child survive an attack by wolves, asked, well, what made the wolves leave him alive? Zio frowned, looked to the side, and replied that at that time he was not the target of the wolves, he just happened to be there. The hero runs away, saying that he was in a hurry to hide in the forest. A pack of white wolves with glowing eyes, he didn't expect them to catch up with him. As for how he survived, the guy looked back at the wolves. They stopped chasing him as soon as he entered the Howling Wind Canyon. Zhu and the group members opened their mouths in surprise. Sunset, a whirlwind of wind among the rocks, the man asked. Even the wolves stopped chasing him when he came to this place. In this place there is something worse than a pack of wolves. The guy raised his hand, eyes closed, replied that he was hiding inside for 2 days, and when they left, he just came out, so he doesn't know what's next. He opened his eyes. One of the soldiers remarked, they know about people with superpowers. The guy in the blue sweater spread his arms and said, maybe this inscription was left by one of them. A swollen vein on his temple, Zhu ordered him to remain silent. This is a military secret. The bald guy in the blue jacket frowned, objected. Who is he pretending to be? How long can he be an officer? He thinks they will be left behind. Even if this mission is not completed, does he really think Ma Xin will let them go when they return? Zio looks to the side, wondering how this private army can be so disorganized that the soldiers dare to contradict their officers of their own accord. Now he is even more sure that they have a different purpose for the trip. Truck with boxes. The heroes looked around and asked what the sound was. Apparently, it seemed like someone in the back of the car. Bending down, they walk along the truck with weapons. Zhu stepped to the side, pointing his gun at the black-furred creature sitting in the back. Zhu and the soldiers shoot at him. They froze in surprise. There was blood. There was a shot mouse among the boxes. He said, everything is fine. It's just a mouse that came to steal food. Zhu shouted Zio's name with rage. The guy approached him and asked what it was. Standing in a stupor, Zhu asked where Zia's body was. There is nothing in the back except boxes and a mouse. The man with the beard pointed his finger at Zio and asked if he hadn't been sitting in the back all this time, where was the body? The guy looked at him gloomily and replied that he did not know when the body disappeared. He thought, how could a normal adult man weighing about 80-90 kilograms disappear without a single sound? A man with a beard turned to the junior lieutenant and said that they should return. It's too dangerous here. With a stern look, Zhu looks up and remains silent. They are standing by the car. He asked everyone to come here. He said that they need to discuss everything before deciding what to do next. Everyone gathered around Zhu. He said that words were left at the entrance to this gorge. It is better not to enter alive. He suggested that in the depths of the gorge there could be dangers that even a person with superpowers would find difficult to cope with. Looking ahead, serious face, on the other hand, there are also hidden dangers lurking in the forest. Zia's mysterious death, the inexplicable disappearance of his body, and all these incidents remain unanswered. Glasses on her head, Xinyu looked at him and said, in fact, although the forest is dangerous, it doesn't seem like their entire army will die in it, but it's hard to say what dangers await them in the gorge. Zhu lowered his eyes and thought. The girl pursed her lips and looked at him silently. He was surprised when she asked if he was worried about the situation after returning behind the wall, and told him not to be afraid. She would find a way to help him transfer from the private army when they returned. He looked away, clenched his teeth, and said that this was not what he was thinking, but he agreed with her opinion. Zio stands behind them, looked back. Zhu noticed that it was too dangerous ahead. The guy jumped on the hood of the car, looking at the animal sitting on the top of the rock. Zhu summed up, today they will all rest here, and tomorrow they will return behind the wall. The man in the robe sighed with relief. This is great. Zio frowned and opened his mouth in amazement. A white wolf with glowing eyes bared his teeth. The guy turned and shouted, there are wolves here, quickly into the gorge. Xinyu looks up in surprise. The guy in the robe shouted, has he gone crazy, wants to die. Zio jumped into the back of the truck. He looked back and angrily shouted at them to run into the gorge or die right now. He grabbed the dead mouse. A pack of wolves is heading towards the gorge. The wolf attacked one of the soldiers, the others ran away. The predator jumped into the back. The hero with the mouse in his hands looked back. The guy jumped down, the wolf behind him. A man in a robe points his finger forward, pushing away a guy who is trying to get into the car, shouting to let them go quickly. Zio bent down, his hand on the wheel of the truck. The wolf pounced on the soldier by the jeep. The wolf eats its prey. The hero looked at them and ran past. The car overtook him and turns around. The jeep drove up to the hero. The car stopped next to him. Jan opened the door, extended her hand, and asked her to climb in. The girl's pistol is pointed at the driver's seat. The hero looks at her. He thought, she didn't seem to be around. Maybe she was leaving to reconnoiter the situation, and in order to save him, she actually threatens the driver with a pistol. Frowning, he wondered how a car could outrun a wolf on this terrible road in this wilderness. Yang pulled out another gun and pointed it at him. He was scared. Sweat was running down his face. The girl screamed for him to get into the car. The wheels of the cars hit the gas. They leave the pack in cars. Wolves in blood, glowing eyes. The predators turned and went into the forest. The soldiers got out of the cars, looking back in surprise. They really weren't trying to enter the gorge. They were saved. The man with the beard, embarrassed, looked to the side and said that it seemed that the tramp had not lied to them earlier. The guy was holding a rat by the tail. The man pointed his finger at him and asked what he was doing with it. Zio took it in his hands, closed his eyes, answered to eat it, or he thinks that he just took it to wear it. The men look at the dead rodent with disgust. The hero said that the food was in the back of the truck, and he stayed there. What else will they eat? This mouse ate his cookies, and he will eat hers. That's fair. The girl stuck a knife into the mouse lying in the guy's hands. Yang raised her index finger and said that she wanted to share, and in exchange she could lend him this knife. Huge spider legs above Zio's head. He asked with a sly smile, how about giving it to him? Blood splashes. The girl shot at a huge spider next to the hero. He dropped the mouse. The spider fell to the ground. The guy clenched his teeth and looked up. The heroes look up. Many spiders are descending towards them from the mountain. A spider with glowing red eyes opened its mouth. The guy shouted what it was. He looks up and shouts to everyone to run away. A blue screen appeared in front of him with a task. He needed to help at least 10 people escape from the gorge. Zio shouted with rage that he should not interfere with his help. Dark silhouettes stood near the vehicles and shouted about what it was and that they needed to run. The insect flew over 3 cars. When the beetle was near the car with the cargo, someone started shouting for people to get into their cars. The insect flew further. It noticed a man running along a car without a body. The monster readied its chalicery while the man continued to run and call for help. The man turned around, sweat appearing on his face. An insect with glowing eyes knocked the man to the ground. Many monsters with red eyes descended into the gorge and chased the fleeing people. Someone tripped over a stone and fell. The man was trembling, sweat appeared on his face. A monster with red eyes was preparing to attack him when he stuck his hand out in front of him. Red liquid splashed to the side. Zio cut off the monster's head with a knife. The main character opened his mouth and looked away. A man lay on the ground with empty eyes and foam at the mouth. Zio grabbed his clothes. The guy threw the man on his back and ran away from the horde of monsters while he asked him to wake up because he needed him to drive the car. The main character ran to the car. When Zio threw the man into the car, he hit his head on the steering wheel. The man grabbed his head with his hands and clenched his teeth, and the guy asked him if he had woken up and said that if he had woken up, he should get behind the wheel as soon as possible. Zio turned his head to the side, sweat appearing on his face. A girl in a white cap pointed a gun in his direction. She shot at the monster who was trying to attack the main character. Smoke came from the gun as the guy looked disdainfully in Yang's direction. The girl opened the car doors and told Zio to get in. Ian and the main character climbed into the car and closed the doors. They looked into each other's eyes. A man turned in their direction, holding his head with both hands. His eyes widened as the guys in the back seats yelled at him to go and not wait. A monster with red eyes appeared in front of the man. Zio stuck a stick into him, and Yang fired a firearm. The man gritted his teeth and changed gear. The monsters were chasing the car, rushing forward. The main character looked out the window and looked back when he thought that they had finally broken away from them. The guy turned his head to Yang when she said that she had just seen him running with the driver on his shoulders and that he was strong. The man with the earring in his ear turned his head, opened his mouth wide and asked the guy if he saved him, and then thanked him and said that if it weren't for Zio, he most likely would not have survived. The main character looked up, where a system notification appeared stating that he had received the 74th gratitude coin from the driver. The car was driving along the gorge when the guy replied that he didn't have to thank him, and that he only saved him because he needed a driver. And the man replied that everything was fine, because in any case he was grateful to him, and that he regrets what happened before and promised that he will repay him for everything. A system alert appeared about another gratitude coin received from the driver, and Zio smiled widely and was surprised that he sincerely thanked him twice. The main character looked at the man and asked him to thank him again, and sweat appeared on the driver's face. Yang looked away and exclaimed that there was clearly something wrong with the guy. Zio looked back carefully. He sat down next to the girl, who crossed her arms over her chest, coughed, replied that he was just joking to diffuse the atmosphere, and suggested getting out of the gorge before these insects caught up with them, and also reminded them that they needed to meet the cars that had gone ahead. The guy looked to the side and thought that he still knew her too little, and that his identity as a person with superpowers should not be revealed, and for this it was better to keep a low profile and quietly earn gratitude. A system notification appeared above Zio that the task had been successfully completed and that a unit of power had been received. Then the guy thought that if more than 10 people were saved, then the task was considered completed. Over the narrow gorge, stars sparkled in the night sky while the main character thought that the decisions of this palace were strange. Sweat appeared on the man's face when he saw many bones among the stones and shouted about it, and the main character looked to the side and said that those insects most likely did it. Zio remembered one monster and thought that insects have human faces on their shells because they eat people, and that they seem to eat their souls. The car passed the skull, kicking up dust. The car drove out of a narrow gorge. A crescent moon was shining over the mountains when the car approached two more cars. The main character was looking at the standing people when someone said that there were only 11 people left. Sweat appeared on the man's face as he said that they had lost a lot. The man opened his mouth wide and began to shout that he said that they needed to turn back, but they still went into the gorge, and that it was not for nothing that it was written on that stone that it was better not to enter alive. The man wondered why they didn't listen right away. People stood opposite each other and did not understand what was the point of talking about this now, and that if someone wanted to return, then let them leave, because the wolves were probably already waiting for them. Someone said that they had no choice but to go into the gorge and that they were lucky to survive. The man covered his face with his gloved hand, clenched his teeth and muttered that they were taking a break, and that it was useless to argue, because now the most important thing was to work together and get out alive. The girl with glasses on her head opened her mouth and asked him what kind of mission he came to these mountains with. The main character stood and looked decisively forward. Zhu opened his eyes and sweat appeared on his face. The man clenched his fist in front of him, looked at the lieutenant and asked him what the purpose of his visit to the mountain was. Behind the lieutenant stood Zio as he asked the man who asked the question who they were so that he could tell them his purpose and reminded them not to forget that they were just strangers in the company. The main character sat on the hood of the car and thought that he had heard that the group was just trying to get to the other wall and decided to go along with these privateers, and that it was not unusual that ordinary soldiers did not want to talk about it. The man in the cap looked to the side and asked how to be one. People turned towards the lieutenant and began to tell him to tell them what their mission was, because so many of their brothers had already died along this path. Zio looked at Zinga and decided that she was also not simple, since one word of hers provoked a conflict between ordinary soldiers. A girl in a black jacket approached the guy. Yang stood in front of Zio and said that she was hungry, and the main character gritted his teeth and asked her why she was telling him this, because she was not his girlfriend. She extended her hand to the guy and asked that in this case he would return her knife to her. Yang pointed a gun at the guy, and he sat her on a stone and said with a smile that he would bring her something to eat, and then asked if there was something she didn't eat, to which the girl answered in the negative. She remembered opening the car doors, said that she had thrown the previous mouse into the trunk, and told Zio to use it for cooking. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face, and he, smiling, thought that the mouse that he threw away to escape the swarm was actually picked up by Yang. That is, she stole food from the swarm of insects, and out loud he agreed with the girl's proposal. Over the fire, a hand held a stick with an animal leg. Cheng opened his mouth wide and told the man opposite that now they were all in the same boat, and that if he did not tell them, then perhaps they would all die because of this, to which Zhu replied that he had told them everything that knows. The man's nose smelled some kind of aroma. People stood in a semicircle near a piece of meat that was being cooked over a fire. Zio stood holding a rat in his hand, from which a piece had been cut off, and thought that everything else was useless. The main character swung his hand and threw the remains into the sky when a man shouted at him asking why he threw it away. Zio turned to him and asked if he was going to eat it, and then said that if he wanted, he should go and get it, to which the man bared his sharp teeth and shouted that he was not going to eat something so disgusting. Zio was shown in profile as he added that it was because he had not eaten anything even more disgusting, and that he had heard it said before that many rich people behind the wall like to eat birds' nests, and also that he did not know where does the swallow have so much saliva. Perhaps it has tuberculosis. Sweat appeared on the man's face because he did not understand anything. Zio added that it is not surprising that there is an idiom about a sick swallow circling in circles, which describes swallows that spit. The men covered their mouths and opened their eyes wide as they listened intently to Zio. There were many sticks lying in the burning fire. The main character looked at Yang and thought that he still had a basic skill copy scroll that he did not use when he completed the quest to refuse a trip to the mountains. He closed his eyes and decided that the girl must have other excellent skills besides firearms. The guy found himself in the palace and asked him to give him a list of all Yang's skills, when a system notification popped up saying that there was no display permission. Zio looked up, opened his mouth slightly, and said that he had studied her skill before and that he should have permission to view others. Once again, the notification that there was no display permission appeared, and the guy thought that this palace had become more legible, and that he could not believe that there was no loophole left. The main character, standing with his back, put his hand on his belt and asked about the level of her combat skills, to which he was told that it was advanced. When Zio asked about his fighting skills and whether they were stronger, a system notification popped up stating that he was at a medium or normal level. This realization knocked the guy face down to the ground. He grabbed his head with his hand, clenched his teeth and cursed that he was not as good as Yang. Zio turned his head to the side, looked at the girl and decided that it was because his fighting skills were a reflection of his accumulated life experience gained from fighting people, rather than the result of professional training, and that based on his intuition, she should have powerful fighting skills. The protagonist clenched his fist as he thought about the fact that she couldn't defeat him in a real fight, and that advanced fighting skills were useful anyway, so it was worth learning them first. The guy pursed his lips and looked to the side as he decided to use the skill copy scroll. A system notification appeared congratulating the target for randomly selecting the advanced skill of jumping rope and asking if he would like to learn the skill. Zio raised his hands to the notification window, showed his sharp teeth and shouted about why this particular skill was chosen, and why this skill was even considered an advanced skill, and how it worked. For example, would he be able to do a backflip while he was jump rope? Yang opened her mouth slightly and looked to the side when she asked when the meat would be ready, and then added that if the meat was overcooked, it would not taste good. The main character handed the girl the meat on a stick, laughed and said that it was already ready, and that in the wasteland food needs to be fried longer and water needs to be boiled for more than 10 minutes before drinking. The men's stomachs began to growl. Zhu spread his arms out to his sides and opened his palms, asking the people around him if anyone on their team had any food left, to which he was answered in the negative. The guy took a bite of the piece of meat he was holding in his hand and thought that now they were all silent, and none of them admitted that they were hiding food, and then added that he did not understand how you could share something that saves a person's life with just anyone, and decided that there was nothing wrong with it. Lieutenant Zhu, with Cheng and Jun standing behind him, pointed his finger at the main character and said that no one knew more about survival in the wild than him, so he could help everyone find food and cook it. Zio looked ahead seriously as a system alert popped up telling him that he had a new task, which was to help his team find food. The guy stood up with a piece of meat in his hand. He pointed his finger at the man in the cap and said that he saw him steal food from the truck before entering the gorge, and that it should be in his bag. At that moment, a system notification appeared saying that the task was completed and that the reward is a basic skill copy scroll. Zio smiled and looked away as he thought about how it was said to find food anyway, but there was no mention of where to look, so everything was fair, and then he added that he liked the way the palace graded tasks more and more. Zhu extended his hand in front of him with his palm open and ordered the man in the cap to take out the food. Cheng opened his eyes and mouth wide and screamed, asking what they were doing when he went for food, and then he himself answered that they went for clothes, a tent, and the star went for his cosmetic bag, after which the man asked again about that. Why should he share food with them now? Zhu frowned and exclaimed that he was doing this for the benefit of the entire team. Cheng pulled out a weapon and pointed it in front of him as he asked the lieutenant if he still thought he had any power now. Zhu opened his eyes wide and became angry when the barrel of a gun was pointed in his direction, and Cheng suggested that he try to touch him. There were other people standing near the two when the guy in the cap shouted that he should not try to take the food from him. Zhu looked at the gun, gritted his teeth and asked him to share with them now, and as soon as it becomes light, they can find food for everyone. Cheng, with a bandage on his face, opened his mouth and said that it was still unknown whether they would get out of here alive or not. A man in uniform rushed past a man in a cap. Zhu kicked the attacker in the stomach. The man with a pistol in his hand flew away from the lieutenant. Cheng fell to the ground and pointed the gun forward. Zhu stood not far from the man lying on the ground with a firearm and looked at him. The shadow of his cap fell on his eyes and sweat appeared on his face. A man in a bandana appeared behind the lieutenant and clenched his fist. He had a knife in his other hand when the guy attacked the man, who had his back to him. Zhu looked back with wide eyes. Zio and Yang looked carefully in the same direction. A dark silhouette, similar to a lieutenant, grabbed the hand in which the guy was holding a knife. The main character opened his mouth and was surprised, thinking that this was a superpower. A dark silhouette stuck a knife in the stomach of a guy in a bandana. Cheng put his weapon in front of him and fired. A black shadow with white eyes appeared in front of the lieutenant. Bullets were flying into the dark silhouette. They stopped in front of him and fell. The bullets landed on the ground and bounced off. Xinyu, Jun and the other people gaped in surprise while Zio thought about the fact that he suspected that there were people with superpowers in the group, but before that he only thought about Yang. The main character opened his eyes and mouth wide when he thought that no one would have thought that Zhu would hide it so well, and that it was a pity that there was no skill copy scroll yet, because he had to copy his skill when there will be an opportunity for him. Zio closed his mouth and looked to the side. A girl in a hood with ears was sitting next to him. The guy asked her if she was interested, and Yang continued eating meat and replied that she was interested. The main character looked away and thought that she absolutely didn't care about what was happening. Zhu stood between two black shadows. The silhouettes disappeared, and a guy in a bandana was sitting on the ground next to the lieutenant. Zhu parted his mouth and looked away as he said that he was just trying to find a way out of their situation and that he didn't want to offend anyone. The lieutenant looked towards the fire where Zio and Yang were sitting and said that Wang had previously told him that the main character was a doctor, so he asked him to examine the wound. Zio looked to the side and sighed. A guy was sitting on the ground in front of him and was pulling out a knife when the main character said that his injury was quite serious. The guy in the bandana closed one eye and asked how long he had left to live, to which he was answered 10, and he asked again whether it was in minutes. Zio sat down next to him and continued the countdown. The guy in the bandana felt bad. Zhu looked forward seriously and said that he had avoided vital places and internal organs, so there was no need to scare the person, and then added that he had heard that Zio had medicine for wounds, and also that he would not believe that he took them with him when he went into the Wasteland. The main character looked away while the guy lay crying next to him and replied that he was hired as their guide, not their personal doctor, and then asked about who would pay for his medicine, since it was very expensive. Lieutenant Zhu covered his face with his hand and said that he lost money on the way. The wounded guy gritted his teeth and replied that he had money with him. The main character sat down next to him and asked him where his money was, in his right or left pocket, and the guy pointed to his pants and said that they were there. The people behind Zio began to shout that he was a charlatan, because a cut cannot be treated without stitches. When he looked down and warned that he immediately wanted to say that he did not know how to stitch wounds, so it was only up to God whether the wound would heal after the medicine or not. While the main character was licking his lips and counting the money, Xinyu approached him and said that she had a sewing kit, but she felt bad at the sight of blood, and on the other hand, Zhu approached the guy and replied that he would sew it up. There was a voice that exclaimed that he should stop counting the money, because first of all he needed to save the man. The guy in the bandana thanked the main character when he said that he would not take too much money from him, and that 12 should be enough. A system notification popped up that he had received a thank you from a guy named Lei as Zio thought that he was one step closer to unlocking the weapon. Gloved hands stitched the wound using a needle and thread. Lieutenant Zhu frowned. He said that now he was not going to hide this from them, and said that in fact, in this mountainous region there were remnants of a civilization that existed before the disaster. While he was stitching up the wound of the guy who was being held by the hands, the man added that they were sent by the higher authorities to map out a route to the ruins in these mountains so that the main group could come and explore later. Then the lieutenant discovered that this mountainous region contained mysterious powers that could develop animals and, possibly, help them, superhumans, so he decided to move on. Lei clenched the rag between his teeth, sweat running down his face as Zhu concluded that he had changed his mind about going back behind the wall because he realized it was too dangerous. The lieutenant opened his mouth and said that he did not know what was waiting for him there, so he did not want to take risks. He stood next to the guy in the bandana, looked at him and said that after his superpowers were revealed, there was no way for him to go back beyond the wall, and then added that he was going to go deeper into this mountainous region to continue his research. Zhu turned his head and looked behind him as he concluded that they now knew the dangers of this place, so they themselves had to decide whether they wanted to leave or stay. Xiao and Yang stood next to each other and looked in the same direction. Xinyu stood next to the man who gritted his teeth. The girl in the hood with red ears told the lieutenant that she would go with him because it was too dangerous here, and Xiao was surprised at how many words she said at once. The guy with the glasses exchanged glances with the other man as the voice said that the best way to get out alive was to follow the Superman. The men in gray t-shirts raised their hands and said they would go too. Xinyu looked at the main character and asked him if he was coming, and then said that he would go if he joined. Xiao raised his hand, pushed the girl away and replied that he was going with the lieutenant. Zhu looked to the side, opened his mouth and said that in that case they should follow him, and that they would leave at dawn. The lieutenant turned to the people behind him and said that they had all agreed in advance that the entire team would obey him, and that if anyone disobeyed him, they should not expect politeness from him, and then added that there was a dense forest ahead, and that they would have to abandon the car and walk. Zhu turned and addressed the man in dark glasses named Malxian. He told him that he would go first and carry the wounded guy with him. The protagonist's ear grew larger when he listened to the fact that someone persistently began to thank the lieutenant. Xiao pushed the man with glasses and stopped in front of the guy wearing a bandana lying on the ground. He opened his mouth wide, clenched his fist in front of him and exclaimed that he would carry the wounded man, and that he would kill anyone who tried to steal him today. Zhu and Lei opened their mouths and stared ahead with empty eyes, and the wounded guy asked if Xiao had taken the right medicine and why he suddenly became so kind. The midday sun illuminated the forest and mountains. Two people were dragging a guy on a stretcher when the main character asked him if he still needed medicine, and Lei said that he didn't need it and thanked him. A system notification appeared indicating that he had received a coin for thank you. The lieutenant looked carefully at the smiling guy in front and thought that he was clearly one of those people who didn't care about anyone, but why was he suddenly so worried about others? Sweat appeared on the face of the guy in the bandana when he was asked if he was hungry and thirsty, and Lei replied that he was not hungry yet and thanked the guy when an alert appeared that Xiao received another coin for thanking him. Zhu thought about what he was really after. The main character smiled widely and looked at the wounded guy while he thought that Lei was very useful in collecting gratitude coins. A crowd of people moved through the dense forest. Xiao looked to the side and opened his mouth slightly when he thought that the last time he was here was a year ago, and that since then the trees had become much taller and more luxuriant. He decided that this was strange. The guy's profile didn't change when he heard someone asking why he kept touching her. In front of Xinyu stood a guy who smiled while he talked about what was wrong with touching her, especially since he wanted even more. This guy narrowed his eyes, laughed disgustingly and asked what she thought about tonight. The girl in the top and short skirt opened her mouth and told the guy not to come near her. Steam came out of his nose. They put a gun to the back of the guy's head. He raised his hands while Yang stood behind him and Xiao watched it all. The girl turned to the main character and told him that this guy's gun was his. Xiao pointed his finger at himself and asked if she meant him, and Yang confirmed. The main character threw the stretcher with the wounded guy and walked towards the girl when he said that there was no need to ask him twice. His hand removed the firearm from its holster as he exclaimed that he had found it. The guy opened his mouth wide, looked towards Yang and asked her if she knew how severe the charge was for depriving private troops of their weapons, to which the girl replied that if he threatened her again, he would die. Yang looked away when asked about what if she gave the gun to this tramp if he couldn't use it anyway. Xiao held a firearm in his hand and looked at it carefully. The guy who harassed Xinyu ran into the forest when Yang told him to get out. The girl carefully looked to the side and thought that the main character was quite skilled with weapons. Lieutenant Zhu looked away and remained silent. He approached Xiao and asked him if he could find food for everyone. The guy closed his eyes, raised his hand and replied that he was not God or their father, so he could not say that he would find food for all of them, and then asked if Zhu thought that if he now wanted a wild boar to crash into a tree, then it will take it and crash. At that moment, someone crashed into the tree trunk. Xiao, Zhu and Cheng opened their mouths and stared in one direction when the main character thought that this could not be true. A large boar was lying near a trunk under the treetops when people began to come up to it and say that it was really a wild boar, and that Zio was just a magician, and also that he had a magic mouth because everything he said would appear. Zio turned away from them and thought that the stupid child Yuan made another wish. The main character remembered the little boy who folded his palms in front of him and closed his eyes. He was wondering how he was doing at Jing Mountain, and then he wished him so that he doesn't go hungry. The man's hand held a knife, cutting the animal. The hero began to look askance at Zio, who was talking about not leaving food for tomorrow that he couldn't finish today and trying not to mess around with blood for a long time, since it attracts animals very well. The blood from the beast slowly flowed onto the ground in which the ants were located. The main character began to answer that currently ants the size of a thumb do not attack during the day while a person is active. But at night, if the ants can smell a bloody smell near a person, he will be eaten like regular food and just one bite of the formic acid release can cause severe pain. The guy looked at Zio, saying that he understood everything, calling the main character good. The girl with heavenly hair watched the guys, saying that Zio was quite sincere. Out of the corner of her eye, the girl began to notice something. The beast was roasted on a fire, and many people were sitting around it. Zio sat with the meat in his hands and, closing his eyes, began to eat it, and a girl began to sit down next to the guy, looking at him carefully. She began to look at Zio, who was not at all happy with her, with a smile on her face, and said that it seemed to her that she could have a very good time in the wasteland. Since it looked romantic, the main character began to tell the girl that this was survival and there is nothing romantic about it. The girl began to make eyes at the main character, saying that he was very handsome and charming. The guy did not understand what the girl wanted from him. Zio began to look carefully at the girl, thinking that she could not get anything from Zhu Xianchu, so she came to him. Zhu waved away the girl who was running after him. Before, Zio had often seen the girl go to Zhu Xianchu to talk to him, but every time she was met with rebuff since Zhu was an adult with a strong character who knows what he wants. Zio looked at the girl out of the corner of his eye, realizing that for her he was just a brainless teenager. So perhaps she decided that the main character would go through fire and water for her if he showed sympathy. Zio understood that in the end he had a weapon and he could well protect the girl. The main character began to look at his frightened sister with anger and tell her not to come closer. The girl began to look at Zio with a playful smile and say that perhaps they had some kind of misunderstanding earlier, but in reality she is not like that. The girl began to stroke the main character's cheek, who was very surprised by this act. The sister began to tell the guy that she liked him. The guy began to shout angrily at the girl and tell her to shut up. Next to Zio and the girl there was another person who looked at them in surprise. The main character began to look in surprise at the man sitting next to him, and the girl was equally surprised. Xinyu began to leave Zio, saying that he was completely sick and the guy deserved to be alone. Since Zio learned to hunt, he has seen too many women like this, just looking for someone to rely on in this broken world, or someone to use as a tool. The main character looked at Xinyu with disbelief, eating chicken and telling himself that he didn't need such a woman for nothing to waste food on her. One of the guys began to grit his teeth. The hero began to look at Zhu, saying that they had run out of bottled water and food. Since they initially took too little water, the guy began to ask her where they could get more water. Zhu began to approach the sitting Zio, asking him where he could get more water. The system window began to show the hero to tell his teammates how to find water. Zio began to look to the side, lost in thought. The main character stood in the middle of the crowd, confidently telling all the people that to find water in the wild, you can rely on rivers or collect resources from leaves. The main character began to look away, telling people that they were lucky because there were several pine trees nearby that had pine juice that could quench their thirst. The system window began to tell the guy that he had completed the task and received part of the power. Zio clenched his fist, looking at him angrily. The main character's foot began to move on the ground. Zio climbed the tree from different sides with quick and deft movements. The guy's hand began to reach for one leaf that was on the tree. People looked at Zio in surprise, not understanding what he was doing. The guy began to look down on the crowd, holding the grass and telling them all that if they did not want to die, they should do as he did. Zio began to close his eyes and open his mouth to squeeze the grass from which the juice came. People asked the guy if it's really drinkable. Zio looked at everyone, wiping his mouth and talking about drinking this, whether they like it or not. The main character began to look away with dissatisfaction. Yang and Zhu began to approach Zio and began to look at the grass. Yang began to bring the pine needles to her mouth. Zio began to look at the girl with a smile on his face, happy that she was doing this. The main character began to look in surprise at the system window, which showed that the target's advanced skill was randomly selected, which was bomb making. Zio was offered to study all this. The guy began to look at Yang, who was taking the pine needles. The main character could not understand what kind of training the girl had gone through and why her skills were so severe. Zio was wondering if the target had the skills of covert killing. The system window began to show the guy that she had analyzed the target and an advanced stealth killing skill had been found. Zio began to look at the girl with a smile, thinking about whether she had the skill of singing children's songs. The system window immediately began to show the advanced skill and say that it had been found. The main character looked at the girl with incomprehension, not understanding what kind of disorder was in her skills. Zio quickly jumped from the tree to the ground. Two guys stood near a tree, telling each other that now they need to climb the tree. Although people have not been monkeys for a long time, the guy replied that it would be great to become a giraffe in the next life. Zio began to look at the guys, telling them that animals also do not live as they seem, and the main character heard that giraffes, although tall enough to protect themselves from external enemies, but they have difficulties in mating, so before courtship male giraffes must drink urine to determine if a female giraffe is on point. The guys were disgusted and couldn't figure out what these little known facts were that Zio had learned to disgust others. The mountains began to thicken, forming clouds. Zio began to look at this with confidence, shouting that acid rain was coming towards them. People began to quickly run away from the downpour, looking for somewhere to hide from it. The main character put on a hood, hiding from the rain and looking down. Some people began to carry the guy on the couch, who was unconscious. Cave. People began to stand in the cave, looking at the rain and rejoicing that they had it nearby. Hands began to set the torch on fire using a lighter. The guy was holding a torch in his hands, next to which there were people. The hero began to point in surprise and fear at the wall, telling him to look at it. There was someone's inscription on the wall, which said that they saw strange dark figures in the forest that disappeared. No one could understand what it meant. Huge red lightning began to appear near the cave, shooting in different directions. People looked at the wall in the cave, asking each other about who carved it. If they lost anyone along the way, everyone began to say that they lost Zuzu's body and nothing more. Sir Zhu began to look forward confidently, telling everyone that he had not heard that anyone from their 113th wall had crossed the mountain before, and perhaps someone from the 112th had taken refuge here and left a message. However, everyone understood that if they had a satellite phone with them at that time, they would have transmitted the signal. Zio began to look askance at Yang, telling the guys that he had heard Teacher Jang say that there were telephones behind the walls, but no one knew what satellite telephones were. Yang began to look at the main character, calmly saying that people had captured several satellites created before the disaster, and these satellites make it possible to maintain communication between different walls. One of the guys began to open his mouth wide, waving his arms, saying that this time the senior management did not provide them with satellite phones and they must be trying to explore the area with the help of human lives. And if everyone died, it would mean that in the depths of the mountains there is a danger. Zhu began to tell the guy not to speculate without the slightest information. Sir began to look at all the people, saying that it was already late and someone should take turns on duty today, and he would be on the first shift, and the rest, not counting the girls, would take turns. Zio looked carefully at the guy, believing that this was the decision really protects from dangers outside, but also for the main character. Internal security was no less important, and in the end he only took a gun today. Yang began to look at the surprised Zio, saying that the first half of the night would be his and the second her. The main character looks at the girl, noticing that he and Yang have no need to quarrel and they still trust each other, and the girl is not weaker than the guy, and if we think that the current situation is dangerous, they can protect each other. Zio smiled, telling Yang that he agreed with her. The girl began to move away from the guy, saying that she had gone. The guy began to ask Yang if he should go with her, but the girl refused. The guy looked at Yang confidently, not understanding why she was so brave and what supported her confidence. Xinyu began to look at the guy with a smile, telling him that he would go with her, since Zio really doesn't understand girls. The main character began to look in surprise, not understanding what was wrong. Crowds of people stood in the cave, still watching the rain. The two men began to smile and grin, saying to each other that it would be a pity if these two girls went missing. The rain didn't stop pouring. Xinyu began to approach the guys, who asked him if there was anything unusual. The girl said that everything was fine and there was nothing there. The three guys began to look at Xinyu and say that this was good and they would also go out to relieve themselves. Zhu began to look at the guys, telling them to go and come back quickly. Without stopping for a smoke break, the heroes said that they would do everything. Zio sat on the top of the cave, looking at all the people. The main character began to look at something. Xinyu looked at Yang with a smile. Zio understood that Xinyu was behaving like a star who was trying to go to the next wall to expand her fame. The guy could not understand why Yang took such a risk. Zio heard that the girl had previously given Xinyu some money because she wanted to follow the team to wall 112 to find relatives. The guy couldn't believe it was so simple. The main character looked at the girls with disbelief. He understood that Xinyu and Yang demonstrated a particularly close relationship throughout the journey, and the previous joint eating of fish and helping Yang and Xin created the impression that their relationship was much more than just a worker and an employer. Zio looked at the two heroines, wondering what they were talking about. Xinyu looked at Yang with a smile, telling the girl that they could leave Jing Mountain together in a couple of days. Zio began to understand that the girl understood that he had an alliance with Yang, and after the girl could not come to an agreement with the guy, she went to recruit Yang. Xinyu's hand began to offer Yang a wad of money, saying that it was gratitude for the fact that the girl had helped her earlier. Yang began to take the money, and Xinyu asked her if she would continue to help. Yang began to tell the girl that she did not want to help leave the mountain, but she could make sure that Xinyu died with dignity. Xiao began to look slyly at the girls, realizing that these manipulations were causing deja vu in the guy. A fire began to be lit in the cave. The guys looked at the exit, not understanding why they left and never returned. Yang began to look at the time, saying that almost 10 minutes had passed. One of the guys started opening his mouth wide and screaming that there was something wet in the place. The guys ran away from the exit, afraid to find something there. Xiao began to look at the people in surprise, standing next to the exit from the cave. Rain began to drip on the ceiling of the cave. The guys looked with fear at the drops that fell on the floor and realized that this was a false alarm. Xiao began to point his finger at the drops, saying that they could get water directly from here, since the rock formations filter the water even purer than water from a well, and it is probably one of the cleanest sources of water in the wasteland. Zhu began to point his finger at the water and, looking at the people, asked if everyone had heard Xiao. Sir began to tell people to collect some water, since although the pine needles were able to provide some moisture, there was too little of it. The meat was surprised that he did not receive thanks. Hands began to hold the flask, pouring water into it. Zhu began to look at the guys who were pouring water and told them that if he finished, he could take over half the night. The guys began to tell Sir to do just that, but first they had to smoke a couple of cigarettes. Everyone was asleep except Zhu, who was watching everyone. Two guys were sitting on the rocks with their backs to Zhu. The heroes held a cigarette in their mouths and glanced slyly at Sir. The guy's feet began to remove the cigarette. One of the guys began to stand near Xiao and the second near Yang, waving a knife and trying to kill them. The guy's face was confident and crazy. The guy screamed for them all to go to hell. A man wearing gloves with both hands swings a knife at someone. The girl Yang shoots the man in silence. The main character grabs with one hand both hands of a man holding a knife. He instantly turns him onto his back. The junior lieutenant and his comrade pay attention to the noise, asking what is happening and what is the matter. They see Yang and Xiao attacking unknown men. A man in a black cloak and bandage, holding his wound, clenches his teeth in pain. He, closing one eye, begins to shout to his colleague, saying his name Sun Jinjing, so that he acts. A man among the squad raises his hands, opening his eyes, and says that he has nothing to do with it. Standing in front of the camp, he raises his hands in fear. The girl and the main character look suspiciously at the military man. Xinyu, also continuing to look suspiciously, asks himself what is happening again, and can't these people just calm down for a while? Holding the man's throat with two fingers, Xiao asks himself what they are trying to achieve with this desperate, sneaky attack, water, weapons, or was it all because of Luo Xinyu? Looking down with dissatisfaction, he thinks that this doesn't matter anymore. The notice says about the task that you need to give the enemy a painful death. Grabbing him by the throat, at the moment the man begins to cough up blood, he thinks that in this wilderness one must always get rid of all potential dangers. This is the law of survival. Sun, covered in sweat, looks at the characters with fear. He looks at the squad, shouting at them that for the record, he had nothing to do with it, and he was part of their plan for a dastardly attack. Ian, looking from under his cap at the man, asks the guy what it means that this is what is happening, and so he was in collusion with them and knew about the vile attack. She, standing next to everyone from the squad, sharply shoots at Sun Junjin. Looking after him, she says that covering up a crime is tantamount to the crime itself. The main character looks towards the girl with a blank face, thinking that it is better not to mess with this girl again. The notification states that the task has been completed and the reward is a master-level skill copy scroll. Xiao, with an excited look, looks at the fallen scroll in the cave, asking himself again about the master-level skill copy scroll. The main character looks at the sinister lieutenant. The notice again states that the Shadow's supernatural ability has been learned, asking the guy if he wants to learn it. Xiao thinks that he cannot believe it, and this is exactly what he needed, responding to the notification that he wants to study. The main character stands against the background of a purple magical wall. The notification states that the target has been studied. Being in a dark room, releasing burgundy magic from her hands, similar to blood, she asks herself that this haze is a shadow. The hero turns his gaze back. He sees a dark bloody ghost with red eyes in front of him, thinking that this black shadow looks darker and more massive than Zhu Xianchu's, and this is because his appearance is darker and more massive. Seriously looking straight into his eyes, Xiao thinks that he wonders how well this shadow fights. He closes his eyes. The ghost opens from his seat, leaving his remnants of magic on the floor. He begins to circle around the main character. Suddenly, the ghost changes its direction with all speed towards Xiao, who has closed his eyes. He immediately grabs it with his hand, shattering its magic piece by piece. Holding his fist up, smashing the magic, he notes in his head that this is not bad, and this shadow is at least twice as strong and faster than his own body. He looks forward with interest, continuing to think that the density is also very high, so it is not surprising that Zhu Xianchu was able to use his shadow to deflect the shots. Poking his finger at the notification system, he thinks that according to the palace's prompts, the shadow cannot die and the use time is based on spiritual power. Seriously looking at the system and pointing his finger at it, his thoughts suggest that he can continue to use it as long as his spiritual energy is strong. But how can one calculate something as vague as spiritual power? Looking at the notice, he asks the palace what his spiritual power is. The notice states that the guy does not have access to information. He looks at him with an emotionless face, remaining silent. Against the backdrop of a dark room, he says in his head that he will not cooperate with this palace. Looking at his hand, from which burgundy energy is coming out, he asks himself that this is really strange, and why strength and agility are displayed in numbers, but spiritual strength is not, telling himself that he would rather not think about it now, while there is time, and it would be better for him to gain strength, because by training his body, he can improve his strength and agility. Clenching the magic in his fist, making a small smile, Xiao confidently looks forward, telling himself that now with his shadow abilities, he is a real person with superpowers. The lieutenant, looking at the corpses of the men and the guy and girl standing next to them, says that they themselves are to blame for sneaking up on them and being killed in response. Xianchu, tensely, tells them that Sun Jinjiang was not involved, so he did not deserve to die. Turning away from them, he says with anger against their background that, however, it is too late to talk about anything, adding that in this wilderness there is no right and wrong at all. Yang and Xiao look at the lieutenant with hostility, remaining silent. The girl turns to the hero, asking him that he just pretended to be asleep. The main character, looking thoughtfully at the girl, thinks about it. That life in the trading city has given him the habit of being constantly alert, even when he is sleeping, and not losing his vigilance. And this young Xiaojin was clearly pretending to be asleep herself, but decided to ask him, and he does not understand her. Walking away from Yang, Xiao asks if she figured it out, to which the girl says that she is bored. Two burning volcanoes smoke in the blue sky. The main character looks at the bodies lying in a line in the middle of the cave. He looks emotionlessly at the bloody body on the ground, thinking that he cannot understand how Zuxia's body disappeared earlier. Pursing his lips, he continues to look down, telling himself that these three bodies are lying here and nothing happened, and this is at least strange. The lieutenant and the hero stand at the exit from the cave, looking into the cave, informing them that it is already dawn, and let them prepare to hit the road, although they do not know what dangers lie ahead for them, but they cannot remain in place. Looking ahead, the lieutenant explains that they must find their next campsite before dark. His gaze suddenly shifts to the side, and Xianchu reveals that the two guys who went outside to relieve themselves last night haven't returned, so they're probably going to have something going on. Looking at the military, Xian, Yang, and the protagonist, he says that he hopes that next time they will not go alone, and after all, they have seen what happens to such people. The man in the bandana, looking uncertainly to the side, apologizes to everyone, asking if someone could kindly help him up. Xiao appears in front of the man, to whom he reacted by opening his eyes. He grabs him by the bandages on his stomach. The man begins to scream at the top of his lungs that he is being killed. Hitting him with his hand, the hero asks why he is shouting and let him get up and walk, because the wounds have already healed. Lifting his jacket and exposing his stomach, he touches it, asking again that they have indeed already healed. The man sits, turning to Xiao, who has turned to him that this black medicine of his works very well, thanking the guy, to which he replies that this is an inheritance from his ancestors. The notice reads thanks from Wang Lei. The lieutenant sternly addresses the nodding protagonist, asking if he still has the medicine. Xiao passes by the military man, saying that he is no more, to which the man says that he will pay for it from his own pocket and offers double the price. The guy turns around with a crazy face, asking what he just said, changing his mind, and now saying that then there is still a little medicine left. The main character looks suspiciously at the lieutenant, holding his hand on his chin, asking him what he didn't say earlier, that he had no money, to which the man replies that the three they killed had it, so he borrowed from them. In a funny way, clutching his heart, the main character thinks that he seems to be too inexperienced and did not search the corpses. How could he make such a stupid mistake, and his heart bleeds? Xiao, spreading his hands to the sides in front of the lieutenant, tells him that this is not his money, but the main character's money, and let him give him at least half, to which the man says that he is not interested in money, and he will give him all 8,000 or about what he has on him if he gives him the medicine. The characters' hands pass medicine and money to each other. Xiao begins to stare at the man while holding the money in his hands. The lieutenant, irritated, puts his hands on his hips, telling the main character not to look, and he really isn't lying, because that's all that happened. The history notice states that it has been discovered that there are 20,000 on the media, and he can purchase them on the initial personal storage. Zio thinks about how he needs to buy it, repeating it several times. Dark magic is creeping towards the door. The notice states that this is a successful initial personal storage purchase. The main character gradually approaches the dark door, thinking that it hurts so much, and he would like to see what storage space he paid 20,000 for. Zio grabbed the door handle. Opening it, he sees a brick wall with a hole in it. Closing the door with all his might, the guy, angry, asks what it is, saying that he paid 20,000 per cubic meter, asking what are the prices for housing in commercial areas. Thinking about the crappy palace that he decided to throw it at money and ruin his youth, adding that when he is refined to the intermediate and advanced level, he thinks that the palace will become a real home. Walking away, attracting the girl's attention, the main character thinks that his heart hurts so much, and he gave 20,000, noting that it was so painful to part with them. The squad is walking through the forest when suddenly someone asks that there is a city in front of them. The main character turns to the lieutenant, walking with his back to the entire squad. That earlier he said that this is the remnant of the civilization that existed before the disaster, and the secrets remaining there can help them, superhumans. Seriously looking away, Zio asks what the secret is. Chu, imagining images of dark heroes in the background, says that he is not sure, but only knows that legends say that supermen have existed for a very long time. But only recently they began to appear more often, and there is even an organization of supermen that kills and controls behind the walls, called thugs. The guy, pursing his lips, looks at the man with suspicion, thinking about the organization, understanding. Zio is surprised by Zoo's answer because he thought that ruins would be waiting for them in the mountains and not a whole city. Both walk slightly ahead of the rest of the group. Zio clarifies what Zoo told him earlier about the remnant of the civilization that existed before the disaster. Zoo looks around at the rest of the group. Zio wonders whether the secrets left in that very city can really help other people. He looks ahead thoughtfully and continues to ponder what the secret is. In response, Zoo tells a legend about superhumans who existed a long time ago, but in the near future they began to appear much more often. He also added that there is an organization of superhumans that kills managers behind the walls. Members of the organization call themselves thugs. Zoo's story made Zio think, because if there is a whole organization of such people, then there are quite a lot of superhumans. He turned his gaze to Zoo and clarified whether the army was engaged in their capture. A member of the organization, of whom only one silhouette is visible, stands on a mountain of corpses. Zoo gives a negative answer because superhumans are much stronger than Zio can even imagine. Zoo continues his speech against the background of an image of a table, behind which 4 silhouettes of thugs are gathered. He says that currently all fortresses are aimed at superhumans and that no one knows exactly how dangerous superhumans are. However, the leadership of the fortress has created a shelter for superhumans and intends to use the power of the thugs for their own purposes. Thus, Zoo revealed the true reason for their departure to explore the mountains. The other members of the group are not far behind the two. Zoo doesn't know what potential Jing Mountain hides, but he knows for sure that Wang Kanjiang, before setting off, found out information about other teams that are also now on their way to Jing Mountain. Zio was wary and, referring to the fact that the fortress wants to use superhumans, asked Zoo because his abilities probably played an important role in their plans. Zoo is angry at the people from the fortress because ordinary people do not regard superhumans as their own. He crushed the ant and told Zio that he couldn't even imagine what a person is capable of in relation to someone whom he does not consider one of his own. Baring his teeth, he ended up saying that he would never return. Liu Bu overheard their dialogue and insisted that they would not reveal Zoo's secrets. Both turned to look at Liu Bu. Zoo clarified that out of the entire group, he is most worried about Liu Bu. Zio pointedly pointed out that if the main cause of Zoo's worries did not return, then he could calmly return back. Liu Bu became wary and looked at the guy angrily. Zoo also did not remain indifferent and asked if Zio was also a Superman. The guy got nervous and asked again. In fact, Zoo did not suspect anything, but pointedly noticed that Zio had awakened a special ability to irritate people. Zio feels very uncomfortable and smiles nervously. At the same time, he asks the palace whether he has a perfect level skill. Smiling mischievously, he reasons that the skill he perfected at a young age, however, it will not be able to compare with Yang's skills. He stopped abruptly. Zio turned around and, pointing his finger at Wei, advised the group to beware of puddles, because stumbling upon a leech at this time of year is deadly. Sunlight shines through the foliage of the trees. Zoo noticed something ahead and asked everyone to look ahead. Liu Bu is confused. He does not understand what is in front of him. A girl in a light dress stands in front of them, bowing her head to a tree. Zoo describes seeing a woman in white and wondering why she is rubbing the tree. Zio compliments him with bewilderment as to why there is a girl in such a place. He suggested not to pay attention and go around, hoping that she would not pursue them. clouds and mountain peaks can be seen from behind the crowns. The group looks warily at the place where the girl in white just disappeared. She takes an unnaturally large leap towards them and lands on all fours. Yang and Xiao point their guns at her, and Xinyu looks at the girl in bewilderment. The latter makes an aggressive rotational movement with her arms. Wei and Liu Bu panic. Zhu decisively takes the situation into his own hands and says that they have nowhere to run, because even if there is something that can stop them now, then there is simply no point in further expedition to Mount Jing. He gives the command to follow him. Zhu and Yang warily prepare to flee. Xiao wonders why he suddenly felt so hot. Xiao shouted to Zhu to use his shadow on the girl if something happened and let him and Yang shoot her. They both went to belay Zhu. Zhu agreed and went on the attack. His palm began to exude black mist. He sent his shadow to attack. The shadow runs straight towards the girl in white. She is moments away from capturing the mysterious girl. The shadow grabs the stranger by the throat and presses her into the ground. All that was left of the girl was a white haze, and Xiao, seeing this, decides that Zhu's ability is quite enough. The whole group approaches the girl, who is still hanging by the throat from the hand of Zhu's shadow. The girl with a scary face is perplexed and assumes that the group was sent by the fortress. Zhu says he hasn't seen anything like this outside the walls, but the girl looks shabby. Xiao looks in surprise towards the shabby wood. Near the roots, the tree bark has been stripped off. Xiao notices something under the tree and tells his comrades about it. He opens the box. Xiao takes out a piece of paper from it and wonders what it is. In front of him is a card with a QR code for payment. Xiao thinks maybe it's something left over from the disaster, since the card is plastic and could have remained unharmed for a long time. The pattern on the map is puzzling. He asks his comrades if the pattern looks like a map of the labyrinth. Everyone looks at the map, puzzled. Zhu suggests that this may be a map of a mysterious city in the Jing Mountains. Xiao looks at him, puzzled. Ian draws their attention to the writing on the map. In close-up, on the card there is a request to scan the QR code for payment. Ian reads it out with bewilderment. Xiao is indignant that in order to go through the maze you also have to pay. Zhu puts the card in his chest pocket and suggests moving on. Close-up of the team, and a little to the side of Liu Bu with the girl. Zhu says that whatever is hiding on Mount Jing, they will have to take a look at it eventually. Liu Bu asks the others if they should take this shitty doll with them. Xiao, Zhu and Xinyu looked at him puzzled, but one of them suggested taking it anyway, it might come in handy. Liu Bu looks at the girl in white with confusion. A beautiful sunset can be seen from behind the mountain peaks. The group decides to stop in an angular cave for the night. Zhu looks ahead and notices that there is a pine tree growing nearby, and if anyone is hungry, let him pick up some pine cones for a snack. Xiao cuts the tree trunk with a knife and green liquid oozes out. Zhu is puzzled. He approaches Xiao and asks if he can drink it. Xiao looks at him. They were joined by Liu Bu and Xinyu. Liu Bu asks what it is and if it can be drunk. Xiao raises the knife with a cheerful expression and gives a negative answer. He does this to put some poison on his knife. Liu Bu is extremely surprised. He doesn't understand what kind of person Xiao is, that he even puts poison on his knife. Zhu and Xinyu refuse to comment on the situation and stand stone-faced. Liu Bu climbed a tree and left a girl in white sitting near the next one. He tries to reach the bumps. His foot slips off the bark and he screams. Liu Bu falls from the tree screaming. He lands on his butt and wonders why he is doing all this. There is also a girl sitting in the background. Liu Bu gives into emotions and desperately shouts that at the very beginning they had already decided to return to the fortress, but stumbled upon wolves. If it weren't for this situation, they would have already returned there. It's not for nothing that the idiom says that wolves in bay are the most insidious damn wolves. Xiao, who approaches him, interrupts him and asks whether he even understands what he is saying and what this very idiom means. Liu Bu desperately admits that he doesn't know. Xiao thoughtfully replies that in reality Bei is also a wolf. He continues to speak against the background of a picture of a wolf with a paw in a trap. The explanation talks about a wolf who stepped on a hunter's trap and could not step on his front paw due to his wounds. Two members of the pack approach the wounded wolf to help. Xiao says that another wolf put the wounded man on his back and carried him. One wolf climbs on another. Xiao throws something to Liu Bu, who tries to catch it. Wei caught and found a lump in his hands. Xiao continues to talk about the loyalty of wolves to their family. He looks at Liu Bu seriously and asks if people are capable of such devotion. Liu Bu looks at Xiao, puzzled. The group lit a fire. Close-up of the group sitting in an angular cave near a fire. Xiao holds a pine cone in his hand and talks about how all the vegetation has gotten bigger, even these pine cones. Zhu shares his reasoning about the reasons for the size of the plants, while Xiao and Yang listen to him. He assumes that it's all about the high oxygen content and notices that despite physical fatigue they are still full of energy, which refers him to thoughts about a constant flow of oxygen. Xiao is surprised and thinks that the phenomenon is quite reasonable and has a scientific basis. Yang, Xiao and Zhu are sitting next to the fire. Xiao asks about the presence of places like Mount Jing near other fortresses. Zhu looked at him gloomily and answered positively, only there is a note that such objects are controlled by a company called Flame Source. Xiao also gloomily asks for the name. He then wonders why he hasn't heard of such a company and whether it belongs to some kind of union. Zhu looks thoughtfully at the fire and, against the background of the emblem of this company, answers Xiao, calling the company an independent consortium that controls up to 20 fortresses. He finds it remarkable that they are relatively far from their 113 fortress. Xiao justifiably does not know about such a company. Xiao responds by asking about knowledge of living conditions in the place controlled by this company. Zhu closes her eyes and waves her naked face negatively. Yang joins the dialogue, commenting on the mystery of the territory controlled by the source of the flame. Xiao turned his head towards Yang in surprise. Ian's close-up against the silhouette of a flying dinosaur talks about the rumors. Someone saw huge prehistoric birds in the sky. Yang looked at the main character and said that the Flame Source Company has such power that it has suppressed this place, and perhaps only the main leadership of the Flame Source Company knows what is happening inside. Surprised, Xiao wondered if she knew more than Zhu. He wondered in his mind if she belonged to any organization. Sitting on a stone, Zhu asked if the main character had read Journey to the West. He imagined the man lifting up the golden column. He stated that it says that someone could lift a stick weighing more than 6 tons, which could destroy mountains. Looking at Yang and Xiao, he noticed that at first he certainly didn't believe it, but now he thinks that perhaps this person really exists. Putting his hand to his chin, the protagonist thought that he had never read about the Journey to the West, but to argue that more than 6 tons can crush mountains, as is the carrying capacity of agricultural tractors used in trading cities and factories, is 10 tons, so even if there is a slight overload, it can pull 12 tons. The guy started coughing when he tried to eat the cone. He looked at Xiao with an angry look. He approached him with a smile and asked him to make another wish or something like that, so that another animal would fall before their feet. Frowning, the main character replied that last time it was an accident. He asked if the guy really thought the main character was capable of this. He noted that if he needs to, then he should speak. The enraged guy cried out that if his wishes were fulfilled, he would have long ago wished that an animal would now appear on his doorstep to eat. There was a noise on the street. Xiao and Yang prepared to shoot. They looked at the exit from the cave. Dark streams of mana hovered before them. Many wild animals were walking towards the cave. Holding the gun in front of him, he asked Liu if it was his order. He replied that he just said it in passing. Xiao grabbed his hand and asked him to order the animals that they eat vegetarian food today and let them leave. Liu asked if Xiao thought it would really work. He ordered him to speak, assuming that it would suddenly work out. The animals looked at him with stone faces. Liu tearfully asked them to leave. Many animals immediately ran away from there. Taken aback, Liu asked if it worked. The stunned protagonist asked how this was even possible. Frowning, Xiao suggested that Liu had awakened his luck like Yuan. The night sky was surrounded by forests. Looking at the sky, at the many birds, the main character emphasized that this was not so and that something led the animals there. Surprised, he assumed that the animals were moving together in one direction and did not dare to attack them because they were being pursued by something more terrible. Streams of wind came from the forest. There was a chain on the ground. She suddenly began to rise. The beast was chained. He continued to move through the forest. He walked through thick grass. A powerful wind came from the dark forest. People stood at the exit of the cave. An enraged Xiao asked what those sounds were. He continued to stare into the darkness. Looking at the frightened Liu, he asked if the sound had disappeared. The guy suggested hiding somewhere else for a while. Frowning, Xiao asked him to wait, noting that animals have a much stronger instinct for danger than humans, and these animals were clearly trying to hide in their shelter, so this cave should be relatively safe. Kneeling down, the main character asked what exactly they were hiding from, and what that sound of chains was. Yang replied that there must be something in the forest that would frighten even them. The main character with a serious face asked if they noticed that. He remembered the many human bones along the rocks. Xiao said that they saw human skeletons in the gorge when they passed through it, but it was unusual not to see animal skeletons in the forest. Frowning, he stated that any living creature could die from attack, disease, and old age. He asked how they didn't see a single skeleton. He remembered how the fish bones disappeared in the forest. The main character noticed that, to make sure, he deliberately threw out fish bones in the forest. As a result, they disappeared the next day, and there were no traces left around. Turning around, he said that there is also Zuzia's body, which disappeared without a trace, and all these missing people have one thing in common: they all disappeared into the forest. Frightened, Liu wondered if it was possible that after animals evolved, plants also evolved. Xiao replied that it was unclear. Zhu said with a serious face that there was no need to be too nervous and it was good that they realized this earlier, at least they could take precautions in advance. The frightened Lei noticed that there was no danger as long as they stayed away from the forest. Zhu presented their route and reported that it lay in relatively sparsely wooded parts of the ridge and hills. The main character, with a puzzled look, wondered if everything would be so simple. He began to hear powerful gusts of wind in the forest. Xiao was dumbfounded by this. A monster with red eyes looked at them. There were chains on his hands. Steam was coming out of his mouth. Yang, with a serious face, began to aim at the beast. Her face was serious. He took the pistol off the safety. They, together with the main character, were preparing to shoot. Zhu screamed loudly so that as soon as he appeared, they would start shooting at him, and he would order his shadow to go around him. The chain flew up above the ground. Frightened, Xiao reported that he was approaching. A powerful aura emanated from the forest. Taken aback, the main character assumed that judging by the sound, he was getting further away from them. Standing in the cave, they wondered what was happening. Frowning, Xiao noted that this monster was afraid to leave the forest, and the cave is located about 10 meters from the forest and it looks like the animals were hiding there before. Turning around, Xiao stated that there was something wrong with the forest, but they were lucky to escape it. Stretching out his hand, Sui said that the danger had passed, so they should rest and he would be the first on duty today, and after midnight the main character and Yang would replace him. They looked at each other. Standing next to Xiao, Sui said that he couldn't help it if they didn't trust him, but he was on duty first anyway. Light smoke came from the extinguished fire. The main character and Ian were sitting near a rock. The afternoon sun illuminated the forest. There was an explosion. Xiao and Yang suddenly woke up. Coming out of the cave, they asked what was happening. Looking at the smoke in the sky, Xiao guessed that the Jing mountain volcano was erupting. Stunned, Sui suggested that it seemed that the other teams infiltrating Mount Jing had made their move. With a serious face, he suggested that they speed up, noting that they needed to do it before they learned the secret. The main character looked at Suya and asked if he was tired of living. He emphasized the fact that it is unknown what dangers lie ahead for them, apart from this explosion. Frowning, Sui replied that they were already there and there was no turning back, so the only thing they could do was to find the secret of Jing Mountain as early as possible. Smiling, Xiao noted that this is true and since they have already taken it, they need to bring it to the end. Yang watched him silently. Black smoke rose from the volcano. The group ran across the field. Lei wiped the sweat from his face and said that it was very hot. They saw a huge beetle. Moving further, Xinyu asked why they thought the animals became bigger but the people did not. Looking at Xiao, she noticed that instead, people received superpowers. Turning around, Sui said that from ancient times to the present, human evolution has always been associated with mental abilities. After looking at him, the main character said that teacher Zhang said that there is a gene in the human body that limits muscle development. He introduced the human body and the progress of evolution. He noted that this is because smart people are more attuned to their environment, causing the brain to require more energy, so muscle development must be limited to avoid competition with the brain for resources. Xiao emphasized the fact that only humans have genes that limit muscle development, but this is the price they gave for the sake of intelligence. Taken aback, Yang stated that she saw a Superman with a developed physique. She asked what he would say to this. Putting his hand to his chin, the main character suggested that his ancestors had something to do with wild animals. The group was taken aback by this response. Looking at the main character, Xinyu said that teacher Zhang at their school in the trading city is very smart and he must know a lot. Moving towards the mountains, Xiao replied that this is true, he knows a lot of things, but he starts making up stupid things in class if he comes across something he doesn't know. He noticed that usually the teacher reads books and so on when he is free. There are such people behind the walls of the fortress, and they are all amazing. He said that in his free time, Zhang grows vegetables in the garden. Surprised, Xinyu asked why things in the trading city were not exactly as she thought. Teacher Zhang sneezed loudly. Sui asked him to wait with a serious face, noting that there was a human body ahead. They walked towards the human remains. While examining the corpse, they wondered how he could suddenly appear there and perhaps it was someone from the King Consortium. The main character was suddenly taken aback. Holding up the iron pendant, Xiao asked in his thoughts if this was the badge that the soldiers carried with them. He read on it that it was Suzia. The enraged protagonist said that it was Suzia who died from bee venom, and whose body mysteriously disappeared before they entered the gorge. He asked how Zhu could have ended up there. Taken aback, he wondered if something had brought his body there. Raising his hand to the bones, the main character said that judging by the wounds on his body, some animal had eaten his entrails. Examining the remains, Xiao asked what animal could have left such teeth marks, judging by the even bites on the body. The frightened Sui cried out that these were marks of human teeth. Turning around, the main character asked if he was sure. Sui replied that he was almost sure of that. Looking away, he revealed that he was bitten on the hand by his first love when he broke up with her while he was still in school. With a cry, Zio asked how he found the time to talk about such things when they were all scared. Looking at the corpse, Sui asked why there were traces of human teeth on the corpse and whether someone had gone crazy from hunger and eaten their own kind. Frowning, Zio asked what the guys thought, whether it was possible that what was dragging the chain last night was a person. The group was scared by this theory. Grabbing her gun, Yang yelled that they were getting out of there and using a 3-man tactical formation in case something sneaked up on them. Turning around, Zio asked what a tactical formation was. Yang asked if his teacher taught him this, noting that she thought he knew everything. Pointing her finger at the floor, she asked him to go to her left, adding that everyone controls their own sector of vision and should shoot directly at any strange creature approaching. Smiling, the main character replied that he understood everything. Moving along the gorge, the main character thought that Yang seemed to have taken command. As a matter of course, and no one said anything else. He assumed that everyone understood that Yang is not so simple. She is not only ruthless and not afraid of the changes taking place, but also knows details about the source of Flame Company. The sounds of gunfire were heard from the volcano. Looking up, Sui reported that the firefight was becoming more active, and it seemed that they were getting closer to the secrets of Mount Jing. Looking at the floor, Zio asked what was there. Sui picked up the shell casing from the floor. Examining it, he said that it was from a bullet fired by the King Consortium. The group was surprised by this. Looking at Zio, Sui whispered that it looked like the King Consortium was also there and had already made their move. The wild boar ran towards them. The group was scared. He ran past them. The guys targeted him and shouted that he was limping and they would take advantage of it. Liu said he never thought he would eat meat again. An enraged Sui ordered the boar to be left behind. Taken aback, Liu noted that he himself ran straight into their arms and they did not eat for almost a day. Smirking, the main character said that he envied them that they had brains, but they didn't even really need it. Liu asked what he meant. Raising his hands, Sui asked if it seemed like they would give away their location if they started frying meat there and lighting an open fire. Liu asked if the safest thing to do would be to defect to the king people if they were there. Holding her cap, Yang noted that the king had come for the secret of this place and would not let them go if they found it. Looking at the guys, she said that in this case the safest thing is to kill them as soon as they meet them and never show mercy. She noticed that to be merciful to enemies means to be cruel to yourself. Turning around, Sui asked them to move on, adding that turning back was certain death and moving forward was the only way to survive. Lei and Liu walked past Yang. Sui said that they further avoid meeting the King Consortium fighters based on where the shooting is coming from. Lei stated that he thought they would starve to death before allowing the Kingmen to catch them. Yang looked after them. Smoke rose from the volcano. Looking into the dark forest, Sui said that perhaps in an hour they will know what is hidden in this Jing mountain. He suggested that there was much less shooting. Looking at the main character, he whispered that if they had to fight guerrilla warfare in the future, they would have to abandon the other 3, who would not be able to keep up with the 3 of them. Turning around, Zio looked at the tired group members and agreed with Sui. Turning around sharply, Sui asked where Yang was. Standing in the forest, Liu asked where she was and when she disappeared. Stunned, Zio thought that with Yang's power, it was impossible to disappear without warning unless she herself wanted to leave. They looked at each other and nodded. The sounds of chains were heard in the forest. The frightened members of the group screamed that they heard this sound again. Looking into the forest, Liu screamed that this monster couldn't take Yang away. He saw that the people in front of him had disappeared. Frightened, Liu started screaming loudly and asked where the 2 were. Standing in the forest, he asked why the 2 had disappeared. Lei looked back and said that the sound was getting closer. Liu began to run away from there. He closed his eyes in fear. Lei overtook him. Running after him, he shouted that Lei had just been injured and was already running so fast, and Xinyu was a big star and was running very fast. Liu frowned. He tripped Leia. While escaping from there, Liu asked for forgiveness, noting that someone must be sacrificed in order to survive. The monster rushed at Lei. Stunned, Liu turned around. Blood began to flow from Lei. The monster was sitting on him. Liu and Xinyu continued to run. Closing his eyes, he screamed that he just wanted to come back alive, and there was nothing wrong with that. He looked at Xinyu with an angry look. He extended his hand to her and said that in order to survive, you need to sacrifice something. He couldn't reach her. The soldiers pointed their guns at them and asked who they were. Pointing his finger back, Liu said that a monster was running after them. The military surrounded them and ordered them to sit on their knees and put their hands on their heads. Raising his hand to the headphones, the soldier said that an escaped test subject had been found and he was requesting support. The soldiers began to advance into the forest. The monster rushed at them. The military started shooting at him. The animal avoided being hit by bullets. The soldiers tied their hands with a collar. They picked them up. The soldiers found a girl's doll under Liu's cloak. They began to examine her. The monster continues to advance through the forest. As Zio walked up the mountain, he thought that when Yang was still around, the group held each other back, forming a short stable team, and now that Yang suddenly disappeared, the team instantly collapsed. Frowning, he noted that he and Sui had unspokenly decided to go it alone, and after all, they couldn't trust each other yet. Looking at the mountainous area, the main character began to think that he was wondering what the secret was for which all the forces were fighting. He mentally noted that he was not going to return empty-handed, so he would go in and look around. The soldiers moved through the forest. As he walked up the mountain, Zio noted in his mind that people were following him. Looking at their backs, he wondered if they were King Consortium people. They shouted that the experimental object had been found and they were asking for support. Hiding, the main character thought about the experimental object. He wondered if there were still people in these wild places conducting experiments. He wondered if so many people couldn't kill one monster, or if it was too strong. Looking around the treetops, Zio noted that, however, this monster had attracted their attention, so he could take this opportunity to act stealthily. He was hiding behind a stone. While examining the base, the main character asked why they needed a place where there had recently been an explosion. He saw the scientist collecting the blood of the beast. He closely watched the man in the white coat. He began to sneak up on him. While looking around the ruined settlement and scientists, Zio wondered if the King Consortium was capturing mutant beasts, noting that he feared that these beasts could not escape the fate of being studied. He was suddenly surprised. He saw a man on the roof of a building. Zio looked at the guy in the white shirt. A man is depicted in a white suit and blue tie, looking down intensely. The main character looks at him, hiding behind a rock, and thinks that perhaps this is the man in charge of this operation. He notes that if on a normal day he saw someone in a white suit roaming the wild lands in a white suit, he would write off would be like a weak-minded person. Zio stares at him. We see how the main character looks at the roof of a building, on which a man in a white suit points with his finger and says something. The main character thinks that this man now standing on top of the building, on the contrary, does not feel out of place, perhaps because that he is a leader and does not need to go into battle. We see fighters with weapons, an excavator, and doctors in masks who are preparing syringes. The main character thinks that the surrounding area is heavily guarded and the number of fighters could reach 1,000. He notes that it looks like the King Consortium intends to find the secret of the mountain that he talked about Zhu, and that in the current state of affairs, he is unlikely to be able to compete for what they are looking for, and there is no point in him taking risks for the sake of a secret unknown to him. Zio looks at the broken street and thinks about leaving everything as it is. We see a destroyed building. The main character walks along a road littered with rubbish and debris. He walks around the ruins from the city and thinks that it is amazing that there is a huge city here, and although all the buildings are in pieces, the main structure is still intact. Zio takes a step through the rubble. He walks forward through the ruins. We see his back. He thinks that one can only imagine how beautiful this city used to be. Zio turns around in surprise. He looks at the surviving sign and reads the title. The main character thinks that Zio you can sounds a little mysterious. Zio sees another sign and lists what he has already seen: a beauty salon, fast food, and a health center. The main character looks thoughtfully to the side and remembers a strange doll, a QR code, and a sign with an image. He asks the question that he risked his life, went all the way to find all this. Zio stares ahead and thinks about waiting. He descends sharply down the rubble. The main character looks at a sign with famous tobacco and alcohol products. He is surprised that there is such a shop here and thinks that in their days there is tobacco and alcohol. Zio notes that if he can find their source, he can become the richest man in a trading city. He smiles joyfully and slyly, clasping his palms together. Zio thinks that since they are only interested in mutant animals and secrets, he asks not to blame him for devastating the rest of this place. The main character looks at the shop and notes that, protected by plastic packaging, tobacco and alcohol should be in good condition. He reaches out to the crack and notes that it is broken, so all the cigarettes and alcohol inside have also turned to dust. The main character holds his heart with horror. He thinks that his dream of becoming the richest man has been shattered. Zio clenched his teeth, frowned, and thought with anger that he really had to leave just like that. He couldn't take the main secret with him, so he had to take at least something. We see another sign. The main character thinks he needs to go and look somewhere else. He looks at the doll in a short skirt and top. He is surprised that they are there too and does not understand what they are needed for. Zio raised his hand to his chin and looks thoughtfully at the doll. The main character begins to strangle the doll. He wonders if there is air inside and does not understand why it looks like Yang. Zio applies even more force. The doll's head inflates and increases in size. The doll's head suddenly explodes. The main character wipes his forehead with his hand with relief and assumes that he knows what this is for. He walks down the street and carefully looks around. In the store, Zio stands near the counter with goods and reaches for the top shelf. He picked up a white jar. He reads in surprise that it is old white gold. He does not understand what the hell it is and whether there is gold in it. Zio, surprised, opens the jar and pours out the contents, and pills fall out of it. The main character furiously throws the jar on the floor and thinks that all the people of the old world are liars. He emotionally says that this is some kind of Zio Yukan and there is no gold in him. Zio closed his eyes and raised his hand to his chin thoughtfully, noting that he heard Wang say earlier that there were shops selling gold behind the wall. Dollar signs appeared in his eyes. He reasoned that this city is very large, so there should definitely be a store like this there. We see the facades of buildings in the starry sky. The main character notes that in their days gold is a valuable currency, and it does not deteriorate, so if he finds it, he will definitely be rich. A brick building is shown. The main character's brother goes with a flashlight to Zioyu, who is sitting on the mattress, and thanks her for taking care of him all the time lately. The sister replies that it is good that Yuan's temperature has subsided, otherwise she would not have known how she would have explained this is Ziosu. Yuan puts the lamp on the table. His sister asks what his brother is doing now. She hopes he is safe. Yuan says that he thinks he is safe and recommends not to worry. Yuan looks at Zioyu kindly and thinks about how he had a fever the other day because of desire, and his sister could have taken the money and just left him. But she didn't. Instead, she helped him, just like a mother, that he was trying to cure his child. He was very pleased. Zioyu turned to Yuan and sternly said that since he had already recovered from his illness, he would have to attend class tomorrow to make up for his missed homework. Sweat appeared on Yuan's face, and he fearfully replies that she shouldn't do this because his brother is not at home. Zioyu smiles sweetly and says that in any case, she doesn't care because he will do what he is told. We see a brick house against the background of the starry sky. A bright moon is depicted. People are sneaking around in the darkness inside a high fence. Yuan and Zioyu stood up in fear. The sister notes that there is someone outside. Yuan will nervously add that there is more than one person there. Zioyu fearfully takes up the weapon and orders Yuan to stay put while she goes out and takes a look. She trembles, nervously holds the knife in her hands and walks forward. Yuan watches her leave the house. A bald man kicks in the door, and another one stands nearby. They attack the stunned Zioyu. She screams and points the knife at them with her eyes closed. A man with an angry face tries to snatch it. He calls Zioyu names furiously. Two men force her to the ground and hold her by the neck. In fear, she orders them to let go and leave her behind. The third one attacks Yuan with a knife. He swings and hits the bed. Yuan falls to the ground. He lands in a fighting stance. The man, dumbfounded, notes that he is a smart guy. Yuan remembers them and thinks that these three were usually messing around in the market town, but he didn't expect that they would actually attack this house next to the school. He looks at the man sternly and thinks that because of his recent illness, Sister Zioyu must have become their target when she went to buy meat to help him gain some strength. A teacher comes into the house. The criminal points a knife at him and says that he hasn't liked this old man for a long time. The attacker stands in a fighting stance and says that Jing must have a lot of valuable things. Yuan, standing nearby, nervously asks that they still dare to kill the teacher. The criminal attacks the boy and orders him to give the money in an amicable way without these resistances. Yuan furrowed his eyebrows and thinks that they even dared to touch the school teacher, afraid that no one would find out who committed the murder. We see the roofs of houses in the dusk. The attacker brandishes a weapon and a wound appears on his body. Yuan sharply fired his pistol at him. The other two men are shocked and don't understand where he got the gun from. Yuan continues to shoot criminals. They start running towards the exit while the boy shoots. Two unknown people watch as a man lies on the ground. Yuan furiously pointed a pistol at the lying man, and the others began to scream in horror and run. Yuan shot at them. All three died. They are lying on the ground. Zioyu looks out with the teacher. Yajin says with horror that he knew that Zio was quite a ruthless person, so he understood that Yuan would be like him. He looks at the boy in surprise and says that he couldn't even think that at 13 Yuan would dare to shoot someone. Yuan holds the gun with trembling hands. He is shaking all over in shock. Zioyu holds him by the shoulders in horror and screams his name. She hugs the boy and tells him not to be afraid and that everything will be fine because everything is already over. Jaeon watches his sister hug the boy and asks if Zio left this for him. Sister and Yuan look at the gun. The teacher asks if this is why Yuan went alone into the wilderness to make sure no one found him. Yuan answers positively and says that he didn't think that something would happen right after he picked up a pistol. Yuan fearfully tells the teacher that he and his sister will leave the shopping mall right away so as not to cause him any inconvenience. The teacher sternly says that now that the wolves have returned, the wild lands are not safe. Jang looks at them and says that the place that Zio has prepared for him may be safe enough, but it cannot hide him from the smell of the wolves. He says that they do not need to run away because he will handle everything. Yuan looks at him incredulously and thinks about what the teacher can do to handle something like this. We see the roof of the house, the moon and stars. People go forward and say that the weapon was actually taken by this Ren child. There are many people in uniform walking. One of them angrily says that this child is the only one in this market town who has the opportunity and courage to touch a weapon. Van smiles and tells the commander that it must be some kind of misunderstanding. The commander stands opposite the old man and says that now he is almost sure that Wang Dingyang was killed by Xiao. The first says that the commander and Wang Dingyang were not on good terms either. He suggests discussing whether Wang Dingyang was killed by Xiao. The commander puts a gun to the old man's head and orders him to get out of here. He asks if he thinks that he is as corrupt as the rest of the inhabitants behind the wall. The commander points his finger and orders everyone to be arrested. He wants to see how Xiao will justify himself when he returns. The teacher stood in the aisle and ordered them to stop. He holds out a piece of paper and asks him to take it to the fortress and tell Fat Man Lo to come to him. Jang stood in front of the two soldiers and said that he had to give this to him and he would understand, and this was no longer something he could handle. One of the soldiers said with a confused look that this school teacher just called Boss Luo fat. Another soldier put a gun directly to the head of the frightened old man Wang and asked what he was waiting for. Zhuo stood still, holding out a piece of paper while the same soldier said that he thought some kind of card would help him get rid of them. Then he snatched the card from the teacher's hands with an arrogant look. The soldier looked forward with a menacing gaze and simply remained silent. Teacher Zhang stared back straight ahead with a serious look. Then the soldier, looking at Zhang Jinglin's card, thought with great surprise that he was from the 178th fortress. The soldier immediately pointed his finger at the teacher and the people behind him, saying that they should watch them, and the other soldiers obeyed the order. Suddenly the soldier got into the car and with a frightened look pulled the gear lever. The car began to move forward at great speed, leaving only dust behind. Several soldiers approached Yuan and Xiaoyu, and one of them ordered that they need to be searched, while the other said that no one should move. One of the soldiers searched the boy and asked where the gun was hidden, while the other pointed his weapon at him, telling him what he should say. Yuan looked forward sharply with an angry gaze. The two soldiers, greatly frightened, trembled and looked forward. Xiaoyu turned to Mr. Zhang, asking if everything would be okay, and he turned back and said that there was no need to worry and everything would be fine and they wouldn't dare to do anything to them yet. Yuan said that he apologized for the trouble they caused him, and Zhang, turning in his direction, said that they were not to blame, this world was wrong, and he should thank him for saving him recently. Yuan asked him what he did before teaching, and Zhang, standing sideways, said that he was a military man, while he asked why he stopped being a military man. Zhang answered the question that because war cannot save humanity. He then abruptly turned to the side and continued to say that he originally chose Zaiasu as a replacement teacher because he was preparing for his departure from this city, and he plans to return to Sabei. Yuan asked about Sabei and that this was the same northwestern part of the country that was mentioned earlier in the lesson, and received a positive answer from Zhang, who imagined beautiful mountains in his head over which birds flew. He continued to imagine in his head a huge number of mountains over which birds were flying, and said that in the northern part of the country the snow and ice had not yet melted, and among the sand and yellow earth not a trace of greenery was visible. Zhang continued to say that Sabei has endless white spaces, which makes people there seem very lonely, and imagined in his head a small stone structure standing right in the middle of the mountains. Yuan, looking ahead, asked why he suddenly wanted to return to Sabei. Zhang, looking to the side, replied that because the world was starting to change, and he needed to be with those who were waiting for him. Yuan looked at him with great surprise and asked about the people who were waiting for him, and he simply smiled. Zhang leaned forward, holding Yuan by the shoulders, and said that he should not be afraid, and they would not dare to do anything to him. The most they could do was send him back to the 178th fortress. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story moves to a camp with a huge number of tents, in one of which the doe with a cigar in his mouth was looking at the card. Lan sharply asked where this Zhang Jinglin was and said that he should take him there while the soldiers standing next to him obeyed his order. The soldiers, stepping on the ground with their boots, walked forward, and one of them said that they needed to open the door quickly. The car, accompanied by soldiers, approached the huge metal gates, which slowly swung open. Lan was driving in the car, smoking a cigar, and said on the phone that Zhang Jinglin was here, and they asked him if he was sure. The doe, continuing to smoke a cigar, said on the phone that he was not entirely sure yet, but if it was true, should he kill him and why should this old man hide with him? A man in a white coat spoke on the phone and asked about his murders, while he was told that yes, and such an opportunity comes once in a lifetime. The man in the white robe looked to the side, continuing to talk on the phone, asking that if he kills him now, do those fighters from the 178th fortress think to leave him alone? The doe, holding the phone near his ear, said that he could do it, but it would be a little scratch. A man in a white robe, speaking on the phone, asked what he thought. There was an impenetrable wall in this world, and why not just send him back to the 178th fortress, let Sabei continue to guard him. The man in the white robe looked to the side, saying that even if he had to die, he couldn't die at the hands of the King family, let alone them with him. While Lan spoke on the phone that he was the case if he one day, and that he answered him that later it would not be too late to kill him, but for now let someone else have a headache first. Then the man in the white coat asked on the phone what By the way, if there was a tramp named Ren Zaiasu in his area, and Lan, continuing to smoke a cigar, asked about that medicine seller. The man in the white robe nodded his head, holding his hand in his pocket, not saying that Luo Xinyu is a singer, Ren Zaiasu is a medicine seller, and asked what and who Yang Zaiajin is, while Lan asked about her on the phone and said that he never haven't heard this name. The man in the white robe said on the phone that there were 2 more questions: how many years had Luo Xinyu been a singer in the fortress, and whether this Ren Zaiasu had relatives or friends. And Lan, sitting in the car, said that Luo Xinyu had become famous in almost 2 years, and Ren Zaiasu seems to have a brother. Suddenly, the soldier sitting next to him said that this Jiang Jinglin was his friend, and Lan asked with a displeased expression what kind of coincidence this was. A man in a white coat said on the phone that there was no need to touch his brother for now, and let him deal with the rest as best he knew, while Lan and the soldier were sitting in the car. The soldier looked away with a dissatisfied expression, clenched his teeth, and simply remained silent. Immediately after this event, the narrative moves to a huge city standing right next to the mountains. A man in a white robe lowered his hand with a walkie-talkie in it. The man in the white robe turned sharply to the side, looking forward. The man in the white robe, sharply behind the block, said that he forgot to introduce himself, and he is King Zhen from the King Family Consortium, Luo Lan's younger brother. King looked towards Liu and Xinyu kneeling in front of him, saying that he was glad to meet them. Xinyu looked straight ahead with great disdain as King called them Mr. Liu Bu and Miss Luo Xinyu. King walked forward and said that they should tell him more about these 3 people: Zhu Xianchu, Yang Zaiajin, and Ren Zaiasu. King arrogantly looked at Xinyu sitting below and asked if there was something connecting Ren Zaiasu and Yang Zaiajin. They say that the names sound very similar. Liu exclaimed with fear on his face that they were not connected in any way. He then looked at King and said that Zhu Xianchu is a Superman who has the ability to release a shadow from his body that can even stop a bullet. Liu gritted his teeth in fear, saying that he could not say much about Yang Zaiajin, but the one to be most afraid of was Ren Zaiasu. King, looking to the side, asked in surprise why. Xinyu looked to the side with an arrogant look and asked that because he could cultivate anyone. Liu looked forward with great fear on his face, saying that no, and he was just very strong. At that time they were all fleeing in the canyon, and imagined in his head how the soldiers were running from a huge horde of insect monsters. Liu continued to say that he was the only one who ran in the opposite direction, and recalled how he turned back and looked at Xiao running away. Liu recalled turning back with a huge look of fear on his face and saying that he couldn't help but look back at him. Liu stood in the middle of the canyon and looked in the direction in which the streams of black energy were directed. Liu stood still and looked with great surprise at Xiao, who was running with a man on his back along the canyon. Liu recalled saying what the hell and how he could run so fast while carrying someone else, and stretched his hand forward towards the protagonist, who was running at great speed along the canyon, overtaking the car. Liu said that he was able to lift an adult man with one hand and still run fast, and he suspects that he is also a Superman, while Xinyu and King looked in his direction with great contempt. King, lowering his head down, closing his eyes, asked what if there was anything else, and Liu answered that no, and that was all for now. If he remembered something, he would tell him. King, with his hands in his pockets, said what needed to be written down, and Zhu Xianchu was an underdeveloped Superman with risk factor C. Ren Zaiasu was a suspected Superman with increased physical strength and risk factor F, and his subordinate wrote it all down in a notebook. His subordinate then took Liu's hand, who said that they should wait. The subordinate continued to lift Liu, who looked at King and shouted that they had nothing to do with it, and they were all ordinary people who were forced to follow Zhu Xianchu all the way here. King would turn around sharply and say that he knew that this had nothing to do with them. If he had anything to do with it, then he should be nervous now, and Liu would ask what and if he was going to do something with them. King closed his eyes and said that they would go with him and should try not to be too surprised while his subordinates lifted Liu and Xinyu from the ground. At the same moment, a crescent moon shone in the night sky, surrounded by a huge number of stars. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story moves to a huge building, near which people were standing. King walked along with the soldiers and spoke to Zuman, saying that he should lead a group to find Zaiasu, Yang Zaiajin, and Zhu Xianchu, and they should return by 12 o'clock at night, and he would take the order. King stopped near a group of people and said that teams 2, 3, and 4 should follow him, and they immediately followed his order. Liu, looking at King with great fear on his face, asked where they were going. King stood in the middle of the city street and said that now they themselves will soon find out. The narrative of the story then shifts to several soldiers standing near a huge cage. King raised one of his hands up, holding the other in his pocket. Liu stood next to Xinyu and was surrounded by soldiers, saying what the same. In that same cage, with a chain on his arm, lay a gray, scary monster. Liu asked that the teeth marks on Zhu's body were not the same, while everyone else was standing right next to the monster's cage. King would quickly turn around and say that they seemed to know a little about him and had seen the bodies he had bitten. Xinyu looked forward with great fear and asked what this was all about. King, standing right in front of this monster, said that they were a product of the pre-catastrophe period, and they had only recently learned of their existence, and they should be called test subjects. Xinyu looked straight at King and asked about the test subjects, and he said that he must have recently escaped from the walls of some laboratory. King, with his head down, continued to say that they were all surprised how they survived to their days, because this is a living example. Xinyu, looking in his direction, said that this means that they came here for this sample and to find the laboratory that once held these experimental subjects captive. Suddenly, King suddenly turned his serious gaze to the side. King, standing still, says he doesn't know if they know that multicellular organisms like humans use cell division as the basis for growth and reproduction. He then went on to say that one would assume that cell division should be endless, but the strange thing is that all human cells stop at an average of 50 divisions, after which irreversible decay sets in, and he imagined several microcells in his head. King looked to the side and said that it is for this reason that a person's life expectancy is limited, he grows old and dies. Xinyu looked away as King continued to say that, well, that doesn't mean it can't be changed. King said he suspected the lab had developed a technology that made cells divide endlessly, increasing the body's metabolic cycle and lifespan, and focused his attention on the metal gate in the brick building. King reloaded his gun and said that, but they didn't expect that by doing this, they would create these monstrous and inhumane creatures, and these human-modified test subjects had completely lost their sanity as human beings. King suddenly left his gun directly into the monster's cage and continued to say that, but their physical strength and agility are far superior to ordinary people, while he looked forward with a menacing gaze. The monster abruptly grabbed the gun with its teeth and crushed it, while King said that they had to use 5 battle groups and sacrifice many of their people to capture at least one object alive. King turned sharply to the side, looking at his subordinate, who was writing something in a notebook, and said that he should write down that his teeth were developed, his pupils were narrow, his habit of moving on all fours, he was no longer human. King closed his eyes and continued to say that it was suspected that he was the product of a genetic change, and it was assumed that this laboratory was a secret experimental facility of the Flame Source Company before the disaster. Xinyu looked to the side with a puzzled look and reasoned that the base was the source of the flame. King looked down as she speculated on whether the King Consortium could take over this technology. The monster, standing on 4 limbs, squeezed its jaw with enormous force, breaking the pistol into small pieces. King looked towards the soldier and said that he should shine a bright light on him, and he obeyed the order. The soldier raised his hand up and made a finger gesture to another soldier standing on top of the building. Then the soldier sharply turned the huge searchlight to the side. A bright light suddenly illuminated the monster in the cage and the people standing next to it. The monster in the cage covered its face with its hand after the light hit it. The monster suddenly began to back away, closer to the shadow, while in its cage. King, tilting his head down a little, asked about photophobia. The soldier standing next to Kin and Xinyu said that there are 2 possible causes of photophobia. The first being the weakness of the individual who was once human and now it is reflected in what it is now, and the second is that it is in a gene edited. The model was based on the nature of the beast. King, turning his head slightly to the side, said that one was enough to study so that they could kill the rest without further losses, and the soldier standing behind him accepted the order. King reasoned with a thoughtful look that if he has photophobia, then why was he recently active during the day, and is he evolving again, or is there something that attracted him and made him go out in broad daylight? King conjured images of Xiao, Zhu, and Yang standing next to each other in his head and wondered if this could have something to do with the 3 of them. A huge number of soldiers stepped with their black boots directly onto the asphalt. Man in a shirt stood in the middle of his subordinates, while through the radio they asked him what they had found, not them. Man in a shirt, using a walkie-talkie, said that there were no leads yet, but an active search was underway, and in response they told him that it was good and they should find them as soon as possible. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story moves to one of the buildings in the destroyed city. Xiao stood near the entrance to a huge building and wondered if all the stores before the disaster were built on such a grand scale. The protagonist focused his attention on the nameplate hanging on the building and reasoned that this was Lu Wang's department store, and if he could open a department store, then there might be a gold store somewhere. Xiao entered that same department store and moved slowly around it, wondering what kind of mess it was and whether there could be a gold store here. Suddenly, the protagonist turned sharply back and looked at the shelf with goods. Right on the shelf were toys of characters from Journey to the West, and Xiao reasoned that Journey to the West, and wasn't that the name of the book that Zhu Xianchu mentioned earlier. Then the protagonist stretched out his hand to the toys and reasoned that the one with the stick must be the general, after all. Xiao walked away from the toys and wondered where the gold store was. The protagonist approached the sign indicating that this was the Chaosu Fuk jewelry store and said that of course, and here it is. Xiao immediately rushed towards the jewelry racks, putting his hands forward. The The protagonist held a black bracelet in his hand and reasoned that silver turns black when oxidized. Zio immediately threw the bracelet behind his back with a dissatisfied look and reasoned that silver was worth nothing. The protagonist held a huge yellow ingot in his hand and reasoned that here it was, gold. Zio joyfully stood right in front of a rack with a huge number of gold bars and reasoned that he thought there was enough gold here so that Liaoyuan and sister Zioyu could live comfortably for decades, and if they returned to the trading city with this, then the opening of a gold store would be no longer a dream. The protagonist thought and raised his hand to his chin, arguing that there was so much here and how he could carry it all. Zio suddenly realized something and reasoned that he would definitely do just that. The protagonist was holding in his hands several gold jewelry right above the shelf. Zio was doing something with his hands right above the jewelry rack. The protagonist held a ball of gold in his hands and reasoned that if you look for all the gold jewelry in the ball, you can put it all in the palace vault. Zio reasoned that it was already full and needed to be pushed in, and tried to hold the door with his shoulder, which was barely staying closed. The protagonist, holding a bag made from a cloak on his back, walked forward and reasoned that he would wrap the rest in his cloak and carry it away. Suddenly, several soldiers stepped with their black-booted feet directly on the ground. Zio looked forward with great surprise, his eyes wide open. A squad of soldiers with a man in a black shirt headed forward, passing through the department store building. Zio was hiding behind one of the building's walls, watching a squad of soldiers pass by. The protagonist looked out from around the corner with a tense look, wondering where the king fighters suddenly appeared from here. Zio looked ahead with great dissatisfaction and reasoned that there were so many people, and they were alert enough, and whether there was any danger here. A detachment of soldiers led by Man walked through the department store past a rack with characters from Journey to the West. Man looked sharply to the side and was very surprised by what he saw. Man opened his eyes wide in surprise and simply silently looked to the side. The protagonist, peeking around the corner, nodded his head and wondered if they had left. The entrance to the department store building was surrounded by complete silence. Man looked around the corner, looking at the entrance to the department store building, showing the soldier. The soldier asked Manny in a whisper if something had happened. Man, recalling the figures of characters from Journey to the West, said in a whisper that he had already searched this building and its contents were now in places that were not in the right places, as he remembered, and reasoned that he remembered that it was the monk who was riding on a white horse, and next to it stood a monkey. Man looked out from around the corner, standing next to the soldier, and said in a whisper that it looked like someone had been here, and perhaps even still inside, and reinforcements needed to be called to immediately surround the area. Man suddenly made a gesture with his hand, sending the soldiers forward. At the same moment, soldiers lined up on both sides of the entrance to the department store building. The protagonist looked forward with great surprise, his eyes wide open. A huge number of soldiers stood near the entrance to the department store building. Zio turned around with great surprise and looked to the side, reasoning that why the king fighters decided to turn back. The protagonist turned back and leaned against the pillar, reasoning that it looked like Liu Bu and the others had revealed his existence to the king consortium after they were captured, which meant these guys were coming for him. Zio looked sharply down at the bundle from the cloak that contained the gold, and reasoned that it looked like he couldn't take the gold. One of the soldiers made a gesture with his hand and looked forward with a serious look. At the same moment, a detachment of a large number of soldiers armed with machine guns immediately entered the department store building. The detachment was divided into two and dispersed in two different directions. One of the soldiers turned towards Manga standing next to him and said that he should take a look at this. Then the soldier opened the cloak, which contained a huge amount of gold bars, and said that there was a bag of gold, presumably thrown away by the tracking object. Man looked down, saying that he was interested in gold after coming all this way, and the person who could do this was probably the vagabond Ren Zaiasu. Suddenly the soldier sharply raised his head up and saw a silhouette in a cloak in the flight between the stairs. The soldier immediately radioed that the target had run to the second floor, standing next to the stairs. A huge number of soldiers at the same moment ran up the stairs, while the radio transmitted that the target had run to the third floor. Man stood near the stairs, looking at the soldiers who were climbing it and shouting that they should go ahead and not let him leave. Man stood still, raising his head up, reasoning that something was clearly wrong, and Ren Zaiasu foolishly decided to run upstairs. If he continued to run upstairs, he would simply end up surrounded by them on the roof. Man closed his eyes and thought, reasoning that he was very greedy for money, but abandoned it as soon as he found himself in a dangerous situation, and his decisive refusal of gold gives the impression that he is acting more decisively than recklessly. The protagonist slipped between flights of stairs with great speed. Zio ran very quickly straight up the stairs and reasoned that they had noticed him and would probably send someone to cordon off this entire building. The protagonist, gritting his teeth in dissatisfaction, looked up and reasoned that wherever he ran now, there was a chance of encountering king fighters, with the exception of Man sharply imagined in his head the image of the roofs of buildings and reasoned that next to this building there was another building a little shorter, 10 meters from each other, and perhaps he would be able to escape by jumping from the building. Man sharply raised his hand with the pistol in it and gave the order to the soldiers that they should continue the pursuit, but they disobeyed the order. Man, sharply waving his hand with a pistol in it in front of his face, said that the external combat group should be sent to detach the neighboring building. Man abruptly jumped down from one staircase to another, holding a pistol in his hand. At the same moment, the protagonist hit the door with great force with his foot. Zio kicked down the door leading to the roof with his foot. The protagonist was right on the roof of the building while a door flew forward right in front of him. Zio turned sharply to the side, looking at the neighboring building, and said what was there. The protagonist rushed with great speed to the edge of the roof of the building. Zio sharply pushed his foot off the edge of the roof of a building and jumped forward, flying to the roof of another. Man ran out of the department store building with great speed and turned his head to the side. Man abruptly stopped in place and looked with great surprise at the silhouette of the protagonist, who was flying past the buildings in the city. Man, gritting his teeth in dissatisfaction, asks if this Ren Zaiasu can really jump to another building and what level of strength and speed he has achieved. Man abruptly grabbed the walkie-talkie and said that the strength of Ren Zaiasu's target needs to be reevaluated, and repeats that the strength of the target needs to be reevaluated. Zio landed sharply right on the roof of a nearby building, doing a somersault and getting on all fours. The protagonist suddenly rushed forward with great speed, running along the roof of another building. Zio raised his head sharply and looked at the tall building right in front of him with great surprise. The protagonist, with his eyes wide open, looked forward and talked about this in surprise. Zio then focused his attention on a very tall, dilapidated building. The protagonist focused his attention even closer to one of the rooms in the very building in which a certain silhouette was visible. In that very room in the tall building, Yang stood watching everything that was happening. Yang sharply adjusted the girl on her head with her hand. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a strange black and red trunk appeared right in her hands. She then stepped on the small step with her black booted foot. Yang stood still and aimed at the scope of her huge black and red rifle. She suddenly exhaled slowly and continued to aim one eye at the scope of her rifle. Yang stood in place, holding her black and red rifle with two hands and aimed at its scope. Zio continued to run along the roof of the building with great surprise, talking about young Xiaojin. The protagonist stopped abruptly on the roof of the building and looked sideways at the street of the destroyed city. Zio suddenly focused his attention directly on King and the people standing next to him who were near the cage, and reasoned that this means that young Xiaojin's goal was to come and kill this young man in a white suit. The protagonist froze abruptly in place, raising his head up and looking at the tall building on the side of him, and reasoned that she was so far from this man in a white suit. Zio looked to the side with a reasonable expression and thought that at such a distance to the target, the sniper needs to calculate many factors, such as wind direction, temperature, humidity, and various external obstacles and cover near the target. Then the protagonist focused his attention on Kin standing near the cage and highlighted his approximate location on the street, reasoning that how can sniping be carried out at such a distance, even if one has to take into account the deflecting force of the rotation of the Earth. King stood still while Xinyu was behind him. Xinyu rose sharply, and the protagonist looked forward and reasoned that the wind had stopped, and now. Zio turned his head sharply towards the tall building standing nearby and reasoned that she had not fired. The protagonist then focused his attention on Xinyu, who suddenly stood up from the ground, and reasoned that when did she free herself from the rope binding her thumbs. Xinyu suddenly rushed forward towards King with great speed, holding a knife in her hand. Xinyu continued to rush forward at great speed, moving her hand with the dagger in it and back a little. King sharply turned his gaze back and looked at the woman in the suit who was deflecting Xinyu's blow. Xinyu threw a punch with her hand, which the woman deflected with her white fan. The woman in the suit would then lash out with her white fan, while Xinyu dodged it. Xinyu jumped back, landing on the ground as the woman in the suit collected her white fan. The woman in the suit suddenly took a blade out of her pocket and threw it forward with great fury. Xinyu landed on the ground with a huge look of fear on her face, holding a knife in her hand and looking at the blade flying towards her. Suddenly, a circle of purple energy appeared on the ground right under Xinyu's hand. Xinyu abruptly fell into a dark space through a circle of purple energy, while a knife flew into her place where she had just been. The woman in the suit watched as a flash of black and purple energy remained in Xinyu's place. The woman in the suit said with surprise on her face that she was a Superman, and King stood next to her, watching everything that was happening. The protagonist watched what happened with great surprise and reasoned that Luo Xinyu was in fact also a Superman. Zio turned sharply to the side and asked that where did that fragile and quiet Luo Xinyu go, and it must be someone else posing as her. King turned sharply to the side, looking at a tall building in which a bright and yellow light was coming from the window. At the same moment, Yang fired her huge black and red rifle. King turned sharply to the side with a huge fear on his face while someone shouted that there was a sniper there. The bullet rushed with great speed straight towards King, who was standing still. At the same moment, the girl in a business suit jumped sharply to the side, gritting her teeth. She suddenly leaned forward, opening her 2 white fans behind her back. Then the girl in a business suit put 2 white fans right in front of her and tried to deflect the bullet flying at her. The girl in a business suit clenched her teeth in dissatisfaction and fear and simply remained silent. The bullet fired from Yang's rifle slightly damaged the white fan. The bullet, flying forward at great speed, destroyed the white fan into small fragments. At the same moment, the girl in a business suit fell back while the same bullet hit her chest. King stood still and watched as that same bullet flew right through the body of a girl in a business suit. King looked down at the body of the girl, who was falling down and coughing up a huge amount of blood. King, turning to the side, straightening his cloak, said that what a pity. One of the soldiers sharply pulled the pin from the grenade and said that everyone should prepare for a smoke grenade. At the same moment, a smoke grenade fell straight to the ground, releasing a huge amount of smoke, and a certain voice shouted that it needed to be compacted. King stood in place while a huge amount of smoke surrounded him, and voices were heard in the area to look for a sniper position, and it was an abandoned building in the southeast. King abruptly pulled out a bullet from the destroyed asphalt with his hand. King held the bullet in his hand and looked at it with great seriousness and simply remained silent. King turned his gaze sharply to the side and thoughtfully reasoned that, surprisingly, this was an attack by rebels, and this is a group of people about whom there are vague rumors in the circles of the consortium. King walked up to Liu, who was sitting on the asphalt, and said that being her agent and not even knowing that his employer was a Superman, he was still really very stupid. They took Liu by the clothes and lifted him up, and he said that she was just like that before. Suddenly, that same silver bullet was brought right to his eye. King, piercing Liu's eye with a silver bullet, said that he should rest in peace and in their time there was no place for such scum. Liu slumped straight to the ground and screamed loudly as blood flowed from his eye. The protagonist stood still, looking at the tall building right in front of him, and reasoned that so, Yang Xiaojin and Luo Xinyu are working together. As expected, the more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she is, and never thought that they would put on such a show here. Zio raised his head up and recalled the images of Yang and Xinyu, reasoning that in retrospect, their disguise was not really flawless, and, I remember, before going to Mount Jing, I asked to remove Wang Qinjiang from the squad, and Luo Xinyu glanced at Yang Xiaojin during the decision, but at that moment, neither of them cared about it. The protagonist then mentioned in his head the events of the past, how they sat together near the fire where the meat was cooked, and reasoned that later, when he shared the fish, Yang Xiaojin also called Luo Xinyu. Zio recalled how Yang pointed her gun directly at Zhu and reasoned that there was also an incident where someone was pestering Luo Xin and Yang Xiaojin quickly intervened. But at the time he thought that she only helped because they both were girls, and who would have thought then that they had known each other for a long time. The protagonist looked ahead with a thoughtful look and reasoned that, but why exactly they wanted to kill King Zhen and why the Superman sacrificed himself to protect him. Yang pulled the bolt of her rifle and a silver bullet flew out. Then she sharply turned the muzzle of her rifle to the side and, holding it with both hands, aimed at the sight. The protagonist stood still and looked at the tall building in front of him with great surprise until a bright light flashed in one of the rooms. Zio backed away with a huge look of fear on his face as a bullet flew between his legs and hit the roof. The protagonist turned sharply back, looking at the place where the bullet landed, and reasons that she was doing something incomprehensible and did not even try to shoot him, but was simply aiming at the roof. And maybe she did this on purpose to show that they are not at the same time in front of the King Consortium. But was it too much, or was it because he was angry with Luo Xinyu on the road and did not want to help her? Yang, holding a huge rifle in her hands, stood next to Xinyu approaching her. Yang continued to look forward with a serious gaze while Xinyu tilted her head to the side and waved her hand. At that moment, the two of them suddenly jumped into a portal created from dim blue energy. Zio watched everything that was happening, reasoned that no, and they just left, and don't they want to take him with them. A huge number of soldiers ran down the street, holding machine guns in their hands. Zio looked down from the roof of the building at the huge number of soldiers approaching him and reasoned that this was bad, and so they decided to throw everything at him and calmly leave, and maybe it was convenient to leave, but why involve him in this? The protagonist suddenly pulled out a pistol from behind his back and reasoned that he was careful everywhere, but still ended up in the ass. Man sharply broke down the door leading to the roof with his shoulder. Zio, running sharply forward, fired his pistol and cursed displeasedly. The protagonist continued to run forward straight along the roof of the building while the soldier covered Manga from his bullets with his shield. Suddenly, Man jumped out from behind the soldier with the shield and fired straight forward from his pistol. Zio jumped to the side with great speed, dodging several bullets fired by the enemy. The protagonist suddenly jumped up and rushed forward with great speed, reasoning that there was no more hesitation. He must run before all their troops arrived. Man aimed his pistol, clenched his teeth, and said that it was amazing how fast he could move. Man pointed his pistol towards the nearby building where Zio was landing, and spoke over the radio that the target was running away for 10 o'clock and the blockade ring needed to be tightened. The protagonist at the same moment landed directly on the roof of a nearby building, squatting, and reasoned that it was previously assumed that they would enter the city blockade together with Yang Xiaojun and Zhu Xianchu. Zio looked forward with great displeasure after landing on the roof and reasoned that even if he had to run away, he would be the fastest. Then the protagonist suddenly jumped off the roof of the building and headed forward at great speed. Zio jumped from the roof of the building, landing directly on the road between the houses, and reasoned that it seemed like he had greatly underestimated them. The protagonist ran at great speed along a narrow alley between houses and reasoned that only by entering the forest could he be saved from the persecution of the king. Zio continued to reason that, after all, he was more familiar with the laws of survival in the forest than they were, while a huge detachment of soldiers was in the middle of the street in a dilapidated city. Suddenly, a huge amount of magma rose into the air right from the mouth of one of the volcanoes, and the sound of an explosion was heard throughout the area. The protagonist continued to run forward at great speed, greatly surprised and reasoning that it was a volcanic eruption. Man ran straight down the city street towards the volcano and was greatly stunned by the eruption he saw. Man continued to run forward along with the soldiers and, greatly frightened, reasoned that if this guy went further and the volcano erupted, there would be no turning back. Zio turned around abruptly with great displeasure, gritting his teeth as a huge amount of magma erupted from the volcano right in front of him. The protagonist continued to run forward at great speed, debating whether they would continue to pursue him or let him go, while a crowd of people ran after him. The protagonist found himself on the outskirts of the city and turned back to the crowd of people shining flashlights, and reasoned that the path back only leads to death. Zio rushed forward with great speed straight towards the forest and the volcano, which began its eruption, reasoning that the only way to survive was to move forward. Man, raising his hand clenched into a fist, addressed all the soldiers, saying that they should not stop. One of the soldiers approached Manhwa and said that the object of research had disappeared, and he shouted that they should look for it, and they accepted his order. Man looked at his watch and said that the control time for the 100 meters is 3.92, and the strength is unknown, and as soon as they find him, they need to kill him on the spot. A huge number of soldiers with weapons and flashlights in their hands moved through the forest, while Man reasoned that no matter where he was hiding, even with a pistol in his hand, he would not be able to shoot so many people at the same time, and if only he appeared, they would turn him into a sieve. Zio, hiding behind one of the trees from the bright light of the soldiers' lanterns, reasoned that with so many people searching at the same time, he did not think that they would start shooting indiscriminately. The protagonist, peeking out from behind a tree, looking at the soldiers who were looking for him, was very puzzled. Zio, peeking out from behind a tree, reasoned that he would soon be found, and suddenly jumped out from behind it straight towards a huge number of soldiers and Manhwa. The protagonist slashed directly at several soldiers, lifting them into the air and landing directly on the ground while screams echoed throughout the area, and Man watched. Man raised his hand with the gun a little higher and asked what was the matter, while Zio looked forward with a malicious grin. The protagonist jumped sharply, landing on a tree branch while the soldiers watched him, and said, pointing his finger at himself, that he was Zhu Xianchu and who would dare fight him. The soldiers looked forward with great surprise and, trying to comprehend what they had heard, simply remained silent. The protagonist jumped sharply upward due to the bullets that destroyed the branch he was standing on, and then landed on the ground while the soldiers shouted that Zhu Xianchu and they needed Ren Zaiasu, and fired their machine guns. Zio abruptly pushed himself off the ground and rushed forward with a smug grin, holding his hand out in front of him, while the soldiers, standing still, fired their weapons and shouted loudly, saying that it was a monster. The protagonist jumped sharply to the side, dodging a huge number of bullets fired by very surprised soldiers. Several soldiers, still firing their machine guns, said that he was incredibly fast. Then Zio rushed forward with great speed, running away from them straight into the forest, and the soldiers shouted that he was running away and needed to be caught up. Man, holding a walkie-talkie watch to his mouth, said that the previous information was incorrect and the target was not Ren Zaiasu, but Zhu Xianchu. Suddenly, straight towards Manhwa and the soldiers, a certain silhouette of black and red energy rushed at great speed. Man fired his pistol with his hand forward, straight at the silhouette of black and red energy, which dodged the bullet. The silhouette of black and red energy grinned sarcastically while Man, continuing to put his hand with the pistol forward, kissing, said that this was some kind of nonsense. At this moment, Zio continued to run through the forest at great speed and reasoned that he did not expect that he would suddenly encounter so many superhumans. And Yang Xiaojin could create a peerless sniper rifle out of thin air, and Zhu Xianchu could manifest his own shadow, Luo Xinyu could move through shadows, and King Zhen's bodyguard could summon this strange white fan. The protagonist ran straight through the forest and continued to reason that everyone hides their abilities very well and does not show them until they have to. So it is better for him not to reveal his abilities, which is why he had to go by the name Zhu Xianchu. At this time, the shadow of black and red energy was dodging the bullets that the soldiers were firing, and Zio reasoned that now the shadow could be brought back and ordered it to return, and it immediately rushed forward with great speed. A shadow quickly passed between the soldiers, throwing them into the air as they screamed loudly in fear. The shadow grinned a little, running away from them, and immediately found itself right next to the protagonist, who was standing in the middle of the forest and looking to the side. Suddenly, the shadow did not seep into Zio's body, and he suddenly shuddered, greatly surprised by this. The protagonist leaned sharply on a tree and trembled violently in pain, reasoning that it turned out that I had a side effect, and it seems that this shadow cannot be used just like that, and the body also feels all the wounds that it received. Zio, closing one eye, looked to the side and reasoned that, however, in the end, he got rid of the king people, and first he should rest, and once they regained their strength, they would figure out how to avoid it. The leg, shackled in chains, suddenly became very tense, destroying them. Zio was very surprised, holding his chest, and reasoned that it seemed that he was not alone here. The protagonist stood still while several strange monsters appeared right in front of him, moving on all fours, and he wondered what it was. Several gray monsters lay on the ground, looking forward with furious gaze while Zio reasoned that life was indeed unfair. Zio was very frightened, closing one of his eyes and gritting his teeth, reasoning that it seemed that he could not escape. At the same moment, the protagonist stood in place right in front of the three gray monsters, until a silhouette suddenly appeared right above him, jumping down. Zio turned sharply to the side, looking straight ahead with great surprise. Subject attacks Zio with a jump. Zio dodges at the last moment. He talks about how to get out of the situation, because it is impossible to shoot now, this will attract the King Consortium. He gets up and realizes that it's hard to be squeezed on both sides. The subject also stood up to prepare to attack. Zio thinks that it's still better to attack with a dagger up close. More experimental subjects arrive from the forest. Now Zio can only rely on his dagger. He is very nervous and closely watches his opponents. Zio shakes his head in panic, because the dagger is not in place. Zio doesn't understand where the weapon disappeared. He remembers how Yang ran into him before she disappeared. Ian is sitting on a cliff. Perhaps then she stole the dagger. Yang happily looks at the dagger. Zio wonders if she really took him back, although the trust that was between them would make such an act extremely heartless. Zio looks in surprise as the test subject climbs the tree. 3 test subjects crawl towards him. Zio tensed up and decides to attack first, for which he uses the ability copied from Zhu. He casts a determined glance towards his enemies, deciding that this is not the time to be sad. Having sent the shadow to attack, he shouts to the test subjects to die. The unpleasant sensation makes him take aback and turn around. The subject attacked from the back, leaving a cut with his sharp claws. Zio screams. He roundhouses one of them in the face with his fist. He looks in surprise at the fist that hit the test subject's face. He looks at his hand in horror and screams in pain. A scream is heard against the backdrop of a dark forest. Zio throws the test subject aside, grabbing his face. Shadow Zio hits the test subject while he looks over his shoulder at the 3 lying humanoids and talks about the thickness of their skin, since it cannot be injured without a weapon. The product of the experiment makes a big bite on the side of the shadow, which affects itself. Zio grabbed his phantom-bitten side and decides that if he continues to fight with them, he will definitely be eaten soon. Closing his eyes in pain, he thinks about how he can get a weapon. Zio stands defenseless while the test subject cuts his chest. He didn't have time to dodge. At the same time, another humanoid bites his leg. The incredibly strong test subject who bit Zio throws him aside with his teeth so that he does a somersault in the air. He hits the ground hard with his back and drops of blood fly out of his mouth. Along the way, his shadow is eaten by 2 experimental subjects. Another one is already flying, ready to kick a man lying in the chest with his foot. Zio was taken aback. The subject successfully hits the target with his foot. The palace sends Zio a message about the discovery of the breath of death. Making a grimace of horror, he realizes that he cannot use his power, which is very bad. He cannot die now. He screams, begging for a weapon. Blood pours out of his mouth. The palace notifies of the discovery of the breath of death and asks if Zio would be willing to open the seal. He sits on his knees and does not understand what seal we are talking about. Against the background of the starry sky, he asks about the price of opening the seal. The palace responds with the word loss. Zio doesn't know what loss awaits him. He is wounded and exhausted, sitting on his knees holding his elbow. He indignantly wipes the blood from his mouth, for he shed a lot of blood, ate a huge amount of wild roots while he was alive, and now the palace declares that he must lose everything, and on what basis it is not clear even to him. The test subject kicks him in the head and he flies off. Zio asks the palace for an understanding of how he was given all this: the gold, the money, the gun, his brother Liayuan, his sister Zioayu, and even the clothes on his own body. He is on his knees again and asks why the hell does the palace even need his clothes. He does not receive an answer and offers to at least bargain. He gets hit in the jaw. He desperately wonders if this is the end, because he has lived so little. The palace gives him the result of the check, because Zio only has 7 thanks left to collect before receiving the weapon. Zio looks at the inscription against the background of the night sky and wants to thank himself all these 7 times. He cups his face, closing one eye. Zio's first gratitude is that he never shies away from new opportunities. The second is that he is never afraid to face danger, while he thanks himself for the 3rd time for never compromising in the face of trials and tribulations. He is kicked again by the test subject. Zio flies to the side. He stands up and thanks himself for the 4th time for always having a backup plan when faced with temptation. He closes his eyes and extends his hand forward. The 5th thanks is that he was never a hypocrite. With a smile on his face, he says the 6th gratitude for his sober assessment of the situation and lack of hesitation in decisions. He enthusiastically shouts 7th gratitude for the fact that when he finds himself in terrible situations, he goes through all the hardships. In the background, an active volcano erupts into the sky with a column of fire. Zio gets down on one knee, preparing to attack the next test subject approaching him. He screams for the weapon to be unlocked. The subject runs towards Zio with his mouth open to bite. The palace counts Zio's 7 thanks towards the total score. Zio aggressively directs a black ball glowing purple at the test subject. The subject flies to attack, and Zio sits with his hand outstretched towards him. The ball in his hand forms a long blade that glows red. He points the blade at the test subject. Making a determined face, he talks about a sword that draws the line between life and death. Such a sword is no match for an army of thousands. The blade cuts right through the test subject. 3 bloody humanoids bare their teeth at Zio. Zio himself stands menacingly against the backdrop of the 2 halves of the test subject. Zio uses the new sword and shadow together, making an armed shadow fighter. He goes on the attack, and the shadow follows him. He is not alone. The subject tries to injure Zio, but he dodges. With a rotating movement, he makes 2 halves of a whole experimental subject. His shadow is not far behind and cuts the other 2 test subjects into pieces. Zio stands epically against the backdrop of chopped up experimental subjects. He looks forward with determination and for the first time truly feels his superhuman power. The shadow dissolves as Zio leaves the battlefield in victory. The palace publishes a new side quest. Zio must receive 1,000 commendation coins to unlock the mid-tier weapon form. Zio is perplexed by such a huge number of thanks. An armed group of people runs out of the forest. The King Consortium discovers several dead test subjects in the forest. They are surprised by what they saw. The Consortium commander concludes from the shoe print that only one person dealt with the group of test subjects. He is warily perplexed as to whether one person is capable of defeating 4 experimental subjects. The power of this person must be greater than the power of their consortium. They need help. He radios to King Zhen that Zio, who called himself Zhu, requires his reassessment because he alone dealt with 4 test subjects. Zhen stands somewhere against the backdrop of ruins and listens to the fact that Zhu was wounded and left traces of blood. Zhen is surprised by Zhu's capabilities. Putting on a serious face, he asks his assistant to adjust Zhu's danger level to B and orders the commander to take a sample of Zhu's blood and send it to the warehouse for analysis. The commander presses the radio button and accepts the order. Zhen stands pathetically with his eyes closed and argues that Zhu and Yang have proven themselves. Xinyu has also revealed her superhuman nature, but no one knows where Zio has gone. He looks to the side. For him, capturing Zio would be a good outcome because he could become a bargaining chip in the future in the fight against Zhang Jinglin. Zhang Jinglin's love for justice is well known throughout the north of the country. Zhen smirks, because there is nothing wrong with Zio not being caught, since Fortresses 112 and 113 are under the influence of the King Consortium. Zhen pathetically walks past armed men in uniform. He continues to talk about Zio, because when he returns to the walls of the fortress, the Consortium members will be able to capture him at any moment. The volcano is erupting. A group of people from the King Consortium are being inspected using flashlights on their weapons. The group leader shines a flashlight towards the trees and realizes that Zio was running towards the volcano, but the pursuit led them nowhere. Consortium member King places a Q-tip containing Zio's blood sample into a test tube in a bag while the commander assesses the amount of Zio's blood on the battlefield. He must not have been hurt that badly. The commander looks down sternly and evaluates Zhao's fighting abilities and worries that they will not take him in numbers. For comparison, he takes an example from the capture of one test subject, in which 3 people died in a day and 13 left with injuries. He stands over a test subject cut in half and shines a flashlight on him. The wounds are extremely smooth. Close-up of the commander's face with a flashlight. He compares the cuts on the test subject to the fact that a sharp tactical knife can only damage the test subject's skin with great force. This refers him to the fact that there are many more secrets in Zhao than they can even imagine. The group from the King Consortium turn at the sound of a man approaching. Zhao runs towards them. The group began to shoot at him. While the commander wondered why Zhao returned, he seemed to be running away. A terrified Zhao yells at the group to look at what's behind him instead of aiming at him. He struggles to escape from a huge crowd of test subjects. The commander was taken aback because he thinks that this could only happen if Zhao took and tore up the lair of the experimental subjects. Zhao calls upon his shadow to carry him on its back and orders the group to flee, for if they continue to just stand there, they will all die. In the background, a large cloud of test subjects is approaching them. The group led by the commander is in shock. They decide to disobey Zhao and open fire on him. He dodges shots with the help of a shadow and is perplexed that in such a situation they would still prefer to shoot at him. The shadow is getting ready to jump. Zhao decides to let the monsters play with the consortium group, for that matter, and with the help of the shadow he jumps to escape from pursuit. He jumps over the squad, they dodge. The commander turns around and realizes that the crowd cannot be left unattended, because their rear may suffer, and even the city will be behind them. A huge crowd of experimental subjects bare their teeth, preparing to attack the squad. Some members of the group unsuccessfully dodged and were injured because of Zhao. The commander sees this picture and curses in horror. He could not imagine that Zhao would use such vile tactics to evade pursuit. He realizes that Zhao is using the test subjects in order to contain the squad and get rid of persecution from both them and the test subjects. The commander with a menacing face looks at the crowd and does not understand where such a large number of experimental subjects came from, if the information said there were 100 individuals. Close up of the commander's face. He thinks that the source of the flame may have deliberately spread false information to deceive Jin, and most likely this happened after the source of the flame could not intersect with the King Consortium to resume the work of this laboratory. This is quite possible, because Jin killed many people from the source of the flame campaign over the past couple of years. He worriedly notifies the city via radio that a defensive line should be built. Team members follow orders to fire to support defenses on the ground. We need to gain time so that the city can prepare for the attack. Zhao turns to look at the group going to the front line and thinks that maybe this is the difference between the consortium members and the private army. A close-up of the squad in combat readiness is shown. Zhao is surprised by the dedication of the consortium soldiers, that they are willing to sacrifice their lives and safety in order to buy time for their comrades in the rear. The shadow drives him away from the carnage while he talks about Jin with his image in the background. He doesn't understand how this young man in white can lead such an army. The squad stands in formation and waits for the moment to attack. The test subjects are approaching. Gunshot does not take test subjects. The commander despairs. Reinforcements arrive and give the order for an immediate retreat to the outskirts of the city. Support was already prepared for this in advance. The commander breathes a sigh of relief. He gives orders to his squad to hold formation and look for a moment to retreat because reinforcements are already on the way. The squad opens fire on the test subjects. Bloodied test subjects try to block bullets with their forelimbs and scream in pain. However, the bullets still do not hit them, but simply bounce off. The group is kept in formation and continues the attack. Zhao escapes from the scene of the firefight and is glad that a detachment from the consortium was on the way, otherwise he would not have been able to escape from the test subjects. With one hand he holds onto the shadow's shoulder, and with the other he rubs his chin and thinks about the reaction of the bald squad leader, because he also did not expect to see such a huge number of experimental subjects in the mountains. He grins, because this is the norm for such numbers, because in the forest there is no more entertainment except giving birth to children. Zhao turns around at something. Meanwhile, the volcanic eruption is only intensifying. A huge 5-fingered red limb with claws protrudes from the crater of the volcano. Zhao was taken aback. He wonders how some creature could be hiding in the volcano and what kind of creatures in general can survive in lava. Jin stands pathetically against the background of the eruption and his white cloak flutters in the wind. A man in uniform and glasses behind him asks what the hell this is. Jin closes his eyes and sighs. He was very sorry that such things really existed and because of this they would have to retreat immediately. Mission failed. He opens his eyes and turns to the guy with glasses, asking him to call his mediocre brother if this thing crawls out of the crater or if a large number of test subjects are forced south by the volcano, because Barrier 113 is in danger. The guy in uniform agrees. Jin orders everyone else to gather and prepare to retreat. The volcano emits another pillar of fire into the sky. Military trucks are urgently leaving the city. The consortium squad continues to exchange fire as the eruption intensifies with each passing moment. The commander turns around and yells to the squad member to evacuate all personnel. The commander and several other members of the consortium cover the others who retreated. A new wave of bullets hits the test subjects. Jin himself arrived at the scene of the shootout and his people cover the detachment while he pompously stands at the head. People evacuating are running near it. Close-up of Jin holding a detonator. Test subjects run through trees with guided bombs on them. Jin presses the button and looks pathetically at the explosion. Bloody experimental subjects scatter in different directions. The commander, closing his eyes, confesses to his boss Jin that he could not return Xiao, who called himself Zhu. Jin goes to the cars, and the commander turns in surprise at the words that it doesn't matter. Jin orders the commander to get into the car. They drive to the west, where there should be another way back to Fortress 112. The commander is silent in bewilderment, looking after the boss. Jin tells him with a grin that he knows that he wants to ask about the reason for sending help to them. Jin tells him not to think too much about it, because the main reason is that the commander is still useful to him. He also added a request not to say words of loyalty to him, because Jin does not believe in such things. Jin looks towards the cars. There are cries that the car can be driven because something is wrong with the tires. The commander looked at them seriously and asked if they had a flat tire, because they had a jack and a spare wheel for such a case. A member of the squad looks at the tire with concern and tells him about the condition. It is rather not flat, but cut. The commander and Jin do not comment on the situation until they are told that the spare tire has also been cut off. Jin's cold disposition hides anger. He thinks about Zhu and really wants someone to be killed and asks Sukshuan to bring him a bulletproof vest. Another column of fire into the sky from the direction of the erupting volcano. Close-up of the feet of running soldiers. The commander worriedly reminds Jin in the bulletproof vest about what will happen for failure to complete this task, namely, he must receive punishment in the consortium. Jin replies that everything is fine. Because the old people in the consortium always need someone to work for them, they will most likely just send him on leave indefinitely. The beaten commander asks the cold Jin what to do with the real Xiao, to which Jin replies that if the real Xiao did not die on the mountain, then he must have found a way to retreat to the 113th wall, so Luolan will take care of him. Against the background of the ruins of the city, the eruption continues. Jin concludes that Xiao is a simple tramp, which means he won't be able to make much noise. Xiao, riding on a shadow, continues to flee, during which he gloats that he thought of cutting off the soldiers' tires. He is already wearing a cloak, which he had to leave at the very beginning of the persecution by the consortium, which he actually did not expect. He holds his face with his hand and regrets that he could not take the gold with him. Nothing can be done. He stops with a shadow near the cave and thinks about spending the night there today. He lit a fire. Xiao looks into the fire and remembers that they stayed in this cave as a team and that now he is here alone. He heard something behind him and turned to look. The words, "It is carved into the stone right behind you." He rubs his chin and concludes that the message was written relatively recently. He remembers that the last time they were here, Jan was the last one to leave the cave, whether they could have left this message or not. He looks thoughtfully to the side at the background of Yang's image and wonders if she is really so cruel that she would carve out such inscriptions to scare people purely for fun. Something flies out of the volcano like a fireball and bounces in a couple of places. 3 different animals run out of the forest. Xiao looks at the erupting volcano. He looks ahead warily and realizes that he won't be able to rest tonight and his time is running out. He finds himself riding the shadow again. He understands that in order to be saved he needs to continue his path. Xiao runs past the trees in a zigzag pattern. His speed is so high that he is almost invisible. He is convinced that if he is fast enough, the monsters will not be able to catch him. Runs past small rocks on which gray red-eyed arachnids sit. The arachnids are talking, because they don't understand what it was, a person or something else. Xiao runs past the wolf, who hatched after him out of shock. Then he knocks another wolf off his paws. He looks forward confidently, sitting astride the shadow. In front of him there is a view of the trading city. He's glad he's finally back. Fugui goes to Liaoyuan and Xiaoyu's sister's house, asking to see what he brought for Liaoyuan. The latter, in turn, lies in bed, and sister Xiaoyu sits next to him. With tired eyes, Liaoyuan peeks out from under the blanket and thanks Fugui for putting in a good word for them during the arrest, but waking him up early in the morning is not nice. Sister Xiaoyu looks at Liaoyuan worriedly and urges him to get up, because if he gets up 15 minutes earlier every day, then in total he will have an extra 90 hours to use for the thing he likes. She asks him to think about what he likes most. Liaoyuan, in response, unhappily wraps himself in a blanket and convinces him that his favorite thing is sleep. Sister Xiaoyu did not like this answer and pulls the blanket off him and reproaches him for making people more angry than his older brother. Liaoyuan closes his eyes in displeasure and says that he doesn't care. He sits unhappily wrapped in a blanket. Sadly lowering his gaze, he talks about the calm situation in the city in recent days, and he is very sorry that his brother is not here at such a time. Xiaoyu stood up from the bed and smiled softly. Fugui brought 2 hot sweet potatoes for Liaoyuan and Xiaoyu. With a smile on his face, he asks them to hurry up and eat the potatoes while they are still hot. Liaoyuan, without getting out from under the blanket, looks at the potatoes and asks Fugui about the reason for his love for sweet potatoes, because he cooks them every day. With a thoughtful face, Fugui remembered his dysfunctional childhood behind the 107th wall and told Liaoyuan that there was a famine then and he had to leave the wall after his father and go here to reunite with his relatives. Smiling again, he continued to say that despite the famine, before it was not as dangerous there as it is now. The story about his love for potatoes was that one day he and his father dug up 2 sweet potatoes in the field and Dad baked them for Fugui to eat. Then it seemed to him that baked sweet potatoes were the best thing in the world. Liaoyuan looks at Fugui enthusiastically. A conversation with Xiao pops up in his memories. He asked his younger brother if he knew why people were happy. They both sat and looked at the night sky, and Liaoyuan asked his brother the answer to this question. Frowning, Xiao told his brother that human happiness comes not from pleasure, but from pain, because when, at a moment of unbearable bitterness, you try something sweet, a desire arises to fight for your life. Liaoyuan looks at the softly smiling Xiao in surprise, and the latter continues that the sweet taste may not mean much to others, but for you at such a moment, this sweetness is the greatest joy. Liaoyuan and Xiaoyu started eating the potatoes. Fugui says that with Mr. Zhang gone, there are no more teachers left in their trading city. Liaoyuan enthusiastically says that this is not a problem, because when Xiao returns, he will teach. Fugui answered warily, spreading his fingers, that he had heard rumors from factory workers near Jing Mountain. It seems that the Jing Mountain volcano has erupted and it is unknown how Xiao is doing. Liaoyuan closed his eyes and said confidently that his brother should be fine, a hint of concern in his eyes. He remembers that he wished everyone with his life for Xiao's safe return to the city, and since Liaoyuan is alive, then Xiao is completely fine. Fugui cheerfully raised his finger up and noted that Xiao should be alive, because as they say, a good man does not live long, but an unkind man prospers. Fugui looks around the street warily and states that the street has been very busy lately, which is most likely due to the fact that the fortress is not easy to rule the trading town, for which they bribe strangers to be their ears and eyes. People on the street look unfriendly. Fugui confirms this fact by saying that you should not offend them or pour out your soul to them. He still looks out the window and warns Liaoyuan and Xiaoyu to be careful these days if they want to leave the trading city. If anything happens, they should turn to Fugui and he will help them find their way, because in his opinion, all these people are here not because of the 2 of them, but because of Xiao. Xiaoyu asks Fugui in surprise why they need Xiao. Fugui nervously wipes his sweat with a towel and says that we are talking about Xiao and he could do anything to the team from the fortress, that's obvious. Liaoyuan and Xiaoyu were taken aback. Jen, the commander, and a couple of other people move through the forest. Jen looks ahead and curses because he doesn't know how much longer to go to get back to Fortress 112. The commander notices that the situation is so bad that even the boss has lost his cool. Jen grins at himself because his image is falling apart. Some guy saw a mutated arthropod and fearfully noticed the presence of a human face on its shell and assumed that they eat people. The soldier approaches the guy's screams and reprimands him, because Mount Jing is far from here, so he should go about his business and not get in the way. Not far from them, Xiao jumps off the wall. Xiao walks into the door of his house, where a surprised Xiaoyu and Liaoyuan stare at him. Liaoyuan is happy to see his brother, as can be seen from his exclamation towards Xiao. He tells the younger one to pack his things quickly. Xiao takes out a gun and points the barrel at Fugui, threatening him. He apologizes for what he is doing, but he will have to stay here until they leave. Frightened, Fugui raises his palms and warns that the street is full of people watching this courtyard. Maybe Xiao alone can easily enter and exit, but what about Liaoyuan? Playfully twirling the gun in his hands, Xiao replies that these people are not able to stop him. Fugui says that Mr. Zhang is nearby, then the people from the King Consortium will not be able to do anything to him. Xiao asks him about Teacher Zhang. Xiao crouches down and packs his things, answering Fugui that the reason for his imminent departure is not the King Consortium, but the monsters that are about to emerge from the Jing Mountains. Fugui fearfully asks him about the monsters. Xiao, who turned around worriedly, tells Fugui that he has heard about insects, the number of which is terribly large, but these same insects are only a small part of the danger that awaits them. The frightened Fugui grabbed Zio's leg and interrogated him about what he saw in the mountains, after which he began to beg him to wait for Fugui, who needs to go and take his son with him. Surprised, Zio asks Fugui about leaving, because his family business is located here, but he is still ready to leave the city with Zio. Fugui tries to convince Zio because he doesn't know what about everything else, but he believes in Zio and believes that he can survive by following him. Evil Zio asks why he thinks so. Fugui replied that only Zio knows better than anyone what is happening in the Jing mountains and maybe no one believes him, but Fugui himself believes and is ready to follow him. This pleasantly hurt Zio, who looked at Fugui in surprise and put his hand on his chest. He thought about it, because if he went outside now and shouted that monsters were coming from the Jing mountains, half of the residents would simply look at Zio like he was a fool. But Fugui was able to believe him. He continues to look at Fugui, who begs for his help and reasons, because to put it in perspective, Old Man Wang is not very capable and ruthless, but nevertheless, he is a little more tactful, and his ability to survive in these turbulent times is based on his ability to always quickly making better choices in the face of danger. Zio clenched his fist thoughtfully and wondered if it was even possible to run away with Fugui, because although he was a profit-oriented businessman, he was not inherently bad. Fugui interrupts his thoughts with the fact that he doesn't just want to follow him, because he has money and medicine, and he also has better communication skills with people than any of them. Zio happily points out that medicine is also considered the most valuable thing in this era. He agrees and winks at Fugui to follow his son. He doesn't need his money, he will help him without it. Fugui agrees and asks to wait for him. Liaoyuan confesses that they were attacked by robbers some time ago and he had to use firearms. He even killed them, which brought Wang Kenjiang here. Angry Zio notices that after all, someone bullied his younger brother in his absence. Concerned, Zio asks about the further course of action, whether Wang Kenjiang saw the Liaoyuan pistol, and whether it caused them problems. Liaoyuan responds by handing him a coin with the inscription 178 and said that Mr. Zhang revealed himself to protect him and Zioyu, causing him to go with them and give Liaoyuan this coin before leaving. Zio holds a coin in his hands and clarifies what kind of person Mr. Zhang revealed. Did they say who he is? Liaoyuan raised his finger up and replied that Zhang had asked about this, but he did not answer, but only mentioned Fortress 178 and also said that if things went really badly, then Zio could head to Sebe to find him there, but clarified that it's not worth going there just like that. Liaoyuan added that the northern lands are very harsh and that most likely Mr. Zhang is an important person there. Zio clenched the coin in his fist and agreed to go to Sebe for Zhang if they were driven into a corner. Zioyu intervened in the dialogue, saying that the things had been collected because there was nothing special to collect. Zio sees a full bag of cabbage behind a satisfied Zioyu. He was taken aback and realized that she had simply collected all the cabbages that Mr. Zhang had planted in the backyard of the school. Provocatively rubbing his chin, he noticed that this behavior was very similar to himself. Satisfied, Zio points his finger at the cabbage, but Zioyu is not very happy with what is happening, because Zio said that there is no need for cabbage. Zioyu can take bread with him, but cabbage is not needed because you can find wild vegetables on the road. In the background, Van dragged his son, who really didn't want to go. Evil Zhang drags his son into the house, shouting to his son that otherwise he will be eaten by bugs. Maybe that's what he wants. The son protests that he did not allow a certain Lai Yuqian to be taken with him. Zio does not understand who we are talking about and asks Liaoyuan in a whisper who Lai Yuqian is. Liaoyuan replies that this is the daughter of Old Man Lai. Wang's son is in deep sadness because Zio refused to take this girl with him. The son replies that Zio is a substitute teacher at the school and cannot just leave the students. He desperately tries to convince Zio because if Zhang were here, he would not have left her. Zio jokingly tells Wang that his son is very worried. It looks like this is love. They could make a great couple. Wang, Zioyu and Liaoyuan were taken aback because this was not the right time for such jokes. Van's hand grabs the wall. Zio sits Wang down and simultaneously tells Liaoyuan and Zioyu that the best way to avoid being seen is to climb over the wall. Zio climbed the wall himself, but then someone noticed him and called him by name. He looks at the startled people who are shouting for Zio's return. Wang turned out to be right. They were waiting for Zio to appear. Zio picked up a gun and opened fire while his opponents asked for help to capture him. The guy is knocked down by a bullet in the chest. Zio jumped back down. Smirking, he asks them to step back. Residents of the city do not listen to him and run into a frontal attack. Zio hits all three hard, killing them. He rushed after the others, who had retreated. Zio raises the gun and asks if they really want to call for help. He shoots the fleeing rioters in the back. Zio stands in front of the corpses, and behind him, Zioyu, Liaoyuan and Wang stand in shock, silencing their son. He turns his gaze to those standing behind him and says that it's time to run away. In the southwest there is Fortress 109. Some people who came to the wall are perplexed because they are fools if they hope that they would just get to the wall and be accepted. Their home is no longer there. Zio's team is running not far from them. One of the residents decides to eat a mutant arthropod. The girl with the child in her arms is also eaten by another arthropod. Zio was taken aback because he felt an earthquake. From them to the wall, the ground forms a large crack. Huge pieces of soil fly out of their usual position. The crack has reached the wall. All 5 of them look in shock at the collapse of the wall. Zio announces the fact of the collapse. The wall began to collapse. People fled towards Zio and Zioyu. The main character began to run while he was thinking about what Yun had asked him earlier about what would happen if the wall protecting humanity collapsed. And now suddenly the wall actually fell. Zio remembered the monsters and thought that the wall could collapse at any moment. But now is the worst time for this because monsters have appeared behind the wall. Old Man Wang shielded the boy with himself and called for help while a huge insect approached them. The main character turned and shot the monster with a pistol. He looked at the old man and the child next to him and told them to speed up. Zioyu was running next to Zio and the others when she asked him if the city's inhabitants would survive if the wall collapsed, and Zio, without stopping, replied that it was enough for them to survive. Yun turned to his brother and pointed his finger to the side when he said that some strange light had appeared near the walls. A bubble appeared above the wall, and Zio and his brother looked at it, while the main character thought that this ball looked familiar, and then remembered that this was the same bubble that Baojin had blown out at one time. The guy wondered if he was alive. The monsters began to flock towards the bubble as someone shouted about a Superman. Suddenly the ball began to burst. The city's residents continued to run until one guy stopped and was glad that this was the work of a Superman. Numerous bubbles began to appear among the monsters hovering above the wall, and people froze on the ground and watched what was happening. Bubbles began to explode around the monsters again. One insect quickly flew away from danger. A bald guy with a bat in his hand turned to an older man and asked him to run before these bugs dared to fly at them, and the man told him to run and find a place where they could survive. Old Man Wang pointed his finger at the wall and turned to Zio, saying that thousands of people were running towards them. The main character took his brother's hand and said that in this case they will have to speed up even more because these people will most likely bring monsters with them, so they need to keep some distance from them, and then he added that these people may turn out to be a new danger. Zio opened his eyes wide and looked forward menacingly as he thought that he knew these people from the trading town too well and that they were capable of anything. But he added that if you point a gun at them, then rabble like them will immediately turn into a disorderly crowd. While they were running, the main character handed a firearm to his running brother nearby and asked him to hide the gun. Zio clenched his fist, turned to Zioyu, the man with glasses, and 2 boys standing behind him and said that they had broken away from the stragglers, and since it was almost dark, they would spend the night here. The boy, holding sticks in his hands, turned to his father, who was also collecting sticks behind him, and asked how he could become a Superman since they were so strong, and Van replied that he did not know. Yun touched his hair with his hand and replied that perhaps this requires some conditions, for example, luck, pedigree, or something similar. The boy turned to him, opened his mouth and said that then his father was also not a Superman. Yun closed his eyes, raised his hand and told the boy with the sticks not to despair, because it might turn out that Wang was not his real father. The bespectacled man rushed towards his screaming son and told Zio that he and his brother were too sarcastic. The main character and Yun stuck out their tongues and began to tease the man, who clenched his fist when Wang asked that in their opinion, since Baojin was a Superman, then his father must have superpowers. The barefoot man was sitting on the ground when the white-haired man told him that Bond seemed to be quite intelligent and usually had a high status in the trading city, and that as a result, he was now running around behind the backs of several young guys, to which the dark-haired man replied that he had initially followed after him when they saw that he was in such a hurry because he thought that some danger awaited them, but no one was pursuing them. He then stood up, clenched his fists, and said that Wang probably carried a lot of money with him, since he had owned the store for many years, so he must have some property to escape, and the gray-haired man remembered Zioyu. Another man, sitting on the ground with his eyes closed, said that it was better to forget about it, because Zio and Yun had weapons with them. The man with gray hair clenched his fist in front of him and asked him what he was afraid of, and how they could be afraid of guns since they didn't have much ammo. The men turned to the sides when the guy raised his finger to his face and asked which of them would go first. A crowd of people was on the plain near the forest. They jumped up when they heard a wolf howl. People began to run in one direction, shouting that they needed to leave and surprised that there really was danger, and someone exclaimed that they should have gone with Zio and cursed. The main character and his comrades were sitting by the fire. Yun came up to him, looked at the food in the pot and said that it smelled very good, and the guy replied that he had just seen wild cilantro, which would improve the aroma of the food, so he would throw it in later. Van stood up and clasped his hands in front of him as he said that he doesn't eat cilantro because it smells like bugs and it makes him sick. Zio smiled and replied that he said that because he had never eaten bugs. The boy clenched his fist in front of him, opened his eyes wide and exclaimed that he had never eaten them either. A crowd of people ran from the direction of the hills when Wang asked why they followed them. The main character turned away from the man with glasses and replied that these people are running for their lives, so they better leave here, and then added that they need to stay away from these people, and that, no matter how cruel it may sound, they help them avoid trouble. Zio turned to the man in the red vest and concluded that they had no choice, so they must use every opportunity to avoid danger. There were many cars driving along the trees along the road. The main character opened his eyes wide when he heard the sound of cars and wondered why they were there. Cars and people walked through the forest. Zio watched them and thought that these military vehicles must have broken out of the fortress. The main character looked forward resolutely, standing in front of Zio. While he was thinking about what Zhu had said that the King Consortium battle team in the fortress numbered 4,500 people, but for some reason they advanced with such a small number of people. A fat man in an orange shirt asked how it was that the barracks were built in this crack, and then added that he was fast asleep, but he was lucky. The doe turned to the driver and asked him how much fuel was left, and whether they could get to Fortress 109, to which the man behind the wheel told him that they were a little more than 210 kilometers from the fortress, and that they had definitely not enough fuel. The cars were driving back to back through the woods when the driver added that they could ask the guy in the SUV behind to pull up next to them so they could transfer fuel from his car to theirs. The doe looked forward with empty eyes and a wide smile. Then he touched his face with his hand, closed his eyes and replied that the cars were full of wounded and the trucks were overcrowded. The driver turned his head, opened his mouth and addressed the passenger, saying that he and the boss had been very kind to them, unlike other high-ranking people in the consortium, and that therefore they did not mind suffering a little. The man in the orange shirt spread his arms to his sides and told him to stop talking about it as if he were a good person, and then added that he was not a good person, because good people do not live long. The main character looked towards a passing car. Zio turned to the bespectacled man, clenched his fist and said that the high-ranking people from the fortress were running in the same direction, and that there should be quite a lot of people following them, and also that all these people would distract the attention of the beasts, so they don't need worry. The main character looked away and concluded that even if they were attacked by a small number of wild animals, he would take care of it. Van opened his mouth slightly, but said nothing. Zio and his comrades walked behind other city residents through the forest. The main character turned to the man with glasses when he addressed him and said that he did not know whether it was appropriate to ask about this. Wang opened his mouth, sweat appeared on his face, and asked where the rest of the people who went with Zio to Jing Mountain were. The main character looked to the side and replied that when they left, there were 21 of them, but now most likely there are only 4 alive. Zio exhaled when Wang reached his hand to his face and thought that if there were only 4 of them left, and the main character was one of the survivors, then perhaps he was one of the superhumans. Zio opened his eyes and said that he couldn't say anything about what exactly was going on at Mount Jing, since there were a lot of mutated monsters there. Van touched the main character's shoulder, turned to him and said that in any case, this time he was grateful to him, because if the guy had not gotten them out on time, they would not have gotten out, and then the man with glasses added that he didn't even know. How can I thank him for this? Zio smiled and narrowed his eyes as he replied that for every drop of kindness received, he should return a stream of gratitude, and sweat appeared on the bespectacled man's face when he asked that they could all be polite to each other. The mountains and forest were illuminated by the starry sky. 5 travelers walked along the road along the trees. Zio covered his younger brother with his hand. Someone pointed a gun at a man with glasses and said that he told him to give him all his food, to which the man replied that he was also hungry. The man held out a firearm in front of him and ordered the people behind to go and look for what they had on them. The man in the blue shirt raised his hands and asked them how these tramps could touch them, the people of their fortress. The man with the gun in his hand opened his mouth and replied that back then he was still the director of the sand and gravel factory named Yan. The bespectacled man staggered and screamed when Yan shot him. The man fell to the ground when the plant director said that Fortress 113 had disappeared, and that in Fortress 109 everyone was starting over. Yihan smiled and added that the one with the gun was now in charge, and that he was not the type to kill innocent people indiscriminately, so if they behaved well, he would let them live. The director of the factory pointed in the direction of the 3 men and told them to go and search all the people one by one, and then bring him everything of value that they had. Yihan opened his mouth and asked the 2 men what they were waiting for. A bald man approached a young couple and told them to give everything they had. He tore the ring off the girl's hand, and then he tore the necklace around her neck. The man with a pistol in his hand looked to the side and said that if their head was still on their shoulders, then they should behave well, and that no harm would come to them. Wang opened his mouth and asked Zio if they would take all their things, and the main character told him not to worry because no one could take anything away from them. The bald man asked the man standing next to him what was the matter, and he answered him that Zio was standing there. The main character looked at the men, who said that he had a bad reputation as a ruthless man in the trading city, so they decided that they would forget about him and would not take his things. Zio extended his hand in front of him and asked the two men to come to him. The guy pointed to the wristwatch one of them had and said it was great. The men looked at each other, scratched their heads and thought that they were not robbing him, but he was robbing them. The main character smiled and asked them what they were waiting for, and told them to give them the watch, otherwise he would take away what he wanted. Then the men obediently agreed. The boys bowed to Zio as he praised them and wished them luck. The main character extended his hand with the watch to the boy and said that each one should have one item, so that later he could keep track of the time, and Van told his son to thank his uncle. The child looked at his watch and wondered if it was definitely from the same generation. Zio turned away from his comrades and told them to follow him, and that they would find a place to rest and set off in the morning. The guys walked around large stones. The main character looked at the girl who was convincing someone not to be afraid, because now the teacher will take care of everything, because the most important thing is that they were able to escape. The girl covered the people behind her with her hand when she noticed Zio. The guy looked down, thinking that these were students. A crescent moon shone above the trees. A crowd of people was near the forest, and several more people were sitting around the fire. The main character looked away. People in identical uniforms were sitting by the stones, while Zio thought that they were all really students of the fortress's second high school. The protagonist continued to look away as he remembered that he had heard teacher Jing mention earlier that there were dozens of schools in the fortress, and that large fortresses had elementary, middle and high schools, and even universities. The two girls clung to the woman as Zio thought about how he had previously heard the teacher say that the students in the fortress could study in pure classrooms, and that there were many teachers there who could teach them the basics. The fire burned brightly as the guy added that they didn't have to go into the wilderness, didn't have to work, and they were getting some student allowances. The main character looked down and sadly thought that it sounded nice, and that he just had to be born inside the fortress. Zio put a stick in the fire when he thought that even though he said this, he doesn't know what happened to those little brats who were in school earlier and doesn't know how to receive gratitude in the trading city now. The protagonist suddenly opened his eyes when he realized that he had already collected thanks from himself when he unlocked his weapon. He remembered a dark room with a wooden door and decided that if he could thank himself, it meant that now he could easily complete the task. The guy imagined a sword with a black aura and thought that if the black blade is so strong at the initial level, then at the next level, when it is unlocked, it will become invincible. The main character closed his eyes and punched his chest as he began to thank himself for not killing anyone indiscriminately, for raising his brother so well, and for eating grapes and not spitting out the seeds. Yuan looked at his brother in disbelief, sweat appearing on his face. There was a dark aura in the gloomy room just as before when Zio decided that there was no reaction. The girl looked up at the dark-haired woman, addressed her as Teacher Jiang, and said that she was hungry. The woman closed her eyes and stroked the student's hair, saying that if they continued to walk further, they might be able to eat something, because people from Fortress 109 would come to their aid, and then added that if they could not stand it any longer, then the teacher will collect edible wild plants for them. Another student looked at Jiang and asked what they looked like, and the blonde guy added that they could go and collect wild plants to fill their bellies. People were sitting around the fire when the teacher asked the students if they could see them. Jiang hugged the girls, looked towards the guy and said that these people look confident enough that they will collect and eat what they collect later, and the student asked why don't they just ask them for help. Sweat appeared on the teacher's face as she said that now that the fortress is no longer there, they must understand that not everyone is obliged to help them, so they must help themselves. The two students looked at each other and agreed. Zio walked up to the main character and addressed him. The girl smiled, looked at him and said that in that group of students there are many beautiful girls who look his age, and that if at such a time he feeds the girl he likes the most well, she will definitely follow him. Zio touched his forehead with his hand and replied that there was no need to worry about this now, because he needed to deal with Fortress 109 first. And Zio said that if he changes his mind, then all he needs to do is tell her, and she will help him with his children in the future. Water boiled in the container. The main character sat down, holding a bunch of plants in his hands. Teacher Jiang looked to the side and told the nearby students to find the exact same plant he was holding. Zio stopped near the guys picking grass from the ground. Jiang smiled as a student approached her with a plant in his hand and said that they had found it, and that there were quite a lot of these wild plants there. The main character walked up to a man with glasses, handed him green leaves and said that this plant should never be eaten, since he ate it once the year before and had diarrhea for 3 days. Sweat appeared on the disciples' faces when they saw Zio throw away the green leaves. The guy in the white suit threw the plant to the ground. The main character looked to the side and realized that they were following his example. The guy pointed his finger at the grass next to the bespectacled man and told him that the small clump of plants at his feet was a purse, also known as a shepherd's purse, and that it was edible. The plant's leaves were arranged in a circle. The guy added that when consumed raw, it may taste a little bitter due to plant alkaloids, but this is insignificant compared to the desire to survive. Van opened his mouth and replied that he was clearly underestimating him because his family often made dumplings with this herb, so he knew for sure that it was edible. Students ran after Jing when she told everyone to go collect this plant. Her foot tripped on a stone. The girl fell to the ground. The guys helped her up while she said everything was fine. The dark-haired student opened his mouth and turned to Jing with the words that she had helped them find water and food all this way, and that she did not have to do so much for them, because they were not at school now. The girl closed her eyes and replied that she was their teacher, so she must lead them to the fortress in safety. Xiao turned his head and remained silent. The girl with her eyes closed took a bite of grass. Then she stuck out her tongue, spat out the contents, and exclaimed that she was bitter. The girls began to hug the teacher, saying that they missed home and their parents, and that they did not know where they were now. The main character was sitting by the fire when Yuan told him that they were all crying, and Xiao replied that everything was fine and that they didn't need to get involved. Several people were running in the same direction when someone said that there was a fire there, so there must be someone alive there. The guy in the striped shirt exclaimed that, just like he said, he was able to lead them to other people. The man was shaken by hand and thanked. He smiled and touched his head with his other hand as the man in the dark suit talked about how he helped them get away from the crazy bugs and brought them here so they could join the others, and that he was the greatest Superman he had ever saw. The man in the striped suit replied that this is what he had to do, because the great sage, equal to the sky, must pacify demons and protect people. The people sitting around the fire watched them silently. Xiao continued to watch carefully. On the back of the man in the striped uniform it was written that he was from the psychiatric hospital of Fortress 113. The main character looked forward emotionlessly and thought that the guy had a mental illness. The men standing behind their savior were talking about how he was an escapee from a mental hospital and not one of those whom the King Consortium had captured some time ago, and that he was still a superhuman who could summon a stick and become physically very strong. People surrounded the guy in the striped uniform and kept talking about how he claimed to be the reincarnation of a great sage equal to the sky and that they didn't know if it was true or not. The smiling patient was observed by Yuan and Xiao, who thought that if he were not a Superman, then people would really just consider him a patient who escaped from a mental hospital and that he saved everyone, but they are still only half believe what he says. The blonde guy turned around and opened his eyes wide. They reflected the main character and his brother. The guy in the striped suit started pushing people around and telling them to make way for him. Yuan turned to his brother and asked him if he knew him, to which Xiao exclaimed that he did not know. The fugitive from the psychiatric hospital smiled sweetly at the main character. He then folded his hands in front of him and addressed Xiao, calling him master. The main character opened his eyes and mouth wide. The guy in the striped uniform waved to the people behind and said that he had found a master whom he was taking to the west for the sacred scriptures. 4 people opened their mouths and looked in one direction in disbelief. Wang turned towards Xiao and laughed loudly until he cried. The guy raised his index finger, called the man with glasses Beiji, and asked what he was laughing at. The patient smiled and turned to the son of the man in the red vest named Jing. The man in striped clothing hugged them and exclaimed that they were all gathered here to go west for the holy scriptures. Xiao, Yuan and Xiaoyu looked ahead blankly and asked the man again. An inscription appeared that sometimes life takes an unexpected turn. A hand touched the shoulder of a patient in a psychiatric hospital. Woody turned to Xiao and asked what he could do for him, and the protagonist replied that he should clarify that he was not his master and was not going to go to the west for the scriptures. The man crossed his arms over his chest and asked the guy which direction he was going now, and Xiao replied that they were heading towards Fortress 109, which is located in the southwest. The man clenched his fist in front of him and said that the southwest was just in the west, and that perhaps he did not realize it yet, but he was already on the way to receiving the scriptures in the west. Xiao held out an open palm in front of him and repeated that he was indeed not his master, and that Wang was not Beiji, just like his son Dallin was not Jing. Yudi waved his hand and exclaimed that it didn't matter, and the man with glasses grabbed his head and asked about how it didn't matter. A man with a gun appeared behind the blonde man, began to threaten Jing, and told them that he had not seen them before, so they should hand over everything valuable that they had. The man with thick eyebrows opened his mouth wide. Woody pointed a stick at him and called him by name Zuanfeng. The man put his finger on the trigger. Yudi grabbed the stick with both hands and hit the man on the head. Yihan raised his head and spat out blood. There was a flash near the pistol and he fired. The main character opened his mouth and eyes wide. Wang and Dallin also opened their mouths and bulged their eyes. Yudi twirled a stick in front of him and said that he could not pierce this golden staff with a bullet. Yuan touched his brother's hand and said that the bullet did not hit the golden staff and that Woody was bleeding from his chest. The guy looked down and cursed. Yuri stood with a stick in his hand and was bleeding. A man with blonde hair was lying on the ground. Ian opened his mouth and looked to the side. The guy in the striped uniform gritted his teeth and said that the legend says that the bronze head and iron hands of the great sage equal to the sky are invulnerable to swords and spears. Yuri opened his mouth wide and spread his arms out to the sides when he asked about how a small bullet could have wounded him. Meanwhile, the bullet fell to the ground. Ian put the pistol in front of him and called the guy a Superman. The guy jumped, swung at the man and said that he would receive a blow from his golden staff. Blood sprayed from the man's mouth. The man fell to the ground. It bounced off the surface several times and landed near a crowd of people. Yuri put his hand on his belt, opened his mouth and said that this is called destroying the demon, eliminating evil and promoting good. The guy in the striped clothes gave a thumbs up and exclaimed that he was good. Woody turned to Xiao, and Yin was still lying on the ground. His eyes were empty and blood was flowing from his mouth. People started looking at each other and smiling. Many refugees stood in front of Yuri, some bowed and thanked him, and he asked why they were doing this. The guy touched the main character's shoulder and told people to thank his master. The guy and the girl looked at each other and remained silent. People stood in several rows, bowed together and expressed gratitude. A system notification appeared indicating that Xiao had received 10 commendations from refugees. He looked forward resolutely, surprised that he had received so many gratitude coins at once, and thought that usually he had to work hard to get them, but now he did it without difficulty. The main character touched Yuri's hand, called him his student and asked if his wound hurt, and then offered him his medicine for external wounds. Xiaoyu, Yuan, Wang and Dallin looked ahead blankly, thinking that going west to get the scriptures was foolhardy. Xiao put out his hand, smiled and asked the man with glasses to bring his older brother something to eat. Van clenched his fists and exclaimed that he himself is Beiji. Everyone was sitting around the fire when the main character turned to Yuri and advised him to eat more slowly, despite the fact that he was very hungry. The guy closed his eyes and thanked Xiao and Beiji, who were sitting next to him, when another gratitude notification was displayed, and the main character thought that this relationship between master and student seems very good. Woody touched the back of his head with his hand and told his master that he was still hungry, and Xiao thought that he was a good fighter, but he eats a lot. The main character closed his eyes and asked Yuri if he knew what alms were. The guy replied that he knew. The master looked the student in the eyes and said that he was sending him to some people to ask them to prepare some lean rice, and then return. He pointed his finger at some people sitting on the ground and said that they had all helped the man with the gun in robberies before, and that now they most likely had a lot of things left. Yuri put his palm to his forehead. The guy jumped high and told Xiao that he was going. The main character turned his head, smiled and said that this man was quite funny. The hand took the food. Xiao took a small bite while he thought about how recently, more and more, it seems that everyone's unusual abilities are more or less related to spiritual power. He remembered the lieutenant and thought that there was a direct relationship between the Shadow's combat power and his spiritual power. Xiao looked at Woody and decided that he expressed this even more obviously, since he imagined himself to be a great sage equal to heaven. His golden staff had actually appeared, and he himself was gradually approaching an inhuman state in his physical qualities. Sitting by the fire, the main character looked sternly ahead and thought about his spiritual strength, but realized that there was no clear answer yet. Feet walked on the ground. Jiang touched her hair with her hand and asked Xiao if she could take some fire. Jiang timidly asked to exchange some fire for their dry firewood. The guy looked up and agreed. The girl leaned towards the fire and thanked him. The hero received thanks from her and the tramps. They leave, saying that they now have fire. The guy thought sadly that for people who have no experience of surviving in the wild, it is very difficult to survive in such conditions. Woody with bags of food hands Xiao a bar. He replied that he is not hungry, he got it himself, let him keep it for himself. Heroes at the campfire. Yuri said that then he would not be polite. Xiao replied, "What is the point of being polite? They are all on their own." Yuri took out a pistol. Van catches the weapon. The guy told him to take it for his protection. The gun is in the hands of the old man. He thanked the guy. He makes hoarse sounds. Wang with a questioning expression on his face. Yuri closed his eyes. Saliva came out of his mouth. The man was surprised, so calmly he took it and fell asleep. Xiao looks at the guy thoughtfully, thinking that although he looks pugnacious, the thought that he is deceiving him is not very pleasant. They say that fools are lucky. One might say this is his gift. Yuan approached his brother and invited him to go to bed first, since he was also tired today, and he would watch the first half of the night. The boy extended his hand to the hero, who was sitting with his back. He objected. Yuan will go to bed first and will be on duty in the second half of the night. He tried to object. Xiao looked around and said angrily, "Let him go to bed quickly and not waste time." Beads of sweat on Yuan's face, thoughtful. He leaves, lowering his hands, sighing. The boy went to sleep on the ground. The hero frowned, sat by the fire, thought that they were halfway to Fortress 109. It would be great if they could take advantage of the chaos and get there. Behind the hero are gold coins and jars. He thought that the gold he hid in the palace and the medicine should be enough to keep them afloat. In the background are the shadows of people in front of the fortress. The guy thought that if they couldn't get inside, it would be worth settling in a trading town outside of Fortress 109. Beauty stretched, surprised that the hero was not yet sleeping. He scratched the back of his head. Zio asked, "He fell asleep not long ago. Why did he wake up?" He laughed. It seems he doesn't know yet. Next to the guy is a monkey in traditional clothes. He explained that since he learned that he is the reincarnation of a great sage equal to heaven, he sleeps 3 to 4 hours a day, and this is enough for him, as if he slept as usual all night. Zio was confused whether this was even possible. They were sitting by the fire. The hero bowed his head, asked how old he was. The guy clarified how many thousands of years old, and said that no one knows how many reincarnations he experienced in past lives. With a dissatisfied grimace, Zio clarified that he was talking about this life, thinking how difficult it is not to send him away in conversation. Beauty raised his hands, yawned, replied that he was 22 years old. The hero thought that he was 5 years younger than him and somehow became his master. These are those same legendary young men. Zio raised his hand and asked, so he was taken to a mental hospital by private troops. The guy raised his fist and replied that no, he was sent there a few years ago. They did not believe that he was the reincarnation of a great sage equal to heaven. But some time ago, no one knows what happened, but suddenly he was transferred to a new hospital. They took blood and things like that. Zio asked if he knew Baojin. Beauty put his hand on his chest, leaned over, and asked if this was the bubble blower. He knew him. He was lying in the next room. He raised his index finger and added that before that, there was another patient, who then disappeared somewhere. The hero raised his fist to his chin and thought, Woody really came from a mental hospital and lived next to Baojin. Zio thought that the people in the fortress were dissecting such people, but now it looks like they are just taking some blood from them. He froze in surprise. According to Yudi, there were originally 3 superhumans imprisoned together, but one disappeared. He was worried about where the third had gone. Zio glanced gloomily at the guy and asked if he had any plans for the future. He rose from his seat, clenched his fist, proudly said that he would accompany the master to the west. The hero asked what if he did not want to go to the west. The guy shuddered, his face changed, stuttering. He asked if he didn't want to. He got down on all fours, dropped the stick, said in frustration that all these years he had been thinking about this day and night. This is what kept him from sleeping peacefully at night. He wanted to find his master and go to the west together to get the sacred scriptures, to pacify demons and eliminate violence along the way. But now his master said he did not want to go west. He crawled to the hero, grabbed the half of his robe and said that he had to go. Zio pursed his lips, looked down, thought, just look at this face, it looks like I'll have to go there. It won't hurt to learn about the West. Teacher Jing also mentioned this. Yudi looked at the guy. He took him by the hand and asked if he knew where this Western paradise was. He replied that he didn't know. The guy turned away, raised his fists, and thought with a grin, if he doesn't know, that's good. Woody raised his hands contentedly when Zio told him not to worry and leave the rest to his master. Trees with green crown, rays of sun. The hero looks at the refugees, they cough. Zio's thoughtful look. Ewan, with a backpack on his back, looked back and noticed that his brother had woken up. A serious face, looking at a man choking from coughing. The hero thought what was wrong with everyone. Did the long journey and lack of sleep provoke the flu? No, something is wrong. The guy looked at his comrades and said that they needed to hurry. An infection zone had formed here, and if they did not leave quickly, they could also become infected. Wang raised his hands in fear and asked, is the infection zone? Then of course we need to go. The hero and his team leave. The old man hurries everyone forward. Woody extended his palm to the departing Zio and said that it is better to save a person's life than to build 7 floors for the monastery. They cannot leave them. The guy looked around and replied that Western Paradise was right ahead. Woody stands with his hands down. The group leaves. He added that he is going there for the scriptures, but he can stay here if he wants. Woody raised his head and clenched his fist. Raising an eyebrow, he thought with regret that accompanying the master to the west for the scriptures was the most important thing at the moment. He looked at the refugees. He closed his eyes and exhaled. He ran after the others and shouted for them to wait for him. He caught up with the hero, said with a smile that he had thought about everything. Now the most important thing is to accompany him to the west. Zio said that he was doing well and was glad that he had finally decided. The girl with the bob approached Jiang and asked why don't they stay and help everyone. Zio turned his head. Jiang looked at those leaving. She seriously said that no, first they need to save at least themselves. Perhaps now the teacher is not teaching them quite correctly, but they must follow her. She follows the group and told the guys not to lag behind and to be sure to collect wild greens if they see them along the way. The girl with the bob brought her index fingers together and said, it's so terrible. The teacher replied that even if it's difficult to eat, they should eat it. Jiang and her guys follow the hero's company. The refugees look at them. A crowd of people among the trees. Xiao wondered why they came so far and did not encounter a single wolf. It is reasonable to assume that they as a group do not pose any threat to them. Maybe they are scared off by a large crowd of people. He frowned, thinking that he couldn't reveal his superhuman abilities until it was necessary. But who knows what the 109th fortress does to superhumans. Yuan grabbed his brother's robe, pointed with his finger, and noticed a car in front. With a stern look, Xiao looks at the cars in the distance. Aren't these the King Consortium cars? Are they really so unreliable? It looks like these cars broke down not long ago, and they might meet King people if they go forward. Sunset, sun over the trees. Someone shouted that they saw the King Consortium. They should ask them for help. The guy with the backpack runs forward. He said with a smile, finally they are reunited with the army. They are saved. Xiao clenched his fists. Yuan looked at him questioningly. The guy told them to wait and not go there. At the car's land and his soldiers, Xiao wondered why this fat man was moving so slowly. The soldiers were sitting on the ground, talking, but he was surprised that he did not leave the wounded soldier to go on his own. The doe, with a cigar in his teeth, raised an eyebrow. The man stood up. The hero thought that this fat man was funny and put the seat cover on himself when he got out of the car. Refugees stand in front of the army with clenched fists. The doe shuddered and shouted that they should quickly take away all the weapons, if they had them, so that these refugees would not make a noise in their camp. The soldiers load their weapons. The doe turns away. The guys stopped, scared, walked next to the hero, looking forward. Two soldiers approached the hero. The military men were near the fire. The refugees were sitting to the side. Yuan is sitting on the ground. Xiao approached his brother and said that it was already late. He needed to find a place to stay somewhere nearby. Wang approached the hero and whispered whether it was dangerous for them to be so close to the people from the King Consortium because they killed several pursuers when they fled. The guy looked back. He looks towards the camp and replied that everything should be in order. They can stay here with peace of mind. If something bad happens, they will simply run away into the wasteland again. The heroes are sitting by the fire. Xiao said that in the current state of affairs it is better for them to follow the main group for now. He is a little afraid that the wolves are just waiting for someone to fight off the group. Soon Wang looks at him. He agreed with the guy. Yudi is sitting on the ground. Xiao stood up, turned his back, said, okay, he will go with the great sage to collect brushwood and let the guys rest. Wudi walks behind the hero with his hands behind his head. Xiao thought about not having the intention of harming others, and at the same time, remember to protect himself from the evil intentions of others. He still has to keep an eye on Wudi. Maybe he joined them with ulterior motives. They were collecting firewood. He thought that there was nothing wrong with being careful. There were still a few days ahead, and if during this time he did not find any ulterior motives, then he could accept it openly. Yudi approached the hero and asked if he hadn't said this morning that the Western Paradise was just ahead, but why didn't they come there after a whole day's journey? Xiao raised his shoulders and, spreading his arms, said, the Western Paradise is moving. The guy asked, he thinks he is stupid. Xiao said in confusion, such an answer really can't fool even a fool. He placed his hand on his shoulder and asked him if he had any desire other than to accompany him west for the scriptures. The guy scratched his head, smiling nervously, replied that indeed there was another desire. The hero asked what. Drops of sweat on Xiao's face. Surprised, the guy replied that he was looking for a girl named Zixia. Wudi sternly said that after his reincarnation, there are two things he must do. The first is to accompany the master to the west for the scriptures, and the second is to find Zixia. He raised his fist. There was a glow all around. Xiao doesn't understand. This is also something from the plot of Journey to the West. What kind of book? Jiang and her students appeared in front of them with brushwood. She said that they did not need to collect them. She would be happy to help them collect them. The hero frowned and thought, the more people add brushwood to the fire, the brighter its flame will be, so that's good. Standing opposite each other, Xiao leaned forward, thanked her. She said that if he had not lent them the fire earlier, the students would have frozen and gotten sick. They turned around. The teacher said that they had left and were going back. Xiao replied okay and thought that he just shared the fire with them. Nothing complicated, but he didn't expect that they would want to repay him for this. A girl with long hair with brushwood in her hands approached Yudi. She closed her eyes, smiled, and shyly said that he was so handsome. The guy opened his mouth in surprise and remained silent. He folded his hands and said, thank you, parishioner. The girl exclaimed, parishioner. Xiao waves his hand. He told them to come here. He found something good, and he needs to call the students for help. Saliva coming out of his mouth, the hero looks at the brown fruits on the ground, thinking that it looks like they won't be hungry today. Tree, starry sky. People are divided into groups, sitting around fires. Yudi sits with potatoes in his hands by the fire. I ate them with pleasure. Heroes at the campfire. Xiao looked at Wudi suspiciously. A guy with his mouth full, perplexed. Xiao, with a potato in his hand, closed his eyes. Wudi looked at him and asked him what he thought. Their team was still missing something. The hero didn't understand what that meant. Hand on forehead, looking at Yuan and Xiaoyu, said that the white dragon horse is also missing. Picking his little finger in his ear, he said that there is no need to look at him like that, none of them are white dragon horses, and he will not mistakenly identify them. The brother and sister breathed a sigh of relief. Sun Wang asked him in fear, he meant that they were definitely Beiji and Sha. The hero is eating. Behind, Jiang tells the students to hold on. They will soon arrive at Fortress 109. Xiao thinks that he did not expect that Wudi has his own internal logic despite his madness. The teacher held vegetables in her hands and told the students that they should take the sweet potatoes they dug with them. It was better to be tired on the road than to be hungry. A guy with white hair eating potatoes asked Jiang if they could really get to the fortress safely. She replied that it should be possible. They just have to follow that young man and they will succeed. He mockingly called the teacher. Pointing his finger to the side, Jiang asked what happened. He was not feeling well. The guy asked her to look there. Hand on chin, Jiang looking to the side, Xiao turned around. She put her palms to her cheeks and said why the guys didn't warn her. The students laughed and the teacher blushed. The soldier approached the boss, who was sitting under a tree eating, and asked if he thought his brother would send someone to save him. Lan looks at his lunch, replied that he was a little worried about him. He was still there when something went wrong with Mount Jing, and now he is not sure whether he is alive or not. The soldier said that he thinks that King will be fine. He is a person who is always confident in what he does. Cracks in the ground, Lan objected, so sure, this time this is not an ordinary emergency. This earthquake and volcanic eruption are a natural disaster and anything can happen. Food on a stick, Lan looks to the side, said, they are so close to Fortress 112, if something went wrong with their fortress, he is afraid that 112 will also collapse. He is afraid that his brother will face a very severe punishment within the consortium, since the consortium lost 2 fortresses at once. The soldier put his hand on his chest and said, but it's not their fault, any fortress would not withstand it. A drop of sweat on his temple, Lan said thoughtfully, in the past, his brother made too many enemies in the consortium. Sitting with his back explained, since he killed so many people from other consortiums a while ago, the consortium will be worried that he will be difficult to control and they will ask him to clear his head for a while. But this is all temporary, since they still need that for Jing to do his job, because others will not do it as well as him. A month in the sky, the man added that they would not be as ruthless as him. A bald man approached a guy in a white suit with a blue tie, told the boss that the consortium bureau wanted him to answer the phone. The guy asked him to tell them that he didn't have time. The man with the phone to his ear said that he understood and would definitely convey it. He put down the phone, followed the guy, said that fortresses 112 and 113 were no more. He replied that he had guessed. The man looked to the side, with regret on his face, and began to convey what else they said. The guy looked back thoughtfully. He stepped forward and added that they wanted him to proceed to Fortress 111 for investigation as soon as he got off the mountain, and that without permission he could not leave the confines of Fortress 111. He extended his hand to the leaving guy and asked if we were talking about house arrest. He remained silent. Mouth open, the guy replied that it had been a long time since he returned to Fortress 111. He put his hands in his trouser pockets, said to call Lu from Fortress 109 and asked him to send someone to look for Lan. The man replied that this fortress is controlled by the Lai Consortium and Lu, as its manager, may not have much say in the matter. The guy looks ahead and noticed that there is always the opportunity to send several private troops. He pointed his finger forward and sternly told him to tell him that if he did not find the dough, he would die. A doe opposite the refugees sitting around the fires, chewing his food, smelling the potatoes, thought that these poor people know how to be practical in everyday life. A stick with a piece of food in his hand, closed his eyes, called Tang and said that he would go there and buy fried sweet potatoes and come back. Beads of sweat on his face, Tan raised his palms and asked if they couldn't just take some from them. The doe jumped up, hit him on the head and shouted that he wouldn't bat an eyelid if he had to kill someone from the flame source, but rob a bunch of refugees out of their sweet potatoes. Would he still be human if word got out about it? Trees, moon in the sky, Lan pointed his finger forward and shouted for him to run and buy it at 50 times the normal price and not disgrace the king. They don't take advantage of others. The boss is at the fire. Tang leaves. Lan called out to him and told him to take a few people so that they couldn't sneak up. Tan looked back, a drop of sweat on his cheek, and replied, okay. The doe looks at the departing soldiers. He closed his eyes, lowered his head, exhaled, thought that he considered himself a worthy representative of his generation, but he never thought that he would be reduced to begging for food from refugees. Warms his hands by the fire. Tang and the soldiers returned to him. There are potatoes lying on the cloth. Doe is moving his finger and counting. He looked at the wounded sitting on the side and counted them. Tang holds the potatoes. Looking at the boss with a smile, Lan said, 1/2 per person. No one should eat more, and the wounded can eat one whole. He also asked Tang to bake it. The fruits lie in the fire. Tan takes the potatoes out of the fire with a stick. He brought hot potatoes to the boss, telling him to take them and eat them. The doe divided the fruit in half. He handed one half to the soldier, said, "Here, half for one." Tan said that he didn't have to do this, asked how he could take only half. Lan said to close this topic already and take it, he's hot. The soldiers gathered around the boss. He said that now he does not have time to tell them about all this, but when they get to Fortress 109, he will invite them all to enjoy life. He pounded his chest with his fist and said with a smile, all of them who escaped this disaster will be blessed after it. The soldiers raised their fists up, smiling. Tang said, "That's right, even in a great disaster, blessings can be found." Birds flew up from the trees and a cry was heard. The man hit the woman on the cheek and she fell. He said irritably, "What's the point of pretending to be innocent after she ate the sweet potato he dug up? Her man had long since died in the fort. If he hadn't pulled her out, would she be alive now?" The girl was crying, covered her face with her hand, and said that she would give him money for the sweet potatoes when they got to 109 strength. He grabbed her face with his hand and said angrily, "What can she give him? They will all have nothing when they reach Fortress 109. He pulled her by the hair, shouting to the men standing nearby to come with him. The refugees silently look away. Xiao was frightened. Behind him, with his hands on his hips, stood Yudi. He shouted, "Stop." He ran forward and shouted menacingly, "So it is he, the king of leopards, who is muddying the waters here." He grabbed the smoldering stick. The man looked around in fear. Yudi swung his stick and the man ran away. "I hit him and he fell." The girl ran up to the beaten man, shouted what he had done, "Let them get out of here." Hand to temple, the guy is perplexed, pursing his lips. Having lowered his hands and head, he returns to the heroes sitting by the fire. He sat down on a log and lowered his head into his hands. Xiao looked at him gloomily and thought, "This man is really funny." He put his hand on his shoulder, the guy raised his head. Xiao thought that he was just making up a magical name for anyone he wanted to beat. He was a great sage equal to heaven. So he had to fight demons. He asked what if in the future he faced hundreds of enemies one after another, and he doesn't have enough names of demons. Heroes in traditional clothes, Woody with a rod crouched in front of Xiao, replied that everything is fine, the names of the demons can be repeated. The hero kicked him, asked if he was faking or stupid, what happened to the promise not to make mistakes in personalities. Plant in hand, resting his head on his hand, asked Xiao why he thought that woman told him to get away when he defeated the Leopard King. Yudi rests his head on his hand, a tired look. The hero looks at him, he thought, because human nature is so complex that some people are better off not being saved. He didn't want to talk to him about it. He seems to be fine without it. Van sat down next to Yudi and said, "He's just still too curious. He can save himself a lot of problems if he uses words in his life that are not theirs and none of his business." The guy opened his mouth slightly and asked in surprise what he meant. Van smiled and said why should he do something and interfere if it doesn't concern him in any way. Yudi hit the old man on the head with a stem and said, "Boar, it's none of your business." The heroes watching this laughed. Night, the wind fans the flames of the fire. A paw with claws and shackles. Xiao looked around in fear. The heroes look into the dark forest. Yuan asked his brother what that sound was. He replied that he needed to run, get out of here now. Monsters in chains are running towards them from the forest. Many monsters with angry eyes began to crawl towards the people. The whole group began to look at Xiao, who pointed his finger at them to run away into the forest. The protagonist's gaze was filled with confidence and aggression. The monsters began jumping on people, grabbing them and trying to kill them. Everyone was very scared. Birds were flying in the sky. The night itself was restless. The stomping of people began to be heard quickly. Everyone ran as fast as they could. The group quickly ran to meet some people who began to look at them. The two men looked at the group. One was calmly silent, and the second was pointing a weapon at them, gritting his teeth. Xiao began to scream in fear and try to calm the men, telling them not to shoot and to run too. The man began to tell his assistant not to shoot and to follow them, so that they would first listen and then move away as far as possible. The main character began to grit his teeth angrily, saying that if the guy had opened a weapon, there would have been much more losses and it would be better to run away with the troops now, since at least they have firearms and this is better than revealing their abilities. One of the soldiers was wounded in the leg and held on to the second, slowly limping. The troops quickly ran behind the group, shouting for everyone to move. The soldiers and the group began to stand opposite the monsters. The monsters began to open their mouths wide and look at people with red, bloody eyes. The main man began to scream in fear about what kind of monster he was and who he was. The monsters began to jump on people with anger. The child began to hold on to his father, crying and screaming. His dad tried to calm him down, but he couldn't do it. Meanwhile, Xiao confidently watched the monsters. The main character began to look at everyone who stood behind him and say that the screams behind them were getting closer and the test subjects could now catch up with them. Xiao began to look askance at all the people, telling them that they could no longer retreat and that first they needed to look at King's reaction. The main man began to look at Xiao in fear, telling his assistant to take a team of people and go with the wounded, and when they get to Fortress 109, they might ask him to come and help. The assistant began to grit his teeth, telling his boss that he would not leave him. The man grabbed the weapon from the assistant and pointed it at everyone and began telling them to behave without arbitrariness and just get out of this situation alive. The boss began to raise his gun with a smile on his face, telling everyone else to follow him and finish them all off as he would fight them. The assistant began to look at the soldiers with anger, asking what they were waiting for and that they needed to protect the boss and then leave. The army began to confidently tell the assistant that they would do it. The soldiers began to grab the boss by the arms and carry him away. The man began to shout to be let go and that Shiluolan had never been a deserter. One of their soldiers began to hold the box, telling him to carry the thing into the box. The soldiers' hands began to open the box. Two guys held weapons in their hands, who took their box and with a smile on their faces began to be glad that they took it with them. One of the troops began to bring the weapon to the peephole, pointing it. The soldier began to confidently open his mouth and shoot at the place where he aimed. A lot of guys were shooting and aiming missiles to the side. The fire quickly spread across the entire area opposite the guys. The soldiers threw grenades and bombs in the direction with anger and confidence. As soon as the air cleared, there was no one on the ground. One of the monsters began to slowly approach the soldier, who was throwing grenades in the other direction. The guy wounded in the eye began to look in the direction where the sounds were mocking. The wild monster aimed its bloody teeth at the soldier's neck, killing him completely. The guy clenched his teeth and began to look at the monster out of the corner of his eye. The man's hand began to quickly open the grenade. There was a huge explosion on the spot as everyone else looked on. Xiao looked to the side through the smoke, gritting his teeth. One guy's foot began to move towards the monsters. The guy with white hair and a golden wand began to open his mouth wide and tell the brave demons to see where they could run now. The main character began to confidently look forward, telling his assistant Yudi to go in the other direction. Xiao began to look at the monsters, holding his sword tightly. Yudi with a smile on his face began to look at the main character, telling him that in this life he is more deadly and much better than in his previous life when they were indecisive. Xiao began to cut the monsters in half with quick movements. The guy began to look at the people looking at him and shouted at them to run away. Old Man Wang, Yuan and Xiaoyu began to look at the main character in fear without doing anything. Xiao began to glare at the people, shouting at them to run away. Yuan began to hold the girl by the hand, taking her away from Xiao. Wang rushed after them, looked at the guy with fear. The brother began to look askance at the main character, saying that now they would only interfere with them. Xiao stood looking at the monsters and called out to Wudi, who was next to him. The main character and his assistant immediately rushed towards the monsters, quickly running towards them. Xiao killed the monsters with deft movements, leaving behind a cloud of dust. The guy began to look to the side, watching something. With his golden wand, Yudi began to hit the very heart of the monsters who were trying to jump on the guy. The guy jumped high into the sky, pointing his weapon at the monsters who were looking at him. Yudi began to quickly swing his stick, killing several monsters at once. The guy stood confidently on the bodies of the monsters, putting his weapon behind his neck. Xiao stood there in shock and looked at Wudi, saying that it was unexpected that this guy's strength was much higher than Xiao himself thought. The guy began to point his finger at himself and, with a smile on his face, tell the monsters that from now on they would call him, but Yudi did not have time to say. Xiao kicked the guy, telling him not to waste time. The main character and his assistant began to run towards the people. Yuan began to look at Xiao, asking if he was okay. The main character answered his brother that he was fine. Xiao began to fearfully look into the depths of the forest, where they were shouting and calling for help. The main character and the others ran towards the sound and saw an overturned car. The boss began screaming from the window, closing his eyes and asking to be pulled out. Yudi hit the car with quick movements, opening the door. The guy stood near the car and told the boss that now 2 of his soldiers were gone. The man stood on his knees, saying nothing. Xiao began to take the boss by the hand, telling him to move and follow him. Lao began gritting his teeth and closing his eyes to tell the main character that he could not leave, even though they saved him. The depths of the forest were black and scary. Xiao began to run away from the soldiers who were fighting and, grabbing the man with him, began to tell him that they had to run away as a pack of wolves were coming towards them. The army covered their ears and shot at the monsters, tried to kill them, but could not as they survived. The monsters opened their mouths wide and looked at the soldiers. People began to watch as a flock of monsters headed deep into the forest. The soldiers opened their mouths in fear, not knowing what to do. Xiao looked askance at the monsters, wondering if these test subjects were afraid of them. The main character began to hold Wudi's shoulder and tell him to call Wang Fugui and the others. The guy hesitantly scratched his head, asking Xiao who Wang Fugui was. The main character smiled at the guy and said that this was Ba Jai, who should be told to wait for them there and not come back, because if something strange happens, they should continue to run for their lives. Xiao didn't understand why Yudi doesn't understand anything unless you mention names from history. La began to look at his soldiers, who were wounded and lying in a pool of blood. The boss and Xiao quickly began to head towards the wounded. One of the soldiers held his stomach and showed his hand to Law, saying that he should not be here since the monsters might return soon. The main character watched as the boss squatted down next to the guy and asked if he had anything to tell him. The guy began to look at Law with a smile on his face, telling him that he said that he would give them a tour of this beautiful world. As soon as they get to the 109th fortress, the guy began to say that he is afraid now they will not be able to go with boss and Law needs to have a blast himself. The boss began to smile, covering his eyes from tears and telling the soldier that he was afraid he would die from exhaustion in the 109th fortress. Law began to laugh loudly with his lying assistant. The soldier's hand began to squeeze the boss's hand. The guy held the wound on his stomach and told Law with a smile that they had no regrets. The boss looked at his assistant with a sad look full of tears, nodding slowly. Xiao began to slowly approach Luo and the soldier and talk about how some of them don't have to die. The main character began to stretch out the boss's hand, which contained the jars. The guy began to say that his medicine is the best, which is suitable for external injuries and therefore you don't have to worry that they will die. But Xiao began to say that he doesn't just cure. Law began to look with interest at the jars in the guy's hands. The main character began to tell the boss that in exchange for this medicine they should bring them all to Fortress 109 and provide them with a legal place of residence. Law smiled and laughed, saying that it was a very familiar feeling. Lo began to open his mouth and eyes wide, telling Xiao that he was a miracle healer. The main character imagined in his head how he would hit Law on the head for saying such words. The boss began to smile sweetly and, looking at Xiao, said that given their relationship, if the main character saves their lives, he will be able to drag as many people as he wants into the barrier. Xiao did not understand what kind of relationship the boss was talking about. Law laughed and scratched his head from discomfort, saying that they had a relationship between a doctor and a patient. The guy looked at the boss with a smile. Xiao began to close his eyes and throw jars into the boss's hands, saying that he would remain calm and would not ask what diseases he was treating for and that this medicine should be applied to the wounds. Lo began to smile and say that he understood everything. Xiao began to look askance at Luo and holding him by the shoulders, asking if he was thinking of capturing him when he healed his soldiers. The boss held jars and said that in fact his main goal was to catch Zhu Xianchu, and the main character just his accomplice. Xiao smiled, looking at the boss and told him that this was good. Law began to approach the soldier, telling him to hold on. The boss's fingers began to apply medicine to the wounds. The guy immediately began screaming in pain, which was created by the medicine. The main character began to wave his hand at the soldier's wound, telling the boss to hurry up, finish and hit the road. A loud cry of pain from wounds began to be heard from the mountains. Yuan began to look at Xiao with a smile. The main character began to tell all the guys that everything was fine with him and they should move on. The soldiers began to head out with Xiao and Luo's group. The boss began pointing his finger at Yudi, saying that he remembered him and this crazy man who was in the 3rd psychiatric hospital. The guy began to clasp his hands with a smile on his face, telling Lo that he also remembered him and his name was Benbo-er. The boss began to tell Yudi not to talk nonsense and not to call him Benbo-er. The guy began to clench his hands on his chest in anger and tell the boss to call him a great sage, not a madman. Law began to get angry and angrily tell Yudi that all crazy people say that they are not crazy. The boss began to tell the guy that he says the great sage who protects his master. In order to receive the scriptures in the West, Law began to ask Yudi where his master was. Xiao began to point his finger at himself with a calm face and tell the boss that he was his master. 2 people also began to say their names. Luo could not believe that they were telling the truth. 3 cars stood in one of the places. The boss began to be surprised and say that it was strange, because they looked like the cars from Fortress 109. Law began to point his finger up, smiling and saying that most likely they were saved. Law began to sit on the edge of the car seat and hold the walkie-talkie. Questions began to be heard from the walkie-talkie about who he was. Lo began to smile and shout, saying that he was Lolan and he needed to be connected to his brother. The guy at the end of the walkie-talkie began to ask Lo where he was and whose walkie-talkie it was. The guy asked the boss if Lu Yun's people had taken him. The soldier began to talk on the walkie-talkie that on the way he met the vehicles of the 109th fortress and they were probably Lu Yun's men who were attacked along the way. The man began to look ahead confidently, holding the walkie-talkie and telling Luo to take a break when she reached Fortress 109 and not to return to the King Consortium for a while, as the people were going to put him under house arrest for a while and the boss would probably have to suffer a harsher punishment when he returns. The guy began to sigh and tell Luo that when he gets to the 109th fortress, tell Lu Yuan that Ren Xiaosu, Zhu Xianchu, Yang Xiaojin and Luo Zhenyu are wanted, and especially Zhu Xianchu. The boss began to sit in the car, telling the guy that he had one thing, but that Ren Xiaosu was next to him. The guy asked Luo, he caught him too. The boss began to smile and tell the guy that he may not believe him when he says this, but given that this is happening now, we can say that he caught him and Ren rather saved him. The The guy began to look ahead, telling the boss to tell the guy that the matter between the King Consortium and him was closed, and the guy also owed him for saving his life. Law began to look at the people, telling the guy that they just wanted to go to the 109th fortress and become legal residents there. Zio sighed with relief and said that this day had come and from now on they would be the legal residents of the 109th fortress. Zio stood next to Luo, who was holding a walkie-talkie. The main character began to look thoughtfully to the side, thinking about where the body would go if they were attacked halfway. Zio began to look at the ground, realizing that the blood had already dried, and judging by the color, it could suggest that half a day had passed since the battle. There was something lying near the guy's feet. Zio began to look at the fur in his hands, realizing that it was wolf. The guy began to stand near the rock. Zio looked down carefully, noticing something. A wolf began to emerge from the cave. The main character decided that it was the Wolf King. The animal began to look at the guy carefully. Zio looked confidently at the wolf, deciding that they had been chasing him all this time. The guy looked at the wolf, who was slowly walking away from Zio, doing nothing. The main character did not understand why he did this. The boss began to raise his hand high, telling everyone to climb in, since now they have a car and everything will be faster. All the people began to look at Zio with a smile, and Yuan began to shout to his brother to sit down and they would leave. The main character began to look at his brother, smiling sweetly. The car began to drive away. Yuan began to ask Zio if they could overcome the barrier. The main character began to say that if they arrived, they would not have to be careful while resting. Zio patted his brother on the head and with a smile on his face told him not to worry, and from now on their life would only get better. Van lowered his eyes and sadly began to say that some things were too difficult for him to achieve, but for people on the other hand, they were absolutely familiar. The boss began to pull a cigarette to his mouth, telling everyone not to take it so seriously about what they promise. Luo began to add and say that the kin people can still fulfill their promises and their association will not lie. Since this is not, it will make sense. Van's eyes began to look surprised. The man began to smile and tell Luo that Ziosu saved his life. The boss began to ask Wang if this was true. Wang began to smile and talk about how it was not enough to simply overcome the barrier, and if anyone heard about this, they would think that the kin association was stingy. The gentleman began to look thoughtfully to the side, realizing that when he left the city with Ziosu, he had already told him what it was worth, so the time had come to prove it. Wang began to look askance at Luo, telling him that he had never shone, so it was difficult for him to participate in negotiations with Luolan, and the guy might even laugh in his face because Van had no pride. The gentleman began to look into the distance, filled with determination and telling himself that there was nothing terrible in this and that he was a grateful person and that his life had been saved. He would do everything in his power to help him. The boss began to look at the man with confusion, holding a cigarette and telling him not to be greedy. Wang began to come too close to Luo, that he was very scared. Wang put his finger in the boss's face, telling him that the kin association has a lot of property in the 109th barrier and it would not be a problem for Luo to give them a store. The boss became scared to say that his life is not worth the store. The man began to look at the boss with surprise and incomprehension, not knowing what to tell him. Wang began to pat Luo's shoulders, asking him about what his brother said that he owed Ziosu a favor. The boss did not understand what the guy was trying to say. The guy began to smile and looking at Law, asking him if this service was worth the store. Law smoked a cigarette and, looking at the guy, said that it was all worth it. Wang thought about something and realized that it was rumored that Luolan treated his brother better than himself. The boss's hand began to put away the cigarette, telling Wang that he would prepare a good store for him, but from that moment on, all debts between the kin alliance and you were closed. The guy began to smile slyly, looking at the boss and asking him how much the lives of his people were worth. Zio began to watch as Luo touched Wang's head and told him that he couldn't ask for everything at once and that first he would prepare the best store for him in the most suitable place. Wang smiled sweetly, telling the man that he knew when to stop. The main character began to look in surprise at Yudi, who had a golden headband on his head. The guy began to ask him where he got it. Zio had not seen this headband before, and it could be that he again imagined it as a golden cane, because all the powers of Yudi up close are formed thanks to the imagination. The guy started shaking his hands and smilingly saying that Buddha gave it to him. Woody began to come close to Zio, asking him if he remembered the strengthening spell. The guy began to look frightened, saying that he remembered, although in fact he did not. The main character began to sit in special clothes, repeating the same phrases many times. Woody began to squeeze his ears and shout at Zio to stop it. The main character frightenedly asked the guy what was wrong. Van, with incomprehension, began to tell the main character that this headband was a gift from the Buddha and nothing could be done about it and he could not take it back. Zio began to fearfully ask Wang what it meant. What he had just done was also a gift from the Buddha. Wang began to tell the guy with a calm face that no one knew about it. Yuan smiled, looking at his brother, telling everyone that there was a city ahead. The car began to drive up to a high tower on which the 109th city was written. The car began to approach the tower. on which 109 was written. The girl began to point her finger at Zio, telling all the children to thank him, since it was thanks to the guy that they survived to this day. People from the group began to smile sweetly, thanking the main character. Zio began to laugh, indicating with his hand that this should not be done. The guy started pointing his finger at the three. Zio understood with his hands and said with a sweet smile that the three of them had not yet thanked him, so they could take their time. People looked at Zio silently, without saying anything to him. Cars began to drive up to different tents. Yuan began to smile and point to different tents, saying that they have something like this right in the city. The car began to stop at one of the tents. The girl began to ask in surprise whether they lived in a similar place. A friend of the main character began to say that she lived in one, but it was better there and Zio was a substitute teacher in their city. The girl began to say that if the barrier still worked, he would become their new teacher. Alone, the girls couldn't believe that Zio could become a teacher. The car's wheels began to turn off. Law jumped off the car and started shouting that they were there. The boss began to angrily ask everyone about where Liu Yuan was, since he urgently needed him. People began to ask each other who Liu Yuan was, while Lo watched this angrily. The boss began to shout and point his finger at the man, telling the administrator of this city to quickly come to him. All the people began to look at the angry Law in fear. Zio stood behind the boss, telling him that they had arrived from Barrier 113 and this was Luolan from the film consortium, and all this should be reported to their administrator. The people began to look at the main character in fear and tell him to wait a minute. The girl began to look into the distance, thinking that Luolan must have promised that Liang, Wang Fugui, Wang Dalon and Wen Wudi would fall into the barrier, but he began to mention Jiang Wu and the disciples. Everyone understood that if things remained like this, they will become refugees. But now Luolan can support them, so if everyone from the car falls into the 109 barrier, no one will say a word. The girl decided that they can only hope that Liu Yuan will not check Luolan. Zio looked at Law, who was smoking a cigarette angrily. The tower doors began to open. The man began to meet Law halfway, smiling sweetly and saying that he had heard a lot about him. The boss began to tuck his hands in his chest with contempt, asking the guy if this was true. The man began to head towards the boss, telling him that as soon as he received news from King's boss, he immediately came out to say hello, and if they had not lost contact with him, the man would not have met them. Law angrily walked around the man and, without even approaching him, began telling his group to follow him. The man began to call everyone away and shout to wait. Frightened, he began to ask Law who these people were in the car and whether they needed to be checked. The boss began to slap the man in the face with hostility, asking how he could check his people. Ban began to look at Law in surprise, saying that this man was the administrator of Barrier 109 and how dare the boss just pick him up and hit him. Zio and Yuan did not understand what was happening. The boss began to look at the man with anger, asking him that he had forgotten who he was. The guy looked to the side. There was a red imprint from Law's hand on his cheek. The man began to stutter and tell the boss that he had not forgotten and then began to show the way. Law began to tell King not to forget who he was. People got out of the car, looking at the territory. Yuan began to tell Zio that the roads in this barrier were very clean. Tall houses, plants that Yuan praised. The brother began to point his finger at the clearing to the main character. One of the girls began to look at the garden with admiration, saying that people usually come here after eating and in the evening you can see dancing aunties here, and if one of them has a radio, she will definitely attract all the attention. Two people fed each other cutely. Yuan began to talk about how dad and daughter feed each other cutely. Zio began to notice and surprised that they were kissing. People began to kiss sweetly without seeing anyone. The girl made a sly look, saying that this was not a father and daughter. The boss began to look askance at people, telling them that he would take them to the grocery store as promised. The whole group of people began to look at the boss in surprise and incomprehension. Then waved his hand at everyone, shouting to hurry after Law. People began to approach some place. Yuan held Zio's hand in fear and began to ask him why people were looking so angry and maybe they should return to the city. The main character began to look at his brother, telling him to stop, and if his brother didn't like it, he could take him away from here. The boss's feet began to step on the tiles. Law, with a smile on his face and a cigarette in his mouth, began asking everyone how they liked it, saying that there was no such place anywhere else and that there was a real gold mine here. Ban began to bow to the boss, thanking him from the bottom of his heart. Lo began to tell people that they now have a yard and houses in the back, so this is enough for everyone, and then the boss began to say that now they are even. The gentleman began to thank Zio for helping them get into the barrier. The main character began to tell Wang that there was no need for thanks since they needed to equip this store. Ban began to tell the guy with a smile on his face that this was his store since he risked his life for it. The man began to touch the guy's hands, telling him that he could work there as a cashier without asking for a lot of money. The man told Zio that he would have a slightly higher salary. The main character smiled sweetly, saying that he agreed. Van was surprised to not believe that the guy agreed so quickly. Zio began to come closer to Wang's ear, telling him that 30% of the profit from the store was his, so the money from his antibiotics also belonged to him. Dan didn't know what to answer the guy out of surprise. The gentleman began to smile at the main character, saying that he would try his best. Someone began to watch them. Zio began to understand this out of the corner of his eye. The guy quickly began to look to the side, spreading the tent, but did not see anyone and decided that he had imagined it. Zio stands in front of the woman, asking her what she plans to do. The girl looked at one point with fear, continuing to remain silent. One man addresses the main character, telling him not to worry, and as soon as he receives his residence ID, they will immediately prepare his enrollment, adding that teacher Jan Wu can continue teaching, and the students can continue studying under her guidance, and the school will take care of the place of work and salary. Holding his hands on his chest and covering one eye, the man notices that this is not kindness at all, but they have all gone through fire, water, and copper pipes, so the King Consortium can cope with such a small task, to which Zio asks what he is. So kind old man Wang turns to the guys, asking if the Lai Consortium is not responsible for this barrier, and whether he will keep his promise, to which the man replies that the Lai Consortium will not bother with them over such a trifle. Friendly patting the old man's shoulder, he tells him that matters between the consortiums can be both complex and simple, and if there is no money involved, then everything is fine, to which the man Wang says that he understands him. The main character begins to think that it costs the consortium nothing to enroll a couple of students. Moving quickly and holding his hand on his chin, Zio with a gentle smile asks the uncomprehending guy how much pocket money the school gives to its students, to which the man replies that about 900 per month, and it all depends on the barrier, because the student receives as much as needed to survive for a month. Suddenly, someone grabs Yuan by the shoulders. Zio, towering over his blushing brother, says with a smile that he and Yuan also want to go to school, and money is not a problem, because they just want to study. Holding the other characters, hugging them on his shoulders in front of the shocked man, Zio reveals that not only he, but also Wang Fugui, Wang Dalong, little sister Zioyu, and Chen Wudi, all six want to visit the school, to which the man asks him that Wang Fugui is already over 40 years old, and he will also go to school. Tired, touching his head with his hand, the man says that they will forget everything, and the main character, Yang Li Yuan and Wang Dalong, are age appropriate, so they will come up with something. The little boys start crying and opening their mouths wide, saying that they don't want to. The guy, menacingly folding his hands on his chest, scares them away, asking in response that they think that they have the right to vote in this situation. The man quickly places his hand on top of the guy. He, standing friendly with Zio, pointing to his heart with his other hand, turns to him, telling him not to rejoice too early, and he doesn't owe anything to the King Consortium yet, but if he wants to get into school, then he needs something due for them. The main character passes the bottle to the man, noting that he knows that Luo needs it. With incomprehension and contempt, the man looks towards the main character leaving with his younger brother, asking himself in his head that he also calls him a fat Luo man. The hero's boots walk briskly across the square among the city houses. Their whole group ends up in a beautiful room with a Chinese concept. The brothers look around. Yuan with interested eyes says that this store turned out to be much better than his expectations, to which the elder tells him that now their lives will be much better. Old man Wang, peeking around the doorway with his son, tells Zio to go and look at something. He points his finger at a building with rooms and a corridor to his team, informing them that there are 3 rooms there and they distribute them in the same way as Sister Zio. There will be a separate room. Uncle Wang will be in one room with Dalon, and he, Lai Yang, and Woody will be in the third. A girl with a pretty look, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, replies that she understands. The old man pats Dalon on the head, answering the hero with a smile that they all obey him. The girl's hand washes the glass with a rag, as does Dalon on the other side of the same window. Zioyu takes the laundry to other rooms while old man Wang and Yuan clean the house. The character Paley presses the flush button, when suddenly the water in the toilet on the floor begins to flush down. All the characters stand around the toilet, looking at its work with interest. The main character, in front of the inspired team, says that all the toilets here are dry and they can flush them because there is a sewer system, to which Yuan notes that this is so cool. The water in the bathroom starts to rain out of the shower. Splashing together in the water, the hero notices that it is not surprising why the people in the barrier are so clean, because there is unlimited water here. A beautiful flower illuminates the dawn sun, creating a dark shadow against its background. The whole company sits together on a mattress in the living room of the building. The sunset casts its last rays of sun on the city houses. Sister Zioyu says that it is so good, adding that so much time has passed since they could sit like this, which old man Wang confirms. Turning to the brothers, Van informs them that while they were cleaning up, several people came to talk to the director, suggesting that apparently the place was originally a clinic and a very famous one, asking why don't they do it. Zio remembers the image of a kindly gangster with a cigar in his mouth, making a face and responding with silence. With a sigh, hands folded, and standing next to a hand holding his chin in thought, he asks which of them is a medic, explaining that all he knows is how to make black medicine, and he thinks they need to sell at first shoes, and these toys will expire if they leave them idle. To which the elder replies that he thinks the guy is right, and they will be allowed to live for some more time, adding that it is too late, and tomorrow he will go to exchange the book for currency Li. But they only have enough money for a while. Pointing his finger to the side, the old man turns to the guy with a smile when Zio says that if they really don't succeed, then they can always promote his store. To which Wang replies that then they will need what they can sell in long term, and there are quite a lot of useful herbs there, asking her herself that he thinks he can use them in his black medicine. Bringing his hand to his mouth, Zio, after remaining silent at first, said, "Maybe this will work, but the black medicine cannot be sold in bulk, and they can only sell it in small portions weekly." The guy looks at old man Wang, holding his chin in his hand, listening to him say that this is more than enough, and something so exclusive in their store, and with these things, they won't have to worry about not having visitors. The brothers, along with old man Wang, look at the night sky, thinking that the dark medicinal heart he received with the gratitude token can be divided into 3 alarms, and the bottle can be divided into 5 or 6 for sale, so it should not be so difficult. There are bars of gold and coins on the table, to which the guy plans that tomorrow he will take a walk around the barter and see that he can live for a while longer. Against the background of city houses and the dark sky, Zio notices that it is already evening, and after so many days of running around, they deserve a good rest. The brothers stand in front of the door. Yuan suddenly shows the guy a piece of paper with a note. Holding it in his hands, he reads that there is a dangerous place, and it is better for them not to stop too far, to which Yuan asks Zio what this note means and who wrote it. Holding the handwriting in one hand and scratching his head with the other, Zio says that the handwriting is familiar to him. Standing up to his full height, the guy holds a note in one hand, thinking about what is probably also in the 109 barrier, asking each other why she left them then, and whether it could be that she too thinks that something serious will happen if she is here, to which the guy tells himself that this is some kind of nonsense. And if she wanted to kill him, she would not have tried to get into the barrier. Sitting with his brother, Zio begins to cry about it, asking why he didn't tell him earlier, and he just got caught in the barrier and now he literally can't get out. The bright sun illuminates an ancient Chinese building. Almost the entire team heads outside after a great morning, stretching and yawning. Old man Van, holding his hands on his sides, turns to the main character, saying that this is simply wonderful and he has not slept so well for a long time. The man holds his head with his hand and cautiously asks everyone where brother Chen Wudi is. The blonde, covering his face from the sun with his hand, walks barefoot through the city, attracting attention to himself, and says that he was locked in a shelter since childhood and could not even imagine that the outside world was so beautiful, and he begins to remember something. Lowering his eyes, passing by a married couple with a child, he thinks that he, too, once lived in a similar place, but these memories are already deep in the past. Suddenly, Woody heard the melody of music, opening his eyes in shock. Dozens of dancing women with fans open in front of him. Looking at the women with the couple, the guy says that he feels so nostalgic. Chen enters the field and begins to dance, attracting attention to himself and humming the beat of the song. He gets up in the dance room, pose, telling everyone to get moving, which makes people feel awkward. All the women begin to aggressively attack him, showing their fists and creating an appropriate atmosphere around themselves. They all start beating Chen together. At the moment, they kick the guy to the side so that he doesn't interfere. The trees against the background of the city sway in the wind. Chen walks down the street, crossing paths with his team. The main character takes the guy by the shoulder, asking if he is okay. Woody, all beaten up and with a blue face, looks at the hero, to which the guy asks who did it to him like that. Walking further past the characters, the guy says that the outside world can be both intriguing and boring. The main character looks at him out of the corner of his eye in confusion, thinking that maybe this barrier is too dangerous and even the elite are hiding here somewhere, remembering that note that told them that this is a dangerous place and it's better to stay too long here. The sun illuminates a huge palace. The story goes that this is Lai's bank. Old man Wang sits down at the employee's table, greeting her and telling her that he would like to transfer money into Lai currency, to which the girl respectfully replies that to transfer foreign currency, the bank takes 23% of the amount, to which the man asks why that is. Zio abruptly takes Chan's hand with the money, telling him not to transfer everything, and suddenly they will have to go to another barrier, in which case the commission amount will be paid in vain, but the man asks again about going to another barrier. Holding and counting the money, the man hesitantly says it's good that he understood him. The whole squad is walking down the street. Wang begins to tell Zio that he mentioned that he wants to go to another barrier, asking where he still wants to go. The hero kindly answers the old man that he is not saying that they will definitely move, and they still have enough money and they need some currency and they can save the rest for now. Zio looks forward seriously, thinking that even if they have no idea where they will be heading next in the near future, he has a feeling that they will have to leave this place and enter a barrier unknown to them again. The heroes look at the view of the city buildings. A bus passes by Zio and he says it's Route 666, asking if it's public transport. Zio points his hand to the team at the bus, asking what this means, that they can also ride on it, to which Old Man Wang says that this is absolutely true, and he has heard a lot about it, because when the people of the barrier told him about it, he told them about it first. I didn't believe it. Yuan hands the old man small bags of coins, to which he says that they will ride him. Zio pays the fare inside the bus, and the boys happily run along the bus. While riding a bus in the middle of the city, Yuan tells Yao that life in this barrier is so safe and comfortable, and they only need to complete the simplest tasks, and they live better than refugees. Yuan looks out the window while Zio sits with his hands folded, to which the younger brother says that they probably live well. Zio adds that it cannot be that they do not have problems, even Luolan can have them, and such things do not disappear even if the conditions in which they live improve. Yuan asks his brother if there are people who have no difficulties at all, to which the guy replies that yes, and only the dead do. Junior tells the guy that it was such a great day, and he started saying such things, to which he replies that he is just telling the truth, and even such a fool as Chen Wudi can have difficulties. The blonde sits buried in a pillow and crying, saying that the world can be intriguing and boring, and when you are burdened with thoughts that the world is boring, having forgotten the continuation, he asks what happened next. Suddenly, the main character notices a jeweler's sign from the window. In a moment, the guy is behind the glass, waving at Van and telling him to take everyone back home, and he needs to get off here for a while. Sitting with his son, and addressing the boy in the back rows, Uncle Wang asks when his brother managed to leave, to which he replies that he has no idea about it, and he did not follow him. Walking in the other direction from the bus and straightening his raincoat with his hand, he thinks that it will be better if they don't find out that he wants to sell gold, because he's too lazy to explain it to them. Holding his cloak at his neck, he enters some room with a photograph of the lieutenant, thinking that he went unnoticed. The guy looks at the photograph of the junior lieutenant, where it is written that he is wanted. Opening his arms to the sides from the photograph of what he saw, he asks, exclaiming that this is not Ziyu Xiangchu. Standing against the wall with his mouth open, he thinks that this is very bad news, and although he left the jacket with gold, but if someone from the King Consortium checks the gold, they will immediately understand that it is clearly missing. As he walks away from the wall, hand on his chin, he thinks that if the King Consortium posted a notice right in front of the jeweler's workshop, they must have found something, and it's as if they set a bait to find me. Realizing something, imagining a photograph of the lieutenant in the background, he thinks that they are looking for Ziyu Xiangchu. Xiangchu, in the city outside Barrier 111, walks through the area. He looks forward with open eyes, holding his stomach with his hand, saying that he has finally reached the 111th barrier. Remembering how he ate mushrooms by the fire and walked hungry through the forest, he closes his eyes, thinking about how good it is that he is a Superman and his constitution is different, so a small amount of poison and wild vegetables is not able to kill him. The lieutenant, pointing his finger at the eggs on the plate, asks the guy, greeting him, asking if there is anything to eat and he can pay. Late in the evening, Xiangchu summons a shadow with his magic and sits on it. He, sitting on the back of a shadow, runs from side to side with great speed. A whirlwind of dust flies forward among the trees. King, sitting in the car, looks angrily to the side, thinking that it is good that outside Mount Jing he met people from the consortium, otherwise it is unknown how long the road to the 111th fortress would have been. The man notices how the shadow of the main character runs in front of his car behind the one driving in front. Gritting her teeth, King looks ahead warily, asking about the black shadow, and assuming that it is Zhu Xiangchu. The lieutenant's shadow on the back of his double runs further into the forest. The man hits the body of the car from the inside with his hand with all his might. Getting even more irritated, he thinks that because of this Zhu Xiangchu, he is forced to flee, while he himself is galloping through the wasteland, and he is heading towards the 109th fortress, and no matter how he hides, he cannot escape from him. Evil King addresses the bald guard, ordering him to contact Luolan, and if Zhu Xiangchu appears near the 109th fortress, then he must be caught, to which the man responds positively. As the cars approach the old castle, King orders everyone that okay, they need to enter the fortress first. With his hands folded on his chest, he seriously looks out the car window, continuing to think that no matter how Zhu Xiangchu jumps, he is just an insignificant Superman, and the old people from the consortium are a real problem. Imagining the images of the consortium members against the background of his serious expression, he thinks that the shadows inside him are changing one after another, and only those faces are really the core of the King family, which the old people care so much about. making his gaze even more hostile. He tells himself in his head that, as they say in the King Consortium, violence is only a means of maintaining order, and it cannot be order itself, adding that in a word, a shadow remains a shadow and cannot be on the surface. As he drives through the square among the houses, he thinks that he is now the center of attention for confronting the source of the flames, and it is normal that the old people want to suppress his resolve, since it looks like he will be under house arrest for a while. The car slows down, slowly kicking up dust under the wheels. The bald guard speaks to the man, informing him that they are going to go to the operations department tomorrow, and they will probably all be separated and assigned to other military units, to which their boss calmly responds positively, but the guard asks him again what he wants to tell them something else. Holding onto the chair in front, the guard with a grimace asks King why he doesn't get out of the car and say a few words to the soldiers, explaining that they could go with him into the Wasteland, because there are many of them. They have weapons and they can do whatever he wants, to which he replies that so many people were waiting to go home to their wives and children that he ended up telling them to go back to the Wasteland and try to survive there. The man with confidence in his eyes tells him that everyone would agree. Opening the door, a man with a serious look orders them to stop talking and they need to go out. The man gets out of the car when dozens of soldiers appear in front of him. Looking straight at them, he makes an appeal to them so that they show their best side in the new units and so that they do not disgrace him. Standing in front of the soldiers with machine guns and their commander, they all unanimously say the word yes. Getting back into the car, he orders everyone to jump in their cars and go home. The fortress building stands against the background of the night starry sky. The car flies quickly along the city avenue. King approaches the door of one house, finding himself already on the threshold. The man gradually takes off his shirt. Water begins to flow from the shower and gives off steam. Standing under the hot shower, King thinks that he can finally take a shower and relax a little. Wetting his long hair and raising his head up with his eyes closed, he continues to think that some were burning with impatience, and as soon as he entered the fortress, the soldiers under his command immediately began to distribute. As he puts a towel on his lower body and steps out of the hot shower, he says that all his men are brave and battle-hardened, and now that there is a chance to divide these troops, it is clear that no one will want to miss this opportunity. He calmly puts his shirt back on. King exits the building with security in his white suit. A security guard in uniform blocks the gentleman's passage with his hand, telling him that he cannot leave the house and he better not make their job difficult. The guy looks at the guard with arrogance, saying that the old people said that it was forbidden to leave the fortress, asking that when they said that it was forbidden to even leave the house, and did someone really give the wrong decree? He passes by the men, telling them not to worry, and he is just about to go listen to the singing, asking who in this fortress does not know that he, King Zhen, likes to listen to others sing. A man in armor runs in front of King, blocking his path, explaining that they are simply following orders. The man's eyes clenched with anger. Suddenly, a bullet flies into the ground in front of the entrance, causing the guards to go into shock. A man passing by explains that everything is fine and no one will cause them problems. The guard bows to King as he leaves the house, thanking him for his mercy. Looking after the departing King, the men whisper that there used to be rumors that King Zhen had trump cards with him, and he could not think that this would turn out to be true. To which the other asks his comrade that yes, but didn't the Consortius remove him? And someone else follows the person who lost power. King brings a small glass to his mouth, listening to someone read the words that Sancha Station, the intersection of roads to the north leave and come from the south. He sits on a chair, pouring more alcohol into his glass, continuing to listen to the story that in the morning important carriages crowded here, and at dusk, lo and behold, sadly drove back. Looking at the dressed up people with makeup and ancient Chinese robes, King thinks that the actors on this stage have changed again. Captivated by his gaze, he continues to listen to the poem, thinking that he is the only one who has not changed. While viewing the poem from afar, a servant approaches the man, informing him that the consortium has business with him and they invite him to discuss it at a meeting. Turning with a menacing face to the servant, he replies that he should say that he will not come. The bright sun illuminates the houses of the city. Zio walks down the street among other people, thinking that he won't be able to sell the gold, and he will probably be watched. Raising his hand to his face, closing his eyes, he begins to think that it looks like they'll have to take over the store after all, and they won't be able to live on the subsidy provided by the school, and commendation coins are harder to come by in their day than money, and they can't always sell black medicine. Old man Wang and the guy opposite are smiling at each other, which Zio noticed standing behind them. He looks ahead gloomily, wondering what this Wang Fugui is doing again. The guy sees how the old man in his hand with a smile hands the guy a black jar, to which the main character immediately realizes that this is black medicine. Depressedly entering the gate, he thinks that he is such a promising young man, and does he really need to sell drugs? The main character lies with his cheek on the table, while a man runs into him, addressing him as a doctor, and asking him to tell him what's wrong with him, and he constantly has discomfort in his stomach, to which the guy tells him that he is pregnant. The man's face turned into the most shocked and surprised, which made him even turn blue. He begins to shout at him, opening his mouth, asking again about the pregnancy, swearing, asking the hero that he doesn't hear that he is a man. And he also has a doctor's sign hanging. Since he may not care about the condition of the Lula, what does the guy says that it turns out that he is not pregnant? The enraged man points his finger at the tired hero with anger, asking him if he even knows who he is, and how he dares to talk to him like that. To which the guy asks without interest who he is, and the man introduces himself as Yanlin Feng is from the western region, and let him come and ask around. Suddenly the protagonist's face lights up with joy, and he receives a notification that he has received a new task to cure a patient. Zio happily shakes hands with the disgruntled man, telling him to tell him what's bothering him, to which Yan says he has an upset stomach and pain. The guy throws antibiotics into the man's hand, adding that it's gastritis, and he just needs to take the medicine and everything will be fine, to which the man asks if this is true, and the guy answers positively, thinking about it. That it's as if he cares whether it's true or not, because he just wants to complete the task. The hero turns away from the man with a villainous smile, to which he responds positively, adding that he will return home and try. The notification states that the task has been completed and a basic skill copy scroll has been received. Yan turns to the main character, asking him if he needs to exclude something from his diet, to which Zio emotionlessly replies that he should exclude bitter melon. The man looks at the guy with confusion, asking why not. Zio responds with irritation because it doesn't taste good, causing the man maximum misunderstanding. The man leaves the building when suddenly Old Man Wang flies towards Zio, carrying a scroll in his hands in front of him. The old man shows a piece of paper with a seal, asking the hero to look at it. The guy examines the document in front of him, wondering if this is a leaflet for the source of the flame. A piece of paper was lying right on the table, and Wang said that in 2 days, superhumans could contact their company and receive money for donating blood, which would later be used in research, and thereby they would also contribute to the development of humanity. Wang, pointing his finger at a piece of paper standing next to the protagonist, said that the most important thing is next, and after donating only 200 milliliters of blood, they will immediately receive a payment of 1 million, which greatly surprised Zio. Wang asked with a puzzled look if he wanted to try, and said that it also said that it would not ensure the confidentiality of personal information, while the protagonist, with a thoughtful look, reasoned that earlier on Jing Mountain he heard Yang Xiaojin talking about this company, then it seemed doubtful to him, and now he came across her in the 109th fortress. Zio looked down and continued to reason that now all the fortresses are hostile to superhumans to one degree or another, but the flame source not only began to buy blood from superhumans, but also openly offered them protection, and what was the goal? Wang and the protagonist stood in front of the table, discussing the information they had received, while Yuan sat nearby, holding a wooden basin in his hands. Yuan turned sharply towards Wang, addressing him, and said that there was definitely something wrong with this company and his brother could not go there. Wang was greatly puzzled by what he heard and said that it was true that both Zhang Beijing and Chen Wudi were arrested for revealing their superpowers, and God knows what this flame source is up to. Wang turned towards the protagonist and continued to say that no one will go anywhere, and money is not worth putting Zaiasu's life in danger. And by the way, Chen Wudi must be told to under no circumstances use his superpowers whenever he pleases. The protagonist crosses his arms over his chest and turns towards Wang, addressing him, and says that he shouldn't worry about it, and Chen Wudi will keep his mouth shut, and he threatens him with a hoop compression spell, otherwise he asks what it is the spell may be useful. Yuan, with a malicious grin on his face, turned to his brother, saying that it turns out that this source of flame has a lot of money, and if so, then they don't have to donate blood, but they can just rob the company. The protagonist at the same moment kicked his brother and said that he should disappear and go get ready and prepare to go to school with him tomorrow, while he fell forward, dropping his pelvis. Yuan said with tears in his eyes that it was good, and Zio, looking at him, reasoned that this child had grown up in the harsh conditions of a trading town since childhood, and now that they had moved to the fortress, someone should teach him from time to time correct behavior. The protagonist pointed his finger at a piece of paper lying on the table and turned towards Van, asking what, by the way, what kind of set of numbers and some kind of code is this? Zio continued to point his finger at the piece of paper while Wang told him that this must be a telephone number, and heard that since ancient times, every fortress had a telephone network and people could communicate with each other while being tens of kilometers away from each other. Friend, and their shop also has a telephone, but they have not yet figured out how to use it. Yuan turned back sharply with a smile on his face and said that then he should try to use it right now. Immediately after the formation of the story, they are transported to a small green telephone. The protagonist and his friend sat on the floor around a small green phone, and he asked what and how this thing works. Yudi, looking down, said that he seemed to know. Suddenly he picked up the phone and began pressing buttons on its body while the protagonist watched him. Zio was greatly surprised as he watched everything happen as the phone beeped throughout the room. Suddenly someone picked up the phone, and Yudi shouted loudly into the phone that he was a great sage, equal to the sky. Woody was holding the phone receiver in his hand, from which came a voice that he was crazy, and Zio, watching him, reasoned that this phone was an amazing thing, and so accurately determined the essence of Chen Woody. Zio looked at his brother and said that Liaoyuan should now try, and he said with a smile on his face that it was good. At the same moment, the boy's finger pressed a button with a number on the phone's body. A voice came straight from the phone receiver, asking who it was and what was the matter, and Yuan said that they were greeting uncle and nothing like that, he was just trying to call. And he had just learned how to use the phone, and they asked for forgiveness for disturbing him, and he said that he is with that psycho and should not call here anymore, hanging up. Yuan, holding the phone receiver in his hand, turned towards his brother, saying that this phone is an amazing thing, and it feels as if the person on the other side is right in front of you. And Zhao, crossing his arms over his chest, said that he would not you need to call, and it's not good to bother other people. Suddenly, a small green phone lying on the floor rang sharply. Yuan, like everyone else, looked down with great surprise and, turning to his brother, said that he should answer the call. The protagonist picked up the phone and greeted the interlocutor, and on the other side they told him that they just found out that he has a store, and how things are going lately. Would he like to take out a loan? They can give him 10,000 coins, and the interest will be only 10 coins per day. Then Zhao would say that he doesn't understand what he's talking about, fix that at what interest rate, and on the phone they told him that they could lend him money at 3%. The protagonist, speaking sharply on the phone, looked to the side and asked if this was not usury. The man on the other side of the phone would turn around and turn to the boss and say that this man was saying that they were loan sharks. A man in a white jacket picked up the phone and said, turning to the young man, that he should not say stupid things, and they were not moneylenders, and the protagonist said he is the most unscrupulous businessman. The question came sharply from the phone receiver that he knew who he was, and Zhao, with a puzzled look, wondered why his voice seemed so familiar. Then Zhao said on the phone that he knew who he was, and on the other side of the phone he asked with a dissatisfied look who he was. Then the protagonist said on the phone that he was Yanlin Feng of the Western region, and in response the man on the other side of the phone simply remained silent. The man on the other side of the phone cursed with great dissatisfaction and said that he was also Yanlin Feng of the Western region. Zhao then slammed the phone directly onto the floor, bringing his hand to his face. The protagonist, with great misunderstanding, holding his hand to his face, reasoned that it is not surprising that the voice sounded familiar, and not everyone is ready to call themselves, and if there are those who want to, then, damn it, everyone turns out to be Yanlin Feng. Suddenly, Wang put his hand on Zhao's shoulder and said that one should actually maintain a relationship with a local authority like him, and it seems that this Yanlin Feng is doing some kind of shady business. He has subordinates, and wherever there were, it wouldn't hurt to know such people, but he said that yes, and if he comes for treatment again, you need to talk to him more. Van leaned straight to the protagonist and said that about the black medicine, and during the day he distributed it to passers-by and believes that after tonight many will know about its properties, but he simply listened to him in silence. Zhao held out a small piece of paper towards Wang, saying that by the way, he should go and buy a few things tomorrow, and here is the list, and just have to remember that under no circumstances should he take them from one place. Wang said okay and took the list from Zhao's hand, who reasoned that once everything was bought, they would be able to make a bomb. And fortunately, he copied young Zhaojin's bomb-making skill, and it would come in handy at the crucial moment to leave path to escape. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story moves to a large brick house on the morning of the next day, as the plot tells us. The protagonist and his brother stood in their places, enjoying the new clothes and themselves. Zhao then bowed to Zhaoyu along with the two children and said that they should rather thank her for preparing clothes for them, and they thanked their sister. Zhaoyu, Wang and Woody waved their hands, seeing off the protagonist, who left and also waved his hand in response. Then the narrative of the story is transferred to the tram, into which children in blue uniforms entered one by one. A green-white tram rode straight on the rails in the middle of a big city. Suddenly, the alert for school number 13 sounded, and the children in blue uniforms immediately began to walk straight out of the tram, with Zhao following suit. The protagonist got off the tram and simply remained silent, looking at the huge crowd of schoolchildren and a girl standing to the side who looked like Yang. Yang stood against the wall, blowing a bubblegum bubble and crossing her arms over her chest. Zhao saw a girl he knew, approached her and said that he didn't think he could meet her here. Then the protagonist, smiling, asked that maybe she could return the dagger to him. Yang stood near the wall and simply remained silent in response, and several schoolchildren looking in her direction asked if this was not the new kid from their class. Yang looked sharply to the side with her menacing and dissatisfied gaze. Several schoolchildren approached Yang, and one of them asked why she was standing there. Yang sharply pointed her finger at the protagonist, who was very surprised, and said that he wanted to rob her. At this moment, Zio shuddered sharply in surprise and fear, standing still. Zio raised his hands up and said that they knew each other, while two boys stood next to him, and schoolchildren came up to him and asked that if so, what was her name. Then the protagonist, without hesitation, said that her name was Yang Xiaojin. Hearing this, one of the schoolchildren with an arrogant look says that he is also pretending to know, and she is actually Ren Zaiasu. Zio, greatly surprised by what he heard, opened his mouth wide and asked what Ren Zaiasu was, and then who was he. Then one of the students asked by the way, what was his name anyway, and he replied that if he now said that his name was Ren Zaiasu, they wouldn't believe it. One of the schoolchildren, waving his hand, said that he had the courage to lie to their faces, and it was better to go to the student affairs department. And Zio, spreading his arms to the sides, standing in front of the two boys, said that he would explain everything. Then the schoolchildren in blue uniforms took the protagonist by the arms and took him aside, and he asked what they couldn't even listen to, and one of them said that it was better to save his explanation for the teacher. Young stood with a smug look next to everything that was happening, and Yun said that, apparently, her brother worked well with her on Mount Jing, and this girl was really not so simple, since she made him get into trouble. Then Yun approached Yan, raising his head up and looking at her, saying that he greeted his sister, and his name was Yan Liayuan, and he was Ren Zaiasu's younger brother. Yang, holding her hands in her pockets, said that she greeted him, and she was a good friend of his brother, while Yuan, standing in front of her, reasoned that he was more problematic than his brother, and that's what good friends do. Immediately after this, the narratives of the story are transferred to the department to the teacher's office, where the protagonist stood right in front of a woman who was sorting through papers while sitting at the table, asking that Ren Zaiasu had been enrolled just a few days ago and where another one had come from. Zio, very angry in his heart, reasoned that Yang Xiaojin did not have a drop of conscience, and she took and called herself by his name when entering school and said that this is not the end, and he will show it. The teacher, sitting at the table, smiled broadly and said that they needed to go and meet new classmates, and Zio replied that it was good while Yang was watching them through the window. At the same moment, the narration of the story is transferred to the 12th grade, Group 3. Then the teacher entered the class with students sitting at their desks and said that the third row in the back is free and to begin with. You can sit there, and they distribute seats in accordance with academic performance. If she writes the upcoming exam well, she will be able to choose the place herself, and Zio, who came with her, said that it was good and thanked her. The protagonist walked through the classroom between the desks of students and reasoned that, fortunately, he did not end up in Yang Xiaojin's first grade, otherwise there would have been two people named Ren Zaiasu, and it would have been awkward. Zio sat at the desk next to a girl with pink hair who asked if he had just transferred, and he said that it was so. A girl with pink hair asked where she was from the eastern city, and Zio, turning her side, said that she was from the 5th high school. Then the girl with red hair, suddenly frightened, jumped aside, saying that there was no 5th school in their fortress, and it had merged with the 6th a long time ago, and Zio, looking at her, tried to justify himself. The protagonist reasoned about what and how he should know this, and there are 13 schools here, so why isn't there a 5th one? And the girl with pink hair asked that he didn't come from behind the fortress, and he's not contagious, and he only responded was silent. Suddenly, the teacher came into the class and said that the final exam is just around the corner, so today they will review trigonometric functions, and Zio talked about trigonometric functions. Then the teacher began to write something with chalk on the blackboard and tell it. The protagonist sat at his desk and tried to understand all the information he heard, thinking that before he listened to Mr. Zhang's lectures and easily understood everything he said. But with the trigonometric function it's different, it just doesn't fit in his head. The teacher, standing at his desk, holding a magazine in his hands, said that it was good and the lesson was over. The students abruptly stood up at their desks and rejoiced, and Zio hit his head on the table and talked about what changes and does not change. Zio walked straight down the school corridor, holding his hands in his pockets, and reasoned that he didn't think that studying in the fortress was so tiring. The protagonist's legs in black sneakers and blue pants were reflected right in the eye. Zio stopped right in front of Yuan, who stood in front of him and addressed his brother. Yuan asked his brother that all his classmates said that they were contagious and some people died after contact with them, and whether this was true. And the protagonist answered that, of course not, while seagulls flew across the bright sky, and he asked why do they say that, and this is slander. Then Zio, standing with his brother on the roof, asked if it is considered slander if 10 people say that they are bad, and Yuan asked why not, while he asks what then does it count if 100 people say so. Yuan, lowering his head down, said that it was so, and the protagonist, looking at him, asked what, and if 10,000. Zio approached his brother and said that it turns out that this is not slander, but the truth, and Yuan turned to his brother with a dissatisfied look. Then he, lowering his head down, said that, unlike him, he did not understand a lot, but even the words of millions of people cannot be called truth while he thinks otherwise. Zio stroked his brother's head and said that he was right. Yang suddenly came to their rooftop, holding her hands in her pockets, and stopped in the middle. Xiao, looking in her direction, standing next to his brother, asked why she had come. At the same moment, Yuan pulled the protagonist's hand, and he looked back in his direction while Yang stood right in front of them. Yuan abruptly walked away and said that they should chat and he would go to the toilet, while Xiao, standing in front of Yang, turned to the little one and said that this was some kind of betrayal. Suddenly, the door to the roof slammed shut, leaving Xiao and Yang alone. Yang sharply waved her hand and threw something unknown straight towards the protagonist. Xiao looked at his hands with great surprise and caught the dagger with them, while Yang said that it was his dagger and now they were even. Yang abruptly took out her pistol and pointed it at the protagonist, who was raising his hands up, and asked how he managed to escape from the blockade of the King Consortium. Xiao kept raising his hands up, saying that he ran non-stop until he finally ran out of the King Consortium blockade, didn't ask if anything was wrong while Yang aimed her gun straight at his head. She kept holding the gun right next to Xiao's face and asked what happened on Mount Jin after they left, and he said that countless monsters rushed out, including the monster from the volcano, and she couldn't even imagine how terrible he is. Yang, continuing to extend her hand with the pistol forward, said that she could, and Xiao reasoned that she said this with such confidence and had she really met such creatures before. Then Yang suddenly lowered her hand with the gun down and hid it behind her back, saying that before she was worried that he would tell the King Consortium. But now she is not afraid, because he also has something to hide from them, and Xiao asked what and what same. Yang said that when she and Luo Xinyu returned the same way they came, they discovered that all this time the wolf pack was at the end of the gorge, and imagined how the two of them stood right in front of several wolves between two mountains. Yang continued to say that if it weren't for Luo Xinyu's abilities, she was afraid that they would have had to take a detour, and recalled how she activated a portal of purple energy. They rushed towards him. Yang, looking ahead, said that she had counted the time it took him to return, and he definitely returned before the 113th fortress was destroyed, and it was simply impossible for a strong person to escape at such speed, let alone slip through a pack of wolves. She then said that, therefore, he was also a man, while the protagonist, standing in his place, simply remained silent from fear. Xiao sharply raised his finger up and said that he did not see the wolf pack on the way back, he just ran in a straight line through the gorge, and besides, those flying creatures moved slowly. Yang covered her ears with her hands, saying that she couldn't hear anything, while the protagonist was very surprised by this, standing in front of her. Yang threatened him with her finger and said that she did not threaten him, she only said this so that he would understand that everyone has their own secrets, and therefore there is no need to do something that will hurt both of them, and Xiao reasoned that she means that as long as he doesn't report to the King clan, no one will bother him. Then the protagonist abruptly walked next to her and said that they had agreed. Xiao suddenly stopped in place, clenched his hand into a fist, and, turning back, said that he heard her mention the flame source on Mount Jin, and asked if she knew why they were buying the blood of people with superpowers, and Yang, standing still, she said that the 109 fortress was in greater danger than he could imagine, and there was no need to mindlessly contact the source of flame and donate your blood to them, and that's all she could tell him. The protagonist went through what dangers, and besides the source of flame, there are other secret organizations here, and Yang left him, saying that he does not have much time to be interested in this, and he underestimates the degree to which the people of the fortress reject refugees, and he simply silently followed her with his gaze. Suddenly, Xiao raised his head and looked higher at the nearby rooftop where Xinyu was standing. The protagonist reasoned that Luo Xinyu was also here, and she raised her hand up, making a gesture. Xiao turns towards Yang, who is standing next to him, and asks that this is how they know why supernatural beings appear. Yang, adjusting her cap, said that in the process of evolution, humanity has weakened its physical capabilities, and, as he said on Mount Jing, that Mr. Zhang Jinglin from the 178th fortress said that this is the price of the wisdom of researchers. But if you pay the price, then, of course, there will be a great result, and Xiao listened to her carefully. The protagonist, looking to the side, asked what she even meant. Yang, turning her back to him, adjusting her cap, said that when disasters happen, it is the strength of spirit that becomes humanity's first weapon in the face of danger. Xiao then looked straight at Yang standing in front of him with great surprise. Immediately after this, the basis of the story is transferred to the night of the same day, when Xiao, along with two children, walked along a city street at night towards a crowd of people. Wang stood against the wall and wrote something on paper, and Yuan asked his brother why things in the store suddenly went uphill. Wang abruptly turned around with the other people and called Xiao boss, saying that he had returned. Then they found themselves inside the store, and the protagonist, turning back, asked why there were so many people here, and Van, leaning towards him, said that the men tried and immediately advertised the black medicine, and the rumors worked. All these people came on purpose behind him, and he reasoned that how could this be? Wang, holding a pen and a piece of paper with a confused look, said that they, young and strong guys, do not know the pain of middle-aged and elderly men, and they are all fellow sufferers, while Zio and 2 children stood next to him. Zio suddenly stretched out his hand and said that it was still not possible to sell too much, and he had to tell them that they would only sell 1 dose per week, and they couldn't do any more. Ban said with a smug face that besides, their medicine had no side effects, and what he was afraid of was that if they could sell more, they would become the largest health product store in the fortress. Yuan, pointing his finger forward, turned to Uncle Fugui and said that they could win without volume, and Van, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, asked what he meant. Yuan, imagining a gift box in his head, pointed his finger up and said that they can no longer use simple porcelain bottles, and they need to pack the medicine in the best box, and, in addition, they need to advertise it, and let it be even more mysterious. Wang took the little boy by the shoulder and said that Liaoyuan is so smart, and perhaps with 1 dose a week, they will become rich in the future, and they should leave the rest to him. Zio, turning to Uncle Wang, asked what and where Chen Wudi was, and he said that he had gone somewhere as soon as they left for school, and he didn't know where. He couldn't find him, or he needed to worry. In the end, after all, he will definitely be back for dinner because he is extremely punctual. The protagonist, with a dissatisfied look, asked that he only comes back when he needs to eat, and Ban answered that not really, while he asked what and how then, and said that he would return for dinner, and if not to eat, then for what? Wudi ran straight into the shop with great speed and said, turning to the teacher, that he had collected alms, holding food in his hands, and Zio was very surprised by what he saw, while Wang said that in order to bring them food. The protagonist stood in the middle of the shop and reasoned that in the end, young Xiaojin was up to something, and she was not going to blow up the fortress, but it was impossible for one person to prepare so many explosives, or she needed them for something else. The protagonist closed the doors to the shop with his own hands and reasoned that Yang Xiaojin and Luo Xinyu in the fortress, like the King Consortium and the Source of Flame, were buying the blood of superhumans, and, according to Yang Xiaojin, there were most likely other organizations here. The protagonist looked down with a thoughtful look and reasoned that until now he had only seen one fortress manager named Liuyuan, and what attracts all these people here and what will happen in the future. Zio walked forward, closing the doors, and said that no one from the Lai Consortium was visible, and did they really not know what was happening in the fortress? The protagonist approached a large wooden gate and wondered why such influential people had disappeared. Zio rarely left the shop and looked ahead at the bicycle approaching him. Zio, with a friendly look, having arrived on a bicycle, turned to Ziosu and said that he should see what gift his sister had brought him, and he looked forward with great joy. Zio awkwardly scratched the back of his head and, turning to Sister Zioyu, asked why she bought it, and said that he had heard that this thing was not cheap, and Zioyu, holding the bicycle by the handlebars, said that everything was fine, and she still has accumulated savings, and with it will be more convenient for him to get to school. At the same moment, people gathered in the courtyard of the shop, and Yuan asked how to ride this thing and isn't it difficult to maintain balance on 2 wheels. He approached the red bicycle and asked what anyone could do. Zioyu, Wang and Wudi said that they did not know how to ride, and Zio, looking at them, said that they would have to ask Jingwu or Yang Xiaojin tomorrow. They should know. Immediately after this narration, the story moves to the next day to a huge brick school. Right in the 12th grade of the 3rd group, students in blue uniforms sat at their desks and communicated with each other. Suddenly Zio entered the class and wondered why they had become silent so abruptly and were hiding something, and all the students in the class looked to the side with great fear. The protagonist walked through the class past the students and reasoned that okay, it doesn't matter, and the main thing is that he feels equal to everyone. Zio sat at his desk, pushing back his chair, and reasoned that he went to school to study and not to please everyone, and, taking the textbook in his hand, continued to reason that it was better to prepare for the lesson, and the exact sciences he doesn't understand, but you can master geography. Zio flipped through the pages of the textbook with his hand and reasoned that this textbook was somehow incorrect, and it only talked about the surroundings of the 109th fortress and a little about economic geography. The gym protagonist read a geography textbook and reasoned that it was because they didn't have enough information about the world outside the fortress, and just as the Lai Consortium would never share its topographic maps with the King Consortium, the other consortiums would be wary of each other. Zio looked down when suddenly a system notification window appeared next to him with a task to help a classmate. The protagonist looked sharply to the side at the girl with pink hair sitting next to her, who was shaking all over and talked about helping her classmate. His deskmate turned sharply to the side while Zio extended his hand in her direction and asked if his stomach hurt. The protagonist would put his hand into the inner pocket of her sweater and ask if she had diarrhea, not from toilet paper. She would say that he had, she would answer that it was not diarrhea, and she would shake all over. Zio turned to the side with a puzzled look and reasoned that it was not diarrhea, but what? The protagonist stood up from his desk, extending his hand to his classmate, and asked what was the matter, and she got sick, or should he take her to the hospital? And a girl with pink hair, holding her stomach, waved her hand and said that he should stop asking questions and there is no cure. Xiao was greatly taken aback by what he heard and reasoned that everything was so serious, while his classmate in front of him doubled over in pain. The girl with pink hair turned back and reasoned that maybe she was too rude to him, and that she shouldn't talk to someone who was worried about her like that. At the same moment, Xiao, pointing his hand at her classmate, shouted that everyone should listen and Ku has an incurable disease. And since all her classmates will hopefully lend her a helping hand by donating money, and she was very dumbfounded by what she heard. All the students in the class turned sharply back towards Ku and looked at her with great surprise. Ku was very surprised by what was happening and reasoned that there was some kind of incurable disease and she was just having her period, and he had gone completely crazy. Immediately after this, the system notification window notified that the task had been completed and that the reward was a scroll of perfect skill learning, and the protagonist, surrounded by black energy. Imagine Xinya and reasoned that the task had been completed and the skill level had been perfected. It was cool. And if he copied Luo Xinyu's skill, passing through the shadow, one would become invincible, and then one could get anywhere without any problems. Then Xiao waved Yang away with his hand and reasoned that Yang Xiaojin had too many skills that were perfect and sometimes even meaningless, and if he got something like children's songs again, he would go crazy. Suddenly, a teacher came into the classroom and all the students stood up, and he said that Ren Xiaosu should go out for a while, and he, with great surprise, pointed at himself, asking if he was. Then the teacher would turn around sharply and say that it was so. The protagonist immediately obeyed his words and walked past the desks of his students, leaving the classroom. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story was transferred to a conference room, in which the teacher entered along with the protagonist and said that these were the parents of his classmates, while people were sitting on chairs right in front of them. Xiao was greatly surprised and dumbfounded by what he saw, while the women and men continued to sit in their places. The teacher looked at the protagonist and said that the situation is that they all say that he is carrying the virus from outside the fortress, so they want him to transfer to another school. Xiao looked forward with a dissatisfied look, raising his hand up, and asked about transferring and where, and said that he was afraid that not a single school would accept him. Suddenly, the blue-haired man said that if that was the case, then he should just drop out and one person shouldn't endanger the whole class. The protagonist looked sharply to the side with a menacing look and asked what if he refused. Suddenly, someone slammed his hand directly on the table and said that then he was being sued, and she could report him for threatening public safety. The dissatisfied woman, pointing her finger at Xiao and the teacher standing next to him, said that they should allow him to ask if their school does not force him to transfer, then they are willing to bear responsibility if the epidemic spreads. The teacher awkwardly scratched his head and said that this student was assigned here by Liuyuan, and asked that why don't they talk to him about it. Suddenly, a teacher with black hair walked into the conference room and asked what they were trying to achieve. A dissatisfied woman, putting her hand forward, asked that they could allow refugees to go to the same school as their children. The teacher immediately answered her that why not, and they are all people, and asked who said that refugees must be infected and that one of their children got sick. The dissatisfied woman spread her arms and said that no, but she heard that they were infected in the fortress. The teacher, putting one hand on the protagonist's shoulder and holding the other to his chest, asked what she heard, and now because of this, she can put an end to the future of this student, and said that she, as a teacher, doesn't care whether he is a refugee or a resident of the fortress, and for her he is a student like everyone else. Xiao looked to the side with a joyful look, reasoning that although polluted, there will always be clean people in it. A man with blue hair, holding his hands to his chest, asked that since she was so protective of this student, then why didn't she take him to her class? The teacher then said that this is why she is here and she is applying to transfer Ren Xiaosu to their class. Suddenly, the teacher and Xiao turn around sharply as a girl wearing a cap appears right behind them and says that she will also apply to transfer to their class. The man with blue hair looked at the teacher and said that as a teacher she is irresponsible about what she talks about, and even though she wants to let him into her class, will the parents of her students agree? The teacher, with her head down and her hands clenched in fists, said that they no longer had parents and she needed to get the consent of her students. Suddenly, several students in blue uniforms walked into the conference room and shouted that the teacher did not need to ask for their consent and that they would always support her in Ren Xiaosu. A woman in a yellow jacket, crossing her arms over her chest, said that it was very interesting why they were helping this refugee so much. Suddenly, one of the students, clenching his hand into a fist, said that they were not helping him. He did not need their help, and if it were not for him, they would not be alive now. Then this student recalled how he and the teacher went out into the forest and said that they were completely ignorant of the world outside the fortress, and he thought it was sad. The teacher with a menacing look said that Ren Zaiasu would immediately start teaching in their class and it was time to start filling out the application. And the other teacher, holding his palms together, said that it was good, he would start this later. The teacher then said that a teacher who can't even protect his students and he is ashamed of him, and he didn't say a word while the other teacher stood in front of her and just remained silent in response. Immediately after this, the story moves to the school courtyard where students were running around during recess. The protagonist stood near the desk of his classmate with pink hair, and she reasoned why he returned so quickly. Keiyu raised her head a little and looked to the side, and Jio stood in his place and told her to get better soon. Keiyu, not understanding anything, sank back onto the table and simply remained silent. Then the teacher turned to Ren Zaiasu, said that she would take him to a new class. He, leaving the office, said that it was good, while Yang stood nearby and laughed. They all walked along the school corridor together, and the teacher said that if there were difficulties with his studies, he could tell her and she would help, and Zio, walking next to her, said that he really needed to consult her. The teacher asked what was in what subject, and Zio, with a calm expression on his face, said that it was in cycling, and she talked about it and that this Ren Zaiasu can really surprise sometimes. Yang leaned closer to the protagonist and asked him that he bought a bike, and he asked what she was doing and shouldn't they have avoided getting into first grade. Yang smiled, raising her hand to her mouth, and said that she didn't mind, while Zio reasoned that who cares whether she minds or not. Yang said with a joyful smile on her face that, by the way, teacher Jiangwu just said that they would sit at the same desk and hope for his instructions in the future. They then shook hands, and the protagonist said that it was mutual. Zio continued to walk down the school corridor with a smile on his face. Yang also walked along the school corridor and looked to the side while the protagonist reasoned that this was really fate. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story moves to the evening of the same day to Wang's shop, in which Zio came along with teacher Jiang, and Yuan, meeting them, said that they had returned. Yuan said that he heard what happened today and thanked her. Jiang leaned forward a little, stroking the boy, saying that he shouldn't, and every teacher should do this. Yuan reasoned with a smile on his face that because of what has been happening in recent days, the people from the fortress are not to his liking. But teacher Jiang Wu and her students are different, and sister Yang Xiaojin is also different, and he likes to watch how she mocks his brother. The protagonist turned to his brother and told him to quickly roll the bike so that the teacher could teach them, and he said with a joyful face that it was good. Yuan then rolled the bicycle and brought it to the teacher, telling her that she should try it. Jiang suddenly sat straight on the bike and began to ride slowly, saying that to ride a bike, you need to be able to keep your balance, and you need to look not at the handlebars, but at what is in front of them. You need to overcome your fear like this. Jiang began riding her bicycle around the shop's courtyard while Zio and her allies watched her in great surprise. The protagonist, his mouth slightly open, looked straight ahead with great admiration. Yuan, Wang, and Dallin watched with great surprise as the teacher rode a bicycle. Zio suddenly tensed up and reasoned that it was the sound of a bomb exploding, and whether Yang Xiaojin or not, it didn't seem like it was her. The protagonist suddenly turned to Jiang Wu's teacher, saying that she could stay here and if anything happened, they would take care of her, and she got off her bike and said okay. Then Zio abruptly walked towards the exit of the shop and, turning to his brother and Yudi, said that they should take out weapons and close the door of the store and not open it until he returns. And Yudi said that it's good, and the mentor need not worry until Yuan asked where his brother was going. The protagonist continued to walk forward slowly and said that they should worry about him and should stay home. At the same moment, Zio with a sharp movement jumped onto the roof of one of the houses in the city and reasoned that now it was calm outside the fortress, but a lot of dangerous people had gathered inside. The protagonist rushed over the rooftops at great speed and continued to reason that in order to make a final decision, he needed to go and look at what had happened himself, and then he could provide everyone with a chance to survive. Zio landed hard on the ground, kneeling down on one knee and holding himself up with his hand. The protagonist stood right in front of a huge brick building and reasoned that this building was the tallest, from which it would be convenient to observe the situation. Zio immediately began to climb straight up the huge brick building. The protagonist grabbed the iron fence on the roof of that same tall building with his hand. Then Zio jumped up a little, ending up halfway on the roof, and tried to push himself with his hands. Suddenly the muzzle of a firearm was placed directly at the protagonist's head, which greatly frightened him. Zio, with great surprise on his face, looked forward straight at the barrel located in front of his face. The protagonist was holding onto the iron fence on the roof of the house while Yang sat right in front of him and aimed her huge black rifle at him. Zio reasoned with a serious face that Yang Xiaojin was here. The distance from the explosion was a good distance, which means that sound had nothing to do with her, while she continued to aim the scope of her rifle, pointing it at him. Yang would then raise the muzzle of her rifle up and turn her back, telling him he could climb in. The protagonist abruptly climbed onto the roof of the house and ran forward at great speed. Zio stopped in place, looking at Yang, and asked that something happened and why there was such a noise. She said that the flame source was playing with fire. The protagonist asked with great surprise what she was talking about, and Yang, putting her hands in her pockets, said that the awakened Superman went to sell his blood, and he thought that the source of the flame was really some kind of charitable organization. But the company immediately began to act and grabbed him on the spot, but missed it. Zio, hearing all this, said with an awkward expression, which means they really are catching people with the bait of a million, and fortunately, he didn't fall for it. Then the protagonist, standing behind Yang on the roof, said that, but such a strong company is the source of flame, and she interrupted him and said that she must be fully prepared to capture the super being, asks why everything went wrong. Then Yang stepped on the edge of the roof with her foot and said that at first they really succeeded, and they injected the Superman with a large dose of anesthetic, but they could not even think that he would take his partner with him, and before going to the source of flame for money, they agreed that if one gets into trouble, the other will help him. The protagonist, lowering his head a little, said that it turns out that even the Superman was prepared, and then the company failed, and isn't now a great opportunity to profit from them. Yang turned to the sides, holding her hands in her pockets, and said that one should not underestimate the source of flame, and the Dawn Army is under their command, and it is extremely strong, even if only 5 of them remain, and imagined images of the members of these organizations in her head. Yang, still standing on the roof of the house, said that the only reason why these 2 have lasted until now is that Fat Man Luo from the King Consortium is also plotting. And Jiao, standing nearby, asked about Luo Lan, is there any reasons why he doesn't get along with the source of flame. Yang recalled how King led a soldier by the arm, and said that the company used a similar trick to kidnap the soldier King Zhen while he was on vacation, although he later returned the soldier, but since then, the King Consortium has been at enmity with the flame source. The protagonist, awkwardly scratching his cheek, asked whether the struggle between consortia was always so fierce. Zio, looking at Yang standing next to him, asked that then why their target is King Zhen, and they obviously don't get along with the flame source, isn't the enemy of their enemy their friend? Yang looked sharply to the side and, closing her eyes, said that the enemy is the enemy, and they are not playing at being allies, and Sayo, looking at her, reasoned that it seems that the organization in which Yang Ziajin is located has very clear goals or principles and fears that anyone who affects their interests will end up on the list of secret victims. Yang sharply emitted red energy from her hand, and out of nowhere a huge black-red gun was taken out, says that he is probably curious. Both the source of flame and King Zhen are trying to dominate something that they are completely unable to control. Yang sharply began to aim at the scope of her rifle and said that whether it was success or failure, in any case, disaster must be expected. Zio looked at Yang, who was aiming at the sight of his rifle, and reasoned that it turns out that the goal of the Yang Ziajin organization is love and peace. Then the protagonist looked down sharply and simply silently watched what was happening. An explosion suddenly occurred right below on the road, and people said that they should quickly go there, while the protagonist, watching this, said that why was the Lai Consortium hesitating, and the 109th Fortress was their territory. Yang continued to aim down the scope of her rifle and said that right now they have something more important that needs protection, they don't care about what doesn't threaten that thing. Zio, looking to the side, wanted to ask about this, and Yang told him to shut up, putting her hand in his direction. Yang continued to aim down the sights of her rifle as Zio turned sharply to the side. A sewer manhole suddenly appeared right on a city street. Lan climbed out of the sewer hatch and said that he was very tired, while the protagonist, looking at him, reasoned with great surprise that it was Luo Lan. Ado climbed out of the sewer and helped a man out, who had another man on his back. Zio, observing everything that was happening, reasoned that while Luo Lan, the authority figure of the King Consortium, knew the sewers of the Lai Consortium so well, while Lan and his allies climbed out of the sewers and walked down the street. Then Jan handed the protagonist tactical binoculars, and he asked with great surprise what this was for and thought he would be her observer, and said that she should suffer, and she, holding a rifle in her hands, said that she needed distance. Zio picked up tactical binoculars and simply remained silent, after which he said that it was 651 meters, and Yang, continuing to aim, asked about the wind speed, and he said that half the wind, 0.4 meters per second. Zio, lowering the binoculars down a little, asked that he was going to kill Luo Lan. Yang suddenly fired her rifle and blew up something standing right in front of Lan and his allies. Yang lowered her rifle with a smile on her face, and the protagonist looked forward with great surprise. Lan clenched his fist in displeasure and asked who the hell did this and dared to shoot from an ambush at his car. And the soldier with the man on his back addressed the boss, saying that he should calm down, and this would surely attract the attention of the Lai Consortium people. The Do began to run with great speed along with his allies along the street and said that this was true, they needed to run quickly, and they could not be discovered. The Do ran up to the next descent into the sewer, opening the hatch together with his allies, and said that faster, we need to come here. The Do and his subordinates climbed into the sewer and closed the hatch behind them, going down. The Do looked out of the sewer, looking around, after which she abruptly closed the hatch. The protagonist asked that she came out at such a time only to blow up Luolan's car, and Yang, standing next to him, asked that isn't it funny. Xiao was very surprised by what he heard and asked what and where it was funny, calling her crazy, and Yang waved her hand, wishing him luck, turning back. The protagonist looked after her with great surprise as she went into the portal of energy and asked what again. Suddenly, an unknown voice said that there was a sniper on the bank building, and right on the building where the protagonist was, there was a sign saying what kind of bank Li was. Xiao turned sharply to the side and cried, laughed and said that this was very funny. Then the protagonist ran at great speed along the roof of the house and continued to cry, saying that if he did not get out of here, he would be surrounded by Li's consortium. Xiao jumped sharply from the roof of the building and flew forward, jumping down, and asked why it was he who was deceived every time. The protagonist would land directly on the ground while in the courtyard of the shop, and say that, fortunately, he quickly escaped, and if they caught him, it would be the end. Yuan asked his brother if he was injured and what happened in general, while the teacher and the rest of the protagonist's allies stood behind him. Xiao, wiping the sweat from his forehead, said that everything is fine, and the source of flame had a conflict with superhumans, and this company really has bad intentions, and some superhuman came to them to sell his blood, and as a result he fell into a trap, which they prepared in advance. The protagonist stood up and addressed teacher Jiang, saying that the danger here should not affect them, and he would ask Chen Wudi to accompany her, and she was very frightened by everything she heard. Suddenly, someone knocked with his hand right on the door of the shop, and Xiao turned sharply at this sound. Do knocked on the door and said that they should open the door quickly, while his subordinate stood next to him with a man on his back. The Do turned back. The main character covered himself with his hands. Xiao looked at the boss and asked why he smelled so bad. The Do walked by and replied that he had a bad fall, let him take out his medicine. He has a wounded person here, and the main character asked how she was hurt. They were not involved in the explosion. The boss turned and shouted at him not to talk nonsense, they just accidentally fell. The main character opened the door and asked that they came on foot, where their car was. The Do looked displeased and replied that she was undergoing a technical inspection, and the main character asked what that meant. Lan turned to him and replied that cars need to be checked and repaired from time to time, and Xiao withdrew his hand and noted that he had never driven a car. The boss opened his mouth slightly and said not to tell anyone about tonight, otherwise he would tell everyone that Chen Wudi was a Superman, and Xiao replied that he need not worry. Lan smiled and asked why he was all wet, and Xiao replied that he was learning to ride a bike in the backyard. The main character pointed with his hand and noted that teacher Jiangwu had come specifically to teach him. The Do put his hand to his chin and asked that she had come to teach them how to ride a bicycle, to which he received the answer that that was exactly the case. They had never ridden before, and the boss added that she was great, she should be praised for helping those lagging behind. The Do put his hands on his hips and noted that he needed to see how badly she was hurt. The main character and the girl sat the wounded woman down. Lan put his hand to his chest and asked not to touch it, and then thought that when this Superman wakes up, he will need to use his gift of persuasion, then he, too, will have such a Superman as a bodyguard. Lan smiled and added in his head that if only this Superman could be even more powerful than Chen Wudi. The girl opened her mouth. Then she looked at the girl and noticed that this woman looked about 27 years old. Lan opened his mouth and noticed that she was indeed a woman, and the gray-haired guy noticed that she looked like Bailongmu. The boss turned sharply and shouted that if he doesn't know how to make connections, let him not take it, and the gray-haired one replied that he was mistaken, she is older than Bailongma. The Do smiled and noticed that it was not good. He was also going to guess his age, and then thought that everything was still tolerable. If he suddenly went with him to get the scriptures again, there would be a place to cry. Xiao scratched the back of his head and asked him to help grind the medicine. Otherwise he was uncomfortable, and Xiao replied that he could leave it to her. The girl smiled and noted that she would apply the medicine, so let her turn away. The protagonist's brother looked away. The girl jumped up and asked who they were. The Do smiled and remarked that he was the one who saved her from the source of the flame, and then noted in his head that he did not look like the person who was able to save her from the source of the flame, but it was him. The girl began to stagger. Xiao put out her hand and noted that she had not yet been cured, there was no need to move. The girl turned and noticed that her brother was still in the hands of the source of the flame. The Do opened his mouth and noticed in his head that another Superman, her brother, another Superman, turned out to be her bra. It's not surprising that she wants to save him so much. The dark-haired guy opened his mouth and noticed that her brother was probably already dead. Then he narrowed his eyes and added that she was running for her life with him on her back, and when they were separated from the blow, they only managed to take her, and the source of the flame clearly did not need him alive. The main character remembered the girl and thought that when he heard the name of the company Flame Source before, he thought that it meant the flame source for the survival of mankind. He did not know that this company is willing to do anything to get the blood of superhumans. Then Yang is a good person. If it goes against them, Although the complexity of human nature far exceeds the definition of good or bad, one cannot simply define a person by the signs of good or bad. It is too biased. Zio opened his mouth and asked that it was the fat man who saved her from the source of the flame, and Lion replied that he could be sure that this would not affect them and he would not allow him to cure diseases and save people for nothing. Tang Zhu would send him 30,000 yuan at dawn. The boss spread his arms and added that she could join them. It just so happened that they had a big showdown with the source of the flame, and some time ago they killed more than 100 of them, and then noted in his head that in any case, this is the real Superman. Looks good. The girl pointed her finger and noted that she didn't think he was a good person, and Lan noticed that how could she say that? He saved her. The girl bowed and thanked him and said that her name is Dong Yunan, and she will repay him if she has such an opportunity in the future. She cannot stay here, otherwise she will drag them all down with her. The doe opened his mouth and said that it was they who saved her. Why was she saying this to the protagonist and the others? And the dark-haired one noticed that maybe he didn't look like a good person. The doe turned and noticed that he had been looking kind of happy lately. The boss turned sharply and asked what was going on. Zio grabbed the girl and asked Zio what they should do. The main character pointed his finger and asked the boss to take her away from here, and thought that she just lost consciousness, not their fault. The doe extended his finger and noted that let him look, he will leave her here and pay him, he will help take care of her. He will return tomorrow with the money, and the protagonist agreed. The main character grinned and asked Zio to help the guest get to the room, saying that he would guard the door and not let this lady run away until Fat Man Liu brought the money, and Lan wondered how they quickly arranged everything. It's 13 at the high school the next morning. Yang turned around sharply. Yuan smiled and greeted his sister. The girl bent down and said that tomorrow she would bring something tasty and ask his brother to give it to him, and the main character wondered when these two managed to become so close. Then Yang looked at the protagonist and said that yesterday he asked Mrs. Jiang to teach him how to ride a bicycle. And where is the bike? He never learned. And Zio replied that how could he not learn such a simple thing, and the girl clarified, why didn't he ride it? Zio walked away and replied that he had submitted the bike for inspection. Yang approached the protagonist and asked that he gave the bike for maintenance, and Zio answered positively, after which the girl laughed loudly, and the protagonist asked what was funny. The girl put out her hand and replied that if he hadn't learned to drive it, then let him say so, why come up with such a stupid excuse? And the protagonist noticed that when he asked the boss yesterday where his car was, he said that he had sent it for maintenance. The girl spread her hands and noticed that this is a car, its maintenance involves changing the oil and filter in the engine. His bicycle has an engine. The main character opened his mouth and thought that bicycles did not need to be serviced. He really suffered from poverty. Zio put out his hand and said what was wrong with the fact that he had not learned to ride a bicycle, as if she could do it the first time, and the girl replied that it was spot on, she learned it on the first try. The main character opened his eyes and thought about the palace, what level of cycling skills the girl had. A notification appeared in front of him, which said that the skills related to the bicycle were missing. The main character looked at his watch and shouted what she was bragging about then. Maybe she'll learn to fly the first time. The teacher looked at the book and said that he would temporarily teach mathematics in their class. They needed to open the textbook. The teacher looked at the class and noted that today they would look at the section on probability. The main character hunched over and wondered what it was again. Zio picked up the book and added in his head that he grabbed the 10th and 11th grade textbooks that Uncle Fugui bought until he understands the lesson material. He will study a little on his own. According to Jiang, with enough effort, you can make up for 3 years of curriculum in 1 year. The main character looked at the book and added that 6 months would be enough for those smart enough. Zio started writing and thought that the final exam is coming very soon. He hopes he can learn everything by then. The protagonist turned around. He looked at the girl and wondered why this Yang had gone and fallen asleep. A piece of paper flew towards the girl. Yang began to unwrap it. After which I read that she didn't need to study. Why did she go to classes then? A moment later, a piece of paper fell in front of the protagonist. The main character revealed it. After which I read the answer that she was coming to sleep, and I thought that she had changed her handwriting and was still pretending. They started exchanging notes. Jan opened the piece of paper and read that, apart from bicycles, they were not sent for maintenance. The girl began to write a response, after which she put out a sheet of paper on which she wrote that she had left the note at the store. Now let him say what he wants, and the main character thought that she had stopped pretending and had revealed her cards. Zio started writing. Then he showed a piece of paper on which he wrote that she told him not to stay here for long for fear that he would find out that she stole his name. The teacher pointed his finger at them and shouted at them to stop exchanging notes and what their names were. Zio smiled and they both introduced themselves, after which the teacher opened his mouth and asked what he thought. The teacher was so easy to fool, and the student turned and noticed that they both really had that name. The teacher turned and asked again. Then he looked away. The girl stood up after the teacher asked her to stand up and answer the question, and the main character smiled and quietly said to answer the teacher's question. The main character cast a careful glance. Yang put her fingers on her cap. Then she abruptly took it off. The student became embarrassed. The main character looked at her carefully, after which Jan put a cap on him. The teacher coughed and said that Xiao was wearing a headdress. Let him stand up and answer the question. The main character pointed a finger at himself and asked again. The main character pointed to the cap and asked that he hadn't seen how she had just put the cap on him, and the teacher was embarrassed and noticed that she was such a beautiful young girl. He couldn't dare ask her, so let him get up and answer already. The clock rang. The main character looked out the window and thought that first he would look where she lived, if she was nearby. Xiao looked at the girl carefully and added in his head that, after all, she knows how to make bombs. The main character walked along a long corridor and thought that if he starts a fight with a source of fire, he will at least know which way not to run. The main character looked around the corner, after which I saw Yang and Xinyu standing in the portal. Xiao spread his arms and thought that it was all over. Why didn't he think that Xinyu could return Yang home? And this method saves a lot of money on the tram. The main character put out his hands and added that use the basic skill copy scroll, use the perfect skill copy scroll. The main character saw the girls in the portal and noticed in his head that now he only has 2 scrolls. If he fails to learn a superpower, he can at least learn a perfect level skill. The main character cried, read that the perfect skill was learned by chance, nose picking, and wondered what the hell nose picking is, an advanced nose picking skill like cleans it clean. The main character kicked the notification and shouted that they should study their. The two of them generally have normal skills. Why does a decent and respected celebrity need such strange skills? The main character saw 2 notifications in front of him and thought that this was a shadow door. Then he clenched his fist and pressed explore. Then he left the portal. The main character looked into the portal and thought that the first shadow skill he extracted already improved his combat effectiveness. Who would have thought that this time he would pull it out again? Xiao smiled and wondered if this was the entrance. Then he put his hands into the portal. Then he put his hand to his chin and thought that there was an exit behind him, only it was not where he had imagined. Xiao entered the portal and thought that it didn't matter. With a little training he could take Liaoyuan and the others and travel around the fortresses whenever his heart pleased. The main character opened his eyes and wondered if something was wrong here. Xiao stuck his hand in and shouted that only his hand was going through, he couldn't go any further. The main character remembered the 2 girls in the portal and wondered if it was because when he used the scroll, Xinyu only stuck out half her arm. Xiao gritted his teeth and shouted, how can he rely on this palace now? Everyone can sneak around here and there at any time, but he only has his hand through. And what should he do about it? Steal from stores? What if he wants to run away when he encounters danger? Only the hand will escape. The main character walked along the road and thought that this is better than nothing. It's good that he hasn't learned the perfect skill of playing rubber band. He believes that Xinyu can also play it at an advanced level. After all, there is no point in Yang jumping alone. The main character let the air out of his mouth and said that he would practice a little more at his leisure so that next time he could open the door with greater accuracy. Xiaoyu raised her hand and asked why he returned alone. Where was Yuan? The girl waved her hand, heard that he would now go and meet them, and shouted what kind of big brother he was. Let him hurry up and lead them to dinner. Everything is almost ready. Jiang put out her hand and said that he wanted to continue learning how to ride a bicycle today. Why did he leave alone after school? And his younger brother noticed that he was at school and saw with his own eyes how he and Yang left together. The main character smiled and replied that he had urgent business. Then he turned his gaze sharply. The car stopped next to them. Lan smiled and asked the protagonist to come up and told him to come up and look at his new car. The main character stretched out his hand and noticed that he bought a car and was showing off. It's good to have money. Where is the money that he promised for sheltering Dom? The boss got out of the car and noted that he would bring them to him today at noon, and Sayo asked why he came. The Do put out his hand and noted that he was here to give something to Miss Dawn, all of which were tonics useful for her recovery. Everyone opened their eyes and Sayo thought that it seemed like they were watching love. The Do knocked and shouted that he had brought her some tonics. The girl closed abruptly. The main character smiled and asked that he, the bigwig of the King Consortium, had suffered from a lack of love for so long that he continued to importunately come here, although he was faced with cold indifference. The Do straightened his hair and replied that he knows he used to have a bouquet of moths, but he touched none. But now, having taken the righteous path, after he met Miss Dawn, he realized that only she was good enough for him. The main character narrowed his eyes and asked that he had not touched any of them. That is, he gave Zhu all the medicine that he bought from him. Lan raised his hands and shouted that there was no need to make things up when he bought medicine from him. Lan put his hand to his chest and said that enough jokes, Chen could lend it to him. And the main character replied that why does he need it, and in general, how would he lend it? He is a living person, he can ask for it himself. The Do hugged the protagonist and noted that he had learned that other forces had arrived in this fortress over the past 2 days. They say that a study was being conducted at the University of the 109th Fortress, which was about to be completed, and many people wanted to take possession of its results. The protagonist strained his gaze and thought about what his Yang had previously mentioned as something that the Lai Consortium was trying hard to protect. That thing was probably so important that it could change the structure of the consortium, which was why various forces were paying great attention to it. The main character turned and asked what kind of research, to which he did not receive an answer. Xiao began to leave and asked that he did not know what its essence was, and at the same time he was asking for Chen. And Lan noticed that they did not pay attention to this university, but there was definitely something there that was of extreme value, since many forces were focused on it. Your gaze. Lan extended his hand and asked to order Chen to protect him. He would pay. The main character turned his gaze and thought that this fat man was lying without hesitation. He didn't know anything about the results of the study, and he simply didn't want to tell him. Xiao folded his hands and noted that if he wants Chen to protect him, then let him speak to him himself. He does not order him. The Do took a step forward. The main character looked at him thoughtfully. The soldier whispered in the fat man's ear. Xiao looked at them carefully and thought that it seemed that the King Consortium was planning something. The main character put his hand to his face and thought that even if he doesn't know the results of the research, if he determines the location, he can steal them using the shadow door. The girl came out. The Do smiled and asked that she finally wanted to see him. Dawn folded her hands and shouted that when she lost weight, then she would come out to see him. The main character put his hand to his mouth and noted that is never. The Do opened his mouth and shouted that he shouldn't say that. Isn't it just a diet? He will lose weight very soon. Lan said how quickly he could lose weight, and the main character replied that he would certainly lose weight if he ate one mantu in the morning, afternoon, and evening. The Do looked at him displeased. Then he smiled and asked if it was before or after the meal. The main character stretched out his hand and noticed that it seemed that he was going too far. Chen told him that Ben Borba had already tried to lure him to his side. Now he was taking risks, helping Dong. He was not afraid that there might be problems with this girl, and Lan asked what could go wrong. She looked so innocent. The Do opened his mouth and thought. Then he opened his mouth and shouted that he himself was a Ben Borba. The main character put his hand aside and asked what it meant. He was not sure that it would not cause problems, and Lan replied that he reminded him that this fortress was not under their control. The main character turned and noted that he should go about his business. He wants to get ready for dinner. The main character lowered his head and noticed in his head that there really was nothing to be done about this fat man, so it would be better for him to look after Dawn himself. Then he smiled and saw the notification and thought that only black medicine could be bought in it, but completing the task would unlock new items. The heroes were sitting at the table. The main character looked at the plate and asked what her superpower was. Dawn opened her mouth and replied that she was very strong. Xiao looked at her and asked how much relative to an ordinary person, and then thought about the feeling that this ability was useless. The girl put the food in her mouth and replied that she was probably as big as 2 grown men, but she was still growing, so it was possible that she would become stronger in the future. The main character looked at the table and noticed that, to be honest, relying only on her ability, she would not have been able to escape without the help of Lan and the others. And the girl shouted that he had bad intentions. There was something wrong in his gaze and tone, and the protagonist asked what he plans to do next. Dawn threw back her head and replied that when her wound healed, she would find the source of the flames and take revenge on them. The main character straightened up and noticed that she couldn't leave, and she asked why. Xiao closed his eyes and replied that the source of the flame had already been expelled from the fortress, even if how many of their people were still hiding. He would not be able to find them, especially if she was captured. She would be subjected to severe torture and she would inevitably endure physical suffering. The main character smiled furiously and wondered what if she suddenly finds the source of the flame and reveals that they sheltered her, and if she leaves, then where will she find someone to complete the task? He cannot let her go. Beauty looked displeased, after which the protagonist coughed and added that these days he is responsible for her. Beauty looked at the protagonist furiously. Xiao opened his mouth and asked what was wrong with him, looking slightly dissatisfied. Yuan put his hand to his mouth and whispered into his ear. Beauty and the younger brother started laughing. The main character leaned over to his brother and asked what he told him that made him so happy, and Yuan answered in a whisper that it was very easy to make Woody happy. Just call him a great sage equal to heaven. After which Yuan turned around and shouted that the great sage equal to the sky was cool, and Woody shouted that he was. Xiao lowered his head and thought that he didn't think that this kid would be able to find an approach to him. Dawn is tied up. After which Yudi threw it into the room and noticed that it was here. The girl clenched her teeth in rage. Beauty raised his hand and asked what he was looking at. Dawn opened her mouth and shouted that on what basis were they holding her, what kind of store did they have. They opened a den to kill and rob travelers, and they were probably also selling stolen medicine. The main character and Zai Oyu laughed and noticed that they were really selling stolen medicine. Dawn opened her mouth wide. Then she raised her head and shouted that she didn't expect them to turn out like this. A moment later, a gag was shoved into her mouth. The main character smiled as he left and noted that she should calm down. They were doing this for her own good, and then thought that someone had given him a task, and besides, since he received Land's money, she definitely shouldn't be let go. The moon was shining into the room, and the main character called his brother and noticed that he needed to show him something. The main character stretched out his hands and noticed that he had one more ability. It allows him to open a door in the shadows. We need to try together and see if he can get him through such a door. The main character smiled and asked his brother to step back a little. He would open it in front of him. Zio extended his hand in front of him, after which there was an awkward silence. The main character screwed up his face and asked where the door was. Yuan opened his mouth. Then they looked at the stripe on the ground and the younger brother asked what kind of door it was. It was more like a door crack. How could he get through it? Then he raised his head and asked if he really knew how to control this ability. The main character sharply put out his hand and shouted that a small mistake is nothing. Who does not make mistakes? Yuan looked displeased and noticed that it was still better for him not to conduct his experiments on him. He was a little scared. Zio squeezed his hand and noticed that now it was not yet developed enough to use it. Before that, he trained himself. A moment later, a portal appeared on the wall. The main character held his hand in front of him and thought that now only a hand can pass through, and there is no point in making the door so big, otherwise it will attract attention. Zio looked straight ahead furiously, then added in his head that it was possible to reduce it so that it was only enough for one hand. The protagonist then closed his eyes. Dark energy was coming from the portal. The main character opened his eyes and thought about what an amazing feeling, as if something was opposing him. Zio then gritted his teeth, after which the portal began to shrink. A small portal appeared in front of him. A moment later, a notice about a lack of authority appeared in front of him, and the protagonist wondered if this was a trick of the palace. The main character smiled and asked his brother to go shopping with his sister tomorrow and buy a live chicken, and Yuan asked why he needed such an ability. The main character clenched his fist and replied that it is very useful. Although only one hand passes, you can take others by surprise by delivering an unexpected blow, and no one will know who did it. Yuan smiled and said, "That's the point." It was night outside, and from the house they heard that they wouldn't worry about it. They need to cover him today. He wants to make a bomb. It will become their secret trump card. Why is he making them again? It's reliable. He can't say yet. He'll let you know when he does possibility, but it's definitely reliable. The next day, early in the morning, the man took up the board. A man stood near an open establishment. Then the crowd came up from behind. The unknown person asked that he was selling some kind of miracle medicine here, and Van thought that the business had finally started. Then he pointed at the sign and shouted that they were selling a special miracle remedy for men. But due to the complex process of its manufacture, they sold only one dose per week for 2,000. The man opened his mouth and shouted that this was a robbery. None of them knew who he was, and he was also selling it at such a high price. The main character spread his arms and noted that no matter who he is, Chen from the Public Order Department came last week, and they refused him. It's not that they are overestimating themselves, it's just that the black medicine has not yet been produced. The man opened his mouth and shouted that he urgently needed it. Isn't he a doctor? What kind of attitude is this? He gives him one chance to change his tone. The main character bowed and noted that they would do their best. Then the unknown person approached the protagonist and shouted that he should have said that he would soon die. Another man came over and greeted little Yan. The man bowed, and Van noted that he had come to thank the local doctors. The executive security guard put up a poster, and Wang added that several years ago in the third hospital of the fortress he was told that he was infertile. His heart was breaking because he could not conceive a child. Recently someone gave him this black medicine. He tried it, after which his wife suddenly said that she was pregnant. The main character threw his head back and asked the palace if black medicine could cure infertility, to which he heard a negative answer. Zio then asked that he was sure his wife was pregnant. Wang smiled and noted that that's right. Yesterday they went to the hospital to donate blood. There could be no mistake in the analysis. She was definitely pregnant. The main character smiled and noted that this was a miracle. People enter the building. Hands in the pockets of his jacket, Zio looks to the side. There is a red canvas hanging on the wall. It says "Skillful hands bring back spring." Nauxian holds the banner. The guy raised his head. Reed thought that he had gotten rid of the skillful hands that bring back spring and immediately became a goddess who gives sons. Jiang at the board, hand on the table, called the guys to silence. She turned around and said with a smile, since their class was recently formed, they were missing a prefect and a member of the study committee, so she would like to take advantage of the morning class to give them the opportunity to choose. The students stood up and said that there was no need to choose, let Zio take on the responsibilities of the headman. Yang and Zio are sitting at the same desk. One of the students asked which one, the other laughed and answered, both. The guy is the headman and the girl is a member of the study committee. It will be easier to distinguish between them. Jiang smiles, hands on the table. She asked, then it was decided. Everyone agreed. Yang lowered the visor of her cap. Xiao leaned over to her and asked what they were doing and whether they received money. She replied that no, they were needed to push everyone in their studies. They were sitting at a desk. She put her head in her hands. The guy thanked her. The girl's head is on her folded hands. Xiao looks at her, asked why she was lying down again. The final exams are in a few days. She is not preparing for them. The girl opened her eyes and said that lately Lan had been planning something very dangerous. It was better for him to stay away from him. The guy frowned and asked what she was talking about. He leaned towards her and asked what Lan was doing. She raised her head and their eyes met. The guy's neck, a drop of sweat on his cheek, embarrassed. Adjusting her cap with her hand, her eyes closed, Yang replied that they had spotted the King Consortium people at the 4th mental hospital, and it looked like they were going to rob it. Xiao looks at the girl, said that he has heard about those who rob jewelry stores and even about crazy people who rob Consortium banks, but this is the first time he has heard of someone who wants to rob a mental hospital. The girl said that all the super beings taken into custody are kept their Lee Consortium, and there is also an extremely dangerous Superman there. Behind her, a guy with white hair and a black shirt raised his hat. She added, "Consider it possible to be glad that he remains calmly in the hospital, without causing problems. If Lan had freed him, it is unknown what the future would have held." Fortress 109. Xiao props up head with his hand, looking displeasedly to the side. I thought that Lan realized that he could not subjugate Dawn, so he decided to do it with the people from the 4th mental hospital. This fat man really spares no effort in searching for a Superman to become his bodyguard. The hero's hands are on the desk, the guy asked, but now there are few people from the King Consortium here. How did they decide to rob the mental hospital? Besides, this is the territory of the Lie Consortium. Lan is not afraid that he will be discovered and expelled. She looks ahead thoughtfully and replied that he too underestimates the King Consortium, or rather Jing himself. They pushed a lot of their people into Fortress 109, now we can say that they are all subordinate to Lan, and they also have weapons of mass destruction. He frowned, opened his eyes wide, and asked again, "Weapons of mass destruction?" The hand is bent, palm up, the girl explained. It seems that he does not realize how crazy Lan is. In Fortress 113 he did complete lawlessness. Now he only relies on the fact that the Lie Consortium does not pay attention to him. In extreme cases, they will allow Zhang to ransom him, but they will not dare to kill him. Sitting with their backs, Xiao asked if they were also so afraid of the man from the 4th mental hospital. Yang answered, they were not afraid, but were worried that he would bring too much uncertainty to the situation. Xiao asked with interest what his ability was. The girl looked sideways and answered that it's hypnosis. A bar with a lock, a closed door. She said he is now isolated in a mental hospital. Even the people who bring him food wear noise-canceling headphones before entering. They look at each other. Xiao asked why they should keep it a secret. If they are so worried about him leaving, why not just kill him? She replied that he didn't do anything wrong. Why kill? He has a strange logic. He countered how they can decide whether he is good or bad. The power of judgment is in their hands, but what if they are wrong? Xiao crossed his arms over his chest and asked, she says that both Jen and the Source of Flame are trying to master what they cannot handle themselves, but who decided so? She bit her lip and silently looked ahead. Yang, against the backdrop of black and white footage of a nuclear explosion, replied that the world had once been destroyed by these creatures, they just did not want to see it fall into despair again. The guy looks at her thoughtfully. He thought, that is, the organization in which Ian is a member is clearing the world of what once destroyed it. The girl looked in his direction and said, there is something wrong with that Superman whom Lan saved. If she stays close to him, then they better be careful. He wondered with concern why she was telling him so much today, also revealing so many secrets on her own initiative, and whether she meant Dawn. The back of Yang's head, Xiao looked at her seriously and asked what was wrong with that super being. Tree branches, an open window, students at their desks. The girl replied that they determined that Dawn and the deceased Superman had nothing in common. They had no blood ties, they were not a couple and did not conduct joint business. Initially they mistook them for allies, but later it turned out that this was not the case. Hand to chin, the girl added. Besides, a strange series of murders had recently occurred in this fortress. A vampire bites a man on the neck. A street, a dried up dead body, a man against the wall. She said that all the victims had their blood completely sucked out, they turned into mummies. A super being named Dawn is considered the main suspect. Besides, Zenyu saw the whole battle and she had a feeling that Dawn's motive is to save another Superman. Young in profile against the background of fragments, it was probably that she wanted to hide somewhere and taste his blood, but she did not have enough experience and she screwed up. To put it simply, she is a newbie. She put her hand on the guy's shoulder. He said that Dawn was now in their store. Young said that he should urgently return home. She can ask Zenyu to send him there. The guy looked away and replied that there was no need. They tied her up. Roof, store door. Xiaoyu frying food in a frying pan. Yudi is sitting on a chair. Dawn is against the wall with his hands tied. The guy watches the movement of the ants with a smile. She frees her hands from the rope, carefully looks up. Dong leaned over, the guy raised his head. Xiaoyu called him to dinner, he replied, okay. An empty place on the floor, the girl stood up. She hugged him from the back and called him baby. Yudi closed his eyes and gloomily told the parishioner to watch her behavior. She opened her mouth, sharp fangs. She bit him on the neck. There is armor on the neck, some of the fangs have broken off. She froze in shock, her mouth open. With a blow of his hand he threw her against the wall, the girl screamed. She fell to her knees and coughed. Fighting stance, fists clenched, Woody shouted menacingly. The demon dared to strike a sudden blow to Old Sun. He made a circular motion with his hand. Sun rays, store doors. Dawn with big cheeks, Yudi clenched his fist, said that he couldn't think that she would be the white bone demon, only she was weak to resist the great sage. She asked, wasn't it enough to hit her once? Why hit her 3 times? He turned his head and replied sternly, in order to defeat the white bone demon, you need to strike 3 times. Holding her cheeks, offended. The heroes look at the tied-up girl on the floor. Dawn thought about what evil she had done to deserve this. She was originally going to sit at the entrance to the source of flame in case someone came to donate blood and she could taste it and improve her superpowers. Streams of tears from my eyes. I can't understand how I got to this point. Xiaoyu approached the guys, eyes closed, smiling, straightening her hair. Dawn, with tears in her eyes, shouted to her that she was the kindest. Let her tell them to let her go. Xiaoyu gave Woody a rope and told him to tie it tighter this time. He replied, yes, that's a good idea. The hero watches as Yudi ties Dawn's hands. He thought that they don't want to treat a woman like that. But in a dangerous situation, is it really possible to divide people into men and women? Bad people are not always men. It can be women, the elderly, and children. Everything is possible. He frowned, crossed his arms over his chest. He thought that kindness is important, but if a kind person does not take up arms, this is already weakness. Yudi stood up and clapped his hands. Xiao put his hand on his shoulder and said that he did well this time and deserves praise. He needs to work hard for a few more days. Asked him to lock the door and not let Lan see her like this. Be careful not to kill her. With a thumbs-up gesture, Yudi smiled widely. They went outside. Xiao raised his hand to his chin and asked if they thought something was missing. Wang rubbed his chin nervously, said, it seemed that so. Yuan noticed that there was not enough noise from Lan coming to beg Dong's favor. Usually by this time he was already here. Xiao straightened the collar of his sweater and thought maybe Lan was robbing the 4th mental hospital this evening. He looked back at the heroes and asked seriously, they don't know where the 4th mental hospital is. Xiaoyu, against the background of the store in the starry sky, asked what was the matter. The day before yesterday Yuan asked her to buy a map of Fortress 109. On it you can find its location. Xiao, with a map in his hands, his brother and Woody nearby, told them to keep an eye on Dong and be careful, make sure she doesn't cause any trouble. And he went. He put his hand on his brother's head and told him not to make a wish if there was no danger. Xiao walks down the street. Music is being played in the square. He walks past the building and looks at the map. He raised his head and stopped in front of the building. The Tan with the weapon climbed out of the hatch. The boss was stuck. The soldier gave him his hand. The hero thought, it seems like Yang said. The King Consortium cannot be underestimated. The Lai Consortium has no idea how many more people are hiding underground or what other things are hidden. The boss gets out of the hatch. Tang, with a walkie-talkie in his hand, conveyed that the 3 groups should penetrate separately and not get involved in battle. Retreat as soon as they find White Rat number 2. Walkie-talkie on the armor, the man added that everyone, with the exception of White Rat No. 2, should be killed. There is no mercy. There is nothing wrong with killing those who treat their brothers like lab rats. The doe is standing at the hatch. Tan asked if he is sure he doesn't want to take White Rat number 1. The man clenched his teeth, remembered how he was sitting in a chair. There was a spotlight nearby. They asked in the video. He saw where he went. The guy with white hair slammed his hands on the table at which the man was sitting, asked several times if he saw where he went, then apologized and said that he couldn't find him anymore. The guy is lying on the medical table. Next to him is a man in a white coat. He asked him to close his eyes, relax. Imagine that he had come to a tunnel familiar to him. He runs to the tunnel on the right. There is a light at the end of it. He got there on the count of 3. White light at the end of the tunnel. The man said 2, 1. The guy opened his eyes. The man was surprised and asked why he opened his eyes. The patient replied with a grin that he was running in the wrong direction. He holds his hands over a guy lying with his eyes closed, asked him to imagine that he is lying in the sea. Warm water envelops him while he is on its surface. He can breathe freely. As soon as he is immersed, he will get to the place he wants to come to. On the count of 3, 2, 1. The man raised his hand to his head, standing with difficulty. He sank to the floor by the table and the patient sat down. The guy grinned. A doe in a chair in front of the screen. I thought, this is the legendary demon summoner. It seems that the hypnosis process activated his superpowers. He looked around in fear when Tang approached and asked if they should take White Rat No. 1 for research, nervously saying that he and Jing did not do such things. Besides, he, like the others, would not be able to keep him under control. Xiao is watching them from behind the wall. Lan added, moreover, they don't know what kind of trouble he will bring if he is released. He imagines how many people in this mental hospital died because of him. The hero thought, it looks like a white rat. Number 1 is the threat Yang was talking about, but what about number 2? The soldiers follow Tang. He knocked on the glass door. We went inside and a man in a white robe fell to the floor. Jeeps with headlights on. We approached the building. Zio was looking from behind the wall. He thought, the people of the Lai Consortium have also arrived. It is clear that they are not slow. If Lan leads them into battle, then there will most likely be wounded, which means treatment will be required and he will certainly come to him. He turned around and walked back, thinking that he had to hurry to the store. He couldn't let Lan and the others find out that he wasn't there. Lan was surprised to see the girl lying on the medical table. She was too small. She was about 10 or 11 years old. He asked if this girl was good enough to be his daughter, how she could help in battles. The girl is on Tang's shoulder. He shoots the guy at the door. He told the boss that no matter what, they should leave immediately. The car is already ready. Lan and his group leave the building. He said that yes, the Lai Consortium people are really hard to get rid of. They shoot at cars from the roof. Jeeps explode. The boss shouted, who is so bored that he amuses himself every day by blowing up his cars. He will show him later. Angrily stamping his foot, Tan said that the boss should stop shouting. He needs to quickly go down to the sewer. Jan pulled her cap over her eyes and smiled. The month is in the sky. The lights are on in the store windows. Yuan folded his hands in prayer. There were children and a tied-up dong on the chairs. Yudi said importantly, let him watch and learn. We need to pray for our mentor properly. The boy noticed his brother entering the store. The hero said that they should put everything in order. The dough should come soon. Xiaoyu, Wang and Yuan were amazed and simultaneously asked why. The boss knocks on the roller shutters and tells him to hurry up and treat his 2 brothers. He will pay. Xiao looked out the door and asked who it was. Tan replied that it was their boss's younger cousin. Yudi pointed his finger at the girl, began to say who she looked like. The hero asked, again the white dragon horse? He said no, rocker. Yudi spread his arms. Lan shouted menacingly, he considers himself a great sage, equal to heaven, so let him go and look for the sacred scriptures. Why does he always stare at his people? The guy called him Ben Borba and said that he knows nothing. The boss objected, even if she is a rocker, she will agree with this. He looks at the girl. She said something. He asked, the rocker. Yudi raised his fists in victory. She sat down, looked at him and asked, Dashision. Lan, in a stupor, sat down and cried, shouting how she could address him as her Dashision. What kind of exchange of secret signals, and why such a sweet girl Koromislo? Yuan walked up to her, smiling awkwardly, asked her name. She replied that her name was Zai Lion. Yuan raised his palms and asked what her abilities were. Shows her biceps. The girl replied that she is very strong. Zio was perplexed and thought that Dawn had said the same thing. Lion raised her son Dallin. The hero thought that in this life it turned out that the yoke raised Sha Wujing. Lan streams of tears from his eyes, looking up, thinking how it happened that all the people he wanted to recruit for himself joined the group searching for the sacred scriptures and gathered around Zio. Yuan points his finger at the boss. He was indignant. This girl must have made a mistake, and Wudi just mentioned Bai Longma, so she could just say at random. The boy asked who he was. She called him Ben Borba. The doe is angry, flames in his eyes. He raised his fist, shouted, how did she know all this? Yuan asked what about him. The girl replied that he was little Bai Longma. The boy closed his eyes, spread his arms, smiled and said that, unfortunately, this is not so. The heroes looked around. The stranger said, well, he couldn't deceive them all. He told Lion to leave them. The guy with short white hair raised his hat and introduced himself. His name is Shenton, the abandoned son of the Lai family, and he does not wish them harm. The doe pointed the gun, thought how he escaped. Could he really control the entire staff of the psychiatric hospital? The hero looked around. The boss nervously said that the demon summoner was very dangerous. Zio thought, this is the same dangerous person that Yang spoke about, but did not mention that he was one of Lai's people. Shenton put his hand on the girl's head. Zio thought, and what does he mean by abandoned son? Another secret story. It seems that Lan was deliberately allowed to save the girl, but for what purpose? He smiles, holding his hat. Everything seems to be under his control. With a stern face, Zio thought he had a bad feeling. Standing opposite each other, the hero asked what his goal was. He extended his hand and replied that it was a little lonely for the two of them in this fortress, but since so many friends had gathered here, he decided to say hello. He pulled his hat down and told Zio that he was special to them. The hero looked to the side, asked again, special. A glow around the head, a satisfied face. He asked, it means handsome. Shenton raised his hand to his hat and laughed, no, special. He took off his hat and said that it was time for them to go. He pressed his hat to his chest and added that they would see each other again. The doe with a pistol raised his eyebrows. The stranger turned to him, telling him not to worry. He was not hypnotizing his subordinate. Zio extended his hand to the leaving guy and asked, since he always had a chance to get out of the mental hospital, why didn't he do it earlier? Shenton closed his eyes and remained silent. As he left, he waved his hand and said, "Because it's not time yet." The hero raised an eyebrow, thinking, this means that he has something else he needs to do before going out into the world. Maybe it has something to do with the Lai Consortium's research. Lan sat down and said, "Carrying water from a bamboo basket is a waste of time. He'd rather have a good chat with Dong. She seems to be more reliable." Zio wondered if he should tell about her. Isn't it a little inhumane? The hero brought him a bowl of soup. The man sighed. He was careful enough, but this Shenton still ruined everything for him. Zio asked. He didn't know that he was from the Lai family. He took the plate. "I drank it all in one gulp." Hand with a plate under his chin, Lan said. "He says that he is the abandoned son of the Lai family. But they were the ones who imprisoned him in a mental hospital, weren't they?" The man closed his eyes. Zio asked why Lai sent his own son to a mental hospital. He replied that he did not know. The guy on the top of the mountain, the bodies of people below him. Lan explained that the consortium is full of intrigue. To stand out, you need to stand on the shoulders of your brothers and sisters and climb up. The hero raised his hand and asked how many of his loved ones he had thrown down in the king. Lan looked from under his brows. Brother Lan, with a cold gaze, he replied that he and King had no choice. He sits on a chair, spreads his arms, and adds that King is a born leader, so he should climb to the top to admire the scenery. Lips pursed, Zio thought, it's amazing how this fat man is so protective of his brother. Lan stood up from his chair. Zio asked what about him. The man pressed his hand to his chest and replied that he was lost, so he could live as he wanted. Zio, with a plate in his hand, Lan said that the young consortium is already in the fortress, and the flame source is also hiding. Now that the demon summoner is trying to spoil them again, it is unknown what will happen. The guy covered his mouth with his hand. Lan, clenching his fists, shouted that some thugs who had nothing better to do were endlessly blowing up his cars. He pointed a finger at Zio, said that he had better be quiet these days and not create problems for himself. The guy asked, he thinks it's appropriate coming from his mouth. Isn't he the most visible person of the barrier now? They look at each other. Lan grinned. And whose merit is this? The guy asked. He is also proud of it. The front of the store, Zio asked in confusion. Everything here is so confusing. Will the King clan really not send someone for support? Lan replied, so they are busy eliminating Fortress 113 and Jing Mountain. The boss assured me with a beaming smile that it's okay, he's here and it's his job. Mountains, Palace with Fountain, Fortress 111, Jinko Mountain, King Residence. The gathering at the large table, in the center, a gray-haired man with a mustache and a monocle asked how King Huai was doing. The speaker, adjusting his glasses, said that the day before yesterday they walked around Mount Jing. According to calculations, today they should already reach the 113th fortress. The soldiers shoot at the monsters, they clear the area of the test subjects, and after the recovery team arrives, they go to Mount Jing to find the creatures in the crater. The clawed paw is behind the speaker. He added that the creature is currently back in deep sleep and doesn't seem to have any plans to emerge from the crater, and they suspect it depends on the temperature of the volcano. The chief looks at him, asked if King Huai can handle this. The coal mine in the area of the 113th fortress is very important, and it needs to be restored as soon as possible. He replied that King Huai brought a combat brigade with him and will be able to cope with several hundred experimental subjects. Fingers intertwined, hands to the chin. The chief sternly said that they needed resources near the 113th fortress. Restoration must be completed as soon as possible. Hair pulled back into a ponytail, the man in the purple suit had his hands folded. He would work with them to transport the stragglers there. A man with a monocle looks ahead and asked what King Zhen is doing now. The speaker replied that he listens to music all day long, does nothing else. All the songs did not have a specific direction. He does not have a favorite. The main one looked away and said, it's good that he left him alone. The young man's spirit is too strong and needs to be dampened. With an open palm, he said that he should know that the power of money comes from the exchange system. He stood up, clenched his fist, and added, and the power comes from the organization. Without a family, there are no rules or power. The door to the office opened slightly. Breathing heavily, the man in the suit worriedly reported that the 7th Combat Brigade under the command of King Huai was attacked by test subjects and was now retreating. Those sitting at the table turned around. The main one frowned. He also said that many were wounded and killed. The man sitting to the right of the leader asked how the 7th Combat Brigade could be attacked by hundreds of test subjects, whether this information could be false since it is equipped with the best equipment and has the best combat power. A man with a mustache and a uniform offered to involve Zhang in the fight against the experimental subjects. He still has experience. Intertwined fingers at chest level, the chief noticed that the number of experimental subjects could exceed their estimate. King Huai's troops are not weak. They can only be defeated by a lightning raid. He suggested that as a result of the experiments, a new form of life, an intelligent experimental subject, appeared. The participants look at the leader, who announced that from today Zhen should not go outside his villa, and asked how the will of the consortium could be violated by one person. Yun stood up, hand to head. He will lead the 1st Combat Brigade. Night, cars are approaching Fortress 109. A truck drives through the open gates. The hero thinks that everything is as he expected. Zhu, clinging to the bottom of the car, thought that ordinary people in this world are all the same. Checks are just formalities. No one pays attention to the bottom of the car. He grabbed the body with his hand. I jumped into it, thinking that I would finally rest, find a secluded place for a while where I could eat and sleep. He looked at the wooden box. He thought what was in them. They were locked so tightly. Breaks open a box with a knife. He flinched when he saw weapons and cartridges in it. The truck turned and drove down another road. Zhu, sweating profusely, thought something is wrong. This car does not belong to the Lai Consortium. It was smuggled. Asphalt, wheels, hard braking. Brown shoe. The man got out of the car. Lan shines a flashlight and walks towards the truck in the back of which Zhu is sitting. The guy shielded his face from the bright light with his hand. The boss was scared when he saw him. Zhu thought how it happened that out of everyone he met him. Besides, he is a criminal. Everyone recognizes him right away. He stood on his toes. Lan fell. Zhu sat on the Shadow's back and thought that if he didn't run away now, the King Consortium fighters would have time to react. The boss rose to his knees, shouted that they must catch him. This is Zhu. They must try to catch him alive and do not shoot. Do not attract Lai's people. The soldiers run after him. The guy looked around. The soldiers point their guns at him. He regretfully thought that the Shadow could stop the bullets, but there are too many of them. He was just curious to know the secrets of Jing Mountain. He didn't even enter their checkpoint, so why are they chasing him like that? He gritted his teeth and wondered why they had so many weapons. Was the King Consortium preparing to attack the 109th wall? A month, a view of the city, mountains in the distance. Zhu raised the roller shutter, frowning, looking forward. Lan and the soldiers run in. The hero asked who they were running after. The boss asked Woody to catch Zhu for him, said that he would pay the hero 100,000. Flames in Lan's eyes. Zio raised an eyebrow and asked, "Is he sure that it is Zhu?" The one replied that yes, it was definitely him. Hand to chin. The guy wondered how he ended up in the 109th fortress. If the king caught him, then everything he did would become known, so he should help Zhu. The hero looked up. A task appeared to help a person in trouble avoid being chased. He thought that Zhu was already in trouble. He folded his hands, tears in his eyes. He even felt sorry for him. The guy lowers the door in front of Lan, telling him to chase him himself. He doesn't want to interfere in their showdown. The door closed. The guy ran out onto the street from the other side of the store. Zio jumped onto the fence. Woody looked at him in surprise. He made a dash to run with him, but immediately stopped. Yuan said that he was told to watch out for the 100-bone spirit. If he let him go, he would return in 3 days and 3 nights. Yudi turned around and sighed sadly. The boy noted that he was doing a great job. The hero jumps on the roofs of buildings. Looking at the guy running away while sitting on the back of the Shadow, Zio thought that according to theory, Zhu's physical fitness should be higher than that of an ordinary person. But why is he running so slowly? Zhu's body. The hero does not see the Shadow. He runs, looking down, thinking how he should save him and not offend Lan. A light bulb above his head. He smiled slyly and thought, it's good that he has a magic weapon. A luminous circle appeared in the sky. Lan raised his head and was surprised. Someone's hand hit him in the face. Tang runs to the falling boss. He was indignant. This is Zenyu. She is not finished yet. The hand grabs the soldier by the ankle and pulls. Tan fell on the boss. Zio grins, covering his mouth with his hand. The other hand is in the luminous sphere. This is pure chance. He doesn't even know where the space may open. The hand is next to the soldier. He stumbles and falls. The other fell backwards onto the asphalt. Tan gets the boss up and asks what now. The man clenched his fist, looked back at his people and said angrily, "This is how much they are missing out without superhumans under their command. What kind of losers they are. At least they would have received any ability." One of them replied that they were working hard on it. Fist ahead, Lan told them to retreat so as not to attract attention. Tang asked if Zhu was also a rebel. As soon as they chased him, Zenyu jumped out of nowhere. Zio looks from the roof at Lan's group. He replied that this cannot be. Judging by Zhu's pitiful state, he is definitely not one of the rebels. The hero thought that as long as he is not caught, everything will be fine. With a menacing look, Zio runs away, thinking that a big slander has fallen on Zhu's head. Although he did not really provoke anyone, nevertheless, he will have to take this blame upon himself. Zhu sits behind a barrier made of large bricks. Suddenly, Zhu hears his name being called. Zhu makes a sharp jump from behind cover. Zhu points the gun at the source of the sound. He sees the main character. Zio says it's him, Ren Zio Su. Zhu asks Zio what he is doing here. Zio asks not to think about the reason for his presence, says that the 113th fortress fell after he returned to it, so he ran here and asks Zhu why he is here. Zhu says that when he went to Fortress 112, it fell. Zhu says that he then went to the 111th fortress, but found out that the king had put him on the wanted list. Zio asks Zhu how Lan found him. Zhu says that he hid in the smuggler's car, which, as it turned out, this fat scoundrel used to transport weapons. Surprised, Zio asks if the weapon was intended to fight Zhu. Zio reports that he did not think that Lan would come here for Zhu, that now he has many weapons and Zhu must be especially careful. Zio is surprised to realize that Zhu has not yet learned that Lan cannot return to King. Zio wonders why Lan would smuggle weapons in this case. Zio wonders if this weapon is for the consortium. Zio suggests that the weapon is needed to deal with the remains of the flame source. Zhu smiles and says that while he was running away, he heard Lan yelling at Luo Xinyu. Zhu reveals that she helped him a lot and that he didn't know that Xinyu was also a superhuman. Zhu places his hand on Zio's shoulder. A touched Zhu tells Zio that it must have been hard to escape from the King consortium. After thinking a little, Zio replies that yes, it was hard. Zhu asks Zio if he is hungry and offers him half a donut. Zio replies that he is not hungry and says that Zhu is a very good person. Zio feels that Zhu is so good that he should simply go and surrender to the King consortium. Zio addresses Zhu by name. Chewing Zhu wonders what's wrong. Zio hands him 5,000 yuan money and a letter. Zio asks Zhu to deliver this letter to Fortress 178 to a man named Jang Jinglin. Zio says Jang will be able to help. Zio thinks that people like Zhu will definitely shine when they enter the 178th fortress. Zhu replies that he was just going to the 178th fortress and, although he does not know who Jang Jinglin is, thanks in advance. Zio sees a notification that Zhu's gratitude level has increased by 1. Suddenly, their conversation is interrupted by a stranger. The stunned Zhu shouts that he is from the flame source. His guess is confirmed by Zio. Zio warns Zhu to be careful as the flame source are scoundrels and they are hunting for superhumans. Zhu replies that he understands. Zio thinks that although the sound of gunfire may cause problems, it is nothing compared to the loss of life. Zio notices that they are surrounded on all sides and will have to fight. Zio is in a quandary as he cannot summon a shadow in front of Zhu. The stranger says that resistance is useless, he has never failed in the early morning forays, so he asks to surrender on good terms. Zhu makes a pun on the name of Operation Early Morning and says that the attacker's clock seems to be running slow. The stranger feels deep displeasure. The guy says he didn't expect that Zhu hadn't heard of Operation Early Morning before. Zhu thinks that the enemies are too arrogant and does not understand why they need to chatter before an attack. Zhu and Zio begin shooting at the attackers, but see that they can determine the trajectory of the bullet at close range by the angle of their arms. Zio thinks that if they are all at this level, then pistols alone cannot cope with them. Zio thinks that if you look at their faces, they look very confident, so much so that they are not even in a hurry to attack. Zio remembers that Xiaojin said that Lan was only able to stop the flame source because it was not early in the morning. Zio thinks that if he wants to escape, then perhaps there will be a chance, but it is not clear what to do with Zhu. On the other hand, Zio understands that if he becomes a target, it will lead to even more trouble. Something catches Zio's attention. Zio sees a familiar figure. Zio sees Yang with a sniper rifle. Zio holsters the gun and asks what the strangers are going to do with them. The stranger replies that he will contribute to the survival of all humanity. The guy says that after a breakthrough in gene editing, the genes of superhumans will become the ancestors of all humanity. The guy says that it is a great honor and that all the people of the world will remember them. Zio gradually unwinds the bandage from his hand and asks if it is true that the attackers are taking advantage of gene editing. The guy replies that he considers it a great achievement to go down in history by losing his freedom. Zio asks what will happen if he chooses freedom. The guy replies that in this case, Zio and Zhu will pay a price they cannot afford. Zio replies that this price makes freedom more noble and raises the white rag up. Zio holds the cloth over his head and waits. The attacker gets angry and says that Zio is a fool. At this moment, Ian hits him with a rifle. The attacker falls dead. Zio waves at Yang at the sight, thanking her for her help. Ian smiles. Zio and Zhu rush in different directions. Zio asks Zhu to deal with the left one. Zhu agrees. Zio, as she runs, thinks that Yang has destroyed the environment, but now it will be difficult for her to aim. The attackers are moving too quickly. Zio thinks that everything depends on him now. Zio and the two attackers land on the pavement. Zio and the shadow next to him stand in front of the attackers. Zio says that since he cannot escape the problem, he will have to kill the one who created it. Zio continues that this is the logic of the wild. One of the attackers ends up behind Zio. Zio is surprised that the guy teleported. The guys attack Zio and the shadow from both sides. Zio wonders if the attackers are still human, or if their abilities are the result of genetic changes. Zio and Shadow rush towards the attackers. A sword appears in Zio's hands and Zio cuts the guy attacking him. The defeated guy asks why Zio has two abilities. Zio replies that there are not two, but three, but the guy won't see the third one. The main character notices a third guy who is hiding in the shadows with the help of a superpower. The guy tries to attack from above. Xiao uses his superpower and his sword through a tiny portal behind the attacker's back, pierces him from the back. The guy is surprised and asks how Xiao hit him in the back while standing in front of him. The main character pulled out the sword from the enemy's back. Xiao laments the low abilities of his attackers. Xiao says that the guys were praising their operation so much, saying how fierce they were, but they turned out to be just a bunch of fools. The hero assumed that they would cause a lot of trouble, but as superhumans they were nothing of themselves. Xiao turns to Zhu and suggests taking a shower and changing clothes at Xiao's house. Xiao says that if Zhu wants to go to the 178th fortress, he needs to eat heavily. Zhu gets up, thanks, but replies that he cannot stay any longer because as soon as the fortress finds out about him, he will no longer be able to leave. Zhu says that in this case he will pull Xiao along with him and says goodbye. Xiao sees a notification about increasing gratitude from Zhu by another one. Xiao is silent in surprise. Xiao says that perhaps they will meet again in the 178th fortress and asks them to take care of themselves. Fortress walls. Xiao stands behind cover and overhears a conversation between two soldiers. The first soldier says that the fortress has been uneasy lately. The second responds that recently there was a real bloodbath in a psychiatric hospital. Xiao hears the first soldier ask that the explosion 2 days ago wasn't caused by the flame source that captured the Superman. Xiao moves away behind the soldiers and hears the second soldier say that this was not an ordinary fight and asks someone to notify the Lai Consortium. Xiao sees a reward notification for the task help a person in trouble avoid being chased, amounting to 1 strength. Xiao thinks that his strength is now 8.5 and agility 5.1. Xiao understands that it will be easier to fight the Superman in the next fight. Luo Xinyu and Yang Xiaojin stand in front of the fortification buildings. Xinyu says that 5 people is the standard for early morning and that they always like to push with numbers, but this time they couldn't handle it. Xinyu adds that now they will understand that they cannot win with just the number of superhumans. Xinyu sees a cloud of dust on the pavement below and asks if Yang doesn't think this defeat is strange, even though it wasn't their main force. The forces of the early morning lie on the pavement in disarray. Xinyu asks if Yang thinks they underestimated him because he dealt with early morning's powers too easily. Yang adjusts his cap and replies that Zhu only defeated 1 person, while Xiao fought 3. Yang says that she previously thought that Xiao was not very effective and did not expect him to hold his own against 3 people. Yang says that she wanted to open a way for him to retreat and did not expect that he would want to eliminate all the people of the flame source. Xinyu replies that this guy is very bloodthirsty, you can see it in his eyes. Xinyu adds that whenever a threat arises, he subconsciously wants to eliminate it. Xinyu says that superhumans who came from the wild have always been more resilient than those who lived in fortresses. Ian says this is the environment he grew up in and he's just trying to survive. Xinyu takes Yang's arm and asks what Yang is in such a hurry to explain to Xiao. Xinyu says that now that this guy has become so capable, along with Wudi, whose strength is unknown, their group is becoming stronger. Xinyu asks if they should have attracted the attention of the Lai and Yang consortiums to their group. Yang tells Xin that they just want to live peacefully inside the fortress and there is no need to create problems for them. Xinyu wonders why Yang is trying to protect them since she just asked and didn't mean anything like that. Ian is silent thoughtfully. Xinyu wonders what Xiao's impressive ability is. Ian replies that he has no idea. Xinyu tries to extract information from Yang and says that as students of the same school, Xiao and Yang should tell each other more. Maybe Xiao was telling something after all. Ian puts on a poker face. Yang says it's time to leave because the combat troops will arrive soon. Xinyu replies that he understands everything. Xinyu raises his hand and opens a portal. The portal opens successfully. Xiao is indoors, opposite the window. Xiao thinks that he didn't think that Lai Consortium would react so quickly. Xiao feels that the entire fortress is about to collapse. Yang sits in the classroom at a shabby desk next to a standing Xiao. Xiao thinks that the streets are full of patrols and it is unknown how Zhu got out of the fortress. Ian asks if anything strange happened besides the fight with the flame source. Xiao asks what she means. Yang says that the King Consortium has suddenly raised the reward for Xinyu's capture. Yang believes that without a reason the award could not be raised and something happened that is not yet known. Xiao remembers how he pissed off Lan, but decides not to talk about it for now. Xiao says he doesn't know what happened. Xiao says that he saved Zhu from being chased by Luo Lan. Yang says that Zhu may well not know what happened. Xiao thanks Yang for her help against the people of the flame source. Ian picks up a thick notebook. Yang thoughtfully accepts Xiao's gratitude. Yang asks Xiao why he saved Zhu. Ian asks for what purpose this was done. Xiao replies that there was no purpose because he and Zhu are just teammates and that he would not hesitate to save Yang if she got into trouble. Young remains meaningfully silent and looks at Zio. Zio is delighted with his explanation and thinks that he has finally explained himself, although he does not know if he has made things worse. Young asks Zio about plans with Dong and if Zio is going to give her away. Zio is surprised and asks Young if they are studying superhumans. Young replies that no, but they have a special effect on superhumans. Zio is silent and thinks about how they influence superhumans. Zio suggests that they are subjecting superhumans to forced physical tests. Zio thinks about the fact that there are 4 days left to complete the task. The classroom is gradually filling up. The teacher comes to the table. Zio says that he can give Dong, but not now, but in 4 days, in gratitude for the rescue. Jan replies that she agrees. The teacher says that some students were interested in the university admission standards, so she asked about them in the 109th fortress. The students look at the teacher with disinterest. Zio smiles and asks what life is like at university. Ian replies that the classes are free, but the exams are very strict, the students are taken in small numbers, and most of them continue their research with their supervisors after graduation. Ian continues that universities used to be very free, but now they are more like research centers with fewer and fewer subjects. Picture, scientists take cool poses against the backdrop of cabinets with test tubes. Young says there are about 20 universities among the 100-odd fortresses, and faculty at the universities are streamlining their students and organizations to focus on multiple areas of research. Zio perks up and asks about student subsidies. Young replies that there are no subsidies. Zio is surprised and asks if this is true. Young is annoyed and asks Zio not to pester university students unless he is doing research. Young thinks she said quite a lot, but Zio was only interested in the payments. Zio is annoyed and says that he was not harassing anyone. The teacher says that to enter the University of the 109th Fortress, you need to pass only 4 subjects: mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology. The teacher says that the highest score in the subject is 150 points. The teacher says that last year the passing score was 560 points. That is, for admission it was necessary to score 140 points or more in each subject. Zio is horrified and thinks that all his tests will give a total of 140 points. Zio whines and asks how he can score 140 points in each subject. Ian replies that there are 2 questions that need to be left unanswered. Zio didn't understand what she told him. Zio thinks that Young cannot know anything at all since she slept during every lesson. Zio turns to the palace and asks what Young's math level is. Zio sees a notification that the level is medium. Zio thinks that the average level may be better than his, but it is still not the highest. Zio asks Palace what is Young's grade in middle school math. Zio looks displeased at the notice that Young's rating is excellent. Zio asks the Palace about Young's grade in physics. The notification of an excellent grade in physics puts even more pressure on Zio's self-esteem. Zio asks displeasedly that he is the only loser in the class. The Palace responds with a notice, yes. Zio is stunned into silence. Zio thinks that when he saw Young sleeping in class, he calmed down and thought that at least someone would be on his level. Zio didn't expect things to turn out like this. Young asks Zio if he wants to go to university. Zio hangs his head and says that he doesn't deserve to be admitted. Ian can't find anything to answer. The plot takes us to the second day of the final exam. Many people were standing on the street. Sitting at his desk, Zio mentally asked if this was the exam room and why no one he knew was there. The teacher put her hands on the table and screamed that the exam was starting. Looking at the piece of paper, the main character thought that before, when he was in Market Town School, Mr. Jang asked questions orally to save paper. As Zio began to write, he noticed that there were a lot of things that could be printed in the fortress. He began to look around. He lifted his pen from the paper. The girl touched the main character with her hand and called out to him. Turning around, he saw a smiling girl. He asked what was the matter. She asked if Zio would let her write it off. Frowning, the main character asked in his thoughts why this palace gives out all kinds of tasks, even for cheating. He noted that this does not matter, and if there is a task, then this is not a problem. Zio handed her his forms and asked her not to worry and just copy. The girl thanked him. Turning away, he thought that he had killed 2 birds with 1 stone and that not only had he completed the task, he had also received gratitude. A message appeared above him that he had received gratitude from Limo and completed a low-ranked task, for which he received 11 units of agility. Stretching, the main character emphasized in his thoughts that he had written a whole sheet of paper and was very tired. The girl noticed that he answered all the questions and that was amazing. She asked if he knew how to solve all this. Turning around, Zio replied that he didn't know everything. The furious girl asked why he then allowed it to be written off. The main character was returning home with Yuan. Frightened, Zio said that Zio had returned and said that Uncle Wang had been taken away. Yuan was surprised, but the main character was serious. Surprised, Zio asked her to tell her what happened. Zio said that today people from the law enforcement department came and said that they did not have a license to sell medicine. She remembered how they took Van away. She said with a dumbfounded look that they also said that there were doctors working in this store, who also did not have a license, so they were going to arrest the person responsible for it. The main character, with a serious look, suggested that Uncle Wang's arrest was not related to the presence of superhumans in this place. Stretching out his hand, he asked if they had said anything before leaving. Xiaoyu replied that they told Xiao to go to the Ministry of Law and Order upon his return. He looked at the frightened Xiaoyu and replied that there was no hurry. They still had Dongyunin, and Lan would be at the store tonight, so they would have to ask him what was going on. Xiao thought that the first priority is to get Uncle Wang out, but they can't until they deal with Lan. Ado drove up to the main character in a car. Looking out the window, he asked why they were standing at the door. Xiao turned around and said that Wang had been arrested. Getting out of the car, Lan suggested that it looks like they were caught selling the medicine. Apparently it is so good that someone in the fortress wants to take it for themselves. Spreading his hands, he stated that he had already encountered similar tricks, and first they would find something to disable them, and then they would offer to purchase the formula from them. Xiao inquired about purchasing the formula. Closing his eyes, Lan replied that this is not the end. They will deceive them first, and then they will buy this formula for next to nothing. The surprised protagonist asked not to talk about it and asked if there was anyone in the Ministry of Law and Order from the King Consortium. Lan replied that this was so, and 2 days ago 2 of his comrades were arrested. Smiling, he asked not to worry, noting that he would say hello to Lu Yuan and Wang would come out tonight. An enraged Xiao asked why he did not pull out his people. Putting a finger to his mouth, Lan asked to be quieter. Hugging Xiao, he asked him to keep his head down, adding that they didn't know them yet. A tearful Van said he had returned. Surprised, the main character asked if the law enforcement department had arrested him. Holding the back of his head, he replied that he had just been to the ministry, but they received a message from Lu Yuan and sent him back. Frowning, Xiao looked at the pleased Lan. He stated that they should recognize his reputation and Lu Yuan knows his stuff. Xiao thought that he was somehow uncomfortable because no matter what Lan's reputation was in front of Lu Yuan, he didn't even have time to warn him, and his uncle had already been released. The Doe with a serious look asked them not to lose their vigilance and, as they say, it's good for the Lord of Hell and bad for the devils. He said that Lu is not the main controller of the 109th fortress, and if the Lai Consortium is interested in their medicine, it will be difficult to deal with. The main character, with a calm face, introduced the men in suits and noted that they say that behind the walls people rob at knife point, but in fact in the fortress they do the same thing, although they are all dressed in suits but behave like swindlers. Lan handed over a piece of paper and said that once in the fortress, he needed to get used to the fact that not everything was decided through fists, and this was his phone number. He asked him to leave, noting that if something happened, he would help. Smiling, Xiao said thank you in advance and asked if all Lan has been doing lately is fighting and killing. Turning away, he answered that this is a strategy. The main character asked what strategy this was. Pointing his finger upward, Lan replied that as he saw, the Lai Consortium valued their research very much, so they threw all their troops into their defense. He asked about what now. Grinning, he noted that now they cannot sit idly by when this is happening from all sides, they need to somehow cope. The main character asked if he had the brains to do this and why he had the feeling that he just made it up. Lan was taken aback by such a question. Leaving there, Lan asked who Xiao was looking down on, noting that talking to him was a waste of time, and he went to Dongyunin. Spreading his hands, the protagonist stated that they needed to be careful these days. Exhaling, Van asked if they really couldn't get rid of this. He looked away with an embittered look and stated that they used to think that life outside the walls was heaven, and everyone wants to go there, but he realized that there is no heaven in this world. The guy approached the sleeping Yudi and asked if Van was there. Stretching, Yudi replied that Van had gone to buy a bicycle and asked why they were looking for it. Showing the paper, the guy said that they were from the Ministry of Legal Affairs. His name was Chen Bohan. Someone sued Wang for unfair competition and they came to serve a subpoena. Smiling, Yudi asked what unfair competition was. Chen replied that they would find out in the courtroom. Putting the paper on the table, he noted that if Van was not there, Yudi could sign for him, but only if he was his relative and an adult. He asked if Yudi was a close relative. He replied that it was so. Pointing his finger, Chen asked to sign and asked what kind of relationship he had with the accused. Pointing to himself, Yudi replied that he was his senior mentor. An enraged Chen screamed and asked if Wudi was mocking him. Spreading his hands, he asked what was wrong, noting that the 4 of them, although not related, were like family. He introduced his comrades in different outfits. The embittered Chen hit the table and clenched his fist and shouted that Wang Dalan was Wang's closest relative, but he was not. Woody asked what the difference was, noting that Dallin was their third junior disciple, and if he was the closest relative, then why not the senior mentor? Chen was taken aback by this. Holding his head, Woody watched them leave. Chen said that it was impossible to talk to him and they would come another day. Wang ran to Xiao and said that he had listened to him and stopped by to check the bike early in the morning, and at this time the legal department came to the store again. Woody said that they filed a lawsuit for unfair competition and asked to sign a summons. The night sky enveloped the city. The main character frowned at this. He remembered the faces of angry people. Xiao thought that when they first entered the fortress, people looked at them completely differently, and when they entered school, the parents of the students wanted them to transfer just because they were refugees. He emphasized that now, as soon as their store became popular, someone took advantage of the laws of the fortress to deal with them. Light came from the windows of the houses. The main character noted that if they do not want to give up the medicine formula, they could face prison time and the breakup of their family. An enraged Xiao thought that the more they should live outside the walls, the more they would not feel as comfortable there as in the wild. He wondered if there was a quiet place for them in this vast world. Clenching his hand into a fist, Xiao emphasized the fact that he was never a deserter. Since the fortress made his life difficult with its rules, he would have to use his own rules to solve the problem. With a serious face, he ordered Wang to take the subpoena and go to the legal department to find out who was behind this. Wang asked if they would have any problems. Xiao replied that everything is fine, because the Lai Consortium doesn't care about this now and he will take care of the rest himself. People were sitting outside at a table. 4 guys were having dinner and discussing that 2 days ago someone killed the entire Flame Source team and it was tough. The guy with a grin on his face overheard their dialogue. The stranger asked what to understand, noting that the guys from the source of the flame were also not very good, because they had caused an explosion some time ago. Looking at the girl, the guy assumed that Xiao did it, noting that there are so many superhumans in this fortress, but he is exceptional. The girl continued to eat and asked why he couldn't hypnotize the main character. He replied with a grin that he wasn't trying to hypnotize him. Frowning, he noticed that his intuition told him that if he did this, then perhaps he would be the one sleeping. Holding her chopsticks in her hand, the girl asked if she should kill Xiao. Looking at her, the guy asked why kill him, noting that she forgot that they had just become friends. Looking away, he noted that she might not be able to defeat him. The moon was shining brightly in the sky. Many rats were running around the destroyed city. The rat suddenly turned around. She began to run away from the soldier. The military advanced along the street. They hid behind the wall. The guy gave the command to move on. They started walking down the alley. People watched the city on screens. Holding his hands behind his back, the man thought that King Huai died at the hands of experimental subjects. Only one name remained from the 7th Combat Brigade. He noted that he wanted to take this unit to increase their strength. His face was serious. He thought that if this operation was successful, he would be able to replace King Huai in the eyes of the Presidium. Frowning, he noted that everything was going well, but it was somehow quiet in this destroyed city. He looked at the stunned Lieutenant Li and asked if he had been attacked there. He replied that this was true, adding that the test subjects suddenly attacked the center, dividing the battlefield. Angry, he said that they were familiar with the terrain and were incredibly strong, emphasizing that ordinary bullets could not kill them and they must be careful not to let them attack again. Smirking, the stranger asked not to worry, noting that he was not King Huai and would wait for them to get out. The soldiers advanced through the ruins. The guy thought that monsters attacked this place and disappeared, and according to the information, this is the territory of experimental subjects. As he moved on, he wondered where they all were. The soldiers stood in front of the cliff. The stranger held the microphone in front of his face. The military man reported that huge cracks were found on the surface and traces were visible along the edges. There was a suspicion that the test subjects were hiding below. The guy ordered 2 auxiliary units to be sent to check. Taken aback, the soldier said that if they met the experimental subjects there, none of them would survive. Frowning, he replied that the combat troops did not need to think and they simply had to follow his orders. He watched the soldiers descend into the gorge and asked them to be slower. The man looked at the screen with a serious look. The soldiers descended into the gorge. Examining the walls, the military man said that this dungeon was once the lair of experimental subjects who were forcibly thrown out of a huge cave. He added that there are no monsters left now. Frowning, the stranger wondered where they could have gone. He watched the screens. The soldier reported that there was a small laboratory nearby and maybe the test subjects had dragged some equipment there. He reported that there were used syringes on the floor. Holding up the microphone, the guy ordered everyone to get ready, noting that there were no more test subjects there, and to take syringes to the 111th fortress to take samples for research. He screamed with an angry look that he wanted to know what they were injecting. The night sky enveloped the mountainous area. Many people were sitting at the table. Bowing, the man said that King Yun's team had discovered the equipment and syringes. The old man with the monocle closed his eyes. The guy bowed and said that Jen had disappeared and had just left the fortress on horseback, and they suspected that he was there. The angry guys asked if they had missed Jen and ordered an investigation into how he managed to evade surveillance and find whoever was helping him. With folded hands, the old man asked where the convoy was heading. The guy replied that he was going towards the 109th fortress. Sitting at the table, the old man assumed that Jing had learned about the disappearance of the experimental subjects and went to the 109th fortress to save his brotherland. Being in deep thought, he wondered how it happened that he escaped to the 109th fortress without catching anyone's eye, adding the old man noted that he was afraid that a secret unit was under his control. He introduced Jen and asked if the most famous shadow in this consortium was afraid that the situation was about to get out of control. The car was driving through the Wasteland. The plot takes us to 3 days later. The main character was sitting at his desk. The teacher handed out paper. He wondered that he had not seen Yang since the final exam and assumed that something had happened in the fortress. The puzzled teacher looked at the sheets of paper. Looking at the results, she asked which of the results belonged to Xiao and which to the head of the student council. The main character took the form with a high result. Smiling, the teacher said that the handwriting was too beautiful and did not look like his. She saw Xiao's signature on the back. Taken aback, the teacher noted that this was really his work and she did not expect him to receive such a high mark. Xiao noted in his mind that this sounded a little awkward. Looking with interest at his answer sheet, the main character wondered why Yang did this and whether she wanted to help him. The dumbfounded girl thought that she should have decided everything herself and not cheated, and that way she would have scored more points. The evening sky surrounded the city. Walking down the street, Xiao reasoned that this was strange. Walking past passers-by, he emphasized that not only Yang had disappeared, but Lan had also not appeared in the store for a long time. He added that the number of Li's fighters on the streets is gradually decreasing and only private forces and the law enforcement department remain. The main character bumped shoulders with a passerby. The guy handed him the paper. Xiao began to look around. He entered a dark building. Sitting at the table, he began to unwrap the envelope. He saw a note and a yellow sheet. Having opened the letter, the main character read that a large number of experimental subjects had disappeared from the 113th fortress, and there was a suspicion that they were heading to the 109th, and they needed to find a way to leave the fortress within 3 days. Xiao frowned at this. Sitting at the table with the letter in his hands, he thought that he was afraid that in 3 days there would be big changes in this fortress, and those who were eager to get their hands on Li's research would surely make their move. Putting the piece of paper in his pocket, the main character emphasized the fact that he could not stay in the 109th fortress. He came to Wang and Xiaoyu and told them that it was time to get ready. Stunned, Wang asked whether it was necessary to run away again, adding that it was a pity to lose such a store. Xiao asked if he wanted to break up with him. While wiping the closet, he replied that this was not entirely true and asked if the main character had noticed. He said that more than 100 fortresses have existed in ruins for decades or even hundreds of years. Many people were walking along the street. Wang added that this year a lot of troubles have happened to them and it doesn't seem like an accident and troubled times are about to come again. A truck pulled up to the store. 2 guys came in and said that they had come to pick up the goods, and Yang said that she had made a deal with them. Taken aback, Xiao thought about the product the two were talking about, and it seems to be Dongyunin, but only she and Yang know about it, and it must be her people. Looking at them, the main character asked if they were her comrades. The guys replied that they were not qualified enough to answer such questions. Looking away, Xiao wondered if their organization seemed so complex and hierarchical. Pointing his hand at the chairs, he asked them to sit down, adding that they could not take Dongyunin yet and they needed to wait. The guys clarified whether the main character has important things to do. He replied that this was so and asked her to wait a minute while he brought her in and explained something. Smirking, he noted in his mind that this was important and he had not yet received the reward, and he was half an hour short of 7 full days. The guys sat down on chairs and began to wait. When bringing Dawn out, the protagonist said that he believed that she had recently realized her mistakes through work. Holding Dong by the shoulder, Xiao said that he was handing her over and hoped that she would do well there and become a useful superhuman for society. The plot takes us half an hour later. He stood in front of Dawn. He looked with interest at the message that the side quest had been completed and new items in the vending machine had been unlocked. People began to take her out after the main character said that they could take her away. The store doors closed with a bang. Xiao moved to the palace and thought about how he didn't know that the reward for this task would be a new item, and he wondered if it would be more useful than the black medicine. Putting his hand to his chin, the main character noticed that this thing looked like a deck of cards. Inspecting the deck, he wondered why he needed this deck of cards, noting that he had finally completed such a long task. He wondered whether he should go with Wang and Yuan to poker. He inserted a coin into the machine. He got one card, after which a stunned Xiao asked if he was selling one card for 1 coin. He started putting money into the slot machine one by one. In his hands lay 3s of all suits. He wondered whether it would be a quad. The plot takes us to the next morning. Sunlight enveloped the city. The main character approached Wang and asked him to rent a courtyard next to the western gate of the wall, noting that they would be moving there soon. Van asked if it was so soon. Xiao replied that this was true and he would go buy something in case he had to run away. Looking after Wang, he thought that the 109th fortress had 2 gates, one in the east, the other in the west, and the 113th fortress was located northeast of the 109th, so the test subjects should first go to the eastern gate, and if everything goes wrong, they will escape through the western gate. Walking down the street, Xiao thought that this time they couldn't run away as quickly as before and they shouldn't miss anything. He noticed that the gold he had brought earlier was finally useful, so he would first go in and exchange it for money. The main character came to the pawn shop. Putting on his cap, Xiao noted that the whole day had already passed, but there was a surplus left and this was the last pawn shop in the fortress. Entering it, he noticed that Zhu had already shown up at the 109th fortress and it was reasonable for him to exchange gold for cash. After placing the bar on the table, Xiao emphasized that in addition, if the gold was divided into pieces and exchanged for cash in different places, it would not be too suspicious. While counting the money, the main character noted in his thoughts that he must say that he is a genius. The stunned salesman asked if he was Zhu. Frightened, Xiao asked how they knew. Running away from there, the main character wondered why he was recognized at the last pawn shop, noting that it was good that he was taking the rap for it. Xiao noted that he could wish him a safe trip to the west. He ran into an alley. The main character stopped in front of a huge notice. It said that they had discovered that the owner's savings exceeded the permission to unlock the vault and offered to unlock it. Taken aback, Xiao thought that he had unlocked 1 cubic meter of storage when he was still at Jing Mountain, and he thinks that storage space is more important than money now. Closing his eyes, he thought that with more storage space, he could easily take more supplies and clean water with him, and if he encountered ruins, he would carry away more gold. But looking at the typewriter, the main character asked her to say why she needed money and whether she thought that he always had enough money. A message appeared that there was no permission to inform. Taken aback, Xiao asked if she wouldn't mind taking money from King Tu if she didn't care. People stood behind the main character. He laughed in his thoughts and asked if the underworld didn't exchange goods. He stressed that he was sorry if she took their coins. He thought he had already unlocked the highest level storage space. Holding his cap, he asked to open it. A dark aura began to envelop the palace. Surprised, Xiao said that these are big changes and this space is about 1,400 or 1,500 times larger. He asked how much they charged him. A notification appeared that 280,000 were taken from the main character. Clutching his heart, he noted that he had just received 430,000 and more than half had already been ripped off from him. Raising his finger to the projection, Xiao said that this time he spent 280,000, and at the expense of 1 cubic meter of space left over from last time, he expanded the space to 15 cubic meters. Walking down the street, the main character thought that he still had 150,000 left and that would definitely be enough to buy supplies in case of famine. As he put the package away in his backpack, he noted that salt was expensive, sugar even more expensive, and compressed biscuits even more expensive. Raising his hand to the shovel, he emphasized that he could not do without a hammer, saw, shovel, and pliers. While putting the white boxes into his bag, Xiao said that when outdoors, you should always have smectite with you. Adjusting his cap, he noted that everything was ready. The evening sky enveloped the city. He was traveling on a bus. The girls from school were discussing that the music festival would start in a few days and they heard that Fang Yujing would also come. She had studied Chinese medicine before. Looking out the window of the bus, the main character fell into thoughts that everywhere was so quiet and calm. But who would have thought that this fortress would be under threat and the peaceful years in human history would end so quickly? While looking around the city, Xiao stated that this era is full of sadness. We are transferred to the west of the 109th fortress. The main character was walking down the street. He was suddenly surprised. Seeing his teacher, he wondered what she was doing there. Yuan approached him and informed him that he had brought teacher Jianggu there, noting that they could ignore others, but she and the students needed to be warned. With his hand on Yuan's head, Xiao declared that he had done everything right. Looking at the teacher, the main character turned to her and said that he was afraid that tomorrow the fortress would become unsafe and they rented this yard to make it easier to escape. Jianggu replied that she understood this. Taken aback, Xiao asked if she had any questions. She replied that there must be a reason for this and they survived by following him, adding that if he decided that it would be unsafe there, they had no reason not to believe. The surprised protagonist reflected that since he entered the fortress, he had faced suspicion against him every day, but he did not expect that Jianggu would trust him so much. Standing next to her, he said that she could take her students with her, but there was not enough space in the house for everyone and they would have to sleep in the yard. He noticed that supplies were also limited, so to escape, he would have to flee separately. Jianggu replied that she knew this. Looking at Xiao, she asked if they were planning to leave on bicycles. The main character replied that this is so and that way they will be faster. Saddened, Jianggu thought that a bicycle costs at least 1,000. Steel was a scarce commodity in their time. She noted that although she recently received a salary, it is only enough for food and water, and this is definitely not enough to buy a bicycle. Pointing his finger, Xiao said that there was a bicycle shop a few meters from the house and you could borrow from them when the fortress fell. Yuan took his hand and asked him if he was sure that this meant borrow. The main character replied that this is not so. Jiangwu said that this would have a bad effect on the students, but she knows that the fortress has bicycle rentals for 90 yuan a month and you need to show a permanent resident card and 300 yuan so she can rent them. Xiao looked at her in surprise. He asked what the difference was between renting and borrowing, noting that they both knew she wouldn't pay them back. The teacher said that she would have to make amends to the store. Frowning, he asked if it was only because she did not want to teach the children bad things. Jiangwu screamed that she would not tell them. The protagonist fell into thought and asked whether this was hypocrisy or true kindness, noting that it was clear that teacher Jiangwu was struggling with herself to say this. He emphasized that she was always true to her words and actions, and during the escape to the 109th fortress, if she had not been sincere in her desire to save the students, they would not have survived. Jianggu had a smile on his face. Xiao noticed in his thoughts that even now she was ready to violate her own principles for the sake of the possibility of saving the students. He emphasized the fact that she is not going to tell the students about this and prefers to bear this burden herself, also that the students continue to adhere to the right worldview and outlook on life. Peering out from behind the fence and waving her hand, Xinyu asked if it wasn't just a little over 20 bicycles, noting that they all admired teacher Jiangwu's personality, and she would sponsor these bicycles for her. Looking at her, Xiao wondered if the courtyard they rented was next door to Xinyu's house, adding that it was a coincidence. Waving her hand, she asked if the main character was surprised. He replied that it was so and asked where Ian was. Xinyu began to laugh quietly. He asked with a straight face why she was smiling so strangely. Looking through the fence at Xinya, he asked if anyone else lived there besides her. She replied that Lan and the others lived not far from there, adding that he probably killed the people from the source of the flame. So she didn't see them, and Yang's house was just one street away. The main character thought that everyone had gathered in the best place to escape. She asked with a smirk why Xiao didn't say in advance that they broke Dong's teeth. Closing his eyes, the main character asked who was to blame, noting that she tried to bite someone and broke her teeth herself. He clarified whether teeth could grow back. Xinyu asked how she could grow her teeth, stating that she would now be a vegetarian. Putting his finger to his chin, Xiao asked if this meant she would suck blood from vegetarians. Xinyu replied that she meant that she could only drink extracted blood and not bite herself. Stretching out his hand, the main character noted that then she would have to change her tastes and drink cow or pig blood to increase her strength. Xinyu looked at him with a straight face. Standing against the wall, the main character bit an apple. He fell into thoughts that Yang had not returned for a long time, and Xinyu had gone somewhere, and he felt that something was wrong. He looked at the truck filled with bicycles and noticed that it was very fast. After throwing away the apple, he asked if they were going to do it today. He came to a building where things were scattered and asked what kind of park it was, noting that it was clearly a military base. He emphasized the fact that it was no surprise that Lan had done so many things, since the Lai Consortium ignored him, and it turns out that their troops were stationed there. The guy approached Xiao and asked what he was doing there. Smiling, the main character replied that it was a university and he was doing research there. The man asked if Xiao considered himself a research student. Looking away, he asked if he could use it as research material. Frowning, the guy waved his hand for people to come to him. A grenade landed there. A cloud of dust rose behind the protagonist. The angry guy started shooting from a machine gun. While dodging the explosions, Xiao mentally noted that this was too reckless. Many trucks drove up to the university. There were many soldiers standing on the street. The main character noticed that several trucks cannot break through a heavily fortified building unless they are loaded with bombs. There was a powerful explosion. Xiao covered his face with his hand. The guy pointed the gun at him. The main character dodged a bullet. Taken aback, the stranger wondered what kind of rudeness this was and how he dodged the bullets. He swung his fist at the main character. Xiao was scared. The guy began to grit his teeth, pointing his fist at Xiao. The main character looks with anger at the embittered guy. Xiao quickly hit the bandit's jaw with his fist until he began to bleed. The main character began to notice how one man began to point a weapon at the bandit, shooting him in the head. Another man was hit by a bullet through the head, from which blood was splashing. One of the people began to aim at the main character. Xiao began to carefully look to the side, trying to understand who it was. Two girls stubbornly looked at the main character, pointing weapons at him and looking at him carefully, covering one eye. The building was not yet fully built. One guy stood near the car, putting his hat on the asphalt and telling a group of people that the magic of hypnosis is that it can help people master their own potential consciousness. The guy asked people if they would like to sleep until 3 a.m. and wake up exactly the same without an alarm clock. People looked in surprise at the man who asked them if they had ever heard of an old man who was able to catch a child falling from a 7-story building with his bare hands. The man began to smile, covering his eyes and asking the group if they knew what the subconscious is. The guy answered that the human cerebral cortex contains approximately 14 billion neurons and can store information from 5 billion books, but people can instantly forget what they clearly remembered just now, and this is very dangerous. When someone can control people's bodies, the hero asked everyone about the point of controlling the subconscious. The guy began to lift the car in front of everyone, asking people if they had ever thought that when they could control their subconscious, everyone could become a Superman, and maybe even a god. The whole group of people began to look at the guy in surprise, not understanding how he did it. She, one of the girls, began to carefully look forward, trying to see this magician. Zio was watching this guy in the same way and didn't understand why the fortress bell was ringing now. The magician began to laugh and look hysterically at the frightened people, telling them all that the game had begun. A group of people began to calmly head into the building, pretending that nothing had happened. The magician began to tip over his hat, losing and scattering all the money. The guy began to calmly hold onto his hat, walking slowly and telling her that tonight the abandoned son of the consortium would send them a gift. The girl began to look askance at something. People began to quickly go into the building and the girl realized that the magician was a demon charmer. Zio began to watch from the side as many people began to run to the side. The soldiers began to hold their weapons and were surprised to not understand what had happened. One of the people began to talk about giving a warning so as not to touch the residents. The guy began to point the weapon upward, opening his mouth wide. People began to look at everyone hypnotically without flinching. The soldiers began to look at how they were running at them and decided that they could not wait and they had to shoot. The guys began to shoot directly at groups of people who were quickly running towards them. The crowds began to slowly fall, and some were still running, despite their wounds. Zio looked out from the corner, not understanding what was happening and whether these people had gone crazy. The main character began to look to the side, noticing something. Law was in the sewer and said that these people had sealed the manhole cover and they should try to take a different position. The soldiers began to shout for the hatch to be blown up, and the boss began to tell his assistants not to blow anything up. Zio began to open the hatch and tell Lo to get up. The boss began to look at the main character with contempt. Sir began to angrily rise from the hatch, shouting to Zio that he was bad. The main character began to cover his nose, asking the soldiers and Law if they were rats that were constantly digging below. The boss began to tell the main character that when they built this fortress, his people were among the designers, so no one knows this fortress better there. The soldiers began to ask the boss that he was also going to attack the university territory. Surprised, Zio began to look at Lo, who smiled and said that he was going to do this because he wanted to know what kind of treasure they had there. The main character began to tell the boss that he did not know what it was and that he was better off going there. Don't go. Law closed his eyes and, thoughtfully, began to say that they knew the general direction of research and perhaps it could be a nanorobot. Zio began to look at Lo in surprise and ask if he was sure that it was a nanorobot. The boss smiled at the guy and said that he was not sure. The main character began to look forward with a sad look, not understanding what to do. The scientist poured the liquid into the test tube, and Law, with a smile on his face, began to say that the Lie Consortium had done a good job of maintaining confidentiality and now everyone relied on guesswork, and in the field of nanorobotics, the Lie Consortium was at the forefront of all consortia. The boss began to tell Zio that while they were at the experimental stage, their nanorobots could already be introduced into medicine. Different cells. A few years ago, they created the first nanorobots from DNA molecules that can precisely clean blood from blood clots, and some major figures from other consortiums came to Lee for treatment closer to old age. Luo began to tell the main character with a wide smile that they had nanoenzymes that could treat the hepatitis C virus, which is the main area of research of the Lie Consortium. Zio, in surprise, began to ask Luo that he had decided to develop in the field of medicine and the king. The boss immediately put on a serious face and said that these were just assumptions and that in the past, the consortium could not write too complex programs for nanorobots, so they all performed very simple operations. Law was telling Zio, who was standing with his back to him, that after so many years they had to make a breakthrough in their technology. The main character began to get angry, telling himself that he thought that all this research had to do with superhumans, but it turned out that these nanorobots have nothing to do with him. Law's gaze began to fall intently on something. The boss began to shout at the main character not to leave, since she would pay him if Zio helped him get their research results. The guy began to look askance at Luo, asking him about what he likes to guess, so the boss must guess if Zio will help him. Law began to smile sweetly, telling the main character that he thought the guy would help. The main character began pointing his finger at the boss, telling him to try again with a smile on his face. Sir began to keep Zio at arm's length, shouting that he warned him about the test subjects, to which the main character thanked the man. The boss began to look at something in surprise. Law began to wave his hand, removing Zio and telling him to leave and forget everything, since he was not going to help. And the man also added and said that the test subjects were experimenting on themselves and probably many of them were at a higher level, which is scary. The main character began to smile, telling the boss what else they should do besides conducting experiments. Law began to think about the words, saying that this makes sense. The main character began to leave, shouting to the boss to lead his team to search for nanorobots. The guy himself said that he was returning. The guy began to move away, walking near the trash can. Zio began to look at the roof, not understanding why Yang Xiaojin continued to shoot, because besides her and Luo Xinyu, there were some of his comrades in the fortress. Someone began to run towards the main character, straightening his cloak. The main character began to notice out of the corner of his eye how one of the girls began to run towards the man. The guy thought about it and decided that this Lu Yun was from the 109th fortress. The girl smiled sweetly at the guy and waved her hand. Zio looked towards the girl and realized that it was really her. The main character thought and imagined the girl with that man in his head and decided that it was not surprising that Yang Xiaojin and Luo Xinyu were able to easily obtain the status of permanent residents and how easily Yang Xiaojin was able to apply for admission to the school, because it was Yang Xiaojin asked Lu Yun to let Uncle Fugui go. The guy casually closed his eyes and, remembering the girl, decided that if this was so, then Lu Yun should also have said about his admission, because the guy was only interested in why Yang Xiaojin went to school. The main character's gaze immediately changed to one of fear as the guy decided that he could be the girl's target. Yang Xiaojin looked down with a smile on her face, holding a massive weapon in her hands. Zio was thinking about whether the girl was trying to pull him into this entire organization. Yang stood on the roof, looking at all the people. The main character began to watch something from around the corner. One of the girls worriedly began asking the guy what kind of shots they were and whether he was okay. The main character pressed himself with his hands and, closing his eyes, began to say that everything was fine and everyone should get on their bikes and leave the fortress. The whole group began to look at the main character with disbelief. People began to tell themselves to get ready. The whole group got on their bikes and began to ride away. Everyone was leaving, and one of the guys was just running after people. Yuan began to look at Zio, saying that yesterday he rode a bicycle and everything was fine. The main character began to writhe, telling his brother that he was afraid of breaking it and they needed to move faster towards the gate. Lion began to follow the magician with a smile on her face, telling him that she was afraid that the ringing would be loud for a week, so the girl called several times. The guy looked at the girl with a malicious smile, praised her and asked if others in the consortium liked his surprise. The girl began to ask the magician in surprise why they were doing this. The guy's legs began to get closer and closer. A beautiful car was driving down the street. The man began to tell Lion that a long time ago his mother married a member of the consortium for the sake of his sick father. At first the father was really better, but not for long. A few years after the wedding, the sick father died. A wedding of two people, the magician's mother scheduled him in the family, and then she fell in love with a young teacher and wanted to get married again. The man covered his eyes with his hat and told the girl what really happened. It's just human nature, but the Lai Consortium believes that a woman who marries a member of the consortium will be in it for the rest of her life, and if his mother marries again, it will be a disgrace for Lai. The girl scaredly asked the guy what happened then. The magician's gaze was thoughtful, as if remembering something. They began to carry away the mother, and then the consortium sent someone to drag the mother outside the fortress and bury her alive, and now the guy doesn't even know where she lies. People carried away their mother without even regretting it. The guy began to talk about how they were walking along the street they were walking on now. Lion began to fearfully ask the man what the crime of the other residents of this fortress was. The guy smiled, holding his hat and asking the girls why she was hiding and whether it would be better for her to go out and say hello to her friends. Xinyu began to use magic, telling the guy that she knew that he could hypnotize others with one look, so there was no need to frame the girl, and Xinyu also began to tell the guy that he did not answer her the question that she asked him. People began to look at this in surprise, and the magician himself held onto his hat and told Xin that on that day the residents of this street came to see his mother being taken out of the fortress. Some laughed, some screamed, but no one wanted to do anything to help, and not one of them said a word in defense of Mom, which meant that they were to blame. The man began to look at Lion, telling her what he knew, that something terrible is approaching at the 109th fortress, and the army of the consortium, which is supposed to protect the walls, is hiding in the university due to the arrival of various forces. Xinyu looked at the guy confidently, asking him who would defend the city, when they would arrive, and how many people would die at their hands and whose responsibility it would be. The magician looked at Xinyu with a smile on his face, telling her that they were all sinners. The girl became confident and unafraid to look at the guy, asking him if he could stop when he had taken revenge on everyone. The guy motioned to the girl to be silent and said that his saying says that justice delayed is justice denied. Xinyu began to shout to the guy, saying that justice, which is restored by evil deeds, only dishonors her, and then the girl asked the guy what the nature of superhumans is. The magician held onto his hat, saying that this was the point, calling the girl a rebel. The guy slowly approached Xinyu, telling her that when trouble happens, it is the will of the spirit that will be a person's first weapon in the face of danger. The guy pointed to his head and told the girl that his understanding of the will of the spirit is the development of the brain. The girl began to look at the guy in fear and surprise. Xinyu began to look at the guy in fear, telling him that the development of the brain was refuted before the disaster and everything that was not supported by strict evidence was just a rumor. The man began to hold his hat with a calm gaze, saying that they can claim that they are using their brain to the fullest if they still cannot say which part of it is responsible for emotions. The guy was not sure that superhumans are discovering a new area of the brain or develop it as a whole, so for now it is better for them to call it the will of the spirit. Xinyu lowered her gaze and began to angrily tell the guy that, according to him, the stronger the abilities of a Superman, the closer he is to self-destruction. The magician agreed with the girl and told her that theoretically this is so, and when the brain develops, everything will be completed 100% and people are likely to embody the will of the gods. The guy remembered Xiao and answered that decay would overtake their own body, which was unable to become a carrier of enormous will, or such a situation would arise when development reached 70%. Everyone knew that there were exceptions, that there was no point in discussing this, because they would know this answer only when humanity grows up to this. The man stood with his back to Xinyu and, together with Lion, answered that she probably came to lie in order to chat with him on this topic, so the guy began to invite the girl to mind her own business, and if Xinyu did not leave now, it might be too late. Since there were already a large number of experimental subjects here, the magician replied that he was going to see with his own eyes the destruction of the 109th fortress. Xinyu looked at the guy with anger, unable to say anything. Behind the huge wall of the city, monsters began to crawl quickly and jumped over this barrier. The monsters began to stand on this object, screaming and looking at everyone with bloody eyes. Monsters with their mouths wide open jumped over the barrier, heading into the city. All the people quickly ran away from the monsters, screaming and asking for help. People watched as the barrier that opened up the city collapsed. In one of the laboratories there was a portal that called for it in the form of wind. Xinyu, with a pistol in her hands, walked out of the portal into the laboratory, noticing that there was no one here and most likely all the test subjects were now fighting. The girl began to notice one thing on the table that attracted her attention. With quick movements, Xinyu pointed the gun at the glass thing and used the gun to shoot a bullet at it, breaking it into small particles. The girl began to look around angrily. Behind Xinyu there was a portal through which the girl came out. The heroine began to notice how the portal began to light up, and surprise and misunderstanding began to appear on the girl's face. Xinyu began to angrily look at the portal and was angry because the shadow gate did not work with the shadowless lamp and the consortium had arranged everything so that she would get caught. The girl understood that there would be no problems with her if she was trapped for a while, but Xinyu was not sure about Yang Xiaojian. Yang stood on the roof, looking down at the people. Xiao and his group of people ran away, quickly riding away on bicycles. Yuan began to look in surprise at the huge gate, not understanding how to open it. Xiao began to look at his brother with a smile on his face, telling him that he had a bomb for this case. The main character began to hold 4 cards in his hands, which the group began to look at in surprise. No one knew if this was the legendary bomb or if this thing could blow up the gate or how it would even work. Xiao began to place these 4 cards on the gate. The group began to watch as a huge explosion occurred at the gate. The fire began to fill the entire territory, breaking all the gates. A group of people began to shout and rejoice that they succeeded. Van began to open his mouth wide in surprise, asking whether it was really so dangerous to play poker. Xiao, holding a bicycle on himself, began to tell all the people to quickly leave the fortress and go north. The main character began to notice Yang Xiaojin out of the corner of his eye. The guy could not understand why she was still standing on the roof and did not leave. Xiao began to look at his group, holding a bicycle with one hand and telling everyone to go forward, and he himself would return to the fortress. The main character began to order Yudi to protect everyone and go without looking back to the north, and Xiao himself would catch up with them. The main character quickly turned around and began to run away from his people. Wang watched in surprise as Xiao ran away and told himself that he was very brave and the fortress was about to collapse and many would not be able to escape. So it was worth returning. The man decided that he should take and follow Xiao was the best decision that Wang ever taken in my life. Dan, thinking, understood that if he and the rangefinder were left alone, and even if they were able to survive the disaster in the 113th fortress, they would soon die in another disaster. The man understood that the world is too dangerous now. The girl began to hug Yun by the shoulders and ask him if he was worried about his brother. Yun began to open his mouth slightly and fearfully say that he thought whether Xiao should be reminded that he was still carrying his bicycle. The brother walked, riding a bicycle, and said that he was confident in his brother and they needed to go north. Yudi was riding a bicycle and thinking that Xiao might run away with another queen and then he would not be able to go west for the scriptures. Yun began to calm down the sad Yudi and tell him that they would just take this queen with them. The guy sighed and looked sadly at the guy and said that this was great. The group began to slowly retreat into the forest. Xiao stood with a smile on his face, holding a bicycle next to him. The guy began to talk to himself that he was in such a hurry that he forgot to leave his bicycle with his brother and the others. With all this, the storage space had long been filled with things for escaping and they were already don't throw it away. The protagonist's gaze began to look forward, listening to someone's help. People started running towards Xiao, waving their hands and asking for help. The guy calmly looked at the people, realizing that probably only at that moment did ordinary people realize what the world really was like outside the fortress. The monsters were on the street and waiting for people. In the fortress, people lived the way they wanted. Xiao understood that during this time everything outside changed by leaps and bounds, but inside the fortress everything remained the same and these people enjoyed a feeling of peace outside the walls. Xiao confidently looked forward, not paying attention to the people who were quickly running away from this city. The guy realized that the fortress that seemed to protect them had simultaneously become a shackle for their own development. The main character looked forward confidently. People ran away in fright and fear, and in the meantime monsters fell from the roof and attacked. Yang began to look carefully at these monsters and began to quickly kill them, shooting from her weapon. The monsters began to scream as the bullets hit them directly in the chest. Xiao watched the affairs on the roof and understood that fortunately, Yang Xiaojin would still be able to cope for some time, and now everyone needs to hurry up. The main character began to quickly run through the crowd of frightened people. Yang looked towards the monsters, pointing her weapon at them. A smile began to appear on the girl's face. One of the guys began to look at Xiao, who was running away, and then asked that isn't this the guy who bought a lot of food 2 days ago and who knew that danger was approaching? Everyone was wondering why he decided to return. Xiao began to look askance at the cries that asked for help. The guy knew that they really did not leave anyone alive. Monsters began to approach the main character in large numbers. The guy began to touch his weapon with anger, fingering it in his hands and walking towards the monsters. Xiao's hands gripped the weapon tightly. The guy began to jump on the monsters with all his might. His legs pushed off the ground with all their strength. With deft and fast spinning movements, Xiao began to kill the monsters. The guy stood looking up and holding a bloody sword with which he killed many monsters. One of the girls began to look at the guy in surprise, telling her mother that she was a migrant whom she forced to move to another class. People began to push and shout at the girl, asking if she knew him and if they should make the guy follow them. Xiao looked carefully ahead, hearing everything. The main character began to quickly pick up speed on the roof. The window system began to give the guy a task to save the inhabitants of the fortress. The eyes of the main character were full of surprise. Xiao began to look up at the roof, realizing that it was she. One of the monsters looked forward, licking the syringe with its tongue. The monster began to point the syringe at the man's neck. Xiao could not understand what it was now. The guy was very surprised by this and did not know how to react to it. The man's face began to turn blue and lose its natural color. The guy decided that they were really intelligent, and this was not surprising because the test subjects were attacking the fortress again. The shirt began to tear on the body of the monster, who used to be a man. The main character decided that if the monsters want to get food and expand their colony, they must occupy new fortresses and get fresh blood. The monsters developed very quickly, and it was so fast that after capturing the 113th fortress, the number increased and they had the strength to swallow the next fortress. The guy began to gain enormous speed, quickly running away from everyone. The main character decided not to think about it and decided that he needed to take Yang Xiaojin away from this place as soon as possible. The guy's legs began to quickly stop. Xiao began to stand near the house, raising his head up and watching what was happening there. The guy's determined gaze began to look carefully but forward. The hero told himself that he no longer heard the shots and was afraid that they had already reached the roof and Yang Xiaojin would have to fight in close combat. The hero's hands began to hold onto the wall. Xiao sat on the black magic, holding tightly to it. The guy decided that between 2 points this segment was the shortest, so climbing the stairs could take little time. Xiao was sorry that Yang began to repeat Luo's Inyu's ability in the morning, so the girl it took so much effort and time. Monsters were coming from different windows and jumping at the guy. The main character began to look at the two monsters and pointing his finger at himself to laugh that they wanted to stop and find out how many test subjects there were. The monsters held onto the wall with their paws and screamed loudly. Looking at the willow tree, Zio began to smile well and with a sweet smile began to tell everyone that apparently this did not scare anyone. The dark force began to climb the wall of the fortress. The guy's monster began to swing forward along with the main character. The monsters did not stop jumping. The main character, with quick movements, cut all these monsters' throats so that they would not touch anyone. The guy's strength prevented the monsters from entering the apartments. The hand of black magic began to grab the fortress. The assistant began to grab Zio's hand and pull it towards himself. The main character quickly injured the window. The guy began to sit on his magic assistant. Shots began to occur near the house, which missed the guy. The hand of black magic grabbed the roof tightly. Magic, together with Zio, began to jump high into the sky. The main character sat down on the roof, still sitting on black magic and confidently looking forward. Many monsters turned towards Zio. Taken aback, he thought that this was the first time he had encountered so many experimental subjects at once and, fortunately, he had a shadow. The main character began to walk towards them. A shadow with red eyes appeared next to him, after which he ordered her to kill all the monsters. Smiling, Yang asked if Zhu wasn't already 100 miles away. The wounded Yang sat down on the ground. Zio's face became serious. Smiling, he asked her to rest, noting that he would take her out. The monsters looked at the main character. She agreed with him with a serious face. The main character rushed to attack. The subjects were furious. Many bullets flew into the glass. Xinyu held the gun in front of her and said that the glass of the hatch was bulletproof. Beads of sweat ran down her face. She thought that the test subjects were already inside the fortress. If she couldn't get out, then Xiaojin would be in danger. Turning around, she heard Lan's voice saying that there was nothing for him that he couldn't take from them. Xinyu thought that he was already there and if the light source went out when he opened that door, she would have a chance to open the shadow gate and leave. The military man pointed the gun at the scientist's head. Crossing his arms, Lan ordered the door to be opened using a code, otherwise he would kill him. The scientist entered the code, after which the door began to open. Raising his hand, Lan declared that the hostage could leave. The frightened scientist asked if they would kill him. Lan asked if he thought his words didn't matter, noting that a scientist's life wasn't that important, but his reputation was, so he should get out. The scientist looked at Lan with interest. He started running away from there. Surprised, Lan asked if it was Xinyu. She opened a portal. He shined a flashlight on her and said that she would not be able to escape. Her portal disappeared. The doe shined a flashlight on her and said that he had not yet taken revenge on her for the day she hit him on the head, but luckily he took a flashlight to prevent her from escaping. He extended his hand and ordered the file to be given to him. Holding the hard drive in her hands, Xinyu asked if Lan thought she would believe him, noting that if he didn't back down, she would destroy the hard drive. Lan asked if her friend was still in the fortress, noting that the test subjects were advancing and if she did not help her, then Xiaojin would not survive. He assumed that she wouldn't be able to leave, so Xinyu had to hand over the hard drive, after which he would let her go. Frowning, Xinyu thought that if she didn't save Xiaojin now, it would be too late and she should take the risk and trust Lan. She tossed him the hard drive. Smiling, he caught the hard drive and said that was great and she could go. Xinyu entered the portal. Going out onto the roof, she asked if someone had already saved Ian. Standing at the edge of the roof, she noticed that even if she had been rescued, now it would be difficult for them to get out of the fortress. As she looked around the city, she wondered where they might be hiding. The shadow of the protagonist carried the wounded on his shoulders. Zio remembered the monsters on the roof and noted that he thought there would be about 6 or 7 of them and he didn't know that the fight would attract about 4 more test subjects. In his memories, a picture surfaced of test subjects jumping on him while he was trying to catch his breath. The monster struck the main character. Frowning, he stated that they didn't even have to try. He killed all the monsters with a powerful series of attacks. She and Yang covered themselves with a cloak and began to walk away from there. Her face was frightened. Lying on the shoulders of the shadow, she turned to Zio. Surprised, Yang asked where they were. Placing a finger on his face, the protagonist replied that it was a good question, noting that they were currently in the sewers. He noted that, seriously speaking, he doesn't know exactly where. Looking at him, Yang assumed that he was not badly injured, otherwise he would not have had the intelligence to say such nonsense. Taken aback, Zio thought that he would not argue because she was injured. The protagonist lit the candle and asked why Xinyu didn't take it. Saddened, Yang assumed that something had happened to her, noting that if not for the accident, she would have come. Zio looked at her with interest. Looking at the shadow with a smile, the main character thanked Mr. Zhu. Smiling widely, Yang said that her wound hurt, so Zio shouldn't make her laugh. Taken aback, the protagonist asked if they should thank him, adding that old man Zhu had returned 100 kilometers to save them. Smirking, Yang presented the chip and said that Zhu had a beacon that they secretly installed on his body, and this morning he crossed the Tungsten Mountains and headed northwest to the 178th fortress, in the direction he told him. Surprised, Yang noted that she remembered him mentioning Jing. An enraged Zio asked why they were following Zhu. She asked him not to change the subject. Stretching out her hand, she said that she hadn't thought about it. But the person she saw in the Jing mountains was obviously him, but the King Consortium had never been interested in him. Instead, they kept putting huge bounties on Zhu. Xiao stated that he had nothing to do with it and asked not to turn the tables on him. Frowning, she asked if it turns out that his superpower is to copy other people's abilities. The main character was upset. Sitting on the floor in front of a candle, he asked what it meant to copy someone else's abilities. Yang looked at him and asked him not to play dumb, adding that he copied her ability too. She emphasized the fact that she had studied her carefully and the angle at which he raised his gun was exactly the same as hers, without the slightest deviation. Yang stated that it is customary among superhumans that a superhuman cannot have two abilities at the same time, but he is different and it was because of him that the reward for the capture of Xinyu was raised. Throwing out his hands, Xiao cried out that this was not true and he would not admit it. Yang asked if that meant he would admit the rest. Raising his fist to his mouth, the protagonist suggested that they better think about how to escape from the fortress. He noticed that he planned everything and they are all wounded now, they won't run far on their own, so they need transport, but he doesn't know how to ride a bike. Looking away, Yang asked not to worry, noting that she didn't know how either. The main character tried to hold back his laughter and said that she confessed. Holding her head, Xiao revealed that Yuan was also from their group, so she obviously knew that he would go to school, but she pretended to know nothing. He noted that he had already said that he would not join them, so she need not try to win him over. Yang asked him to stop talking about it. He looked at her in surprise. Looking away, she asked why he came back and if he wanted to save her. The main character said that he forgot his wallet. Sitting in front of the candle, Yang replied that she understood everything and asked him not to worry, adding that she would not reveal his secret to anyone. She guessed that Xiao had not yet realized that he was a very powerful superhuman. She introduced her comrades and said that superhumans appear everywhere, but none of them are able to overcome a certain threshold. Xiao asked about the threshold. Yang responded that the rebels define this threshold as whether a Superman is able to ignore the power of the group. Looking at the main character, she noted that, simply put, could he destroy the battle order of the consortium? She stated that Shenton is halfway there, as his abilities are based on hypnosis and it can be seen as group versus group, but he is not necessarily as strong as he could be. Looking at Xiao's surprised face, she said that they, the rebels, call this the period of the dawn of the gods. She noted that this is because they firmly believe that one day truly powerful individuals will appear in this unusual world. Yang imagined the image of the main character in her head and thought that his abilities are now stronger than most superhumans, and his sense of battle is instinctive, an innate talent that cannot be obtained through hard work. She wondered if Xiao was their hope. The main character handed her a bar of chocolate with a grin on his face. Smiling, Yang asked if this was a candlelight dinner. Xiao asked what it was. While eating chocolate, she replied that he would find out about this later, adding that it should benefit Zhu that he sent him to the 178th fortress. The main character explained how it was. She imagined a wolf howling at the moon and said that everyone in the consortium said that the edge of the fortress is a place where powerful animals and swarms of insects accumulate. She imagined the walls of the fortresses and noticed that the 178th fortress in the northwest and the 169th wall at the edge of the northern meadows block the path not only of animals, but also of people who constantly want to invade deep into the country. Holding the chocolate in front of him, the main character asked about the experimental subjects as an example. Chewing on the sweetness, Yang replied that this was not the case, noting that she and he did. She added that the most paradoxical thing, perhaps, is that even after the disaster, wars between humanity did not stop. She introduced the image of Teacher Zhang and said that the person he mentioned was the original commander of the 178th Combat Unit, as well as the de facto manager of this fortress. Yang said that he suddenly disappeared more than 10 years ago, but no one knows why, only some assume that he was tired of the war. An image of a crowd of soldiers appeared in her head and she said that the inhabitants of the 178th fortress were waiting for his return. This was a force independent of the alliance of fortresses. She reported that in recent years, the clans on the border wanted to infiltrate the walls of the 178th fortress, but when Zhang returned, their plan failed, noting that this group of assassins still only recognizes Zhang and not money. With his hand on his chin, Xiao noted in his mind that he did not expect that the seemingly weak Master Zhang would have such a strong background. He wondered if his task of saving the fortress's inhabitants had not been completed and whether Yang should be a resident of the fortress. Looking at the puzzled Yang, he asked if she had a permanent resident card for the 109th fortress. She replied that this was not so and asked why she needed it. She noted that if you need to do something, it is better to ask Uncle Lu directly, and she does not need an ID for this. Taken aback, the main character thought that he had missed the task and needed to think about how to make up for lost time. Pulling her knees towards her, Yang said that she thought it was a little strange and it was obvious that there were still many living people on the streets fleeing for their lives, but there were so many test subjects to attack her. He seriously suggested that it was because she was not a resident of the fortress. With a calm face, he noticed that when he went to save her, he saw experimental subjects injecting some kind of medicine into ordinary people, after which they became experimental subjects. Taken aback, Yang asked if there would be more than 100,000 of them if they administered this drug to all the inhabitants of the fortress. Raising his hand, he replied that this is so and they are selective. She asked what their selection criteria were, noting that she was afraid that in order to know the selection criteria, they would have to find out how the test subjects came to be. Yang presented stacks of paper and said that they received information from the source of the flame, that the laboratory on Mount Jing belonged to them before the disaster. But during it a lot of information was lost, and even what experiment they carried out is now difficult to say. A picture of people standing in front of a sick person popped up in her head and noted that all that was known was that they experimented on cancer patients, and those, knowing that their days were numbered, sold themselves to the source of flame company and left a certain amount of money for their family. They sat in a dark sewer in front of a candle. Looking at the main character, Yang asked if it was time for them to move on. Taking out a bottle of medicine, he suggested that she first heal her wound and then see where to go. Taking the bottle, Yang stated that she could handle it herself. She put her hand to her head. Yang began to apply the medicine to the wound on her shoulder. The main character thought that it doesn't matter and he won't ask for money for the medicine. Taken aback, Yang said that she had heard about their black medicine, but did not know that it worked. She held out a lit match. She saw the wound on Zio's stomach and asked if he was also badly injured. He touched his hand to his wound. Smiling, the main character said that he was already used to it. Yang looked at him with interest. Pulling back his clothes, she offered to help. She began to smear the medicine on his wound and asked if it hurt much. Sitting with his back to her, Zio replied that it didn't hurt. His face was dumbfounded. Yang stated that there are probably many test subjects above their heads right now. They have been walking for a long time, so they must be close to the gate. She is not sure if they have a chance to get out. The main character replied that it was better to wait there until it began to get light, the experimental subjects would hide, and they would take advantage of this opportunity. Continuing to heal Zio's wound, Yang replied that it was no secret that they hated the light and he was right. Smirking, the main character stated that they had come to an agreement. Yang said with a serious face that she didn't think even her closest friends would come back to save her in such a situation. She held out the medicine bottle with a smile on her face and said that she didn't think she needed to say it out loud. Smirking, Zio replied that she had better say it. A notification appeared that gratitude had been received from Yang. The surprised protagonist wondered why she was so special that he received 10 thanks from her. They heard a sound coming from the drain. Puzzled, Zio asked where she thought they would hide during the day. Yang replied that it was in the sewer. The monster fell towards them. The main character grabbed her and said that he would carry her. Yang was taken aback by this. The shadow rushed into battle with the test subjects. Xiaojin grabbed Zio's hands. She laid him on his back and said that he was badly injured and she would carry him. Sitting on her back, the main character thought that this was strange. Monsters blocked their way. He swung his weapon, from which dark energy emanated. He cut the monsters with his katana. The test subjects crawled along the ceiling towards them. Yang began to run away from them. The main character killed them with a powerful blow. Xiaojin continued to run away. Her face was serious. Looking at her, Zio suggested that she let him go. She refused, saying that she would definitely take him out of there. The doe walked through the sewers with a smile in the company of military men and said that these stupid experimental subjects would never guess that he was hiding right under their noses. Taken aback, he asked if the soldiers had heard anything. Yang ran out to them. Stopping, Zio and Lan looked at each other. The doe began to laugh and asked if he was also resting today. The main character pointed his finger back. Stunned, Lan saw the shadow fighting the monsters and asked if Zhu was there. He and Yang began to run away and asked if Lan saw the test subjects. The doe caught up with them and screamed that nothing good would come of their meetings. Zio asked why he was running so fast. Frowning, Yang turned to Lan and stated that he was familiar with the sewers, and if you want to live, he would lead them out of the fortress. Pointing ahead, he shouted that he needed to turn left. The military fired at the monsters. Bullets flew through Zio's shadow. Taken aback, the main character asked in his thoughts to stop attacking his shadow. An enraged Zio looked at Lan, who said that he did not know that Zhu was still in the fortress and he heard that the shadow is not afraid of bullets, and this turned out to be true. He looked at the exit and said that they needed to go upstairs. Zio pulled Lan out of the sewer by the hand. Wiping beads of sweat from his face, he declared that there was no danger nearby. Lan looked at the entrance to the sewer and stated that he did not expect them to meet Zhu like this, and he was still willing to help them in their time of need. He thanked him. The enraged Lan shouted and ordered everyone to thank him. The soldiers began to bow and thank Zhu. The main character grabbed his heart and asked in his thoughts what Zhu had to do with it. Smirking, Lan suggested they go further. The monsters came out. The frightened doe began to shout that they were returning. They began to run from the crowd of monsters towards the destroyed wall of the fortress. Yang grabbed her pocket while moving. She threw several grants at the test subjects. There was a powerful explosion. Stunned, Xiao asked if she had bombs. Yang replied that she didn't anymore, noting that she only took 3. The stunned Do screamed that even if they had bombs, there would still be many more of them, and if they got out of the fortress anyway, they would no longer be able to escape from them. Standing with Xiao, surrounded by military personnel and equipment, Lan wished to enjoy a pleasant pastime. Despite the seriousness of the military and the main character, Lan saw off the tanks with laughter. There are a lot of people standing on the street. King gets out of the car. Raising his hand, he gave the fire signal. The military launched a merciless attack. The monsters go on the attack frontally. Lan, being behind the wall of the military, believes that humanity has always been able to create weapons that were feared by ghosts and gods. He thinks that maybe that's why humans once controlled the world. An armed man fires projectiles desperately. They fly straight into the test subject's chest. A calm and focused King reports to the boss that the test subjects are retreating and wonders if they should continue the pursuit, while Xiao, Yang, and the military man are tense. King, with a serious face, was deep in thought that if they engaged in a trench battle, it would be difficult to continue, and if it turned into a street battle, they would be at a disadvantage. There is joy on his face and the realization that there is no need to pursue, let it be Li's problems. As he leaves, Lan tells King that they are finally gone, to which he responds by saying that he already told him to leave early, but Lan insisted on getting Li's scientific research and also it wasn't worth it. Lan is indignant and believes that King does not yet know. But the Lis have developed technology for connecting to neurons. They no longer need to program nanorobots. The human brain is the carrier of the program. This is a very important technology. Lan suggested imagining how scary it would be to have nanorobots that could perform complex operations. King has a rather serious and tense face because he believes that there are many important technologies in the world, but this is not what they need. After all, there is nowhere to use this technology without a serious breakthrough in the field of nanorobotics. Xiao is calm and focused, Yang is scared, and Lan smiles and thinks that they can sell her to the other consortiums, pointing out to King that the Yang consortium needs her so they can sell her to them. King thanks Xiao for saving his brother and remains deeply in his debt, to which Xiao laughs and Yang looks at Xiao intensely. Lan reports that he has already paid for it, and King's face is calm again, while Xiao is at a loss. He is indignant and begins to get angry, remembering Lan that he didn't save him this time, with which he disagrees and believes that Zhu Xianchu saved him, and asks what does he have to do with it. In bewilderment, Xiao decided that this seemed to be the case. Everyone is standing on the street. King asks if Zhu Xianchu is here and where he is, to which Yang replies with a serious face that he was afraid of arrest and ran away. Xiao confirms that he ran away. Handsome informs the military man that as of today they no longer need Zhu Xianchu. The King Consortium is done with this. The military man obeys and salutes. King tells Yang that he always wondered why the rioters chose him. Hands in her pockets, she wonders if he didn't know about the nuclear testing base he built himself. Raising his hand, slightly indignant, he replies that even the Presidium of the King Consortium did not know about this base and in fact they discovered it first, after which Yang asks whether he should die because of this. She is dissatisfied and indignantly tells King that he is playing with fire when he tries to master something that is beyond the control of man, because of which the world was destroyed. Yang introduces a nuclear reactor and asks if King thinks it's a nuclear mistake, while she immediately answers that it's a human mistake and he doesn't realize how beautiful the blue glow of a nuclear reactor is, a gift to the world. Full of seriousness, Yang says that people should not try to master a power that can destroy themselves. An agitated King wonders if they have nuclear power plants, how much energy they will save, and also suggests that it could also be used to prevent wars. Unperturbed, Yang continues to argue and asks what if nuclear weapons are used for military purposes again. King exhaled and calmly answered her that in fact, neither they nor he would be able to convince each other now. Today they are comrades in arms in the face of experimental subjects, but he will wait for their visit at any time in the future and no one is obliged to be merciful. King walks away from the guys, but turns around and says that this is what Yang wants and asks if you ever thought that nanotechnology is now only used for medical purposes, but if it is used for military purposes with neural technology, what will it be like? Look, after this, he suggests that maybe Yang doesn't want to get this technology for war. Xiao calmly scratches his head and asks Lan if these nanobots are particularly useful from what he says. He replied that they used to be difficult to use, but now things are different. Lan believes that nanorobots can form new bones and muscles. Once the neurons are connected, they obey commands just like your fingers and can be used freely without being given instructions. Xiao thought about it, scratched his chin and said that he understood everything, and Lan looked at him in bewilderment and told Xiao to forget it because for him these phrases are meaningless and he is illiterate. Zio tensed, folded his hands and seriously replied that this time he scored 560 points in the exam and asked who among them was still illiterate, then asked how many points he got in the exam. The doe hugged him, laughed and asked why he was talking about this. Yang thought in surprise that Ren Zaiasu had completely lost his conscience and this already looked like self-deception. King walks ahead, turns around and repeats to Yang that they are comrades in arms today anyway, so let time judge what will happen in the future. The military man adds that they cannot use this hard drive, so Ian and the guys can take it back. She is very surprised and asks if they caught the test subjects, if they got the results and what is going on. King, with a serious face, raises his hand again and replies that they had a lot of cancer cells. He becomes even more tense and says that to be more precise, these cancer cells have reached their own equilibrium. Introducing the cancer cells themselves, he continues to say that the cells that they now find are heterogeneous in size, they contain megakaryocytes, binuclear cells, heterogeneous nuclei. But the cancer cells of the experimental subjects are another matter. They are all binuclear and are neatly located and even similar to normal human cells. Continuing to imagine these cancer cells, King throws up his hands and expresses his suspicions that this is an attempt by the former Flame Source Company to find a way to live forever. Surprised and slightly perplexed, Zio asks whether all this has been proven or is it just his assumption. King calmly looks at him and replies that these are still assumptions, because they began studying experimental subjects not so long ago and says to just listen to them. The main character is surprised, drops of sweat are running down his cheeks, he believes him and believes that he is telling the truth. King breathed a sigh of relief. Lan, standing next to King and the military man opposite Zio and Yang, says in disbelief that according to King's theory, when the test subjects attacked the fortress, the guys discovered that they were selectively injecting people with a drug. He asks if they chose people who already had cancer cells in their bodies, to which King replies that this is also part of their assumption. After looking at the main character, he suggests breaking up because he is still under house arrest. Zio indignantly asked if they were going to leave them alone and if they cared about the threat they posed to the world. King began to leave with Lan, but turned around with a grin and replied that it seemed he had never thought of them as anything more than a children's horror story. Confused, Zio thought that it was no wonder that Yang Ziojin wanted to shoot him, and lightning does not strike twice in the same place. Yang and Zio walk together. He smiles and asks about her plans for the future, to which she objects that she will return to the 88th fortress. The main character says that the 88th fortress already sounds quite far away, and suggests that in reality it is probably much worse. Yang closed her eyes and said that it was not that far, just 2 fortresses, showing 2 fingers. Zio was surprised and asked why the fortress number was like that. With her eyes still closed, she spread her hands and explained to him that the fortress used to be called the 101st, but the last consortium decided that the 88th fortress was a good name, so they changed it, so now the former 101st fortress is the current 88th. Full of bewilderment, Zio did not understand anything and asked what the point was in this and whether it was superstitious. They walked through the forest. Jan decided not to answer him and, changing the topic, asked what his plans were. The main character stretched his hands up and told her that he would first find Yan Liayuan and the others, and then they would go north. She calmly replied that then they were on their way. Zhu put his foot on a stone in the desert and said with concentration that the refugees in the trading city of Zong said to beware of bandits if he went north. A shadow with ominous glowing eyes appeared behind him, reminiscent of his dark double. He felt it and was scared. Turning around, he looked at the shadow and asked if the ability had developed and what was the use of this pot. The narrative of the story is transferred to a dense forest through which an armored car is driving and King sitting in it. Reason that if the destruction in the 113 and 112 fortresses was caused by earthquakes and natural disasters, in this case the people were helpless. He then continued to reason with his arms crossed that now the destruction of the 109th fortress meant that the survival of the human race was once again under threat from a non-human species. King looked ahead seriously and reasoned that the appearance of the test subjects told people that they should rethink this world. Lane his rice buns and asked that they would really return to the 111th fortress without resistance, and the King Consortium wants to kill the donkey when the grinding is finished, and they have done so much for them, but are still under house arrest. King, closing his eyes, said that he could call himself a donkey and not him, while Lan, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, said that this was probably not the right expression. King, still sitting in the car, said that the King Consortium was their home and asked that if they did not return, then where else should they go? Right from the forest, the voices of King were heard, who said that this time he would go back with him, and next to him he would be safe, and he should not have left him in the fortress of someone else's consortium, not knowing what he would do, and Lan answered that he didn't do anything just like that. Lan remembered the image of a black folder in his head and said that he managed to get his hands on Lai's research. Then he, turning to the side, asked why he gave it so easily to the girl from the Yang Consortium, and what if they had a breakthrough in nanorobotics, and said that it was a pity that they gave it away, while King, crossing his arms over his chest, said that no, it's not a pity, and after the destruction of the fortress, the results of the research of the Lee Consortium could be used for an external conflict in order to resolve the internal one, but they took them. King imagined in his head the image of Yang holding the information storage device, and said that, but now Yang has the hard drive, and naturally they will become their target. They can rest peacefully while the two consortiums quarrel. King looked to the side and said that he did not like fights, so giving the disc to her was the ideal solution. The doe, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, said that he was constantly involved in such things as fights and murders, and everyone thinks that he is the best in this matter. King, looming menacingly over land, said that he is the best at growing flowers, so he warns that when he returns, he should only try to touch them. The doe imagined a sexy beauty in his head and asked why he gave up his flowers, and said that he would rather touch the woman. They continued to drive through the forest as Land said that, but then again, the rebels had discovered his secret base, so they had to be on guard. And King said that they didn't find it, given the nature of the rebels. If they had actually discovered a nuclear test site, they would have razed it to the ground long ago. The narrative of the story then moves to the forest to the protagonist, and Yang as Xiao, with her hands in her pockets, asks what they really learned about the King nuclear testing base. Yang said with a serious face that no, she lied to King Zhen, and several nuclear physicists who came into contact with his people disappeared, and it was not difficult to suspect him. Xiao, waving his hand, asked that why would he do this alone behind the back of the King Consortium, and Yang, closing her eyes, answered that he was just a shadow of the actual manager of the King Consortium, so he had to do this to protect himself. Yang, in the middle of the forest, said that, by the way, it would be better if they told the public that Zhu Xianchu saved them, otherwise his power would be easily revealed. And the protagonist, turning to her, asked what? But didn't she say that Zhu Xianchu there is a beacon, and how to explain it logically? Yang stuck out her tongue while holding her cap and said that she had tricked him. She walked forward with a smile on her face while the protagonist behind her laughed in disappointment. Xiao, spreading his arms, asked that Liu Yuan was one of the rebels, and said that he saw how she covered for him. Yang, turning back, said that he was from the Yang Consortium, and they had always been developing nanotechnology, like Li, because they firmly believed that they were the future. The protagonist, lowering his head a little lower, asked what the relationship was between the rebels and the Yang Consortium, and Yang answered him that it was actually very complex. Yang imagined images of different people standing in front of each other, and said that currently the rebels with the Yang Consortium do not have common beliefs, and they gradually began to diverge, but the rebels were created by the first superhuman of the Yang Consortium. Yang, together with the surprised protagonist, walked through the forest and came across a stone with an incomprehensible sign. Yang suddenly rushed towards that very stone while Xiao watched her. Yang, running up to the stone with the sign, abruptly took out a signal light from her bag. With deft movements of her hands she opened it. Yang raised her hand with the signal fire up, standing still, and released a signal while the protagonist watched everything that happened. Suddenly, an armored vehicle jumped out of the forest at great speed. Xiao looked forward in surprise until the same armored car drove up to him and Yang standing next to him. Xinyu cried and leaned out of the car window, turning to Yang Xiaojin and saying that it was good that she was okay. King lowered his head dissatisfiedly while sitting in the car and said that he needed to go home, and the mission failed, and Luo Xinyu had the hard drive, but Fat Man Luo took it. Yang, raising her hand with the hard drive in it, said that it seemed that King Zhen's gift was a deliberate attempt to aggravate the conflict between the Yang and Lai consortiums. But this was not a problem, and relations between them were already not very good. Xinyu leaned out of the car window towards Yang with a smile on her face and said that it was not bad, and it seemed that their mission had not completely failed. Xinyu asked what but who saved her, and she saw the battle site, who could have such power. Yang placed her hand on the shoulder of the protagonist standing nearby. Yang, pointing her finger at Xiao, said that Zhu Xianchu and Ren Xiaosu teamed up to save her, and the first of them is very strong now, so they need to keep an eye on him, but he is already on his way to the 178th fortress. Xinyu, looking out of the window, said that then they could go home. Xinyu hintingly asked Ren Xiaosu if he would go with them to the 88th fortress, and the protagonist, waving his hand, said that no, and he still needed to find his brother. Yang turned back and said that she should go, he should come to the 88th fortress when he finds Yan Liaoyuan, and she will be waiting for them. Xiao stood still with a serious look and agreed to her proposal. The protagonist stood still while the armored vehicle quickly drove into the forest. Xiao suddenly opened his eyes wide and, angry, asked if they couldn't give him a lift if they were going north. The protagonist raised his gaze slightly and looked forward with great surprise. Xiao, putting his hand forward, on which small snowflakes landed, asked that it was snowing, and said that this year the first snow fell somehow early. The narrative of the story moves to Ren and Zai, who stood in front of the wounded people, and he said that they need to go north, find a team of cyclists there, and then they will survive. The wounded people standing in the middle of the city looked forward with great surprise. Then a crowd of people rushed forward, passing through the hole in the wall. The refugees walked through the forest while snow fell from the sky. Yuan put his hand forward and watched the snowflakes falling from the sky. Wang suddenly jumped up to Yuan and turned to him, saying that he had found something that could be useful, and he asked Uncle Fugu what he found from what. Wang held out a box with a picture of cards in front of him and said that he should look, and this is a package of bombs, and Yuan silently watched him. Then Yuan, throwing his hands up in displeasure, said that his brother's playing cards were bombs, but in his hands they were only good for playing cards, while Wang put them away with a smile on his face and said that he would then save them to Zaiasu. Yudi was very angry, as if he was on fire, and asked that the master was about to be kidnapped by a queen from another kingdom, and this was not where they were going to play cards. Yudi looked sharply to the side at the sudden cries of denial. The man with great force took the scarves from the woman and said that she should give them to him, and he would freeze to death. Yudi, with great anger, hit that man with his stick and threw back the air, saying that he is the reincarnation of a great sage equal to heaven, and he will deal with all the injustice in this world. Yudi, with a satisfied look, leaning on a stick, said that as punishment he would give him a small lesson, while the same man fell in front of him. The woman from whom they tried to take the scarf thanked Yudi, but he waved his head and said that there was no need for gratitude. Then the woman with embarrassment on her face said that she thought fate itself had brought them together. Yudi awkwardly scratched the back of his head, asking about fate, and the woman, pointing her finger at herself, asked that isn't he a great sage equal to heaven? Her name is Zhao Zixia. Yudi turned aside with great fear and asked that she was Zixia, and said that she was not the right age. Yuan looked forward in surprise while Zixia grabbed Wudi's jacket and said that maybe she was reborn a few years before him. Zio walked forward towards Yuan as he waved at him and said that it was his brother. Yuan, holding a mug in his hands, asked his brother that he had saved the queen of another kingdom, and he sat opposite him and extended his hand. The protagonist took a hot mug in his hand and asked what other queen, and his brother talked about Sister Xiaojin. Zio was very surprised until a grandmother with a child came straight to him and said that he should show respect and initiative and share food with the elderly and children. The protagonist abruptly got up from his seat and tried to leave, while the grandmother said that what only parents taught, and young people today have absolutely no respect for older people and compassion for children. The protagonist suddenly turned back and reasoned that no one in the trading city had ever talked about respecting elders and loving children. The child standing next to his grandmother turned to her and said that he wanted this, and pointed his finger at Yudi standing in front. Zio waved his hands, reasoning that Chen Wudi had put on his golden tiara again, and said that, but he couldn't take it, while the boy began to cry and said that he didn't care and wanted it. The grandmother suddenly pointed her finger at Yudi standing in front of her and asked what if there was something wrong with her grandson wanting to play with his headband. And do men even wear a headband on their heads? And he asked what and who said that men cannot wear headbands. The dissatisfied woman waved her hand and asked what and what was wrong with them. The adults, that they were greedy and did not allow the child to play. The boy dissatisfiedly threw something on the floor and cried, shouting that he didn't want it, but wanted it. The protagonist sat near the fire and with a serious look said that they should get out of here while he has patience, and asked that how dare they tell people what to do if they don't even know whether they will get to the next fortress. The grandmother took the child around and said that she was a member of the Lai Consortium. Theirs and the armies of the other fortresses would soon be here to save them, so he shouldn't think that he could get away with it. The protagonist said with a dissatisfied look that she should leave here. The grandmother and the child walked away from them towards the forest. Yudi squatted down and, turning to the master, asked how such people could exist in the world. Zio, closing his eyes, said to Wudi that he knows that he wants to become a hero who defends justice, but if he thinks that there should be kindness in the hearts of everyone in this world, then there must be a lot of things he doesn't saw. Yuan turned to his brother, asking where they were going next. The protagonist, pointing his finger up, said that they would go to the 88th fortress, and they had a friend there, and it would be a little longer, from 500 to 1,000 kilometers, and Yuan, turning to his brother, asked that they would have to make a lot of effort for this, and the acquaintance he is talking about is young Xiaojin. Zio, closing his eyes, said that he was talking a lot, and his brother asked with a joyful look that then how would they get there, and they couldn't go there on bicycles. The protagonist, sitting on a log, said that he would have to look for the car at the next fortress, and Yuan, sitting opposite him in front of the fire, told his brother that he just had to say that he was going to steal it, and this was not the time to be tactful. Suddenly, a loud howl was heard right through the dark forest. The protagonist suddenly turned back with a serious look. A certain man with fear on his face pointed his finger forward and said that you need to look at the hillside. A pack of angry wolves stood on a small hillock right in front of a huge crowd of people. Zio reasoned with a menacing look that these wolves were still chasing him and what was their purpose. The protagonist looked at his brother and said to follow everyone as the crowd of people ran forward. people took their bikes and prepared to ride, while Xiao continued to say that there is no need to go too fast and just don't fall behind the crowd. Yuan turned back sharply with a surprised look. Then he asked his brother that he didn't know how to ride a bicycle, and he sat on one with Yudi. The protagonist, with an embarrassed look, said that he could do it, he just lost his bike. Yuan, turning to his brother, said that then he should sit behind him, and he would be behind him, to which Xiao refused, saying that he was already an adult and should ride a bicycle himself. Yuan looked back with contempt and said that his brother was the most unscrupulous person he had ever met. Suddenly, schoolchildren in blue uniforms riding bicycles were stopped by two men and told that they should stand and hand over their bicycles. Yudi was suddenly very surprised, looking forward. He then abruptly jumped off the bike, throwing the protagonist, and shouted that the two of them had no right to behave like that in the presence of the great sage. Yudi gave 2 blows to the head of each of those men and said that the scoundrels must stand. Both men fell to the ground unconscious, with bumps on their heads and foam at the mouth. Yudi smugly said that they should be careful, and if anyone else wanted to steal their bikes, he would deal with it personally, and the schoolchildren thanked him several times. Then he, pointing his finger forward, said that they should thank not him, but his master, while the schoolchildren turned back. Xiao, holding his head in pain, said that Invincible Chen, the next time he sees something wrong on the road, just let them leave it to him, and he leaves on a bicycle, otherwise he agreed with the master. Yudi sits down on his bicycle and asks the master that why people constantly hurt others to get what they want, and the protagonist, holding his shoulders, says that it is because of the vile human nature. Yudi suddenly asked what and why people want to get something for nothing. Xiao, holding on to him, said that it was also because of meanness, and Yudi was riding a bicycle and, turning to the master, asked what he thought, whether he could continue to fight for justice if there were so many bad people around, and suddenly the one he saved seems like a good person. Then Xiao, in the guise of a sage, said that if he wants to save someone, then he needs to save, and if he finds out that this is a bad person, then he needs to beat him well with a stick, and Yudi, scratching his head, listened and said that the master was right. The protagonist, folding his hands to his chest, said that, in addition, in the future he will meet more and more people, and if he continues to worry about all sorts of little things, he is afraid that he will quickly get tired. Yudi was riding a bicycle and said that then he would pay attention to global problems. Xiao, hearing him, simply remained silent and then smiled. The protagonist abruptly dismounted from the bicycle and, holding his ally by the shoulder, said that he must stop, and the wolves would no longer pursue them, otherwise they would never have managed to escape. People on bicycles suddenly stopped in a clearing. Yuan turned around sharply with great surprise. An angry wolf appeared out of nowhere right in front of a crowd of people. Yuan, turning towards his brother, asked that he didn't think that these wolves were strange, and the protagonist, standing nearby, passed that he felt it too. Yuan said with a serious look that it seemed to him that the wolf leader was looking at him from afar, and he felt his gaze. Then Xiao pointed his finger behind him and said that Yuan and Wudi should be on duty together for now. He would enter the forest and take a look. Wudi and Yuan obeyed his orders. Then the protagonist slowly walked away towards the forest. Several people looked at Xiao as he passed by with great disdain. A man approached a girl with pink hair, asked if she was Fang Yujing, and said that it was really her, and he was her fan and really wanted to come to the music festival. But all this happened. Fan, turning sides kindly, said that it was good that they were alive. Then she suddenly looked away with a dissatisfied look. Fan looked ahead with a frightened look and simply remained silent. At this point, the protagonist approached a pack of wolves and reasoned that there was something wrong with these wolves, and they seemed to be keeping their distance from them. Xiao looked forward menacingly, waiting to see if they really thought they were prey. The protagonist stood right in front of an angry wolf, in whose mouth there was a hair. The wolf abruptly released its prey from its mouth and threw it down. Xiao asked with great surprise what this was for him. The wolf at the same moment nodded his head approvingly. Then he turned around and left, leaving the hare near the protagonist. Xiao touched the hare's corpse and, scratching the back of his head, wondered if wolves were really so friendly that they were ready to share their prey. Immediately after this, the protagonist returned to camp with a hare on his shoulder. Yuan, turning to his brother, asked that he himself had caught the hare, and Xiao, approaching him, said that the wolves had given it to them and their leader seemed to bear no ill will towards them. Yuan, scratching the back of his head in puzzlement, asked what the wolves gave away, and the protagonist said that they could calm down, and at least they did not need to be afraid that the wolves would attack them. Xiao then sharply looked back at the other people and said that even though they now have a hare, it does not make the situation any better. And the refugees are not doing anything now because they all ate and slept today, but many have been starving for the past 2 days. The protagonist immediately noticed that hungry people are capable of anything, while several people turned back. Yuan resolutely said that he and his brother should set an example for them in the future so that they would not even think about it. Zio looked forward with his eyes wide open. The protagonist, throwing himself on the ground, said that as soon as chaos began, he would have to resort to murder. Suddenly, Teacher Jing asked Zio that he had a weapon that he was not using and if he could borrow it. The protagonist turned back with great surprise and confusion. Jing stood right in front of the protagonist and said that she and her students took a lot of food with them, and although the refugees are now more attracted to the hair, they may begin to hunt the students as well. She put her hands on her chest and said that she must protect them, and the protagonist silently looked at her. Zio held out pistols forward, asked Teacher Jing if she knew how to use weapons, and she answered that no, she did not know how. The teacher collected the gun from the hands of the protagonist, while he asked that why not give the gun to the students, and said that he thought Wang Yuchai was strong enough, he should train. Jing, holding a pistol, said that their task is to study, not to kill, and she is their teacher and must protect them as long as she can. She does not want them to bear these sins. Other people approached the teacher and the protagonist's companion directly. Zio, putting the hare's corpse aside, turned to Chen Wudi and said that he must protect. People with knives in their hands went to the protagonist and said that there were only a few of them, and asked how they could eat so much food in front of everyone. Then one of them, pointing the knife forward, asked what was the point of talking to him, and he was just a child. The man stabbed his knife directly at Zio, who grabbed his hand while he said it was impossible. The protagonist then broke the man's arm. Zio looked to the side with a menacing look, asking who was next as the man fell to his knees in front of him. Another crowd of people approached the schoolchildren and the teacher and said that they needed to attack the students, and they were defenseless. Jing sharply pointed the gun at the people approaching her and said that they should stop. The teacher and Yudi, holding their weapons in front of them, were ready for battle. Suddenly, strange shadows in the form of humanoid monsters appeared right in front of Yudi. Bullets scattered around the area, and one of them hit the man directly in the chest, sprinkling everything in blood. Jing fired her pistol while holding it with both hands. The protagonist watched everything that was happening and reasoned that in their world, even such a good person as Teacher Jing is forced to shoot to kill. The girl approached the teacher and, hugging her, said that everything was fine, everything was fine. Jing cried, lowering the gun down, and asked that if she does not go to hell, then who will? Suddenly the teacher looked in surprise at the blood clots that surrounded her. Then, out of nowhere, a scarlet red flower appeared in her hand. Jing spread her arms to the sides as red petals began to float around her. She sharply squeezed the flower branch in her hand, and red petals rushed towards the man. The man watched with great surprise as the flower petals destroyed the stick in his hand. Zio watched everything that was happening and reasoned that she had become a Superman. The teacher held a pistol in one hand and a red flower in the other, while one of the students noticed that Teacher Jing had also become a Superman. Ban looked at the gun in his hand with great surprise. The protagonist, turning sharply in his direction, said that becoming a Superman has nothing to do with killing people with a pistol, it is simply the effect of changing the will of the spirit. Wang, inspired by the sight, asked that then how he could change her, and said that if he became a Superman, he would be able to prove himself to Dallin. Zio leaned over to Wang and said that he should not think about it, and not everyone can become a Superman, and even without this, a person can still live a good life, and he said that this is also true. Then the protagonist suddenly said that okay, guys, we need to divide the hair. School children and a teacher were sitting around the fire, and the protagonist reasoned that one of the differences between wild nature and fortresses is that here no one can stand on the moral high ground and point fingers at others. Zio and his allies sat by another fire and reasoned that in the past, everyone thought that as long as there were many people, they would create more noise, thereby achieving results, but in the wild, only the strongest can get more resources to survive. Other people looked away with contempt while the protagonist continued to reason that it never occurred to these people that if they united, it would not be difficult for them to catch a wild goat, pheasant or duck, and after people stopped controlling the numbers animals, there are many more of them. Zio ate fried rabbit meat and reasoned that they don't even think about the fact that many things need to be obtained on their own. The protagonist took a bite of meat and looked at the thoughtful Yudi. Zio suddenly asked what was the matter, and he replied that it just seemed to him that this group of people, like a black shadow, wanted to absorb him, and asked the master what happened to the world. Zio looked to the side as the system notification window announced the task of helping Chen Wudi stabilize his condition. The protagonist put his hand on Yudi's shoulder and said that people are faced with an ugly reality and gradually begin to feel that everything is meaningless, so they want to quickly find a ray of light in the Dark Kingdom, and asked that if he feels that he is being swallowed up by darkness, does this mean that he is this light? Yudi looked to the side with a smoky look and asked the master if it was true. Zio closed his eyes approvingly and said that this was the absolute truth, while the system notification window notified that the task was completed and he received 1 power. The protagonist, with a thoughtful look, reasoned that there was only 1 point of strength, but he wanted to learn a few basic scrolls so that he could later copy the skill of riding a bicycle. Then Xiao, holding out a piece of meat towards Yudi, said that he should already eat his meat and go to bed, and he had a long day ahead, to which he agreed. Immediately after this, the story's narrative shifts to the next morning when the protagonist and his allies woke up and began to get ready. Several people suddenly walked straight towards Xiao and his friends. A certain man said that these were Li's people and he knew that they would not leave them. A man in armor, standing right in front of a crowd of people, asked where they came from. One man shouted that they were residents of Fortress 109 and fled from there. The armored soldier then said that they were not here to rescue them and they were ordered to go to Fortress 109 to destroy the invaders, and they were only responsible for transporting them back to the fortress, not providing food. A man from the crowd of people asked what should they do when they return, and will they become vagabonds outside the walls, saying that they are the real residents of the 109th fortress, while the soldier replied that there is no need to worry about it, and the Lai Consortium issued a new call, and men of the right age can go into the army and women into the factory to sew new military uniforms. His ally also came right up to the soldier, and a car pulled up while he said that the number of refugees needed to be counted. The men and women needed to be separated and 2 cars should be sent to escort them back, let the private army take care of them. The protagonist, standing in a crowd of people, discussed whether the Lai Consortium was planning to forcefully take people into the army and whether this would concern them, while Yuan asked her brother what they should do. Xiao said with a serious face that they couldn't do anything about it, and they first needed to go back to the 109th fortress and then find a way to leave. The protagonist turned towards Jing and said that now it was her turn to protect Sister Xiaoyu, and he would take care of the boys here, and he needed to be careful, while she said that it was good, and he should be careful too. Wang approached the soldier with a cigarette in his hands while Xiao said goodbye to his brother. Jing helped Xiaoyu climb into the car's trailer. Then a huge military vehicle drove straight down the road in the forest. The protagonist in the trailer of the car asked Wang that he asked them how things were with the other fortresses, and he answered that yes, and the Lai Consortium declared a military alert, and apparently there would be war. Xiao, sitting in place, reasoned that there is a war, but does Lai have the confidence to fight it by relying on nanorobots? And if so, then it seems that the hard drive was given away on purpose, and if Yang Xiaojin and the others are going to use it, then they need to check it, and suddenly it's a trap and dangerous after all. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story is transferred to a huge gate towards which 2 cars ran. People got out of the car, and the soldier said that they would not like to force them to join the army, but this is an order from above and they cannot do anything. The man said that he had bad knees and could not be a soldier, and the woman said that they did not know how to sew and simply had not done this before, while the protagonist watched everything that was happening. The soldier said that they will learn, and he is well acquainted with Mr. Lai, who is in charge of conscription, and if they have any ideas, he can help them convey them. But they are unlikely to be able to talk their way out, and the protagonist, depending in his direction, reasoned that it was better to start talking now. Wang whispered in the soldier's ear that he welcomes him, and his name is Wang Fugui, and he has more than 100 medicines and 5 good quality wristwatches, but they have too many people who want to be liberated, more than 20 disciples. Van asked what he thought the students could do, and literally nothing, because the students are the basis of their future. And isn't it a pity that now they are forced to become soldiers and Swedes? And the soldier, lost in thought, stood still, then he waves his hand, saying, 100 girls can be freed, but not boys. In truth, men of military age should join the army. If he crosses the line, he will be shot tomorrow, while Wang condemned that he doesn't really care about others. But Xiao doesn't, you can't join the army. Then Van would let the protagonist down and say that you just need to look at this man, but not at his pretty face, and he is just looking after him. He will not be afraid of his jokes, so you will say that he is his uncle and is not suitable for the army because age. Then the soldier put his hand on old man Wang's shoulder and said that he has no conscience, and it doesn't work like that, and only girls can be exempted by medicine and watches, and boys are already adults, so they cannot be exempted from military service. Wang, holding Xiao's shoulder, said that it would be great to be freed from labor duty. When the time comes, they will bring everyone to the fortress, and if one day they have to escape, they can gather people together, while the protagonist reasoned that it seems that this is the only way out, and who is happy in troubled times, and everything is not so bad. The same soldier asked that they were probably recruits, said that they should let him introduce himself, and his name was Lai Qingzheng. Zhen pointed with his hand to the side and said that now he will take them to the military registration and enlistment office for a medical examination and tell them the good news. And once they pass the test, they will have the opportunity to return to the fortress. It depends on their own luck. Xiao and Wudi looked ahead displeasantly and wondered what this even meant, and what kind of medical examination could determine whether they could enter the fortress or not. The protagonist, along with other people, stood next to the soldier right in front of the tent. Jing, pointing to the side, said that she was taking them for a medical examination and wished them luck, while Xiao reasoned that Liaoyuan and Wang Dalan would not join the army because they were still small. They would not have problems with Sister Xiaoyu and Teacher Jiang, and Uncle Fugui's resourcefulness will not put them at a disadvantage. The man spread his arms to the sides, said that he could go to the fortress, he would live there, and the soldier put his hand on his shoulder and said that this was luck, and in one moment the refugee reached the top. The protagonist looked at the refugees and wondered whether this medical examination would be related to Li's nanorobot technology. Xiao, along with other people, entered the tent and reasoned that this device looked very interesting. The scientist standing next to the man sitting on the strange device said that the synchronization is 81%, and it passes and records it in personal files. The protagonist asked what synchronization meant, and Jing said that he did not know. But if he passed, then he was in the barrier detachments, and if not, then his soldier. The man sitting in the apparatus asked if he could go into the fortress, and the scientist wrote something down in a notebook and said that he congratulated him, asking his name. That man said with joy on his face that his name was Lin Kai. Then the scientist, looking at his notebook, said that the next one should come in. Xiao sat in the machine, and a strange helmet was put on his head, while he reasoned that it felt like some threads were trying to communicate with his brain. Suddenly, these very strange threads approached the huge gates in the protagonist's mind, and he reasoned that why they broke off as soon as they touched the palace. The scientist looked at the monitor screen with great surprise and asked about 0% synchronization and how this is possible. Then he wrote something down in a notebook and said what to write down, that the connection with the neurons was completely broken, and Xiao, sitting in the device, reasoned that it was a complete failure and even a little offensive. The protagonist has approached the doctor and says that he thinks he can be examined again, and there must be something wrong with the equipment, otherwise the synchronization level would not be so low. Then the scientist, turning over the page in his notebook, said that he should not waste their resources in the next room. Jing pulled Xiao away, who shouted to the doctor that he should give him another chance, and the scientist said that he had already encountered this many times, and every time he tried the same thing. Yudi sat behind a strange device while the scientist asked why there was no answer and the data was not displayed, and it apparently really broke down. Then the scientist turned to his assistente and said that he needed to send the device back to the fortress for testing, and perhaps there was something wrong with this nanorobot. He pressed the red button, and a space opened up in which stood a flask with a blue liquid. Yudi looked in surprise at the scientist, who asked that the synchronization was at the level of 1% and why so little in the hall of the next one. Jing turned to the guys standing next to him and said that they should follow him, and they must first register, and from now on they will be his soldiers, from now on they will eat and drink with him. Xiao held out bills towards the soldier and, turning to Captain Lai, said that he must take care of him from now on. Jing read the money and said that he should not worry, and he just became an officer, and not a bureaucrat, so they will be brothers, and the protagonist asked what and where they will go. Then Jing replied that the outpost, of course, and it would all be theirs. However, they don't have a new uniform, so they'll get by somehow, and Xiao thoughtfully reasoned that this Lai Qingjang is just the commander of a group of a private army, so how can he command the entire front line, and besides, they weren't even given military uniforms, so they'll have to defend the post in their clothes, and isn't that too hasty? Xiao asked what they would do at the post and isn't it behind the fortress, and Jing answered displeasedly that there were still workers outside and they should protect them from sudden attacks. Then the captain with an enthusiastic look said that they should not worry, and he, liking Jing, from a young age studied martial arts with a blacksmith in a trading town and is proficient in many types of wrestling. And the protagonist reasoned that this is the call for you, and he was taken into some kind of motley army. Jing beat his chest and said that although he looks a little skinny and has no synchronization at all, his brother Lai will protect him, so he shouldn't be afraid, and the protagonist thanked brother Lai. The disciples with a disappointed look reasoned that, alas, he was still too young to know the strength of their brother Ieyasu. Jing, along with the others, approached the car and said that the guys should get into the car and they would go to the post. Suddenly, 2 bundles of paper landed next to the protagonist's feet. Xiao immediately bent down and picked up one of them. The protagonist turned sharply towards Yuan, holding a note in his hand saying that they would settle in a trading town, and nothing happened. Immediately after this, Xiao and the others were sitting in the trailer of a car that was driving straight through the forest. The protagonist, lost in thought, imagined the image of his allies and reasoned that he would have to wait to find out what was happening before they left with Liaoyuan and the others. A female scientist approached the building and thought that the size of nanorobots is only 4 nanometers, and the total number of nanorobots in a test tube is incalculable. She entered the building and, holding a test tube in her hand, reasoned that if only one went bad, it would not affect the test results, but if the whole test tube got bad, that would be a problem. A female scientist would approach the girl sitting at the reception and say that she wanted to see Mr. Li, and she would say that she should just tell her what happened and she was very busy right now. Then the female scientist said that they had a small accident here and they needed to tell Mr. Lee about it, and his secretary said that she should leave her his contact information and she would let him know. But today, due to operator error, they were destroyed. There are nanobots in many fortresses, so Mr. Lee is busy. The girl scientist held the papers in her hands and asked that they were destroyed due to operator error, and said that, but during the test there were no problems with operation. She then gave a test tube of nanorobots and said that she would wait for her message, but she had to tell Mr. Lai that there was no operational error when their nanorobots were damaged, and it was very suspicious. The secretary took the test tube in her hands and said that it was good, and she submitted an application for expedited review, and the scientist thanked her. Then the secretary went to the rack with test tubes and put the next one on one of the shelves. At this moment, Zhu, sitting on his summoned shadow, made his way through the snowdrifts. Suddenly, he was surrounded by warriors with weapons and they said that this is the 3rd Combat Brigade of the 178th Fortress. He must say where he is from. Zhu, with a joyful look, continuing to stay on his shadow, asked that the 178th Fortress was located here. He raised his hand with a strange piece of paper in it and said that he was Zhu Xianchu from Fortress 113. And this was a letter of recommendation from Zhang Jinglin. Then the soldiers came closer to him and asked that he was a Superman, and where he had 2 abilities, and Zhu replied that he did not know that there couldn't be 2 of them. One of the soldiers took the letter of recommendation in his hand and said that it was indeed written by Commander Zhang, and the code word also matched. Then they lowered their weapons, standing next to the brick fortress, and said that he should come with them, and he came from the 113th fortress. It is not close, and Zhu answered that he came from the 113th, went to 112. Why? Then I had to go to 109th, and finally he came here. One of the soldiers asked him that all the fortresses he had visited had been destroyed as they approached the building together. Zhu rarely perked up and said that he didn't do it. A military vehicle was driving through a mountainous area on a dark night. The protagonist looked sharply to the side and reasoned that they must already be tens of kilometers from the fortress. Suddenly, a military vehicle approached a small strange building in the middle of the mountains. Xiao got out of the car and reasoned that there was no one here, so it was no surprise that Lai Qingjing said that the entire outpost belonged to them. Zhang pointed his finger at the structure behind him and asked that they saw the top of the mountain, and said that every day, 5 people take turns at the observation post there to observe the enemy's situation and report to their superiors if any situation arises. The protagonist reasoned with a serious look that 30 people have only 11 machine guns and more than 20 magazines, and if you go on reconnaissance like that, isn't it the same as being cannon fodder? Xiao, looking confused, asked what and after the report, while Zhang, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, said, well, after the report. Then he, spreading his arms, said that they need to think about it, and the Lai Consortium has a regular army. If there is a danger, they will take care of it, and asked what kind of danger they need to worry about then. The protagonist asked with a menacing look what if other consortiums start a war. Zhang, with a confused look, asked that this was impossible, and what other wars were there in their age, and said that he had never seen a real war in his life. Xiao raised his hand to his chin and reasoned that yes, if you think about it carefully, war seems like something very far away, but the Lai Consortium is already preparing for war, and won't this affect them? Jing spread his arms apart, saying that it's okay, and there's no need to think about it, but it's better to keep your head on your shoulders, and he will take them to the mountain to see where they will work. They would then approach Shang, pointing at them, saying that from the top of the hill there would be a better view, and there was the Lai Consortium's oil refinery, and their outpost was right behind it. Zhang pointed his finger back and said that if they saw anything unusual, they should report it via satellite phone to the fortress. The protagonist looked at him with his hands in his pockets while Zhang asked that this is not a difficult job, is it? Then Xiao suddenly asked if he knew where the 88th fortress was, and Zhang, scratching his head, said that no, he didn't know. The protagonist, with a confused look, reasoned that he should have asked Yang Xiaojin earlier, and now he will have to continue questioning. He doesn't know what Yang Xiaojin is doing now. Then Xiao, with an embarrassed expression on his face, recalled the image of Yang and reasoned that why should he even know this, and why should he care? Zhang said, calling him brother, that he knew that he wanted to leave, but regarding the current situation. Zhang continued to speak, imagining in his mind the people standing next to the fire, that even if they flee from here back to the market town, they may not be able to take the people away, and the barracks there are destroyed, and there are quite a lot of them, and the goal is too obvious. Zhang put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and said that he was inviting him to stay here, then he would transfer him to the city when there was an opportunity, so that he could still be with his family and friends, and he, waving him off, said that it was good, and he leaves it to Captain Li. Xiao suddenly asked Captain Lai why he became a soldier. Zhang asked with great embarrassment that if he had money, would he join the army, as he thinks, and the Source of Flame Company buys the blood of superhumans. Then Captain Li cried and said with great dissatisfaction that $1 million is for a small drop, and if he were a Superman, He would sell his blood every day until these companies go bankrupt, and the protagonist silently watched him. Jing sighed heavily and said that, to be honest, they, students from the fortress, came here as soldiers, studied for more than 10 years, accumulated so much knowledge, and all in vain. Xiao suddenly took out 2 books from somewhere and said that he had textbooks with him, and he would invite everyone to study when they got used to it. The protagonist, with a smile, opened one of the books and, standing in front of the horrified students, said that life is long, and tomorrow he will be betrayed by a friend, and the day after tomorrow by his beloved, but never by mathematics and natural sciences. At the same moment, right on a small hillock, a monster wolf howled loudly. The wolf looked forward straight at the protagonist with a menacing look. Jing, greatly frightened, asked that there were wolves on the mountain. Captain Lai turned his head sharply back, saying that he needed to retreat and return to the post, while Xiao stood behind him. The wolf walked forward and carried the corpse of a wild animal in its mouth. The wolf slowly walked forward and, stopping, let the corpse of the animal fall directly to the ground, while the protagonist and his allies stood in front, next to the gate. Jing looked forward with great surprise, his mouth open, while Xiao, watching them, reasoned about what these wolves needed. Then the wolf sharply turned back, leaving its prey, and left. Jing looked with great surprise at the wild animal lying on the ground and asked what the wolves gave them. Captain Lee laughed with a joyful look and said that he did not expect that when he came to this mountain, even the wolves would pay tribute to him. From that day on they should call him the Wolf King, and the protagonist, looking at him, reasoned that this guy really likes to show off. Jing, pointing at himself with a finger and seemingly with wolf ears, said that the mountain on their side was called Kunshan, and from now on he would be the Wolf King of Kunshan. Yudi took a stick in his hands and, turning to the master, asked what he was going to fight with this monster, and the protagonist whispered in his ear that not yet. Yudi, with saliva dripping from his mouth, said that he understood that they would fight him later, when necessary, and so, now that they were eating the big-eared sheep. Xiao, Imagine the Sage, said that right now. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story moves to a detachment of soldiers who were sitting around, meat being roasted over a fire. And Zhang said that in fact, when he first found out that he was applying for this position, he was quite uncomfortable. Captain Lee cut off a piece of meat with his knife and said that they were in the wilderness, which means that in case of danger they are cannon fodder. Xiao, with huge up to 8, looked at the sides, reasoned that this is true, he understands this too. Zhang smelled the aroma of kunshan, and eating meat all the time is not so bad, and the lamb smells so delicious. Captain Lee was at the same moment biting off a piece of fried meat from his knife. Zhang cried with joy while eating the meat, and reasoned that he had heard that the big shots of the fortress constantly eating fried meat. Cook it with lemon juice, onions and spices, and without specially preparing it so that the meat is juicy, and this is not the case here tasty. But whatever. Yudi ate meat and, turning to the master, asked what he thought, why lemon and onion were needed with meat. Xiao, thinking, Imagine splashing lemon juice into a person's face, and said that, probably, in order to squeeze the lemon into the other's eyes in order to quickly take the meat before he came to his senses, which Yudi was surprised at. An armored vehicle was driving straight through the mountainous area. Zhang ate the meat skewered and asked why anyone would come to the wilderness at such a time. At the same moment, the armored vehicle stopped in place, and 2 people in green uniforms got out of it. Captain Lee saluted and said that he welcomed the colonel to his post and asked to instruct them in their work. The colonel looked with great surprise at the soldiers who were roasting meat, and said that he did not expect that they were so drought resistant, and he visited dozens of posts, and they were so miserable, in which case they should drag 2 chairs here. The protagonist looked forward with great surprise and reasoned that the inspection was in the middle of the night. 2 chairs stood right next to the roasted lamb carcass, and Zhang addressed the gentleman, saying that they should sit down. Captain Lee sat down on the ground, and the colonel with a dissatisfied look asked that he told him to sit down, and he should move aside. Zhang, with a frightened expression on his face, scratching the back of his head, said no and stood up. The colonel and his subordinate cut the meat, skewering it. Spit suddenly flew straight onto the meat of the roasted lamb and left a wet mark. Yudi asked the master that 2 demons were too much, and Xiao waved his hand, saying that there was no need to rush. The colonel and his subordinate were unhappy with the meat, while the protagonist reasoned that they were traveling alone at this time of day, and it did not look like they had heavy firearms, and did they really have anyone to rely on. The colonel, standing near his car, said that they must guard their posts well and report any hostile actions as soon as they see them, and if there is a delay, they will all be court-martialed, and for this the only punishment is death by firing squad, until Zhang, standing in front of him, said that yes, he would follow the post. Immediately after this, the armored vehicle drove out at great speed through the mountainous terrain. The student asked that they simply would not let them go. Jing asked what else they could do. Captain Lee, with a frightened look, sighing heavily, turned back and said to put out the fire, go to bed, and human life in this world is even worse than that of the dogs of Lee's consortium. Someone asked what about the lamb, while Jing left and said to cut out the meat where they didn't spit, and they would eat the rest tomorrow. Xiao waved his hand and said with a smile on his face that it's okay, let them go to bed, they will clean everything up. The protagonist turned to Chen Wudi, saying that he must take care of them, and he leaves, and he obeyed the order, while the students said that their squad leader was great. At the same moment, the armored vehicle continued to drive at high speed through the mountainous terrain with music inside. The guy in the green uniform said that he saw their scared eyes. They can really feel the power of the Lai Consortium on this land, while the colonel, driving the car, said that it is funny that they look at him with anger, but they dare to speak out. The guy in the green uniform said with an arrogant look that this time he was returning to get the second stage of synchronization, and at this time more nanorobots could be introduced into the body. The guy in the green uniform was saying that there were rumors that there was a child of the Lai Consortium in Fortress 107 who had already passed stage 2, and the colonel was driving the car and said that they should be worried and everything was just beginning. Suddenly, the protagonist jumped straight onto the roof of the armored vehicle. The guy in the green uniform and the colonel, greatly surprised, were discussing what this was in a Superman. Then they suddenly jumped out of the car and ran in different directions while the protagonist watched them. The guy in the green uniform and the colonel jumped back, landing on the ground, while Xiao took a fighting stance, clenching his hands into fists. The colonel, brushing off the dust, said that he was afraid that the only ones who could attack them at this time were the people from the outpost, and the guy in the green uniform said that he did not know that there were superhumans at this small post. Then the colonel, surrounding himself with energy, said that he was the first Superman to encounter the power of nanorobots, and this was a great honor for him. Xiao rushed forward with great strength and speed and hit the colonel. The protagonist held the colonel right by the throat and broke his neck with a crash. The guy in the green uniform ran forward with great fear while Xiao let go of the colonel's lifeless body. The protagonist rushed forward with great speed, swinging his fist right in front of the guy in the green uniform. Xiao struck his fist straight at that same guy's back and broke his spine. The protagonist dusted off his hands, reasoning that he did not think that they would fall before him, while two corpses lay on the ground next to him. Xiao seemed to sparkle with a smug look and reasoned that this fighting atmosphere was just a waste of his emotions. The protagonist took off the clothes from the guy in the green uniform and held them with a smile on his face, reasoning that what if it would come in handy later, and this is the uniform of Colonel Lee's consortium, and he couldn't just lose it. Xiao then took two naked human corpses, placing them on his shoulders, reasoning that there was a lake on the mountainside and he would destroy the evidence there. The protagonist found himself near the lake and threw two corpses directly into the water. Strange white particles flew out of the lifeless bodies of the colonel and his subordinate. At the same moment, these same white particles headed towards Xiao, while he reasoned that these were nanorobots. A large number of buttons suddenly began to be pressed on the typewriter at great speed. On a piece of paper it was written that you need to restart the program, restore factory settings, clear the Univision program and get started. The protagonist wondered if this meant he could control nanobots while he was surrounded by white particles. Xiao held a ball of nanorobots in his hand and reasoned that it was no wonder they were so weak, and it turns out that there are so few nanorobots in the body. A white glove appeared right on the protagonist's hand, and he reasoned that he had also acquired a protection system for himself or something like that. Xiao struck the air, spreading its streams throughout the area. The protagonist looked at his glove with a satisfied look and said that when he heard Luo Lan talk about nanorobots before, he laughed at him, saying that it was all superstition, and blamed himself for being too young, and if he gets a nanorobot as armor, he would no longer need to use the day to block bullets. Xiao suddenly removed the nanorobots from his hand, reasoning that he still needed to attract more members of Lai's consortium here and get more nanorobots to understand whether it worked or not. The protagonist walked through the mountainous area and reasoned that two of the employees of the Lai Consortium disappeared when they went for a check, and someone will probably have to investigate this case. I wonder if they will have nanorobots, and hope so. Suddenly, a monster wolf stepped on a small hillock with its paws. Xiao looked with great surprise at the wolf sitting on top, and reasoned that what a coincidence, and he again encountered the wolf leader. The protagonist waved his hand and with a smile on his face said that they should talk, to which the leader of the wolves was very surprised. The protagonist stood in the middle of the forest right in front of the wolf, and they were both simply silent. Xiao awkwardly scratched his cheek and asked that he gave him a hare and a ram, and maybe he could give him something too. The wolf, licking his paw, was very surprised. The protagonist, spreading his arms to the sides, asked that he did not know how to speak, and therefore he would give him several options for gifts, and said that let him look at himself, and he is always alone on the mountain, and he understands that all leaders are lonely, but why not give him a wolf king from Kunshin to keep him company? They are both wolf kings, maybe they will have something in common. The leader of the wolves, hearing this, was very surprised and frightened. Zio extended his hand with the pistol in it forward and said that if he did not want the Wolf King, then he could take this. The leader of the wolves pushed the protagonist's hand with the pistol aside and simply remained silent. The protagonist held out an incomprehensible jar to his hand and asked what and how about this, and said that he should not be too picky, otherwise they would not be able to continue to communicate so pleasantly. The wolf leader sniffed that same jar in Zio's hand with great joy. The wolf abruptly grabbed the can with his mouth and quickly ran away into the forest, and the protagonist, looking at him, said that he did not think that he, in his prime and with such big eyes, would need this. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story moves to a strange building in the dark night, which Zio entered as he opened the door. The protagonist lay down on the mattress lying on the floor and reasoned that okay, everything is ready and he went to bed, he has to get up early tomorrow. It was still night outside, when suddenly a light turned on in one of the rooms on the second floor of the building. At this moment, the leader of the wolves had intimacy with the she-wolf and howled loudly. The soldiers were leaving the barracks, and Jing asked what was wrong with the wolves and what they were doing in the middle of the night, and the protagonist said that they were probably hunting, and who knows. Suddenly one of the soldiers asked that they weren't calling their comrades to attack the post, and the other said that there was no point in calling for help. If even one of their hundreds attacked, they would die immediately. Zio turned sharply in their direction and said that he didn't think so, and they weren't there. They asked what? How did he know? Jing, waving his hand, said that they need to forget and go to sleep, and they are not attacking them yet, and does not know whether the wolf pack will give them anything tomorrow. The protagonist looked at the forest and mountains in confusion and reasoned that maybe it would be worth explaining to the wolf leader the effect of the medicine. And, after all, there is a difference between external and internal use, otherwise they will not be able to send them supplies, and he will remain a loser. The next morning, near the military barracks, a huge number of corpses of various animals lay, and the soldiers looked at this with great surprise and asked whether he was really the Wolf King. Jing asked with great surprise that he was really the Wolf King of Kunshan, and the protagonist looked at him with contempt. Captain Lai pointed his finger to the side and said that okay, and he needed to divide it and take it to the kitchen, and after a couple of days, sneak back to the city and take some of it to their companions, and his life became happier than in the market town before, until Zio, looking at him, talked about being happier. Woody, holding the carcass of an animal on his shoulder, asked the master what happiness is, and Jing, together with the protagonist, held the pipes of another animal and said that everything is simple, and isn't happiness in eating meat every day. Zio, turning towards Woody, said that everyone's happiness is different and asked if he was happy when he defeated demons, and he, with sparkling eyes, said that he was very much so, while he added that well, this is happiness. The protagonist looked down and thought that it was interesting how Liaoyuan was doing. Immediately after this, a huge military vehicle drove straight towards Jen, driving past the forest and mountains. Captain Li quickly ran up to the military truck, which suddenly stopped in place. Jing asked the soldier what brought him here. The helmeted soldier asked if any of the guards came here the other day. Jing told him that two very young officers came and stayed with them for about 10 minutes, while the protagonist, watching him, reasoned that he did not think that they would send someone so soon to investigate their disappearance. Suddenly there was an order to find them, and several soldiers jumped out of the car's trailer. Zio looked at one of the soldiers with contempt and reasoned that he only caught a few soldiers with nanobots, but he didn't expect that they would bring a battle group with them, and they probably also have nanobots, and it's a pity that he can't take risks now. The soldier approached the car and reported that there were no signs of anything unusual, and the military man sitting in it said that okay, they need to go and check the next post. The protagonist, with tears in his eyes, reasoned that it was hard to watch such a large pile of nanorobots rush past. Jing waved his hand as the military vehicle drove away from him into the forest at great speed. Captain Li was suddenly very surprised when a wolf ran out of nowhere and ran towards the military vehicle. Zio, standing next to Woody, wondered if the wolves were really trying to kill this team of Lai Consortium soldiers. Jing left there with a confused look and said that there is no need to pay attention, and maybe they just went out for a walk, and it's none of their business, and especially they can't do anything, so they just need to forget about it. At the same moment, he abruptly entered the barracks and closed the door behind him, leaving behind only a trail of dust. Captain Li, greatly frightened, sat inside the building and trembled, hugging his weapon, and said that there were so many wolves that it would not be difficult for them to destroy the post, and they fed them every day, but they did not know their goals. What if they wanted them fatten it up and then eat it? Zio and Woody also went inside the barracks and closed the door behind them. The protagonist took his ally by the shoulder and said that Chen Woody should look after the house and let no one come in until he returns, and if something happens, let him say that his stomach hurts and he needed to go to the toilet. Then Zio suddenly jumped out of the barracks through the window and rushed forward. The protagonist flew forward right over the mountains and forest, reasoning that he would see what the wolves were up to, and if he could get nanobots along the way, so much the better. The military vehicle drove at great speed through the forest and left behind dust. The soldier sitting inside said that he was returning to the fortress next week. He wondered if his lover missed him too. And another said that in the army there was a ban on drinking and any kind of love affairs, so he should be careful that no one found out. Then the soldier, smiling, said that what was he so afraid of, and the Lee Consortium didn't care about this now, while blood was rushing next to him. Suddenly the wolf grabbed right into the neck of one of the soldiers, which surprised everyone. The soldiers inside the vehicle screamed loudly in fear as several wolves came closer to them. At the same moment, the order to open fire came and the soldiers began to fire their weapons. 3 angry wolves with great speed, opening their mouths, rushed forward. The protagonist stood on a tree branch and watched as the wolves jumped into the car, from which loud screams were heard, and reasoned that wolves are not afraid even of bullets. They are so strong. Then the wolves, getting the soldiers, jumped out of the car. The leader of the wolves with great speed, holding a man in his mouth, rushed through the forest. Suddenly, the leader of the wolves, who was carrying a man in his mouth, was blocked by a blood copy. The wolf immediately stopped and slid straight along the ground, stopping in front of the blood copy. Suddenly, the protagonist came out of the forest and called out to the wolf, who, looking at him, was very surprised. Zio held out the jar of medicine with his hand and asked if maybe they could exchange it. The wolf waved his head to the side in great surprise. The leader of the wolves threw the soldier's body directly on the ground in front of the protagonist. Zio looked at the man's body lying on the ground and reasoned that he didn't think that making a deal with the wolf was a betrayal, did he? Then the protagonist threw the jar of medicine up, and the wolf jumped sharply and grabbed it with his mouth. Zio stood still as the wolf right in front of him landed on the ground and ran away. The protagonist approached the corpse of a soldier who lay near his leg. Zio leaned down and asked if he would allow him to ask how they replenish the energy of their nanobots. The soldier, bleeding from the mouth, simply remained silent while the protagonist asked what he did not want to say. Zio said with a smile on his face that he could see that his wounds were not fatal, and if he answered his questions correctly, he might be able to save his life. The soldier lying on the ground asked that he would leave him alive and allow him to just return. Zio, standing right in front of him, said that his provocations were useless and, in the end, he was from the regular army, not from the private one, and would die anyway, so it was better to tell him everything. Otherwise, he asked what he was talking about people say or what. Then the soldier, gritting his teeth, said that he should not expect that he would violate confidentiality, and the protagonist, standing over him, said that then he should not take it into his head, and he is a man of honor, he will later find where to bury him. Zio hit the soldier with his hand, and he spat out blood from his mouth. The protagonist suddenly extended his hand forward with a serious look. Zio took the soldier's hand, and the nanorobots flowed directly onto him. The system notification window announced that it was rebooting the program, restoring usage settings, clearing the program, and the matching was successful while sparkling nanobots flew around the protagonist's hand. Zio happily clenched his hand into a fist and said that not much has changed, so it looks like he'll have to save up. Immediately after this, the story's narrative moves to a small body of water. The protagonist threw the soldier's corpse directly into the water and said that the job was done. Zio slowly walked away from the water and reasoned that it was interesting how the wolves were doing there. The protagonist noticed traces of blood right on the ground and reasoned that they probably didn't know that the black medicine should be used externally. Zio looked at the blood trails on the ground and said that they brought him food 2 days ago and captured the officer and asked if he should go and help them. The protagonist looked into the forest as if noticing something ahead. Zio was very surprised and simply remained silent when a wolf jumped straight towards him as if out of nowhere. The protagonist asked in surprise that he had come to ask to heal his comrades. Then the wolf nodded his head in approval. Zio handed him the ointment and said that it should work, and he knew that some of his comrades were injured, so he would help heal them. And the surprised wolf howled, as if asking that this thing also heals wounds. The wolf turned sharply back and slowly walked towards the forest. Immediately after this event, the narrative moves deeper into the forest in the middle of the mountains. Zio came for the wolf, which led him to 2 of his relatives lying on the ground. The protagonist looked down at the wolf and said that, fortunately, it was not enough for them to kill with 1 hit, but a festering wound could be life-threatening. Zio stood right in front of the wolf lying on the ground and said that he must first take the bullets out of their wounds, it will hurt, and he must explain to them not to bite him. And the other wolf howled in approval. Suddenly, the protagonist thrust his hand straight into the black-blue portal at his side. The wolf endured great pain and clenched his teeth tightly. Zio, using tongs, took out a small bullet directly from the wolf's body. The protagonist smeared his fingers with black medicine and said that they should not forget to bring them more game when they are healed. Zio applied ointment to the wolf's wound and said that they were planning to sell the meat in the fortress, and it was time to buy Sister Zioyu and Liayu new clothes. and he howled in approval. Immediately after this event, the narrative moves to sunset time in the forest around the mountains. The protagonist, wiping his forehead, stood right in front of a huge number of bandaged wolves. Xiao, looking tired, said that the wounds would heal in a couple of days. The protagonist looked to the side with great surprise while the wolves, raising their heads up, howled loudly. Xiao looked to the side and said that he never thought that he would leave the wolves' den unharmed. The protagonist walked away from the wolves and waved his hand at them, saying that okay, it was time for him to return. Suddenly Xiao turned back and said that, by the way, they should not forget to tell the sick not to eat hot green onions, ginger and garlic, and they should try to eat less mutton and follow the doctor's advice. And instead they can eat green-tailed pheasants, it's better than lamb, and tastier. And he imagined his image in his head while the wolves listened attentively to him and were silent. The protagonist, turning back, reasoned that he did not know that he would also be a veterinarian. Immediately after this event, the narratives moved to the soldiers' barracks, to which Xiao approached at night. The protagonist entered the outpost, and a voice said that he must be Ren Xiaosu. He was told that he had been suffering from diarrhea for a long time. An old man in blue clothes stood up abruptly and said that it had been almost 24 hours. Xiao asked Woody in a whisper that someone, and he answered him that it was someone from the Lai family, had also come to investigate the disappearance of the two officers. An old man in blue clothes took the protagonist by the hand and pulled him towards him, saying that he must pass, sit down, otherwise he will not get anything, and he reasoned that the Lai Consortium had sent an old man to investigate this matter. An old man in blue clothes sat on a chair and looked at the protagonist sitting next to him holding fried meat in his hand, and said that in their time young people do not pay attention to their stomach, and when he is his age, he will understand that poor nutrition is happiness. Xiao, looking to the side, said that he was right and asked that he had come to investigate recent cases and that he had any clues. The old man in blue clothes looked to the side and said that it was true that he had come to investigate the matter, and asked what. But what does he have to do with Lai's disappearance, and even though he is old, he is still asked to work in such a the weather, what kind of people they are. The protagonist, holding a piece of fried meat in his hand, asked how old he was. Then the old man in blue clothes said with a smile on his face that he will be 73 this year without introducing himself, and his name is Shuo. Shuo was eating a rice bun, and the protagonist sitting next to him was doing the same, reasoning that his surname seemed to be accidental and he was from the Lai Consortium. So why was the surname not the same? And he was afraid this is not an easy matter, and if they sent 73-year-old man, then it must be because he is a Superman. The old man suddenly stood up and said that let them eat and drink, but he did not expect that he could eat so much game at their outpost, and it can be considered that he deserved it. And Xiao, clutching a rice bun to his chest, asked that how many posts did he visited today. Shuo replied that only their guys. The protagonist ate a rice bun and reasoned that he came to only one of all the posts, and he found something. Shuo, holding his hands behind his back, asked what was wrong, which room he could stay in. Jing said with a joyful expression that they would clean the room for him and he should not worry, and the old man thanked him. Captain Lee said that, of course, they would take care of such an important person like him, and he saw him off while the protagonist, watching all this, ate fried meat and reasoned that, but if he had already found evidence, then why stay and not returns faster? Shuo, holding his hands behind his back, said that it would be nice because he was thinking of staying even one night, and Xiao, with great dissatisfaction, argued that he would not leave. Immediately after this, the basis of the story is transferred to the morning of the next day when the protagonist, along with Yui, stood on the street next to the carcasses of animals, and he reasoned that he told them to eat more chicken, they bring it to him. Xiao looked away at Shuo standing next to him. The old man approached the animal carcasses and looked at them with great surprise. Shuo suddenly got into a fighting stance, and the protagonist, along with Yudi, watched him in surprise and reasoned that he didn't care. Xiao approached the old man and asked why he didn't ask where the prey came from, and he asked why he cared where the food came from if it was already there, and said that it wasn't the wolves who picked it up. At the same moment, the narrative of the story moves to the next day when Shuo stood motionless near the outpost barracks. The old man knocked on the window of the room in which the protagonist had just woken up. Shuo was telling the young man through the window that he had to get up, it was time to cook, and it was not good to skip breakfast, while Xiao, greatly surprised, was just getting out of bed. Xiao went outside and reasoned that this Shuo really intended to stay here for a long time, while several soldiers showed the old man some papers. The protagonist overheard the conversation as he reported that another outpost on the hill was attacked by wolves. Wolf blood and hair were found there, and the army took this matter seriously and plans to send troops to clear the mountains of wolves. And Shuo, looking out the window, said that the wolves have nothing to do with their business, so they must interfere. Xiao looked to the side suspiciously and reasoned that it seems that he did not say anything about the siege of their post, and he did not even suspect the wolves when he saw the chickens at the gate. Jing, looking out of the window, said that the guy who delivered the old man's things was a colonel, and the protagonist asked if he was sure. The captain immediately said that of course, and why should he lie, and Zio reasoned about what status the colonel had in the Lie Consortium. Then the narrative of the story moves closer to the new year, to another day near the outpost, where Shuo was hanging meat to dry, and Zio, helping him, reasoned that they say that in old age a person's teeth deteriorate, and he cannot eat kebab, but this old man eats everything, and he never misses a meal, and New Year is coming, and he's not even in a hurry to get home. The protagonist hung out the meat and asked that the holiday was coming soon and he would not go home, and Shuo answered that he had no children, so he did not want to go home, and he felt that he was happy here. Zio asked in surprise that there were no children, and he had never been married, or he was infertile, and the old man silently looked at him with contempt. Shuo, continuing to hang the jerky, said that he used to have a daughter. In order not to involve her in his affairs, he gave her to the care of a foster family and did not expect that something would happen later. And by the time he found out that she had an accident, it was already too late, and now he has a little grandson left, but he does not want to live with him. Zio asked in confusion that he was going to spend the spring festival here, and the old man, picking his ears, said that since he was inviting, he couldn't refuse, and he reasoned that who invited him in the first place. Shuo pointed his finger to the side and said that he shouldn't worry. He won't live here just like that, he and the rest of the students, and they seem to study every day, and he could be their teacher, and the protagonist standing behind asked about the teacher. Immediately after this, the story moved inside the outpost barracks, where Shuo was giving a lecture while Zio and the rest of the students listened attentively. The protagonist held an open book in his hands, reasoning that he did not know that Shuo's lectures would be so good, and much better than those of previous mathematics and chemistry teachers. The old man held a textbook in his hand and continued to lecture. Zio, sitting still, was enthusiastically writing something with a pen. Shuo, pointing his hand to the side, said that if they did not understand something, they could ask him in private, and children like them were not easy to find in their time, but it was a pity that they would not be able to enter the university in Lie Fortress. Then the students left, and the old man said that it was time to refresh himself after a long day of school. Zio, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, approached the teacher and said that it was he who still did not understand some topics, and Shuo, looking at him, said that, as they said before, learning is light, and ignorance is darkness, and he likes his desire for knowledge. The protagonist sat at the table with the teacher, and he, opening the book, asked what would show him what he did not understand. Zio pointed to a page in the textbook and said that this, and this, and here, and he didn't quite understand this either. Shuo, with great surprise, asked Ziosu what was wrong with him, and he said with a smile on his face that there was no problem with that. The old man then said puzzledly to Ren Ziosu that he could pay for the food by teaching them, but as for him, he should catch up on his own first. The protagonist suddenly slammed his hands on the table and shouted that yes, he couldn't, and reasoned that, as in the old saying, he would throw a stone at his own foot so that others would think that the stone was not so heavy, while Shuo just looked confused was silent. The old man said that he didn't have any knowledge, but he was good at other things, and asked why he was so diligent and whether he wanted to go to the university in the fortress. And Zio answered that he didn't plan to take the university entrance exams, just wants to know the truth about this world. Shuo answered him that modern people consider knowledge too utilitarian, and there are not many young people capable of thinking like him, and should not hesitate to ask him about everything that he does not understand. They both continued to sit at the table inside the outpost barracks while the protagonist said that it was good. At the same moment, the narrative of the story moves to another day, and Jing asks Ziosu that they are running out of salt here, and they need to send someone to the market to buy food for the new year, and if he wants to go with him. Jing and the protagonist were driving in the car while he reasoned that they needed to find Liaoyuan and Fugui in case they had any problems. A military vehicle rushed through the streets of the town at great speed. Zio suddenly looked out the window and noticed Yuan sitting on the street, surprised by him. The protagonist looked sharply out of the window and, turning to Liaoyuan, asked what he was doing here, while he jumped up from his seat. Yuan said with a smile on his face that his brother had finally returned. Then he said that early this morning a magpie landed in the yard, and he thought that he would return, and began to wait for him, and the protagonist, approaching him, asked how such a coincidence could be. Zio stood in front of his brother and reasoned that Liaoyuan sat here every day and waited, and what a coincidence it is, and he, a stupid boy, asks that where they are staying now. The military vehicle drove through the streets of the trading town while Yuan said that they bought a house next to the gates of the fortress and now live there. Yuan happily says that Uncle Fugui has opened a store and says that he has found a way to infiltrate the fortress and maintain good relations with the administration. Zio patted his brother's head and said that Uncle Fugui is truly a talented person, and he knows how to connect with people no matter where he is. The woman in the red jacket turned back and looked at the military vehicle driving towards her. Then she, with a smile on her face, gave Yuan eggs and said that today he was with his brother and it was not in vain that he waited so many days. He finally returned and should take 3 eggs and cook them together, and he thanked her. Yuan waved his hand and said that yes, this is his brother, and the one who is driving does not need the egg. While Xiao greeted his aunt, she greeted him back, while Jing was very dissatisfied with what was happening. The protagonist patted his brother on the head, said that they are very popular in this city, and Yuan said that this is for sure while the car continued to drive forward. Yuan recalled Wang making the box and said that after Uncle Fugui arrived, he immediately began helping neighbors repair furniture to build connections. He then recalled Wang handing out candy to children on the street and said that he treated the children to candy. Yuan said with a pleased look that they had met several ungrateful people, but in general they were very popular, and the protagonist, looking at his brother, reasoned that Uncle Fugui understands that in this chaotic world, great favors do not always contribute to making friends, and it is easy to offend many, but on the other hand, by providing small services, it is easier to get close to people. Yuan said that not long ago he was asking around the city about some news, and Xiao asked him if he had learned anything new. Then Yuan, imagining in his head a soldier running away from monsters, said that they say that the Lai Consortium army, which went to the 109th fortress to eliminate the test subjects, lost the battle. The first detachment had already left, having lost half of its people. Yuan imagined the soldiers firing back at the monsters advancing towards them, and said that at first the attack went well. He imagined how the monsters attacked the soldiers and continued his story, saying that as a result, they were drawn into a street fight with the test subjects and immediately crashed. Their forward base was also destroyed by the test subjects. Yuan imagined a huge number of armored vehicles driving ahead through the forest, and said that they now planned to send more troops there and use firepower to destroy the test subjects, even if it meant destroying the fortress. Xiao asked with great surprise where he heard this from. Yuan whistled awkwardly and said that 2 days ago, a soldier stationed near the market town came to a neighboring house, apparently on a date, and he and Wang Dalan heard this when they peeked while the protagonist reasoned that Liaoyuan had matured. Yuan, scratching the back of his head, said that even at the city school they found out about Miss Jiangru's identity and wanted to hire her as a substitute teacher. But she refused, and Xiao reasoned that he thought she refused because now she is the only superhuman in the family and she needs to take care of them. The military vehicle continued to drive slowly down the city street while the protagonist asked if there was any more news. Xiao then whispered in his brother's ear that it seems that there are Flame Source employees here too, and their leaflets can often be found in the city. They are the same as the ones they saw in the 109th fortress. Xiao was very surprised and reasoned that he was dumbfounded that the Flame Source was here. If they found out that there were superhumans nearby, they would do their best to catch everyone, and would have to tell teacher Jiang not to reveal her identity. Yuan looked through the windshield of the military vehicle and saw a small house standing in front. Then he instantly said that they were here while the car continued to drive along the city street. Suddenly, the military vehicle stopped abruptly, standing sideways near a building in the city. Yuan opened the gate of the house with a joyful look and said that Sister Xiaoyu and teacher Jiang should see who returned. Then the girls left the house, and Xiaoyu said that Xiaosu had finally returned. Jing stood aside and watched everything that was happening, reasoning that and why Ren Xiaosu was so lucky, and he was just a role model for men, while the girls rejoiced at his arrival. The protagonist, standing in the middle of the courtyard of the house, said that in the back seat of the car there was loot, which they brought from the mountains, and Uncle Fugui could calculate the price and negotiate with the commander of the Lai Consortium branch, and some of it was free for the new year, and Wang, standing in front of him, asked what they brought them meat. Xiao approached Xiaoyu and said that they would not be able to eat everything at the outpost, so let them share it together, otherwise it would be lost. And she said that it was good, and there were many military units in the area, and there would not be enough meat if they couldn't eat everything. They will sell it at a good price. Then the protagonist would hold out a piece of paper and say that that's right, this is what they need, and thank Uncle Fugui for his work. Ban took the piece of paper from him and, putting his hand to his chest, said that he would take care of it, and he should rest well and not worry. Jing, standing behind them, reasoned that when he heard Xiaosu and his brother talking in the car, he thought that Wang Fugui was the mainstay of their team while Wang invited the protagonist to come inside. Captain Lai stood behind and reasoned that, but he understood that Ren Xiaosu is the backbone of the family. How old is he, and why a smart businessman like Wang Fugui listens to him while the protagonist entered the house with the girls. Xiao, standing in front of the girls, asked what was going on at home lately and if anyone was looking for trouble. Xiaoyu, turning towards the Gavrils, that there are no special problems, there is simply chaos in the city, and these consortium soldiers are like animals, and on weekdays Wang Fugui comes out to greet the guests, but they are sitting at home. The protagonist said that, apparently, this is the only way out, and vigilance will not hurt. Xiao, with a smile on his face, took out a dagger and said that while they were studying with Sister Xiaoyu, they would each be given a knife for self-defense, so if someone pestered them, they could just pull it up. The schoolgirl with an embarrassed expression on her face said that, but they are girls. Then Jiao suddenly said that then let Uncle Fugui paint the knives pink, and the schoolgirl said in surprise, okay. Suddenly, Shen walked through the gate and greeted everyone, saying that he was looking for Ren Zaiasu, while he stood in front of him, greatly surprised. The protagonist looked to the side with a serious look and talked about Lai Shenton. Shen, extending his hand forward, asked why he did not greet him. Zio suddenly looked at Zioyu and said that she should take them back to the house while she obeyed him. Zioyu at the same moment led the other women inside the house. Zio, pointing to the door of the house, stood right in front of Shen and said that he could come through. Shen sat on a bench and said that it was very cozy here and somehow felt like home. Then the protagonist asked how he knew he was here, and Shen, the sewer salad, said that well, he hypnotized the local residents so that they would tell him when they saw an unfamiliar guy entering the yard. Zio suddenly became sharply alert. The protagonist, extending his hand forward, asked that he didn't think it was inappropriate, and Shen, sitting on a bench, said that this is what superpowers are for and he did not interfere in their lives. Then Jiao, scratching the back of his head, said okay and asked what and why he was looking for him. Shen, getting up from the bench, spreading his arms to his sides, said that he should relax and asked that weren't they friends, and he heard that he had gone to a distant outpost and how he was doing. The protagonist, clenching his hand into a fist, said that he was fine and that everything was just fine. Shen came closer to him and, smiling broadly, said that he heard that 2 junior fighters with nanorobots had disappeared, and they were direct descendants of the Lai Consortium. Later he checked the lists of all the outposts, and when he saw his name, he immediately understood that it was his doing. Shen walked towards the exit of the house and said that, and then he heard that a pack of wolves attacked the truck with the investigating soldiers, and the body of the junior soldier with the nanorobots was left untouched, so it must have been him too. Shen smiled widely and said that he controls people, and he controls wolves, and they are truly made for each other, while Zio, looking after him, said that he should tell him what he wants, and there is no need to beat around the bush. Shen, looking back, said that he had misunderstood everything, and he was just his old friend who decided to chat, and he didn't have many friends, did he know? The protagonist spread his arms to the side and asked why he considered him his friend. Shen immediately answered him that it was because he felt comfortable next to him. Zio, putting his hand out to the side, asked what was okay and why was he wearing a military uniform. Shen answered his question while holding the sleeve of his uniform, saying that he was an active soldier of the Lai Consortium, and the 4th Brigade was leaving for the front line of the 109th Fortress tomorrow. There were still many test subjects there. Zio looked ahead, reasoning that Lai Shenton was going to the front and the Lai Consortium army was in trouble. Then Shen, turning around, waved his hand and walked towards the exit, saying that well, he was leaving. The protagonist stood still, looking away, while he continued to say that he came here on a whim, but he was afraid that they would not see each other for a long time, so let him take care of himself. Shen walked away from the protagonist with a malicious grin and angrily said that he need not worry about those people who threatened the girls from his family, and they all committed suicide tomorrow when he leaves the city, and this is his little gift to him, and he should accept it. At the same moment, the sun was almost setting, while Shen added that, by the way, he was asking for forgiveness. Shen turns back, looking at the protagonist, and says that the people of the Flame Spring left the city this afternoon, but he does not know where they went. Shen walked away, waving his hand, and said that maybe they want to take a chance, and he shouldn't worry, they don't know about his existence yet. Zio looked after him and reasoned that the people of the Source of Flame had left the city and would take risks, and what that meant. Then the protagonist slowly walked towards the entrance to the house, lost in thought, and reasoned that there was something in his words. Zio suddenly opened the doors of the house with both hands. Jing sat on the floor with an embarrassed look and looked around while the girls were around him, which the protagonist was surprised by. Zioyu, holding a glass in her hand, asked that it was Lai Shenton, and said that it seemed that she had already seen him in the store in the 109th Fortress, and Zio replied that it was so. The protagonist spoke sharply to the Wolf King, saying that they must go, it was urgent. Jing, sitting around the girls on the floor, asked what was happening now, and if he wanted to wait, saying that he didn't even have time to do anything, and Zio turned around and said that they should go. Yuan stood in front of his brother and asked that he was already leaving. Zio leaned towards Yuan, holding his head, and said that everything was fine, and the new year was coming, and somehow he would return or take him away, and they would celebrate the new year together. Zio walked away waving his hand and said that they shouldn't worry, as long as he was here, their lives would definitely get better and better as his allies saw him off and Jing caught up. The protagonist and Captain Lee walked towards the exit from the house. Jing drove the car with a confused look and reasoned that why was he in such a hurry to return, and something must happen. Zio suddenly looked to the side with a confused look and addressed him. At the same moment, Jing, continuing to drive the car, exclaimed that he knew nothing, which greatly surprised the protagonist. Captain Lai continued driving and said that when he was little, his father took him to a fortune teller who said that he would have a bad life, but he had a chance to change it for the better, and Zio asked what kind of chance it was. Jing, with a smile on his face, turned towards the protagonist and said that she said that he would meet the lucky one at 29 years old. That was the day he met him. Zio said with a dissatisfied look that superstitions did not make anyone better, and Jing was very surprised by his words as the military vehicle continued to drive through the mountainous terrain. At the same moment, the car arrived at an outpost in the middle of the mountains. Zio looked sharply to the side as if noticing something. The protagonist pointed his finger forward and said that he should run faster. The sentry was in danger, and Jing listened to him, pressed the gas pedal. Zio chewed his finger and reasoned that the Source of Flame company should have learned about the disappearance of the two officers and come to the post to check if there were any superhumans there. The military vehicle rushed towards the outpost at great speed, while the protagonist continued to reason that Chen Wuti would not reveal himself, and they should not be so cruel to the students. The military vehicle stopped abruptly right on the spot. At the same moment, the gate leading to the outpost suddenly swung open. Zio and Jing entered the outpost and looked forward with great surprise. People in military uniforms were kneeling right in front of Shuo and the soldiers, while the two arrived watched everything that was happening, and the protagonist reasoned that the people of the Source of Flame were really here. Zio looked forward with a serious look and reasoned that they guessed that the disappearance of two officers with nanorobots could be the work of a Superman, so they came here to take a chance, and their guesses turned out to be correct. The protagonist, lost in thought, reasoned that, but who caught them and tied them up in one fell swoop, and what kind of nonsense. Shuo ate the meat on a stick and asked why they returned so quickly. Zio, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, walked forward with Jing and said that he missed them, so he rushed back and asked what was happening. Shuo, sitting by the fire, held him in his arms and beckoned him, saying that they should eat meat. The old man continued to eat meat and said that these were the people of the Source of the Flame, and he had been looking for them for a long time, but they hid well and other troubles arose, so he never found them. Shuo pointed his finger at himself and said that he would never have thought that he would come here for the new year, and they would come to him, and the protagonist, with a surprised look, reasoned that he was really here for the new year. The old man continued to eat the meat and said that it was delicious, while Zio, watching him, reasoned that he no longer considered himself a stranger. The protagonist sat down by the fire and asked what he knew, why they came, and Shuo answered that in order to surrender, and maybe they were to blame for the murder of two officers of the Lai Consortium. At the same moment, the members of the Flame Source, all beaten and tied up, cried and said that they were here to investigate and they were not killed. Shuo turned back menacingly and asked what he allowed them to say, and they simply fell silent out of fear. Zio leaned closer to Wuti, who was eating meat, and asked what had just happened between them, and said that he should write to him. Wuti immediately remembered how the old man rushed forward with great speed, swinging his fist. Shuo was striking one of the Flame Source members. The old man then dealt a huge number of blows, scattering the Flame Source soldiers in different directions. Zio shook Wuti furiously and asked him what question he asked him, and he saw what happened here and whether he would tell him. Wuti suddenly perked up and cursed in response. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist with great rage and was greatly surprised. Zio hit Wuti on the head with great anger and asked what he actually did in speech culture lessons, and he asked him to describe the process of fighting, but he used foul language. Then the protagonist threw a piece of meat into his mouth and asked if it was stronger than him. Wuti was crying and holding his head, saying that he wasn't there yet, and Zio was saying that he was pretty confident in himself. The protagonist looked at Shuo sitting next to him and reasoned that he had heard a lot of nonsense about waking up early to box, so maybe he was a good boxer or something like that. Zio also momentarily asked that he was sure that it was they who killed those two officers, and the old man ate meat and answered that yes, and tomorrow the deadline that the Lai Consortium gave him to investigate this case expires, and he was intensely looking for the killer, but since he hasn't found anyone up to this point, only they can be the killers. Zio looked to the side in confusion and reasoned that he didn't even try to look, but was just resting, and the old man, who in all that time had never seriously started looking for the killer. The protagonist suddenly asks that, nevertheless, an interrogation still needs to be carried out. Is it true? And what if they do not admit it? And Shuo, continuing to eat meat, said that after death it is impossible to deny it. Zio reasoned with fear that this was even possible, while the old man looked at the frightened members of the Source of Flame and asked that this is the meaning of denial, right? Suddenly, the Flame Source soldiers rushed forward with great speed, standing up from their seats. Zio, looking at them, asked whether he would catch up with them. Shuo, continuing to eat meat on a stick, said that he was too old to run after him, did not ask that maybe he would catch them, and the protagonist looked away and said that the Source of Flame is full of superhumans, and he is an ordinary person, and asked how he could catch up with them. One of the Flame Source's men ran forward and reasoned that it was great and they weren't following them. Suddenly, the flame source warriors, running a little away from the outpost, suddenly fell to the ground unconscious. The protagonist looked to the side with a serious look. Shuo suddenly asked why he was in such a hurry to return and they bought enough seasonings, and said that game is tasty, but adding only salt is not good, and seasonings are the key to taste. Zio answered with a frightened look that they had bought everything. Uniformed soldiers carried bodies on stretchers directly to the fire with the defenders of the outpost. Then the soldier, reloading his pistol, reported that all 5 were dead. Shuo, closing his eyes, said that it was good, and he should go to the fortress and ask everyone to be careful with the Flame Source Company. There is someone with the same power as them, but he will not accidentally kill ordinary people. At the same moment, the soldier, saluting, obeyed his order. Zio looked warily to the side and wondered what he was carrying and what unit he was leading. The old man continued to eat meat and said that he had finally gotten rid of the errands. What a relief, and if only he knew how much all this bothered him, neither could he sleep nor eat properly. Zio looked at the students and asked what their lessons were today and what they talked about, and asked that he could look at their notes and he would catch up. And it was better to ask the teacher about everything that was unclear before he went to bed, and they answered that it was good and they would bring it to him later. Shuo got up from the ground and stretched, saying that he really wanted to sleep and would go already. Zio, with great surprise, simply silently looked after the old man leaving for the barracks building. The protagonist suddenly spoke to Chen Wudi, saying that he had to go get his things from the car, and Sister Zio prepared clothes for him. Zio stood right in front of the student, who had changed into other clothes, and said that he fit well and just like he was sewn on. Jing watched everything that was happening with a sad look and reasoned that it was good to have a family. The protagonist, wearing new clothes, entered the outpost and reasoned that the weather was getting colder, so it was good that Sister Zio gave them clothes. Zio breathed into his palms and reasoned that he should warn the wolves to beware of the soldiers with nanorobots. Immediately after this, the protagonist walked into the forest next to the mountain while a wolf sat right in front of him. Zio followed the silent wolf and asked, the screens should almost close, and they ate according to his instructions. The protagonist continued to follow the wolf, which led him to her children. At the same moment it was snowing in the mountainous area. Zio, squatting, told the silent wolf that it seemed that the Lai Consortium had sent the elite of the army here, and asked if they were sure. The story was that they were all warriors with nanobots that could surround them. The protagonist, with his head down, asked that he wasn't afraid. The wolf, with a serious look, tilting his head to the side, simply remained silent. Zio, spreading his arms to the sides, said that it's good, but there is no need to eat them after they kill them, and they have nanorobots. Their stomachs won't thank them, so they just have to hide the corpses for him, and he will exchange them for black medicine. The wolf, hearing this, looked forward with great joy. Zio said that, but they still need to move the wolf's den further away. After all, his kids won't be able to run too fast if they are hit by a shell. It will be very good, reasoned that if the wolves help him, will the collection speed up enough nanorobots, and the wolf howled in approval. Suddenly, the system notification window notified that a side quest should be opened. If the wolves do not die within 7 days, a new item, seeds, will be unlocked, and Zio was talking about this and imagining something strange in his head. The protagonist, with his head down, reasoned that both the black medicine and the cards from the palace turned out to be special. So I wonder what's wrong with these seeds, and is afraid that protecting the wolves from death for 7 days will not be easy. Immediately after this, the story moves forward to the next day, when a huge number of armored vehicles approached the outpost. Jing, looking to the side, said that everything must be removed quickly. Zio watched as the students began to fuss and start cleaning everything up. Jing stood in place with a confused look, and Zio, watching him, reasoned that what they had done, he thought that no one else would come to the post. But the regular army of the Lai Consortium comes every day to check, and if they find out that they eat meat every day, they will be accused of not fulfilling their official duties. Jing, Xiao, and Wudi stood at the gate and greeted the military as they got out of their armored vehicles. A soldier with a sword on his belt said that he saw familiar faces. The man with gray hair asked that he knew these people, and the guy standing next to him said that this younger brother was behind him when they entered the fortress, but he did not know that he was appointed to such a distant post, and Jing held out your hand. Then he added that shouldn't he take care of his younger brother, while the protagonist, watching everything that was happening, reasoned that this Lin Su really joined the Lai Consortium and the regular army. Su said with an arrogant look that if he knew that he was here, Wandu would bring a kilogram of pork from the army so that he could taste it. And he didn't eat like that every day in the army, and in general let them forget about it. If he had brought meat to them, the refugees, they wouldn't be able to eat anything else afterwards, and that's not good. Jing, leaning forward, asked what the purpose of their visit was. Su said that they are here to cooperate with their comrades in fighting the wolves in the mountains, but their place is not the main point, the main battlefield, and more troops are at the next post. Zio thought about it, reasoning that the scouts of the Lie Consortium were mistaken. Then it is not surprising that there are only about 40 soldiers with nanorobots here, and this is good. The fewer people, the less of a threat it poses to the wolves. Jing asked that, well, since this is not the main battlefield, why don't they have lunch at the post? And Su said that they need to work, so there is no time for a meal with them. Besides, they should have food here perhaps of dubious quality, and he was afraid for his stomach, and he answered that yes, he was right. Su said that he heard that the rice that is delivered here is mixed with sand, and also that the quality of life in their detachment, roughly speaking, is not very good, and asked if there was enough food, and Jang looked confused, said it was okay, they could still get some wild vegetables. Su said with a malicious grin on his face that vegetables alone as a staple food would not provide much strength, and yet there was no need to put off checking the post on weekdays. Woody, scratching the back of his head, asked the master in surprise what the main food item was, and Zio answered something that they eat in large quantities until he said that they eat a lot of meat. Su, hearing this, looked to the side in great surprise. A man with gray hair asked what they had meat here. The protagonist laughed awkwardly and said that yes, he was joking, and how would there be meat in the wilderness? A man with gray hair sharply said that something was wrong with their outpost and gave orders that everyone should search. Zio, lost in thought, said that he had been discovered, while the gray-haired man silently looked at him with an awkward look. The protagonist approached the doors to the outpost barracks along with the arriving soldiers and reasoned that if Shuo could create a private army, then he was on good terms with the Lie Consortium. Zio opened the doors to the outpost buildings and reasoned with a malicious grin that, moreover, this old man was planning to celebrate the new year here, and who would bring him to light at such a critical moment. The protagonist, along with the soldier, entered the barracks, while Shuo, who was sitting there, reasoned that this Ren Zaiasu, why did he decide to use him to solve this problem? A man with gray hair asks in surprise what he is doing here. Shuo, sitting at the table, said that he was investigating something here. His friends from this post helped him. A man with gray hair bowed with his subordinates and, apologizing, said that he did not expect him to be here, and he is a soldier of the 7th Brigade, and now he has been transferred to the garrison of the fortress. Shuo, holding his hands behind his back, said that they should mind their own business and not interfere with others, and the soldiers obeyed him just as smartly. The protagonist looked at the old man and reasoned that who Shuo really was something, only that this soldier was proud of his rank, but immediately fell down as soon as he saw him. Su, going out into the street with everyone else, asked who this old man was, and the man with gray hair answered him that there was no need to ask unnecessary questions, and they were going up the mountain. Zio, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, said that he could see that they couldn't tell anyone about their meat, otherwise the year would inevitably ruin them. Asked if he was right, and Shuo answered with a dissatisfied look that they shouldn't take advantage of his position like that. Then the protagonist asked what, but he was wondering. He knows that Lin Su was not a soldier in the army before, he is just a short time ago, and he is already being sent on such a mission. Zio stood behind the old man, who looked at him and asked him what he wanted to ask. Zio and Shuo are standing at the door of the estate. Shuo looks forward and says that soldiers must undergo long-term training. Whether it is discipline or combat literacy, this is not something that can be instilled in a short time. Zio, closing his eyes, tells him that that is why he is curious why the consortium sent them in such a hurry. They are not even considered recruits. To which Shuo replied that the reason was that Lai needed to collect actual combat data and information about the use of nanobots during combat. Shuo closed his eyes and, against the background of a human model, said that after the breakthrough in neural technology, the nano-warriors of the Lie Consortium had not yet been tested in real battles, and therefore they themselves wanted to know how useful nanorobots could be. Zio asks in surprise if they are not afraid of suffering huge losses, to which Shuo asks what kind of losses they are talking about, because there is not a single experienced soldier in the group, they are just tools for them, and you really think that they lack people with good synchronization speed. Zio looks at Shuo in extreme surprise and thinks that these people were sent to collect data at the cost of their lives, and are the people in the Lie Consortium really that tough? Zio decides to ask again whether it is already too much to demand a synchronization and coordination speed of 80%, and what exactly they mean. Shuo seriously replies that the speed of synchronization and coordination refers to the degree of perfection of control of nanorobots, and that people with high speed of synchronization and coordination can quickly manipulate nanorobots to make them the way they should be. Zio cheerfully asks that the low synchronization speed means that it is like a plant. Shuo opens one eye and asks what Zio means. He raises his finger and says that there is a special case when a person becomes a Superman. His self-awareness will reject nanobots, and the lower the level of synchronization, the stronger his self-awareness. Zio tensed and thought maybe Shuo is deceiving him, because if the Lie Consortium has had such research results for a long time, then he and Woody, with synchronization coefficients of 0 and 1, should already be a target for them. view of beautiful rocks. A group member asks Zhu who the old man is. Zhu tells him that he already told him not to ask questions and just not to approach him because he is one of those not to be messed with in Lai's army. A group member asks what they should do now. Zhu raises his hand and says Ranger. The group is shocked. White snakes crawl at their feet. The group disappeared from sight. Zhu turns to the bespectacled group member and asks what the controlled range is. He answers that according to the latest tests it is 418 meters. Zhu replies that this is good because it is enough. A shadow runs through the forest. The shadow grabs the white snake. A group of people look at it and the guy with glasses says it's not good. Zhu warily asks him what is happening, whether he saw wolves. The ranger answers in the negative, that it was not a wolf, just a black shadow flashed in front of him and grabbed one of his silver snakes. Zhu was taken aback and asked again that there was nothing more and the shadow just took his silver snake. The ranger answered positively, and then she simply ran away. Zio wonders what it was all about. His shadow hands him the snake, to which he replies that he was expecting a fight, but this time the nanobots look like freebies. He holds a snake in his hand, and in the background there is a window with commands saying to restart the program, restore factory settings, and clear the online program. Displays the word match. Zio clenches his fist happily and says that it looks like they should continue. The snake hangs on a branch and looks at the passing shadow. A shadow runs very close to the snakes. An ominous shadow is reflected in the red eye of the snake. 4 snakes look at an empty clearing. One of the group tells Zhu to look at the valley. There are nano-silver snakes converging there. A shadow leaned against a tree trunk directly in front of the group. Zhu raises his palm up and orders him to pursue him and not allow him to leave his reach again. Grab him and find out what the hell this is. The shadow runs away from the shots. Zio is pleased with what he has done and understands that they are hooked. Zhu runs with his group after the shadow and asks them not to waste their firepower. It is better to catch up with him. Zio hides behind a nearby tree and thinks that he can't go too fast. He needs to wait for the little silver snake. Snakes on the tail of the shadow. Zhu runs and they ask him whether it seems to him that the shadow is moving too slowly, what kind of tricks these are. The shadow slows down. The shadow has several snakes in its hand. The shadow runs away. The group was taken aback because the shadow took all the silver snakes. Zhu blocks the group's passage and says that they are retreating, no more pursuit, they should not risk facing an unknown enemy. Zio accepts the snakes from the shadow and says that Lao is great. Shadow is perplexed, and Zio scratches his head and says that to be discreet, it is safer to call him LVO so that he does not arouse suspicion. Zio holds the snakes in his hands, and there is a sign around to restart the program, restore factory settings, clear the online program, and at the end it gives a match. Zio looks at his hand and says that 5 snakes were only enough for wrists, and wouldn't it take forever to assemble a set of armor. He hides behind a tree and watches Zhu's group and thinks about how they can just run away. Stars light up in his eyes and he thought that since they are all here, why not share their nanorobots with him? The group is running. Zhu talks about the wolves through shortness of breath, afraid that it was the scale of their actions that just attracted their attention. The team member asks what they should do now. The group looks at the rock. The commander, in horror, demands a retreat. He turns to the group and says that if they don't want to die, they should get out of the way to the post. He uses the ability and says that perhaps the wolves will be attracted to the people there. This is their only chance to survive. The radiance of his ability envelops him to his very feet. The group members look at him in confusion. They each place their hand on their forearm and use the ability. The ranger fell behind the group and shouts to them that he spent all his nanorobots on silver snakes and asks them to wait for him. He stretches his hand towards them and asks them not to leave him, asks for help. He hears something scary behind him. Something jumps out of the bushes. Wolves appeared. The ranger, in a panic, realizes that things are bad. Next to Zio stands a wolf as tall as himself, and the ranger thinks about him, whether this is the guy Lin Su laughed at the guard post. He wonders what Zio is doing with the wolves. Zio strokes the wolf's face and tells the ranger not to worry, they won't run far. Nanobots consume a lot of energy. He calculated their speed in 10 minutes or so. When the nanobots run out, they will all become a bunch of ordinary people. The Pathfinder wonders how Zio knows so much about nanorobots. Does he really have something to do with the missing soldiers of the Lai Consortium? A large wolf walks straight towards the ranger. One of the wolves turns his head to Zio and he tells him that he no longer has nanorobots, so he won't give him the black medicine, he caught it himself. The wolf howls and replies that it's none of his business. Zio does not comment on this situation. Zio turns around. He looks forward and raises his palm and says that he agrees. He closes his eyes and tells the wolf that he will go ahead and that he should catch up with him as soon as he is dealt with. The ranger extends his hand to him and asks him not to leave. Because he is also a man, Zio cannot just leave him here to be devoured by the wolves. Zio walks forward angrily while behind him the wolves dine on the tracker. Zio says that being with him is even worse than being with a pack of hungry wolves. In the forest the group is still running. It seems to the commander that the wolves are no longer chasing them. One of the group answers positively, but asks again if they found them. The commander replies that this is impossible because there must be some reason. The commander fearfully suggests that maybe the wolves know that the nanorobots consume a lot of energy and therefore wait for them to run out of energy before making their move. He looks at the group and thinks that the assumption is unrealistic. How can wolves know such a thing? One of the group members glances at the commander. He asks the captain if he has any chargers with him. The captain orders questions to be put aside. The guy responds stunned with bewilderment because the captain is the only one who can have it. A wolf appears in the clearing. The captain orders to run because the wolves are close. Some of the group have already been attacked by wolves, the rest are running away screaming. The wolf ate the throat of a group member. Another wolf bites a group member on the shoulder. Zio watches from behind a tree and reasons that the Lie Consortium really sent them to their deaths. One of the squad takes a blade from its sheath. Zio wonders in surprise whether they are really planning to fight wolves with swords. A guy attacks a wolf with a blade made of nanorobots. He cuts the wolf's chest. The wolves are stunned by the loss. The commander asks if anyone has grenades and so they can give them to him. A member of the group says that their comrades are behind them and asks the commander if he is going to blow them up. The commander shouts at the guy and asks again what kind of comrades he is talking about. They don't deserve to be his comrades. He knows that the squad has at least 10 grenades and asks him to give them to him right now. And if the guy is so worried about his comrades, then let him go to save his friends. Otherwise stop being a hypocrite. Aren't they the ones who abandoned others and ran away? Group members each pick up a grenade. They give them to the commander. Zio is perplexed because they really have explosives, and if they kill a few wolves, then his mission will fail. The group activates grenades. They throw them at the wolves. Zio understands that the wolves cannot die. The shadow takes the wolf. The shadow runs away with the wolves, who howl. An explosion occurs and people fly away in different directions. Birds fly away behind the rocks from the noise. The shadow places the next wolf in a different place. The wolf opposite the shadow howls, thanking him. The shadow merges with Zio, who asks the wolves not to chase them. They have not used up all the explosives yet, it will be too dangerous. Zio knelt down in front of 9 bottles of black medicine and says that this time they collected nanorobots from 9 people. Therefore, as a reward, he will give them 9 bottles of medicine and warn them not to take it all at once. The wolf is upset. The wolf approaches the man. Zio reaches out to the people on the ground. A blue substance from the lying people is reaching towards his hand. He clenches his hand into a fist, concentrating the substance. A piece of light gray armor appears on the wrist. He turned around and told the wolves that let's go. This time we will go to the mountains. After this group of people return, a large number of troops will come here and then it will become really dangerous. A wolf howl is heard at sunset. Tired Zio wipes the sweat from his forehead, looks at the estate and is glad that he finally managed to return. He sat down in front of the manor and looks at the stars, thinking that if Shuo said the truth and the Lie Consortium is indeed collecting real battle data, I guess they are already working overtime to analyze the data of Captain Ju and the others. Shuo opens the door and is surprised by Zio's imminent arrival. He approaches him and asks a rhetorical question about his return. Zio scratches his head and asks what Shuo's status is. Shuo sits down next to Zio and says that Shuo, is the director of military special investigations of the first group of the Lie Consortium with the rank of Lieutenant General and is currently in charge of the 108th Fortress. He smiles softly and tells Zio that this is just a facade and maybe Zio will soon find out the whole truth and then he will look forward to seeing Zio's expression. Zio thought warily about what this meant. Behind the rock is a starry sky with a crescent moon. There are 7 important people at a large table, and 2 stand on opposite sides at a separate table. A photo of the shadow is placed on the table. Zhu confirms that this is the same dark black shadow that took their nanobots. The man opposite him tells him that, as is known, the abilities of superhumans are unique, and the only one who is able to distinguish black shadows is Zhu, who is wanted by the King Consortium. And as for why the wolves suddenly changed the direction of movement, then most likely they were going to attack the outpost, but on the way they accidentally met Zhu's group. Zhu looks at the picture of the shadow and agrees, because if you think about it like that, then everything seems clear. The man who gave Sui the card asks another council member why Sui, being a Superman, is capturing Nan. The King Consortium is looking for people like Sui, Yang and Xinyu. The picture shows Yang and 2 girls who look very similar to her, and in the background the latter continues that Yang has been confirmed to belong to both the Yang Consortium and the rebels, and her entire bloodline has identical affiliations. The first responds to him that, however, the only members of the rebels who have revealed their identities at the moment are women, so for now they prefer to classify Sui as a field officer of the Yang Consortium. He stands up and says that Sui is wanted. Sui panics. The man stands up to the end and says that they plan to strike first, but did not know that the Yang Consortium was more ready for this than they were. The rest of the council raise their hands to their heads and say that he is an honor to the Li Consortium, let him go back and prepare. A man in uniform bursts into the room and declares that the brigade that left yesterday has just arrived at a new base, and contact with it has been lost. The standing man wondered in horror how an army of 4,500 people could suddenly disappear. Snow falls on bare branches. On the eve of the holiday, 7 people stand near Shuo's house. The man in the cap asks Shuo if he takes money for writing New Year's scrolls. Shuo looked at him and replied that it was free. He answers him that at first glance he is a very educated person and his handwriting must be beautiful, as a result they will definitely be successful. Shuo makes inscriptions with a brush. Zio rubs his chin and asks if it's true that you can't judge people by their appearance, because Shuo's handwriting doesn't match his temperament at all. Shuo angrily tells him that he said from the very beginning that he would not write anything, but they persuaded him, and Shuo didn't even take money from them, which is what Zio wants from him. With the snow falling in the background, Zio replies that if he were in their city, he would have to pay to have his scrolls displayed in the streets. Shuo notices that Zio is painfully talkative. No one will take him for a fool, even if he remains silent. Zio looked at him softly and said that, on top of everything, Shuo is very literate and teaches mathematics, physics, and chemistry well, much better than teacher Jing from his trading town, but who writes for the new year about the need to build roads first in order to get rich, plus he notices that his style is extremely biased. Shuo puts his hands on his chest in frustration and thinks that his personality is falling apart. The inscriptions are posted. The person who hangs them says that so be it, but it's a New Year's atmosphere. It was Zio who says that he is going to take Liaoyuan and the others to have a good time together. Shuo notices that things are not the same outside the market town. They will have to wait a little before picking them up. Zio asks what happened there. Shuo closes his eyes and announces that the Lai Consortium has lost a combat brigade. Zio asks if there were more than 1,000 people in the brigade and they just disappeared. Shuo raises his finger up and says that the loss is serious, so the entire 108th fortress is under martial law and the trenches have already been dug, so if he goes there now, he won't be able to leave the city. Zio grabs his head and asks what he should do then. Shuo puts his fingers on his temple and asks him to wait until he decides everything himself. 2 days later, Zio sweeps the yard and reflects that the old man promised to help him, but tomorrow is the new year and he has not done anything yet. Shuo sits near the wall and Zio calls out to him. Zio throws the broom over his shoulder and says that he has been just sitting here for several days. He asks him if he misses his family because Zio misses his own. Shuo turns around. Zio approaches him and asks him again whether he will help him or not. Shuo sighed and said that the new year is almost here. Who doesn't miss their family at this time? Zio puts down his broom and asks Shuo if he has anyone other than the grandson he mentioned earlier. Shuo gives a negative answer. Zio sits down next to him and notices that Shuo is so sad every day, and if he doesn't mind, then he can perform the ceremony with the Zio family. In the picture, Zio, Shuo, and Liaoyuan are sitting in traditional costumes on their laps while Zio tells Shuo that he has a younger brother and when the time comes, they can follow the example of the 3 Taiyuan brothers or something. Shuo tensed. Shuo slaps Zio on the head and says that the idea is bad and no one will agree to it, because his grandson is generally older than Zio. Zio holds onto the struck place and says that the new year is coming soon and this same grandson will not even come to him. Shuo smiles and says that his grandson has more important things to do. The blonde man in the hat smiles as Zio looks stunned. Zio asks if his grandson's surname is Lai. Shuo notices that there are many people living with the surname Lai, which one of them Zio asks about. Zio sees a car approaching. He reasons that they are looking for Shuo again. The car stopped in front of the gate of the Shuo estate. A man gets out of the car. The same man from the council with someone else is carrying a uniform to Zio and Shuo. Shuo gives a thumbs up and says one set is for Zio and the other is for Lai Qingjing. Zio asks what this all means. Shuo says that if he wants to freely enter and leave the city, then he must wear these clothes. Zio holds the uniform in his hands and says this is a regular army uniform of the Lai Consortium. Don't they check the documents for entry and exit? If he is caught, he will die a terrible death. The man who arrived smiles and hands Zio a red card, saying that everything is ready. Zio takes it, stunned, noticing that it is an officer's ID. Shuo says that the number is real, the rank is real, the captain is real, like everything else, because now he is his subordinate. It won't be difficult to check, but I don't think anyone will dare to check their combat unit. After all, ordinary soldiers are afraid special investigations unit. He extends his hand and continues that tomorrow is New Year's Eve, so he and Lai Qingjin should put on their uniforms to go pick up their families. Zio is flattered and thinks that this old man has too much influence in the Lai Consortium. He so easily got Zio's regular army ID. Xiao was sitting next to the driver of the car when he asked that he was now in the regular army of the Lie Consortium and he was allowed to enter the fortress, and the main character asked him a question about whether he really wanted to get inside so badly. Xiao touched his ear with his hand when the man behind the wheel said that now everyone wants to get into the fortress, and that they say that everything is closed at night so that not a single animal will slip through unnoticed, to which the main character replied that he was afraid of disappointing him, and that he thinks that there is nothing good in the fortress now, and also that it is more comfortable to live in a market town. The driver closed his eyes and smiled when he said that he did not believe Xiao, because the fortune teller told him that he would end up in the fortress and meet a good person on his way, and that he believed in it, to which the main character replied that he prefers to believe himself, not fortune tellers. The car was driving along the street along the houses. The woman looked at the two guys and wondered if the main character wasn't in the private army when he came last time, so why is he now in the uniform of the Lie Consortium army? Xiao walked towards his brother. The woman peeked around the corner and thought about why he would even pretend to be an officer of the regular army of the Lie Consortium. She turned around and clenched her fist. Yuan looked to the side with his mouth open. The main character approached his brother when he addressed him and said that he was afraid that this woman from the neighboring house would create problems. Xiao patted the boy on the head and told him not to worry because everything was fine, and then added that he should pack his things since he would go with them to the post. The roofs of the houses glistened in the sun. Wang showed a piece of paper to the main character and said that their store brings in a stable income and that everyone in the area comes to them for shopping, and then the man with glasses asked him to check the accounts, and Xiao praised him for checking the accounts even under New Year, and added that he believed him, and that they should hurry to the car as he would take them to the post. A woman with people in uniform appeared behind the main character, pointed at Xiao and said that when they came to the city last month, the elder was wearing a private army uniform. Wang and the other two guys looked in the same direction as she added that this time they appeared here in the uniform of the Lie Consortium regular army. The man in the helmet extended his hand to the main character and asked him what unit they were from, and then asked to see his officer's ID. Xiao handed him a red object and replied that in their time, few people dared to investigate the activities of the special agent. The man in the helmet looked at the red book and exclaimed that they were indeed from the special department. Flames blazed behind the uniformed men as the woman began to apologize and say that she didn't know. Xiao stood in front of the uniformed man when he said that he now suspected them of spying on special branch officers and asked if the watch on his wrist was a means of communication with other spies. Sweat appeared on the helmeted men's faces as Xiao asked them if they had any suspicious items on them, such as contraband. The main character smiled when the military man reminded him that they were not investigating smuggling cases, and Xiao replied that they had already started. Men in helmets lined up in front of the guy. The main character smiled with closed eyes while holding green pieces of paper in his hand. The guy waved his hand to the men and said that suspicions had been cleared from them and that they were free. The soldiers put the woman on their shoulders when the chief of them ordered to seize her. Xiao looked at the object he was holding in his hands and said that these people were nice since they specially came to them with all sorts of souvenirs and even shared them. A man standing nearby in a cap looked at the guy and thought that when Xiao bribed him, he thought that he was just a practical young man. But now he realized that the main character was simply deceiving people, so the guy had it much easier than him. The man in the cap smiled and told Xiao that he had sold the watch that he had given him before, and decided to give him the money for it, and the main character looked at him and replied that he should take it for himself because he had helped him many times for no reason and he's not greedy. When Xiao walked away from him, he agreed and thought that something was clearly wrong and that he was now the leader of their team. Clouds hung over the mountains. A car with people was driving along a hilly area. Yuan looked at his brother and asked him if they were having fun at their post. He was told that they were having a lot of fun. The boy asked what they do every day. Xiao imagined himself with 2 rabbits in his hands and replied that they have classes every day. They also eat meat, go to the forest to collect wild vegetables and mushrooms and catch rabbits, and then added that there are many of them in the mountains and that he will teach him make traps to catch them when they arrive. Yuan closed his eyes and smiled, and the main character thought that although his brother is a Superman, he does not have any means of self-defense, so he will need to try to collect nanorobots for him. The man in the cap opened his mouth, thinking about how good it is to have a family. The walled building was illuminated. An elderly man held the phone to his ear and said that they were not investigating smuggling, and that this was some kind of misunderstanding because they did not want to take over the power of the inspection department. He put the phone down and said that Xiao would get him someday. A man walked by the open gate and said that initially it was very pleasant to practice boxing every day, but while the main character was around, he always asked a lot of questions, and that he managed to get rid of him by giving him a regular army uniform, and now he the Inspector General calls. Shuo looked at Zhao, who appeared, and asked him if they were investigating smuggling, to which he replied that he was helping his department develop new business. The elderly man clenched his fist, said that he had not asked him to do this, and suggested that he take over all the work of the department so that they would not have any division of labor. Yuan smiled at Shuo, greeted him, and called him grandfather. The man closed his eyes, smiled, and asked how he was doing. The boy took him by the hand and replied that his brother was talking about him and saying that he was a very wise and good teacher, and also that he should become as smart as him. Shuo touched his head with his hand, laughed, and asked if he really said that, and Yuan replied that it was true, so you shouldn't be angry with him. The old man patted the boy on the head and told him to forget about it and to bring his things into the house, and then they would start cooking. Yuan thanked Shuo. The boy winked, while Xiao thought that his brother was very charming, and that it was not for nothing that Wang said that he had met all the ladies in the city, and then added that he was really gifted. The main character walked up to the man and smiled as he asked him if he was angry, and Shuo replied that he was not angry. Xiao's eyes sparkled as he asked the man if he knew where Fortress 88 was. Shuo turned away, closed his eyes, and replied that the guy should not even think about it, because the Lai and Yang consortiums had already transferred all the heavy troops there, and then added that between 88 and 108 fortresses there are 3 more, and that the guy, being alone, could pass, but it's unlikely to succeed when there are so many people nearby. And then the elderly man summed up that one should rely more on the idea of the Special Investigations Department. It is forbidden. Xiao opened his eyes wide and asked in surprise whether there would really be a war. Shuo opened his mouth and said that in addition to the Lai and Yang clans, the King clan is also sending its troops. It turns out to be a junction of 3 consortiums, and then added that now the Lai consortium has not yet solved the problem with the experimental subjects in the 109th fortress, but the war will begin soon, and that it will not be easy to cross the battlefield and get to Fortress 88. The main character looked at the man and said that nothing would happen to them at this post, so they could hide here. Shuo opened his mouth and replied that the Lai consortium already did not have enough soldiers, so they could use private forces as cannon fodder. Xiao looked forward menacingly. It was raining over the forest while the guy thought that there had been no war in the Wasteland for a long time, and the human race had just recovered. People were walking along the wall when he wondered why they would kill each other if they survived the disaster together. The main character looked ahead and asked if he would help him bring his family to the fortress if he was drafted into the army. Shuo opened one eye and replied that he could do it himself because he had great power, because the powers of the captain of the Special Investigations Department were great. Xiao turned away and started waving his hand when the older man warned him not to overdo it, and the guy told him not to worry because the guy wouldn't smuggle anymore. The main character turned his head to Shuo and said that when he told him that his real identity is just a facade, the guy thought about what he meant, and that, judging by the way he treats him, it is more likely the man wants to make friends with him rather than take the side of the Li consortium. Xiao looked up and added that he knew a young man named Shenton, and then guessed that it was his grandson. The guy introduced the young man and Shuo standing with their backs to each other and summed up that their true goal was not to protect the Lai consortium, but to destroy them by promoting their grandson. The man opened his mouth and answered Xiao, which he quickly guessed. The main character smiled and asked Shuo if he was afraid that the guy would report him. The man with the mustache looked forward and asked if the guy was afraid that he would tell the Lai consortium that he was hunting nanorobots. Xiao stood opposite the elderly man and smiled, thinking that he had been aware of his actions for a long time, while Shuo was thinking that now that they have each other's secrets, they are all safe, and that the guy seems young and naive. But he is clearly different from others, so the opportunity to maintain this alliance will be useful for both. The older man looked down as he reflected on the fact that he had held a high position in the Special Investigations Division for many years, and that he was worried that his family would be involved in political infighting. Shuo remembered how men in uniform took the girl away while he thought about how he had to hide the fact that he had a daughter. Then he remembered standing silently and watching it. The man's mouth dropped open as he asked himself who could have known that his daughter would be forced to die because of the Lai consortium. Shuo introduced armed soldiers when he realized that Lai's consortium was so big that even the superhumans around him and the senior lieutenant general of the Special Investigations Division would not be able to cripple them, and that all the soldiers under his command were loyal to the consortium, not him. The elderly man imagined the guy with the hat behind him and concluded that it was only when his grandson became a demon charmer that he had hope again. A girl with plates in her hands walked towards the men. Xiaoyu smiled and asked them why they were standing there, and then called them to eat, saying that she knew that Xiao ate meat every day on duty, but she prepared vegetables for him. The main character thanked the girl with a smile. The guy turned his head to the men behind who were singing and dancing. The elderly man put his hands behind his back and said that this was the best New Year since he turned 29. Xiao hugged Shuo and replied that his past holidays were pathetic. The car was driving along the trees. She stopped at a building near which there were people. The guy and the elderly man looked in the same direction. Shaw frowned and glared menacingly. A soldier stopped in front of him and raised his hand to his temple. The man's eyes widened when something was said in his ear. The main character standing behind him asked if everything was okay. Shuo closed his eyes and replied that the guy was preparing to send his family to the fortress after the holiday because the war had begun. The elderly man put his hands behind his back and added that the commander-in-chief of the Lai Consortium had given the order for the raid, and that the advanced troops had now begun to move towards the territory controlled by the Yang Consortium, so in a few hours, this territory would be engulfed in the flames of war. The man's feet headed towards the gate. Zio, standing behind Shuo, asked about him leaving without even eating. The man, standing with his back turned, replied that he thought he would have a good new year, but it turned out that he didn't even have dinner, and then added that it was a pity that this happened. Women's feet ran along the ground. Zioyu handed the man a container and told him that she had packed food for him to eat on the road. Shuo smiled and thanked the girl. There were no lights on in the King Consortium building in Fortress 111. It was midnight. The guy standing by the bell swung his hammer. The lights were turned off in numerous houses in the fortress. A man in a white cloak stood in the courtyard of a man named King's villa. The guy put his hands in his pockets and looked forward. Fireworks thundered over the houses. A bird flew towards a guy in a white cloak. She landed on the hand of a man in a light shirt. Fingers reached for the message tied to the bird's leg. The feathered animal took flight and flew upward. The guy looked at the note he was holding in his hands. He then walked towards the entrance of the villa. A man was lying on the sofa in front of the guy and sighing. The man in the orange shirt gritted his teeth and muttered that the old people of the King Consortium had gone too far because they didn't even give them a good meal for the new year, and then added that there was no light or water and that they treated the heroes of the King Consortium disgustingly. The guy in the white cloak looked at the man and said that he could eat his portion, but after all this, the two of them would not be allowed to defend the fortress, to which the Doe replied that it was their fault. But no one could know that it would be a shock, and today is the new year when no one should go hungry. The guy's lips curled into a smile when he said that there was no need to worry because these days were coming to an end. There was a ringing sound behind the wooden door. Lan smiled and assumed that they had been brought food, and the guy said that his uncle, who was responsible for their house arrest, was not so kind, and that he was crawling on his knees in front of King with all his might, so he would hardly risk it to help them. The joyful Doe ran to the door, replied that he was not on very good terms with him either, and advised the guy not to laugh at him because his uncle was not very kind either. There was a man standing behind the door with a container in his hands. The Doe opened his mouth and asked what he needed, and the man asked why he didn't call him uncle. The Doe opened his mouth even wider and asked him if he deserved it. A man in a white shirt came inside and said that on New Year's Eve he came to his nephew and brought some food because it turned out that his family had some left over from dinner and he thought that Doe was hungry, so he came. The man in the orange shirt gaped and asked his uncle in surprise if he really thought the Doe would eat leftovers. The uncle brought the container to the guy in the white coat. The young man opened his mouth and asked him to come out and wait a minute. Sweat appeared on the man's face as he asked again. The man in the white shirt walked towards the dark silhouettes. He turned to the guy in the white cloak and his nephew, who were standing at the entrance. Sweat appeared on the man's face and he clenched his teeth. The uncle winked at the soldier and he nodded in response. The armed men raised their machine guns. With his back turned, the man in the white shirt chuckled and asked what the guy wanted him to do. He looked back, smiled, and asked about what kind of trick he would perform. The guy in the white coat smiled and said that they were sorry that this new year both could not be at home with their families, like many of the soldiers, so they would like to express their condolences. King raised his hands in front of him and introduced himself, and then introduced the guy in the orange shirt. The guy spread his arms to the sides and said that since they were so sorry, they should show the soldiers a performance. Then Lan asked him what they would show. King looked from under his brows, smiled, and said that they would show them how a haircut would kill their uncle in the first month of the lunar calendar. The guy held the scissors in front of him. He raised them to his lips and said that the show would begin soon. King cut the tip of his friend's tail. Then he pursed his lips and smiled. People set off fireworks with delight. Lights appeared in the sky as King shouted Happy New Year. Uncle opened his mouth and looked forward in confusion. A bullet passed right through the man's chest. He turned around when he thought about the fact that they had hidden a sniper. He then fell to the ground in front of the two guys. King grinned and said that this was the end, and then asked how they enjoyed the show. The soldier in the helmet turned to the guy and asked him if he was afraid of punishment. King put his hand in his pocket and replied that he was not afraid because they needed him now. A car stopped behind the soldiers. A man with glasses opened the car door. He walked past people wearing helmets. He stopped in front of his bleeding uncle. The man then turned to the soldier behind him and asked what had happened, and he replied that their men had killed the captain. The man with glasses silently looked at the guy in the white cloak. He walked past the body lying on the ground and said that this was stupidity. King and Lan stood opposite the man as he ordered them to go to the front as military advisors. The guys walked past the soldier when King thought that the war had finally begun. King began to climb into the car while he thought that there was nothing wrong with this because they had foreseen it. The car began to move, kicking up dust. Zio sat by the fire and thought about whether it was really safe to send his brother and the others to Fortress 108. Yuan walked up to the protagonist, who was sitting with his back turned. The guy pursed his lips and looked forward menacingly. Yuan opened his mouth and asked Bart if he was worried about the war. Zio, with a scarf around his neck, looked to the side and replied that he was right. Yuan sat down next to the main character and asked why they don't leave here, because they will be fine even if they live in the forest. Zio asked if they would make contact with the outside world, and his brother told him that he knew that he wanted to go to the 88th fortress to find Yang, and then asked why she herself was not looking for him. Yuan lowered his gaze and said that he found out where the 88th fortress was, but did not want to tell him, because he did not think that they would be better off there, because the girl is an important person in the Yang consortium, and they are ordinary vagabonds. The boy gritted his teeth, turned to his brother and summed up that they would not be welcome there. Zio hugged him and said that Yuan said that he got along well with his classmates in the 109th fortress, but apparently, he was lying. The boy lowered his eyes and replied that no one wants to talk to them, and that the guys even hide away from them, and then added that the teacher asked him questions, but he could not answer because he had not studied before, and then what the teacher said that this is normal because all refugees are stupid and studying is not for them. The main character looked at his brother as he continued to say that one day something went missing from his classmates, and everyone suspected that he and Dallin had stolen it, and at that time Sister Zioyu gave him a lot of pocket money, more than others. Yuan recalled how his classmates searched his friend's place and said that when they didn't find anything on him, they decided to search his things as well. He then remembered how the woman pointed her finger at him and added that when the teacher saw the money, she said that he stole it because refugees cannot have that much money, and that although he tried to explain everything, it was useless, and Dallin was so scared that he even cried. Zio hugged his brother, who told him not to worry because he did not cry, because the main character said that the world does not believe in tears. Yuan looked at his brother, opened his mouth and said that he did not like fortresses and their high walls, and that there might be Yang and the other, and then asked about what they would do with her family and friends. Zio closed his eyes and replied that he didn't know. The boy jumped up and turned to the main character with the words that it was therefore better to wait for her to come to him, because if he did this, then his journey to the 88th fortress might turn out to be useless. Yuan, standing in front of the window, added that Zio once told him not to let the grief of this time become his personal grief. But the grief of the era eventually became a cancerous tumor in the bones of the fortresses. The main character touched his brother with both hands and asked why he didn't tell him about it then, because if the older brother had found out, he would have destroyed all the people who hurt him. Zio stood up and turned his head to the side as he told the boy that he would go to the fortress anyway because the war would start very soon and he would have to hide, and that instead of going to school, he would be taught by Lady Jiang. The boy's eyes sparkled when Yuan said that Lady Jiang was coming because he liked her. The main character swung at his brother, who managed to escape, and called him a tomboy. Yuan saw the silhouette of an animal in the distance. Zio turned his head to the boy and asked him if he had ever communicated with the wolf leader, to which Yuan replied that he had not, but asked his brother to go to him with him, because it seemed to him that they should get to know each other. The main character looked forward resolutely and said that he agreed, but Yuan must follow him. A car drove up to the gate. Zio thought that it was Lai's car. When she stopped in front of them, he wondered why anyone would come to the mountains at such a time. The soldier driving the car said that all private armies were mobilizing, then threw envelopes and added that these were documents. The main character took the folder when the driver exclaimed that by 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, all combat groups will be held accountable for late assembly and will be punished as deserters, even if one person goes missing. Zio frowned, pursed his lips, and realized that they were really going to the front. The main character was holding documents in his hands when he told his brother to go and wake up a guy named Jen. Zio walked towards the doors. The guy was rubbing his eyes when he asked if the main character called him. Jen picked up the papers when the young man standing opposite him said that the Lai Consortium had just announced that they must gather in the market town by 7 o'clock. Otherwise they would be written down as deserters. Then the guy in the cap asked him back. Jen closed his eyes and said that not even 2 days of quiet life had passed, and they were already being sent to war like cannon fodder. And Zio answered him that he had no family in the market town, so he had nothing to worry about, and what if he doesn't want to? He can quickly slip away. The guy in the cap looked at his sleeping comrades and said that he had no family, but there were more than 10 of them, and if one of them ran away, they would all be punished. Zio looked at his comrade and thought that he knew that if he didn't run away, He would become cannon fodder, but he still thought about others. The main character opened his mouth and said that then he needed to wake up everyone so that they could leave, but first he asked to be allowed to send his family to the city, and then they would immediately come to the meeting. Jin covered his eyes with his cap and agreed. Zio touched the guy's shoulder and asked him if he could teach him to drive a car, because driving is the best skill that will help them get out of any place, and that if they have no choice but to go to the front, then they will have a better chance of survival if they are in a car. Jin opened his mouth and replied that driving is not that difficult, but driving on mountain roads is not worth it, but learning to drive quickly on a straight road. The guy in the cap stood in front of his sleeping colleagues and told them to wake up and hurry up and put all the supplies from the post, but not put them in the car, because if they were caught with so much meat, they would be in big trouble. The soldier, who was rubbing his eyes, asked the Wolf King what he wanted to do. The man's eyes were covered with a cap as he replied that they were preparing for war. The guys opened their mouths and asked if the holidays were already over. Jin crossed his arms over his chest and replied that the war does not wait for them to finish celebrating, so they should pack their things, and he will wait for everyone in the courtyard in 15 minutes. Then one of the soldiers suggested not to go and stay at the post. The man in the cap turned around and summed up that if they didn't go, the relatives of their comrades in the market town would not survive, and the Lie Consortium would probably hunt them down, so they would not be able to escape. Zio put his hands behind his back and closed his eyes. Yudi approached him and asked if they were going to war, and the main character replied that they would see what would happen before fighting, so he should go and help everyone carry things, and that he would also go collect them. Zio crossed his arms over his chest and called his brother with him. Then Yuan asked what was the matter. There was no light in the windows of the building. The main character touched the boy, gave him a blue aura and said that these are nanorobots of the Lie Consortium, and since he is smaller, so much should be enough for him to buy a full set of thin nano armor. Yuan gritted his teeth and exclaimed that he didn't want to, and then asked Zio what he would do if he gave him the nanorobots. The main character took his brother by the shoulders and replied that he should not worry because he still had something left, and also that he really wanted to go to the battlefield to get more nanorobots, and then added that the boy needed them more, and that if necessary, he must use these nanobots to protect everyone. The boy was enveloped in blue hoops. Yuan looked up at Zio as he told Yuan to monitor the synchronization process and then they would see if he could control them. The boy put his hand in front of him and replied that they were easy to handle because they were obedient and that it was like moving your fingers. The main character crouched down and looked into his brother's eyes as he told him to only use them if absolutely necessary, because if the Lie Consortium found out, it would be bad for everyone, to which Yuan replied that he understood. The guys looked in one direction when someone loudly asked where Jaejeong was. Zio approached his colleagues and asked what happened. Zhen looked to the side and replied that he took salt, meat, and a pistol with him and disappeared. The protagonist gritted his teeth and asked again when he suggested that he disappeared along with the supplies and weapons because he didn't want to go to war, but they don't have much time to find him. Zio closed his eyes when Yudi asked him why people do this, to which the guy replied that in this way they just want to absorb his light with their darkness. The man in the striped shirt lowered his eyelids, then the main character thought that every time something like this happens, Yudi mopes for a while. Zio hugged him when he summed up that it was not his problem, that in a world where survival comes to the fore, naive and kind people have to endure more dirt and negativity, but heartless egoists have an easier life. The men crowded around the guy in the cap and started asking him why he ran away, and what they should do now, because if they lost one person, then they would all be punished. Someone suggested that the rest should also run away, because they would die anyway on the battlefield. Zio looked at the people who were begging their fellow soldiers to stay because their families were still in the city, so they couldn't escape, and were thinking that if only one of them was missing, then they wouldn't be punished. Someone asked about what will happen to their relatives if they run away. The main character walked up to them, clenched his fist, and told them to get together because he had a plan. The stars were shining in the sky. The two guys were lying on the ground when Jen asked Zio what he wanted to do, and he replied that he would find out now. On the way, a car passed them. The guy in the cap turned his head towards the main character as he exclaimed that it was time. Zio put his hand in front of the car and said that they were from the Special Investigation Department and that he suspected that there was a spy in their car, and then ordered everyone to get out. The man stopped in front of the guys and replied that this was a misunderstanding, because they were just ordinary soldiers, and Zio told him not to talk nonsense, because he himself could be a spy. The man approached the truck and told the people inside to get down and cooperate with the officer. The main character and Jen were standing in front of the soldiers when the guy asked about who has family in the city. Then one of the people raised his hand and answered that his family still lives in the city. Zio smiled, said that it was him, and told him to come with him. The man put his palm out in front of him, closed his eyes and said that it was a mistake, and that he didn't think they had evidence to take his people away like that. The main character showed the soldier his ID and asked him what he meant. Jin tied the guy up, looked towards Xiao and guessed that his plan was to kidnap the man. The soldiers looked at how the guys led their tied-up colleague, who asked the main character that they were not looking for a spy and continued to assure that he was not one. Xiao hit the guy on the head and said that it didn't matter, and that if he said that the person was a spy, then he was. The tied-up guy bent over when Jen asked the protagonist if they would have problems, to which Xiao smiled and replied that there shouldn't be, but if something happens, then Shuo will be on their side. A guy in a tie approached the elderly man, turned to the lieutenant general and said that a senior officer in the combat branch of a private unit was looking for him, and the man asked for what reason. Shuo put the phone to his ear and replied that he was listening. Then they began to tell him that even if the soldiers of their private army were displaced, they could not just take them away, and that he was the head of the army and a direct descendant of the Lai family. The elderly man hung up the phone and asked about who took their people, and then added that he would never touch their private army, so they should stop slandering him. Shuo closed his eyes, exclaimed Xiao's name and wondered what he was up to again. There were many people standing near the houses. The man looked at his wristwatch and asked that shouldn't everyone have gotten ready by now. 3 guys were walking towards him, and he asked where the others were. The man put his hand behind his back and asked the guy in the cap standing opposite him if anything had happened on the way here. Then Jen replied that nothing had happened, and that the 8th detachment of the 2nd Iron Battalion had gathered on time and was waiting for his instructions. The officer raised his finger and asked if he thought there wasn't enough confusion here, and then told the guy to just stand there and be quiet while he went looking for them. The soldiers stood behind each other when one of them asked why the rest of the private army was not here. The main character looked at the boys in blue suits behind him and said that he and Jen went to steal the little man, and that they let them go and stood rooted to the spot, but they are not all fools and will soon discover many shortcomings in their behavior. Xiao spread his arms to the sides and added that they were probably too busy fighting to come here. Then the guy behind him asked if this was what he expected and said that he was trying to create a situation where the law does not apply to everyone. The main character raised his hand to his face, looked stupidly and replied that, in general, everything was under control. Woody hugged Xiao and asked what was wrong with the fact that the master was not such a genius. Feet in boots walked along the road. The officer approached the table with a flask. Next to him stood men, one of whom had a blue nose and the second had a swollen face. The man in the beret opened his mouth and said that since they were all here, he would like to introduce himself, and then added that, as they all know, the private forces of the fortresses have a common leader, Anjun, a direct descendant of the Lai clan, who is now also in charge for 107 strength. The officer spread his arms to the sides in front of the soldiers and said that he was leading the private forces of the 108th fortress, and that his name was Taeyu, and then he finished by saying that they would all work under him from now on, so he hoped that they would cooperate and work well together. In the front row stood Woody, Xiao and Jen when Taeyu said that they were eating and drinking at the expense of the consortium, and it took 1,000 days to raise an army, but only a moment to use it. Then he added that their troops were ordered to rush to the front line of Fengyia Mountain and eventually build such a tower to prevent the invasion of the King army. The main character imagined rockets flying upward and thought that he had heard about this when he used to discuss modern thermal weapons with a teacher at school, and that the range and accuracy of artillery shells are now very high. And then the guy asked the question that wouldn't they be cannon fodder in such easily open terrain as the highlands. Taeyu closed his eyes and said that taking on great responsibility also brings great rewards, and that those who perform well after this war can directly enter the regular army of the Lai consortium, and then added that they can be accepted back into the fortress as full residents. The officer put his palm to his chest when someone from the crowd shouted that it was too good to be true and did not believe that he would finally be able to return to the fortress. Then Taeyu replied that he was the commander of the 2nd Iron Battalion, so not maybe joking, and that the consortium has already issued the relevant document, so they don't have to worry about it. Woody asked Xiao, who had closed his eyes, whether he was telling the truth, to which the main character replied so that the guy remembers that he should not eat the pie drawn by his superiors, even if he is hungry, otherwise he may suffocate. Taeyu clapped and told everyone to get in the car because they were leaving. Dust rose under the car wheel. Many cars were driving along the road along the trees. Jen, who was driving, asked Xiao if they could cope when the time came to defend strategically important objects, because they might not have enough ammunition, because Jaejong took half of their bullets. Then the main character replied that there was nothing wrong with that, because the commander is too timid to engage in battle himself, so they will have more room to maneuver. Jen turned his head to the smiling Xiao, told him not to joke and asked what he was going to do, then the guy replied to calm down. The main character opened his eyes and asked the driver if he would have stayed if he knew that someone was going to run away, to which Jen replied that he would have stayed because there were other people on the team who needed to protect their families. The driver closed his eyes, smiled and added that he did not know what they thought about him at other posts, and then asked that their guys would betray him if they were offered $1 million. Zio propped his head on his hand, grinned and replied that he was not worth that much and that they would not take money against their conscience. Then Jen thought about why the guy already has such a sharp tongue. Soldiers in helmets appeared in front of the cars. The main character looked at the car on the side of them and ordered them not to move for now so that Taeyu could deal with them himself. The foot from the car stepped onto the ground. The commander held his hand out in front of him as the soldier opposite told him to get everyone off because the truck had been requisitioned, to which Taeyu replied that they had been ordered to rush to the front line on Fenghe Mountain, and then asked how they would get there if their trucks are taken away. There were other helmeted soldiers standing behind the soldier as he replied that their truck was parked in front, and that all the commander's soldiers should go out and sit there and also change clothes. Taeyu pointed his hand at the car while he was thinking about why the Shenji Armed Force of the Lai Consortium, which is their legendary strongest fighting unit, appeared here, and whether the war really began on Mount Fenghe. The commander pursed his lips and became gloomy as he thought about the fact that if they force them to change into equipment like theirs, it means that they want to make them extreme in order to attract the attention of the main enemy forces. Taeyu clenched his fists as he replied that if they changed clothes here, many might simply freeze. The soldier in the helmet looked from under his brows. Then he hit the commander and told him not to be stupid because they were told to change clothes, so they would change clothes. Grass grew on the ground. Taeyu, with a swollen face, held out the folded form in front of him. The bare-topped soldier replied that it was better that way, and that they would continue on to Mount Fenghe, and also that they should get there in 10 days. His hand extended a metal hoop. He told him to put it on. Taeyu crouched down and touched his shoes as the soldier added that if they didn't make it, they would be court-martialed, and that he would send 5 people after them, so they shouldn't do anything. A guy in a commander's uniform walked forward and told them to leave. Jen was standing next to Zio, who was sitting on the ground, when he asked if they should change into the uniform of the Shenji battalion, to which the guy replied that the things were good. The main character in the soldier uniform clenched his fists as he thought about how now that he is in the private army, the Special Investigations Division and the Shenji Squad, he is confident that he can achieve more with more friends and personalities. Jen smiled and asked Zio to tell them what his plan was. The main character raised his hand and began to talk about how after changing into the uniform of the Shenji Squad, the soldiers next to him fell when he suggested that they return to the forward base they had just passed by for a delicious lunch. Walking behind the famous hero, Jen asked if they could really do this, and Zio asked what they were afraid of, because they would just come in for a snack and bring food to their comrades. The guy in the cap opened his mouth wide and replied that they were still being followed by 5 people from the Shenji Squad, who might find out that they had left the group. The main character turned around and replied that it was ridiculous to think that 5 people could keep track of 1,000. Zio spread his arms to the sides, smiled and explained that now they don't know anyone, so this is a great opportunity to act secretly, and that later they won't be able to do that, and Jen answered the guy that he must admit that he is very brave. Zio opened his eyes and replied that this was not entirely true. The 3 guys were walking towards the hills when the one in the middle added that they would just have a snack, and that since there was no food in the camp, they would find others. A crescent moon hung over the mountains when he exclaimed that they would share the chief's hardships. 3 silhouettes were moving towards the forward base, surrounded by a wall. The main character raised his hand and said that they would eat now. Jen touched Zio's hand and asked if they really wouldn't be recognized here, to which the guy replied that everything would be fine because he would talk. The blonde guy opened his mouth and asked who they were. The main character looked seriously to the side. He then kicked the man so that he fell to the ground and shouted how dare they stop Shenji's squad. The 3 guys moved on one after another. They stopped in front of many tables with benches. Their mouths began to salivate as they began sniffing blissfully. The guys stood up with plates near the cooks and started asking about what they could eat here. The man touched his head with his hand, apologized and replied that they had not received a letter notifying them of their arrival. Zio's eyes widened when he realized that they needed an invitation letter. The main character put his hands behind his back and replied that he was here to have dinner, and asked whether he was obliged to come exclusively with a letter and whether they put themselves above. Zio handed the red book to the man in the white shirt when he asked if he could see his officer's ID. The main character opened his eyes when he added that only he was watching, and that he just needed to check the number because if everyone saw it, he would be skinned. The man opened his eyes wide and asked about being from the Special Investigations Unit. Zio put his finger to his mouth and told him to keep it a secret because he has a special mission here because he suspects that there is a spy in the Shenji squad, so he shouldn't tell anyone. The man shook his head and exclaimed that he understood. The main character raised the ID to his chest and thanked him for understanding. In his heart he smiled widely. Jen exclaimed with crumbs in his mouth that it was very tasty. Zio stuffed his cheeks, agreed, and added that there should be 4 or 5 more bases along the way, so they would definitely not die of hunger. The main character stood up, opened his eyes, and said that they would take this food to the guys from the post. Two of the three guys walked with delicious-smelling bags on their backs. A man stopped in front of them, scratched the back of his head and asked if they could share some food, since the soldiers had been starving all day. Zio opened his mouth wide as a system notification flashed above him to help his comrades in arms alleviate the suffering of hunger. The main character touched the soldier's back and whispered that he would tell them a good place where they would definitely eat. Zio closed his eyes, waved his hand, and ordered his comrades to go. The soldier's eyes brightened as he thanked the protagonist. System alerts appeared that he had received gratitude from Dinguo and that he had received a reward for learning basic level skills after completing the mission. Zio smiled widely as he exclaimed that he completed 2 tasks at once. The main character looked at the departing soldiers. The guys turned around when the guy called out to them. He had a demonic tail, pointed his finger at them and asked why only their team leader thanked him. The soldiers bowed to him and thanked him when several more notifications of gratitude from a guy named Daden and Erguo popped up. Afterwards, messages of gratitude came to Mazi and Teju. Zio showed his sharp teeth and smiled as he thought about how he had received 18 gratitude points at once, and that if the entire camp thanked him, he would be able to unlock a new weapon. The main character waved to the guys with the bags and told them to go back to the tents and sleep, and he would go about his business. Then Jen asked him not to be stupid and asked him what he was up to again. Zio ran and replied that he would not do anything stupid. Yudi folded his palms in front of him and said that the master went on a mission to help someone, and then suggested that perhaps this is what is called doing good deeds, completely devoting himself to the good of others. A guy was running from tent to tent. He asked the soldiers if they were hungry, and said that if they told the base ahead that they were from the Shenji detachment, they would be fed. Zio touched his forehead with his hand and said that doing good deeds is quite tiring. There was a system notification of thanks from Tekui, Tehua, Daisy, and guys named Wankai and Panpan. The main character smiled and thought that, as expected, a hungry person's feelings for food are pure and sincere. Zio looked at the tent and decided that it was the last one. Feet walked on the ground. The hand moved the fabric away. The main character opened his mouth wide and asked if they were hungry because he knew one place. Sitting at the table were men in uniform from the Shenji detachment. Zio opened his mouth, widened his eyes, and thought that he had made a mistake. The guy closed his eyes, waved his hand, and apologized for disturbing him. The man, who rested his chin in his hands, told him to stop and asked him about what he just said. Soldiers walked behind the main character, ate and ran away. The men stood on either side of Zio and asked the soldiers where they had been, to which they replied that they had gone to the forward base's canteen. The man opened his mouth wide and shouted that they knew it was a crime to leave the barracks without permission, and then asked who told them to go and eat dinner at the base. The soldiers pointed their fingers at the main character and said that it was him. Zio closed his eyes, raised his hand, and asked the man if he could take a minute of their time. They turned away and went into the tent, calling the guy with them. The main character took out a red ID and said that he suspected that there was a spy in the camp, so they would have to cooperate with him to find him. The men looked at the open document when the guy added that he didn't have any leads yet, so this should stay between them. Zio smiled widely when he thought that Shuo and his grandson had a grand plan, so his little business could probably be settled, and that using the ID now was definitely a good idea. Somewhere an elderly man sneezed. A man stood in front of the main character and saluted when he asked him what his rank was and what his name was. Then the man replied that he was Lieutenant Dong. Zio touched his shoulder and said that he was the captain and that everything was fine with them, so they should go to bed, and he would go since everything was fine. The main character pushed the fabric away with his hand and exhaled, saying that the job was done. The guy sat down by the fire. The soldiers approached him when one of them turned to Zio and exclaimed that it was good that he was okay, and that they were just distributing food when they heard that he was detained, so they immediately rushed there. Zhen stopped in front of the guy, closed his eyes, and replied that he was glad that everything was fine with him. The fire was burning in the fire. Yudi sat next to the main character and sadly said that no one stood up for the master when the officers took him away, although he literally fed them. To which Zio replied that in their world one should never expect good in return, and that one should rejoice if you were not harmed. After that, Yudi asked why he did not blame them. The main character closed his eyes and replied that this was expected. Then the guy next to him said that he did not feel the master's anger. The stick broke on the ground. Yudi lowered his eyes and said that he was angry, and that he was angry now and could not think about it, and then added that this had happened before. Zio looked at him, smiled, and replied that everything was fine, because they could not harm them, and his interlocutor said that the master should go to bed and he would watch the first half of the night. Clouds floated above the tents. The soldiers went outside. One of them yawned and said, "It's time to move on," and then added that in order to hide their tracks, they would abandon the car and go through the mountains, and not along the main road, as if they were deliberately trying to cover up their tracks. The guy in the helmet grabbed his head and shouted that he was reporting that Senior Officer Teiyu had a fever. One of the soldiers opened his mouth and replied that 2 of their squad would carry him, and told them to keep up. Daping Mountain, which is located in the front Xiangling Mountains, was illuminated by the sun. In front of it there was a camp with tents. A car was driving down the road when someone in it said that if they lost this position, the road would be made for someone else, and that he could pass unhindered. The man with glasses replied that he shouldn't worry because they won't lose her. He then turned to the guy named King and reminded him that he asked him to become a military advisor so that he could atone for his sins. So he hopes that the guy will take into account the decision King Consortium and will stop acting so recklessly. The guy in the blue tie asked what sins he had committed. The man with glasses looked at the guy behind him and chuckled. The car drove up to the gate of the King camp. The man showed the document to the soldier. King, sitting in the car, said that he was a little slack. A man with glasses walked up to him and told him to get out of the car because they had arrived, and then added that King already knew the chief of staff, who was his brother. The guy clutched his white cloak with his hand and replied that that snotty boy was constantly crying, and then asked that since he was here as a military advisor, what would happen if Yun did not listen to him. 3 men approached the entrance to the tent when King asked that if his brother got his way, he would have to take the blame. The man with glasses opened his mouth and replied that he should not be stupid because Yun is the commander of the army, so he will be the one who will bear the main responsibility if something goes wrong. But he is a military advisor, and if the war goes in the wrong direction, then he will also have to take the blame. King closed his eyes when the man behind him asked him if he thought that if they lost, then he, as a military advisor, would not have the responsibility, and then added that it was all for their cause, so he hopes that the guy will take him seriously and will not deliberately shirk. A man in a white cloak entered the soldier's tent. A man in a dark coat stood opposite him in front of a map of the area. Lan waved as King told them not to be nervous because they had come to see everyone. The man in the checkered vest put his hands on the table and asked the secretary why he brought him here. The man with glasses replied that his uncle asked him to help him. Yun smiled and said that he did not need a prisoner as an assistant. The doe remembered them as small children and told him to shut up, and then asked him if he remembered how he loved to play in the mud as a child, because while his uncle was fighting, he did not know where to put his bucket of clay. There were people standing around the map on all sides when the secretary told them to stop because the situation in the southwest was about to change and they were talking like little children, and then told the commander that King and Lan would be his military advisors, so they should quickly discuss current situation and arrange a military meeting. Yun turned his head to the soldier and ordered the commanders of all combat units to be informed to come to the meeting. The light was on. The soldier standing in front of those present said, now that they are stationed at the Daping Big Mountain on the front line of the Xiangling Mountains, the Lai and Yang consortiums will not come easily, and that this war is mainly a conflict between them. King opened his mouth and said that this was nonsense. He looked at the soldier opposite and explained that the philosophy on this battlefield is that, with the exception of their men, everyone involved is an enemy, and then asked why they thought that because of the mutual resentment of the Lai and Consortium's Young, they will not come to fight them on their own initiative. Yun stood up, looked at his brother and replied that the Lai Consortium were the ones who deprived Young of the hard drive on which the core nanobot technology was recorded. King opened his mouth, agreed and added that the Yang Consortium did not take the disc, but he gave it to them, and then recalled that he said that since he was here, he would certainly become a target for the Lai Consortium. The guy closed his eyes and said that if they were careless in defense, they would become Lai and Yang's priority targets, and that they were even willing to put aside their hatred for each other because the benefit of appropriating the King clan was enough to force them to act. The guy in the dark coat opened his mouth and asked if his brother understood one thing about the fact that the main officer here is Yun, so he can express his opinion, but don't think that he is the only smart one in the entire command. King looked at the guy sleeping next to him and answered that he does not say that he is the smartest, and that Lan can also do something. The man in the orange shirt began to drool as he asked what the guy had said. Sitting at the table, King crossed his arms and repeated that he believed that everyone in this tent except the two of them were fools. The doe smiled widely and exclaimed that he was right. Yun opened his mouth wide and answered his brother that although he considers himself the smartest, he is still a prisoner. King stood near the table and stated that if his brother was allowed to continue to remain as the chief officer here, then the King Consortium would clearly be in trouble. The guy in the blue tie smiled and added that from now on he would take over all the fighting on the front line, and asked the secretary to tell the old people to just wait for the war to end. Yun looked from under his brows, opened his mouth and asked about him trying to seize power. King looks arrogantly at the man in front of him and says that he is here to seize power. King points the muzzle of a gun at the man opposite the man. The man in uniform behind them looks at this and is surprised. King grins. The uniformed men point guns at the King man and order everyone not to move. The man in uniform grins. The man opposite King gets shot in the forehead. The man in uniform is shocked. King has fallen dead and is bleeding. The secretary points his finger at King and says in horror that he had just killed the commander-in-chief of the combat detachment. How could he even dare to surround Yun with his people? King pathetically straightens his tie and addresses the secretary by name, saying that his people may also be around him. The secretary is angry. A pleased King walks past him as he tells his men that it is time to leave. Zhu looks at King with displeasure and says that he cannot control him, but warns him that if he loses this war, it will be on King's conscience. Satisfied, King leaves the statement without comment. The doe stretches and says that everything is clear now, but wonders how they can fight the war. King closes his eyes and says that he should deal with internal affairs first. He stands with the others around the table and says that the defense line is shrinking and commands not to disperse his troops towards Mount Daping. King confidently says in front of his own face that the reconnaissance team must continue to work on the battlefield to prevent covert attacks from the Lai and Yang consortiums, and especially their nano-soldiers. He thoughtfully raises his fist to his chin and, against the background of the can, says that we have not seen what nanorobots look like, and accordingly, we are the only ones who do not have them, and, most likely, we will be considered an easy target. A view of King from above while he thinks that the chessboard is too big and only the player who makes the fewest mistakes will be able to play the game to the end. He looks at Lan and gives the order to go to the Yang Consortium tomorrow to discuss the terms of the truce with them, because first they need to destroy the Lai Consortium. Lan agrees. King looks at the man in uniform and gives him the order to go to Lai and negotiate with them that they will help them take the defensive positions of the Yang Consortium in Pingshan. He insists that he start now, and if everything works out, he will give out a small reward. The man in uniform salutes him and says that he will do everything. A man in uniform heads towards the exit. Lan and King look over his shoulder after him, and Lan asks why King is not sending him to Lai, to which King replies that the Lai Consortium has already gone crazy, he is no longer a tenant anyway. The same man in uniform gives orders to his squad, while in their background King continues to talk about the soldier, saying that besides, he is now scared to death, and the people he takes with him are his most trusted soldiers, and they must be people Yun, then let them go and die on the territory of the Lai Consortium. The doe gives him a thumbs up and says that's great. King sighs displeasedly and says that he said something wrong, and Lan asks in surprise what exactly he said wrong. King, against the background of people in uniform, covers his face with his hand and says that he is the only smart one in this tent. Lan is taken aback, but King shows him 2 fingers and says that he doesn't count. King turns to the men in uniform and tells them to get busy cutting down the defense line, because King wants to see the new table with sand dummies early tomorrow morning. The man without a helmet salutes and says that elite troops were sent into the territory of the Lai Consortium. At that time, Yun's plan was to rely on intelligence and intercept the Shenji squad of the Lai Consortium. The Shenji squad always acted alone without interacting with other combatants in groups. King asks when he was sent and where he is now. The man without a helmet replies that he was in the Fengyi mountain area almost a week ago. King gives the order to recall them now. There is no need to take this step. The man without a helmet says it's too late. King looks away thoughtfully. A detachment is advancing along Mount Feni. The man in the cap notices that the snow is falling harder and harder, and if the road is blocked, they will get lost. Another member of the squad points his finger forward and asks them not to worry, because with GPS they will not get lost. He urges them to move on. They are freezing and walking in the snow. Mountain range under snowfall. A man in a helmet makes a visor with his palm and notices that there is too much snow and the road is not visible. Xiao is wary. He thinks that he can't just continue like this, otherwise everyone in the mountains will freeze to death. He decisively invites everyone to line up in one line with the rope, in such a way that those who are behind will step in the footsteps of those in front, and this way it will be easier to walk without getting lost. The man from the squad covers his face from the snow and agrees to do as Xiao suggested. He gives a rope to a squad mate. The entire squad holds onto a rope and walks in a column. Xiao breathes heavily. The palace gives him the task of helping his fallen comrades catch up with the group. Xiao is unhappy that he will also have to help those who are lagging behind. Xiao is indignant in the palace because he thought that he owed him a reward for the quest, since the reward was for leaving the wolves alone for 7 days. The palace displays that exactly 7 days have passed since the last task was announced, and it will be counted jointly after completing the current task. Xiao agrees, bewildered. Xiao notices a squad member trying to leave the group. Xiao thought, he really wants to escape at such a moment. My feet fall into the snow. The guy on the run turns around. He hears a rustling sound. In front of him, a satisfied Xiao with a gun asks him how far he is going. The guy lay down in the snow, and Xiao drags him by the leg and says that it's not safe in the mountains. What if something happens to him if he just runs away? The guy is taken aback and convinces Xiao that he won't run away and can go on his own. The guy's foot falls on the snow. Xiao knelt down in front of him with a smile and tells him that since you say so, then don't lag behind anymore. He agrees. Xiao smiles and points at himself with 2 fingers, telling the guy if he wants to thank Xiao. The guy is perplexed, and Xiao notices that he just saved his life because going alone to the snowy mountains is a sure way to die. He thanks Zio in surprise. Zio is delighted that he actually thanked him. Leg up to knee in snow. Zio turns around and tells someone to keep going so that he is not a deserter and asks if he can hear Zio. He orders 2 guys to carry Taeyu. Even if he is unconscious, they must all get to the battlefield. Zio moves forward contentedly, and the 2 are perplexed as to why there is such favor. Zio approaches the squad member and says that if someone runs away now, the plane will easily be exposed and then everything he does will be useless. Zio's interlocutor notes that his words make sense. A member of the group is perplexed while another orders the squad leader to keep an eye on his men, because anyone who tries to escape will be shot on the spot. The man in the cap says he doesn't understand what Zio is up to, but his ability to fool people is amazing. His interlocutor with the tiara agrees and says that no one knows so many strategies except the master. Wang Kai falls exhausted. A member of the squad tries to call out to him so that he does not lose consciousness. He sits on his knees next to Wang Kai and asks the squad to help the guy. The squad members do not pay attention to requests for help. Zio thought he was done with desertion, but things are not that simple. Zio smiled and said that he was coming to help. Zio threw the guy's arm over his neck to help him move on and noticed that the guy was tired from a day's journey. He would carry him. Taekui sincerely thanked Zio for his help. The palace accepted the gratitude. Taekui asks Wang Kai to hold on. His wife and children are waiting for him. Wang Kai says Zio he was named with severe shortness of breath. Zio is freezing. Zio, Wang Kai and Taekui continue on their way. The squad members fall exhausted one by one. Those who remain can barely find the strength to move on. Zio realizes in despair that he definitely won't be able to bear 2 more. The guy with the tiara asks Zio to let him help him. He takes 1 guy per arm. He approaches Zio and says that old Sun has returned. Zio, confused, notes that everything again depends on Sun. The squad member looks at those carrying casualties and thinks that the Special Investigations Division worked so hard to prevent espionage. No wonder every combat unit in the army is afraid of them. 4 people stop for a break, discussing that it was simply impossible to continue moving in such weather. The man with the bruise asks what else they should do, because if he had not taken the steamed buns yesterday, today he would have died of hunger on the road, because in such weather it is impossible to move forward without food. The ranger sighed and replied that now these 2 puppies from the post are guarding them, so they cannot even escape. A member of the squad asks about escaping, because this is not an option for them and going to the mountains in such weather is mortally dangerous. He smiles sarcastically and says that he knows how to punish those 2 puppies. The ranger turns to the rest of the squad and asks him to speak faster. The guy in the tiara is tense. Zio gives the squad member food and says to eat secretly to avoid getting caught. Zio holds the knife and asks what is the reason for the tension. The guy tells him that his tailwind perception skills have been restored. Zio holds a piece skewered on a knife and says that Chen is invincible, but the great sage cannot hear the wind. Chen eats and confirms that the current version of the sage is capable of this. Zio asks what he heard. Chen replies that they said that when we get back on the road, they should pretend to faint so that a fool named Chen will carry them. Zio tensed and asked who said it. Chen breaks down and says that he doesn't want to say his name because Zio will kill him and he doesn't understand how some people in this world can be so evil. Zio takes Chen by the shoulders and asks him to tell him who these people are because he will not kill anyone. He looked away and said that he just wanted to tell them that for every little evil, there is a bigger evil. Zio and Chen hold the rope and approach the 3 party members, asking if they have finished their meal as it is time for them to leave. The 3 fearfully ask what Zio and Chen are doing. Zio gloatingly replies that they are leaving. 3 guys are tied with ropes, the ends of which are held in Zio's hands. Zio commands them to lie down, for they will soon move on. One of them exclaims that Zio will drag them to their deaths in the snow and tries to persuade the others to fight him. Zio responds by kicking the guy in the face and aggressively asking if he gave him permission to get up. A guy with a grimace of pain lies in the snow. Zio angrily holds the rope and says that they are all adults, but still hope that others will drag them because they don't want to go themselves. One of the 3 is indignant that what Zio is even talking about, he himself brought them here by force. Zio responds by asking if this is not their plan. Those associated with misunderstanding look at him. In the snowfall, Zio moves away with 3 guys on a leash. 2 squad members hold hands in horror and one tells the other that everyone said that the Special Investigations Department was ruthless. He didn't believe it before, but now his view has changed. The second one tells him that when they join the rest of their comrades after the war, he will tell them not to get involved with the Special Investigations Department. They are all cruel. A squad member, knee-deep in snow, diligently walks forward. He shouts with a suggestion to find a place to camp on the leeward side and move on when the snow stops. Zio tells the guy in the cap that he will put up a tent and let him collect firewood and branches because they will need a fire and portions of hot porridge, otherwise no one will cope. He agrees and says that he will take the guys with him. Team members set up tents. One member of the squad stands on the shoulders of another and collects dry branches. Plumes of smoke rise from the broken camp. Zio warms himself by the fire and receives a notification that the mission is completed, the reward for the base level skill card. The palace also reports that the side quest has been completed and a new item, seeds, has been unlocked in the vending machine. Zio looks at the machine with enthusiasm. Zio stands in front of the machine. A new seed slot has been opened. He rubs his chin and asks what is the point of this thing, because the seeds look different and may also grow differently. He throws a coin into the machine. He gets a red seed. He holds the seed in his hand and thinks whether it is worth visiting it to find out what will grow, whether there are instructions for use. Zio tells Chen to stay here and guard the tent, and when everyone arrives, to tell them that Zio saw a wild boar and went to catch it for dinner, and if he is late, then for Chen to improvise something. Zio yawns and leaves the tent. He goes aside and thinks that he needs to see what is so special about this seed. He is standing with a shovel. Zio starts digging snow and says that while he digs it into the ground, it will suddenly grow. He throws a seed into a hole and thinks that wouldn't it be cool if a plant blooms in the middle of winter and immediately bears fruit. Zio sits contentedly, waiting for growth. The plant grows through the snow. Sprouts emerge in different places. Zio wonders what this means and whether it will bear fruit. A red-eyed raven sits on a branch. Zio looks at the flying raven. The raven flies aggressively towards him. The plant is grabbed by a crow in the air. Zio notices that the plant is aggressive. He grins and thinks that if he plants it around the forest, they won't have to be afraid of wild animals anymore. He happily goes to the machine, talking about what another seed is capable of. He throws a coin into the machine. In his hands is a brown seed. The man in the cap asks Chen where Zio is, to which Chen replies that he has gone to catch a wild boar for dinner. The man in the cap asks why Zio hasn't returned yet. Chen replies with a smile that the boar is most likely resisting. The snowfall doesn't stop. Zio sits with snow on his head and wonders what the dark yellow seeds are for. A seed is buried under the snow. The sprout has sprouted. The green plant is growing, and Zio notices that 10 minutes have passed, but it is just sprouting. The plant has grown in the shape of a bag, and Zio points his finger at it, asking what it is. The plant spits something round at him. The shell lands in a snowdrift. Zio wonders what kind of nonsense this is. The palace explains that it is an automatic potato launcher that shoots up to 30 potatoes per day. Zio notices that the sample is not the best. He rubs his chin and thinks that these days any machine gun will be better. Besides the funny look, this thing has no advantages. He shakes the plant so that it gives him potatoes. The plant spat out a handful of potatoes. The plant is exhausted, and Zio is pleased that it produces large quantities of potatoes and quickly. Someone goes to Zio. Zio cautiously looks around the area to see who overtook him. He reflects that now the regular troops of the Lai Consortium are located on the front line of Mount Feni. But they don't just come here, they only went this way to disguise the camp of the Shenzi detachment and attract the attention of the enemy. Zio takes out a knife with the understanding that the enemy is nearby. He is hiding behind a tree. People in uniform pass next to him, and Zio understands that these are people of the King Consortium. Although he knows land, but war is war, now he is wearing the uniform of the Shenzi detachment, they will not listen to him. He doesn't know if the red plant can stop the party. The squad notices the presence of a person nearby by footprints in the snow. This someone must have heard their steps and left. The man behind him asks if their plan is ruined, to which the first responds that he is not sure because they are looking for a target, and this is only one of them. He continues that the migrants are clearly not alone here. Most likely, this is one of the nano soldiers from Shenzi's detachment, so you need to act quickly so that he does not have time to warn that there may be troops nearby. They pulled out guns and one said it looked like he had stepped on something. Zio watches this and notices that they are caught. The soldier looks at his feet and sees a vine. He says that there is something strange in these thorny vines. He has never seen this before. Zio reasons that there are still many people who have not entered the attack zone and will not go without a command. A squad member says something is wrong. He orders them not to go forward. The squad asks the captain what to do next. They noticed Zio and asked him if he was from Lai's army. Zio recognizes from the voice that it is Tang. Tang opens his face and calls Zio by name in surprise. The squad goes to Zio, asking if it's really him. He asks back why Tang is here. Zio beckons Tang with his finger so they can talk one-on-one. Tang's squad warns him to be on guard because Zio might trick him. But Tang tells them not to worry because he and Zio are old friends. Tang comes closer and asks in surprise why he is wearing the clothes of the Shenzi squad, and Zio asks him to sit down. Tang says that a lot of time has passed and asks if Zio has joined Lai's consortium. Zio asks what joining means because he ran after refugees from the 109th Wall and was drafted into the army. Tang is surprised that this could happen and emphasizes that Li has no shame. Tang, distraught, says that Zio is lucky, because Tang was sent here to certain death. Xiao asks what this means. Tang explains that the army is now commanded by the king and messers. Zhen and Lan were put under house arrest in the 111th fortress, and Tang was sent to the king and he gave him the order to intercept the Shenzi detachment. Tang asks what kind of people are in Shenzi's detachment anyway. If all of them are nano soldiers, then they were really sent to certain death. Xiao replies that Tang was mistaken because Xiao is not from Shenzi's detachment, but from a private unit. Tan, confused, asks what a private unit is. Xiao replies that they were intercepted by Shenzi's squad. They went to another front to ambush the King Consortium and sent Xiao's squad through a shortcut to distract you and take you by surprise. Tang deduces that they have fallen into Shenzi's trap, but it is too late to pursue them. They will have to cross several war zones. Xiao answers by asking why go there if he himself said that his squad would die there. Tang put on a serious face and said that a soldier must obey orders, and even if we are doomed to lose here, it is worth it to contribute to winning the war. Xiao replies that he cannot blame your sense of responsibility, but the King Consortium does not treat you very well. Tang denies, because if he loses on the front line, then as a soldier under the command of Boss Luo, he can ruin everything. He should not disgrace his boss and he needs to fight for his honor. Xiao put his hand on his shoulder and offers to do this. First they will hide in the mountains, because Xiao's team has 5 more officers from the Shenzi squad. Xiao will find an opportunity to catch them for Tang and he will have something to show. He will also get a satellite phone for Tang and he will contact his command with the news. Tan beams with happiness and asks if this is true. Xiao confirms, because he is a Superman like Chen, so everything will be fine. Xiao crosses his arms over his chest and reminds Tang to tell his comrades not to set up a battlefield here because they don't want to get hurt. And he also asks not to tell his squad about them because if there are Lai Consortium spies on his side, then Xiao will be exposed. Tan agrees. Tan smiles and asks Xiao not to be afraid because he knows how to protect his own spies. Xiao realizes that he is now a spy for the King Consortium. Xiao returns to camp with the bag. The man in the cap asks Xiao as he comes in if he caught the boar. Xiao asks about the boar. Xiao dumps the potatoes on the table and lies that he didn't catch the boar because it was too fast and Xiao couldn't catch up with it. The man in the cap invites Xiao to eat a bun. Xiao eats a bun and the man in the cap says that the people from Shenzi said they were going to camp here until the snow stops. Xiao is thinking about a way to lure these 5 Shenzi members. The fire is burning. The camp is empty. Everyone is intense. Xiao is getting ready to leave and a member of the squad asks where he is going so early. Xiao turned around and said that he went to dig potatoes because you can't just sit still. The guy gives him a thumbs up and says that Xiao is a very good person and thanks him. Thanks counted. Xiao walks with the bag through the snowfall. Snow is falling. Xiao brought potatoes to the Tang squad. He invites them to bake them and eat them. Tan says Xiao is a good friend and thanks him. Xiao says it's all nothing. The palace accepted the gratitude. Xiao points his finger at the Tang squad and asks if they thanked him. Satisfied, Xiao listens to gratitude from everyone. The palace is counting. Xiao in the palace looks at a handful of coins and thinks that this is very good, because another potato cost him sheep's wool. Xiao puts his hand on Tang's shoulder and says that he is going to lure the 5 officers of Shenzi's squad out of the tent and then help him kill them with Chen's help. Tan is happy. He wonders if he needs the help of the Tang squad, because it is not so easy to deal with 5 nano soldiers from the Shenzi squad at once. Xiao responds negatively and tells them to just wait and not show up until Xiao's signal. Snowfall. Xiao looks around. In his hand are 5 red seeds. He planted them around him. Xiao is pleased with what he has done. Snowfall. Xiao returns to camp with the rabbit. The squad approached him and asked where Xiao found such a big rabbit. Xiao replied that he had found the hole, but he alone could not catch everyone and asked them for help. Xiao, holding the rabbit in his arms, looks around contentedly. They run after Xiao. Xiao insidiously gives the rabbit a smack. He deliberately fell into the snow, screaming that the rabbit was running away. Xiao points his finger at the rabbit and tells the guys to hurry up and catch it, otherwise we'll waste our time. The Shenzi members ran after the rabbit, with Xiao sitting on the snow in the background. Xiao is pleased because they fell for his trick. Military men with weapons run through the snow after a rabbit. The rabbit begins to speed up more and more. The main character creates some magic in his hand while looking at the target seriously, shouting to the soldiers to get it. Tree roots begin to come out of the ground. They begin to approach the military, to which they shout and ask what it is. The roots begin to attack one of them, grabbing his hands, weapons, to which the man shouts for someone to help him and for someone to save him. The roots also grab another warrior, causing him to start coughing and rolling his eyes, screaming in pain. The warriors hang in the air on the roots, while Xiao begins to walk towards them. The main character looks at one of the warriors on the roots. He extends his hand, still looking at him. Suddenly, magic begins to flow right from the guy's hand, causing the man on the roots to scream in fear. He raises his magic white hand upward, continuing to release magic from it. Suddenly, he turned around and continued his way in the other direction against the backdrop of roots with bodies. He suddenly looks down at his hand below, mouth open. He ends up with 5 military tokens in his hand. Zio approaches the entrance to a cave surrounded by warriors. The man asks the guy what's going on, to which he replies that everything is ready and these are their emblems. With a smile, the commander thanks Zio, to which he reacts emotionlessly as he listens to the notification that he has received gratitude from Tangju. Suddenly, he extends the walkie-talkie in his hand towards Tan, saying that he found a satellite phone and let him call his boss. The happy guy answers him positively with a smile, taking the hand of the just overjoyed guy. Zio, looking at him menacingly, says that if they defeat Shenzi's detachment, let them not forget to say where they died, to which Tangju asks him why. Turning to the side with a villainous grin, Zio says that he wants to pay tribute to his comrades, causing the guy to look blank. A lonely tent stands against the backdrop of snow-capped mountains. An angry guy stormed into the tent, saying it was all over. The guy in the cap looks at the guy in shock, asking what's the matter, suggesting that the guys from the Shenzi squad caused him a lot of problems. The main character looks up, illuminating themselves with a certain atmosphere, saying that they are dead. Standing in front of Zio, he asks how they ended up dead. The hero leans over to remember what happened, saying that he was going to take them to the rabbit hole, but the rabbit ran away, and the 5 of them ran after him, and he couldn't even catch up with them, to which the man asks what happened then. The guy continues to tell that then some mutated cannibal plants appeared and strangled them. He addresses all the soldiers, telling them that if they don't believe him, he will show it himself. The squad runs to the scene of the incident, from where those same mutated plants can already be seen. They see the bodies of the previous squad hanging right on top of them. Looking at them, the other warriors ask each other if they are truly dead, asking what they will move on now. One guy in a mask, a warrior, scared, answers in the negative, saying that it is too dangerous and he will not go anywhere. Looking towards the fleeing warriors, Sayo thinks that they do not know when King will be able to defeat the real Shenji squad, and they are not sure where the battlefield will be, so it is better not to act rashly. The mountain landscape is decorated with flying snowflakes. A powerful explosion occurs near the mountains, causing equipment to fly away. The warrior, squeezing his eyebrows together, shouts to the others to retreat and let everyone hide from the fire. Covered in ice and looking in the other direction, another soldier thinks to himself that how can this be, and the consortium found out everything. The warriors run away from the powerful explosion to the side. One of them shouts and asks that they were careful enough, so why did King set up an ambush here? A man in a white cloak with guards behind him stands on a mountain cliff. He looks through binoculars, saying that even if nanobots are powerful, that doesn't mean they can withstand projectiles. Taking his binoculars away from his eyes, he says with a malicious and satisfied smile that the gods did not give man weapons, so man himself created swords to overthrow these gods. Looking only forward, standing in front of the shocked warrior, he says that the Lai Consortium has not participated in the war for many years, even having created powerful weapons. They do not know how to use them correctly, adding that this is a waste of energy, to which the warrior asks King what he means is that nano-warriors cannot be used in this way. Turning to the soldier, the man, against the backdrop of the snowy mountains, says that if these nano-soldiers are given to him, he will take them to pieces, saying that battle groups constantly pass through these mountains and fields while the intelligence that ambushed the Li Consortium showed cooperation. There it will be easy to decapitate. The warriors, looking at the boss with confidence, say that everything is clear to them, noting that their master is very wise. Making his gaze more angry, the man tells the warrior that he is not telling them this to flatter them, but so that they can allocate more people to protect him, to which the warrior standing behind him says the word what in shock. Looking at the back of the man in the robe, they listen to him say that the Nano Plus warriors of the CHN Consortium may soon arrive, and they are smarter than Lai, so they need to immediately strengthen the defense forces, to which the warriors hesitantly obeyed. Important people are sitting at a large table. The story goes that this is the command of the Lai Consortium. The man, sitting with his hands crossed in front of him, with anger in his eyes, informs his colleagues that the Shenzi detachment suffered more losses, and he just wants to know how the King Consortium knew about the actions of their detachment in advance. The old man is at the side of the head, thinking to himself about why this happened and what went wrong. With his hands folded on his chest, the old man with a serious and thoughtful look tells himself that even if he has ulterior motives, he kept his head down to ensure the normal functioning of the Special Investigations Department, so as not to give himself away and find the best time to strike, except moreover, he does not have anyone who would have direct access to the Shenzi detachment. Workers in hats look around displeasedly, and one of them shouts that the private forces, who exchange clothes and vehicles with the special detachment, did not arrive at the designated strategic location, and he suspects that something went wrong with them. The head, with scars on his face, angrily asks the worker why he did not report this important news earlier. Sitting among the workers and senior officials, the scarred man orders everyone to immediately find this private unit and confirm its location within 3 days, telling the old man, General Hu, to stay here and let the others be free. The old man calmly looks towards the guy. The man with the scar looks at the old man menacingly, informing him that the leak of information from the Shenzi squad is a serious matter, and the spy is most likely in an influential position, so he orders him to find out who it is in 3 days. The old man calmly leaves the hall, holding his hands behind his back, thinking that the private army exchanged clothes with the Shangzi detachment, and then this happened. Suddenly, the general notices something to the side, thinking that it couldn't be him again. With a serious face, the general imagines an image of Xiao behind him, asking if this boy Zhen Xiao could have such abilities. Snow falls on snow-capped mountains. Standing at the entrance to the cave, Tang stands opposite Xiao, asking that the rank and file did not find anything, adding that the snowfall will soon end, and it will not be discovered if they go further. Shaking the snow off his shoulders in front of the happy guy, the hero says that everything is fine, explaining that the private army of the Lai Consortium will not be able to leave this place after the death of the people from the Shenzi detachment, and he had to rely on his own strength to get food for them. On that, the man responds positively. Sitting together on a stone, the man says that, by the way, he just found out that Boss Luo and Mr. King Zhen have successfully seized power, and now the last word in the army remains with them. Looking at each other, Xiao Su asks the guy, that didn't he say that they are under house arrest in the 111th fortress, to which Tang says that Boss Luo, King Zhen and their men were sent to the front as military advisors, and they killed King Yun and became the main military leaders of the King Consortium. Xiao, tensed, looking at the guy, asks if this is normal and is no one really controlling them. Addressing the hero, the man says that he does not think so, and if they are replaced at this stage, then the King Consortium will not be able to wage war, and if the Yang and Lai Consortium take advantage of the situation, the entire King clan will be in danger, to which the protagonist says that he understood everything. Tang Zhu extends his hand to the guy with a smile, telling him that Commander King Zhen has already defeated Shenzi's main detachment, and he agrees to cooperate with the hero, wanting everything to go smoothly. Clasping his hands tightly in a handshake, the hero seriously answers well, thinking that King Zhen is reliable, and at least he is better than the King Yun that Tang Zhu spoke about. Sitting together on a stone in front of the entrance and shaking hands, Tang says that after all, Xiao has special love for the Shenzi squad, and they were all forced to join the army, and they were all defeated, asking why the guy still comes to them, on that he replies that he was just helping. The Yang Consortium collects samples of Lai's nanorobots. The protagonist, with a blush on his face, removes his hand from Tang's hand after hearing him say that when he left the 109th fortress, he immediately thought that he and Yang Xiaojin had an unusual relationship, to which the hero denies this and asks not talk nonsense. A huge equipment warehouse is empty in the snow. As Xiao walks past the military vehicles and equipment, he thinks about how it seems this is where the Shenzi squad and the King Consortium fought. 2 pairs of legs walk through the snow. The main character looks forward in surprise, asking what they are. He sees warriors walking, trying to walk normally. Hiding behind a tree, the guy watches the silhouettes, thinking that King Zhen is really good, and left the officers of the Shenzi squad for him. Xiao peeks out from behind a tree trunk. He immediately throws the stones onto the floor with his own hand. Suddenly, in front of the barely walking friends, roots begin to grow. They see a huge network of roots coming out of the ground. Opening their eyes in shock, they begin to scream, asking what it is, when suddenly the roots begin to engulf them faster and faster. Looking from behind the tree at the 2 strangled bodies of the warriors on the roots again, Xiao asks where everyone else is. The warriors on the roots notice the silhouette of the main character and begin to shout that there is someone behind this tree. The warrior angrily asks who he is and how he knows that they are from the SHNZZI detachment. Coming out from behind the tree, Xiao seriously asks why the warrior burst out, and he asks where the rest of the Shenzi are. The military men look at Xiao with confusion, asking him why he is wearing their uniform. The guy, looking at the warrior with mockery, asks the one that didn't they themselves give it to them. The warrior, hanging on the roots, realizes that he is from a private army. Looking at the ornies that entangle the bodies of both men, the warrior clenches his teeth, asking Xiao what it is he controls this vine and what he forgot here in the first place. Realizing the truth, the warrior looks ahead in anger and shock, making him dizzy, and he says that he is a spy and it was he who revealed their location, so the king managed to set up an ambush. Scratching his ear with his finger and looking away, Xiao tells the warrior that he does not understand what he is talking about. Standing in front of the ammunition and the vine that grabbed the warriors, he says that they will stop talking nonsense, and they need to answer his question, asking where all the other members of the Shenzi detachment are. Sweating and looking at the shrinking vine, the warrior informs that they are about 20 kilometers behind them, and he should go and see for himself if he dares. The guy looked thoughtfully at the warrior, rinsing in response to the reaction with information. He goes around the routes with the bodies of the warriors, causing misunderstanding among both. The guy looks forward confidently, clenching his hand into a fist. In an instant, the heads and protective helmets of the men were smashed from the roots. He goes forward against the backdrop of the dead bodies of warriors. The guy begins to run through the snowdrifts and snowfall. At that moment, he smelled something. He suddenly braked in one place and began to look at the floor. Right in front of him lay the corpse of a warrior covered in blood, to which Zio immediately began to understand that these were corpses from the Shenji detachment. Looking at them with his mouth open, he thinks that the blood spatter does not look like they used bombs. Looking at the hole in the man's armor, he assumes that he is a sniper. Touching the wound of the deceased warrior on the ground, the guy continues to ask himself that the King Consortium lifted the siege, but met resistance halfway. With bloody fingers, he removes a sharp white bullet from his body. He looks at her with interest, asking himself that these are not young Zyojin's bullets. After all, she should be in the 88th fortress. Standing in front of the corpses of the soldiers, he thinks about what else it could be. Zio raises his hand, looking forward. He, in front of the other corpses, releases magic from his hand, surrounding each body. Sighing and lowering his fists down, he relaxed. The main character, looking forward with seriousness, thinks that after collecting these nanorobots, there should be enough equipment for the whole body. Remembering the girl with the machine gun, he tells himself what he always imagines, that every mysterious sniper is young Zyojin, but she has no reason to be here. Turning in the other direction, he stops himself in his thoughts, telling himself that he needs to collect the potatoes from the potato launcher and discuss everything when he returns to camp. Zio, holding potatoes in his hands, enters the tent with a smile. Chen, looking at the guy, asks him if he has returned. Standing in a circle with the team, the guy in the cap tells what he hears. That people in other tents are already left without food, and when Zio cooks, he should be careful so that they don't attack him, to which the main character agrees. Sitting on the floor and eating potatoes, the guy thinks that the collection of nanorobots is also almost finished, and it's time to think how to use them. Looking at his arm and armor, he continues to think that with the power values from the palace and the black blade, it seems that he does not need offensive abilities, but the guy clearly does not have enough defense. The men in the other corner of the tent say that they have been here for 4 days, and except for them, everyone else has no food, and if this continues, they will all die of hunger. The guy, realizing something, made a stupid face. Zio, waving to the other guys with a smile, tells everyone to come to him. Standing in front of the 2 warriors, he asks them that they have ever studied mechanics on their own, and if they were asked to design a simple external body armor, they could. One of the guys, holding his head with his hand, notices that this is a little too much. Again making a stupid scary face against the background of confusion, Zio says that it must involve stone, screw, chain, worm, hydraulic and pneumatic transmissions. Showing his palm in front of the guy, he tells him not to say a word more, and he doesn't understand, asking them again if they can do it. To which the guy, holding his hand to his face, says with a smile that they can, but not too refined, and they will only try to minimize air resistance. Holding his hand in front of him with a smile, the main character says that it's okay, noting that it's already good, and let them first make a draft, and then, when there is an opportunity to go deeper into the details, they can improve it. Crows fly through a snowstorm. Suddenly, a military vehicle approaches through the snowfall into the tents. Looking towards the exit, the guys ask what is happening, to which the other replies that it seems that someone has arrived. Someone's foot lands on the snowy ground. A stately man in a beautiful suit gets out of the car, saying that a private army of soldiers is hiding in these deep forests, and they, the officers, have to overcome mountains and rivers because of them. Standing by the car with 2 bodyguards, the officer introduces himself as being from Tang Wanni's personnel department and let everyone gather. Covering his eyes, the stern man asks the people which one is Gen Zio. The main character looks at him with angry red eyes. He, standing among the other soldiers, raises his hand, saying that he is reporting and he is Gen Zio. Opening one eye slightly and wrinkling his mouth with dissatisfaction, the officer congratulates the guy, telling him that from above they learned that the commander of the 2nd Battalion, Liu Teiyu, was wounded and in a coma, and on the recommendation of the leadership, he was appointed acting commander of the 2nd Battalion to lead the troops to fulfillment combat mission. The guy, clenching his fists in front of him, opening his mouth wide, asks the commander that this is true. The officer, closing his eyes and holding a piece of paper in his hand, confirms and orders him to come and sign the appointment documents. Looking at the satisfied Zio signing the document, the officer asks what it will be stamped with. The guy, touching his hair with his hand and looking at him harmlessly, says that maybe he will show the splits. Making a despised face, The man asks the guy if he is sure about this. Curling his lips into a bow and wearily turning his eyes to the side, the hero asks what he means. The officer turns to the car, ordering them to go. Turning around, he tells the guy with a serious look that if he had not heard that someone paid more than 100,000 for his promotion, he would not have risked walking in such a snowfall, adding that this Gen Zio is too inept and does not even know how to please them. Continuing to walk forward with his usual passive face, Tan Wanny says that upon his return, they must blacklist him, and as soon as the war is over, if they remove him from his position. Zio whispers to Woody asking what they are muttering about, to which the guy replies that they say that after the war the hero will be removed from his position. Laughing and looking up with a smile, Zio says that he has nothing to worry about, although sages usually take revenge only after 10 years. But will they still be here after the war? The question is that, to which the guy asks the hero why he is so sure. Gen Zio, raising his hand and stroking his hair, tells him that it's all because he's just a handsome guy who exudes confidence. Zio looks at the warriors standing behind him. Pointing his thumb at himself, the main character says that he is lucky to have become the commander of this 2nd battalion, and one should not abandon children to evil. Standing in front of his team and taking out his hand, he says that some of them may know his survival skills, and in these wastelands he is the best, and with him they will definitely not die of hunger, and they will not die inexplicably from plants. The warriors look at each other hesitantly. The guy, looking at them, seriously tells them that it seems they don't believe him, adding that he will then go first in front, and they will follow him, and if everything is okay with him, then they can all be safe. Squeezing his hands again, the shaved guy says with a smile that he says so he will always have to lead them. Giving a thumbs up, Zio tells them not to worry, and Life Xiao Zio always keeps his word. The guy moves away from the other warriors. The bright sun illuminates the area. Magical tree roots are spread out in front of the guys. Woody, looking ahead with confusion, shouts to everyone to be careful. The main character, standing right in the depths of the roots, tells the army that they follow him and everything will be fine. Marnie, holding her fist in front of her and showing a blush on her cheeks, says out loud that it's like help from heaven. Turning to the side with a grin, Zio thinks that this is nothing, and in order to lead them to the right path, a small sacrifice matters. The men continue to cry, holding their faces with their hands. Continuing to walk ahead of her squad, Zio receives new notifications that she has thanked moments from Lai Guo from Liu Panpan. Noticing in her head, she says that this is wonderful. The main character looks at the black smoke coming from the mountains, asking himself that they have already arrived, and it seems that the information that Tang Ju gave him before leaving was true. Recalling the moment of conversation between Tang Ju and him, he recalls the guy's question about whether he had been promoted with a serious face. Ju looks forward with a carefree smile, tells the guy that Commander King Zhen hopes to continue cooperation with her, and this means that King Zhen already has a spy in a high position, and capable of controlling appointed officers at the private army level. Remembering the guy's kind face, he remembers him saying that King Zhen called and told him that King Yan had previously sent his properties for discussion. The main character, looking at the situation seriously, tells the guy that if he is interested, he can destroy them, thinking to himself that King Zhen has already begun to get rid of his competitors. Standing opposite each other with Tang Ju, the hero adjusts the chest on the guy's armor with his hand, saying that if only Tang could ensure the safety of Gen Zio. The main character points his finger towards the snow-capped woody mountains while telling that it seems that there are allied troops ahead, and let them come closer, greet them, ask for directions, make sure that they are going in the right direction, towards Mount Feni. The protagonist's squad begins to walk towards the snowy mountains with smoke coming from them. Zio's squad is standing in the middle of the same place. Turning to them, he says that next time they need to be sure to check the end of the column and make sure that no one lags behind, adding that if anyone tries to escape, they must be treated as a deserter and executed on the spot. Looking at the man in the cap and the blonde man, he says that if a fight starts, they need to step aside so as not to get hit by bullets. Continuing their way through the snow, the guys think that Zio said everything so emotionally, which means he knows what's in these mountains. The man with the mustache points his finger to the side, asking in shock that these are people from the King Consortium. They see warriors from another squad opposite Zio. A guy from another squad raises his hands and says with a smile that they are representatives of the King Consortium and have come to negotiate. Pointing his finger at them, the main character asks them how they can prove that they came to the negotiations, because their side did not receive any notifications. Standing opposite each other, the guy with his hands up tells Zio that their front commander, King Zhen, is negotiating with their senior leadership, and if they don't believe them, they can clarify. A hero with malice and seriousness looks at the guy, ordering them to then drop their weapons, and if they do not use force, then Shenzi's squad will not kill unarmed people. The warrior, who raised his hands, looks at the hero with shock, thinking about how it happened that they met here with the people of the Shenzi detachment, and it is impossible for a regular army to surrender their weapons just like that, in words, noting that this is nonsense. The two squads stand opposite each other in silence. Zio again points his finger at the callers, adding that if they say they came to negotiate but do not want to surrender their weapons, then what kind of sign is this, and doesn't the King Consortium have an ounce of sincerity? The warrior brings his eyebrows together from a lack of understanding of the situation, thinking that if it comes to battle, their 300-400 soldiers against more than 1,000 fighters of the Shenzi detachment have practically no chance, and besides, since they came to negotiate, only a successful outcome will allow them to return alive. A warrior from the king's side tells his colleagues that, on his orders, they must lower their weapons. All the warriors from the king's side put their weapons on the floor. The main character looked at them carefully. The squad leader also places his pistol on the ground. Suddenly, someone takes out his gun. Zio points it directly at the squad, looking at them with a villainous smile. He shoots the head of the king's squad. Raising the pistol upward, in front of his team in front of the killed leader of the squad, he shouts that they are without weapons, and his squad has a chance to defeat the warriors of the King Consortium and accomplish a feat. All the warriors begin to turn around in fear, saying that they don't want to do this, asking how they can handle the King Consortium. Two guys, wearing a cap and a crown on their head, aim their rifles at people, angrily saying that they will see who dares to run away. The guy in the cap raises the rifle upstairs. The warriors of their squad look forward in shock, realizing what it is. One of the fighters clenched his weapon and teeth, bracing himself. The main character runs towards another squad, aiming his pistol. Shots fly into the bodies of enemies. A small explosion occurs among the mountains. The next day, at the Lai Consortium headquarters, in the military tents in the middle of a snowstorm, someone yells at someone, asking about how the private army completely destroyed the special forces of the Qin Consortium, and they must be joking, to which someone then confirms that this is the absolute truth, and it was yesterday. A man with slits in his eyebrows tells someone that they sent a soldier named Chen Wudi to report the news, and their men quickly arrived on the scene and confirmed it, adding that they destroyed the King Consortium's special forces, but they don't know why the troops the king ended up on their territory and how they got here. The head of the consortium, Li, stands on the table, asking how the enemy could get in here so easily, and were they going to wait until they got to the headquarters doors to finally notice them. The brown-haired man, raising his hand to his face in fear, explains that the troops of the King Consortium specifically walked through the mountains and forests, without taking a full complement of combat units with them in order to move easily and be less visible, confirming that they were indeed difficult to detect. A man with black hair, tiredly closing his eyes, asks the brown-haired man, who is taking out a folder from under his armpit, how they can be completely destroyed, to which the man replies that they recorded the testimony of a private army. Revealing, the man with slits in his eyebrows says that they said that they were able to deceive the enemy by using the Shenzi unit's uniform, and then forcing them to surrender, immediately launched an attack, all thanks to their commander named Zhen Zio. The head asks a colleague standing next to him that this all sounds rather strange, doesn't it? To which he replies that he also finds it strange. But it seems that the King Consortium understood that they could not defeat the Shenzi detachment, so it makes sense. The head, closing his eyes, asks how many people the private army lost. With a smile, showing 4 fingers to the surprised head, the brown-haired man says that the losses are only 400 people, that is, the same as the enemy, to which the brunette exclaims that the losses did not exceed those expected, and now they just need such victories. With a smile, pointing his finger at his colleague, the head gives him an order to immediately report this to the Presidium, and apply for the award of this private army, adding that he wants to rename this group as a squad of heroes and provide them with the best equipment. Pointing a finger at his colleague and turning to the side with a smile, the head adds that in addition, this commander should be officially awarded the rank, given the rank of major in the regular army of the Li Consortium, thinking that this will be an example from the entire army. Still showing the brown-haired man his index finger, the head looks at him slyly, adding one more thing so that he would transfer from to the most difficult sections of the front. And he had already received information that the King Consortium had changed command, and now King Zhen was in charge. Opening his eyes, the brown-haired man asks what this means. Imagining the image of King Zhen in his background, the head whispers to the brown-haired man with a smile that such a proud person as King Zhen can only endure the defeat of the special forces at the hands of a private army, and let them send them to the most difficult sections of the front in order to deplete the enemy's forces. The brown-haired man raises his hand to his face with a smile, saying that he will arrange everything now. The guy pushes the dark curtain aside with his hand. Looking villainously to the side, he thinks about it. That the general is very wise, and he is going to use a private army to lure the King Consortium to the most difficult parts of the front. And war is a huge chessboard, and the player should not have feelings, and a squad of heroes is just a piece on the board. He walks past the other tents, holding his hands behind him, saying out loud that mercy does not rule armies, righteousness does not rule money, and the ancients did not deceive. The general, sitting at the table and writing some kind of document, thinks that it is Xiao who really doesn't know the rules, and it was with such difficulty that he brought the news of his promotion to him, and he didn't even show that he appreciated it. He takes his pen off the paper and looks at him with a villainous, hostile smile, thinking that he will see what he can do about it. A brown-haired man with cut-out eyebrows comes to the general again, addressing him as Old Man Tang, adding that he will have to run around again and he needs to give Gen Xiao his new rank. Holding a pen in his hands, the general turned blue from what he heard and began to ask again about Gen Xiao receiving the rank. The brown-haired man approaches the general, holding his hands behind him, asking if he has any objections to this, to which the general replies that in no case and he is already on his way. Pointing his index finger at the man, the brown-haired man closes his eyes and reminds him that Xiao's rank is now higher than General Tang's, and he is now a model for the entire army, and if he ever offended him, it is better to make peace with him as soon as possible. Holding his hand on his chest, turning blue again out of embarrassment, the general asks how he could offend him, and he understood everything, at the same time thinking that he had just returned having overcome mountains and rivers, and this Gen Xiao was again receiving the rank, and isn't this a curse? There are tents set up against the backdrop of snow-capped mountains, and Tan has a shocked expression on his face, saying that he will have to work hard then. A bright moon illuminates the dark night sky. Xiao turns to the general with his hand on his head, asking him what he is doing here, to which the general replies that he came to present them with a title. Holding his hands in a fist, in front of a guy signing a document, the general tells him that he could have been rude earlier, asking that if he offended him in some way, what can he do to make him forgive him? Xiao, looking at the head with glowing kind eyes, asks him that maybe he has a fork. The general fell into a stupor from misunderstanding. People walk around a large green military vehicle with a machine gun on the roof. History says that this is the 108th fortress. Ian straightens the cap on his head with his hand. The girl approaches the closed store window and begins to knock gently. Her hand stops in the moment. Suddenly, she made one persistent knock again, looking at the display case. A guy in an apron immediately opens the door for her, asking if she came from the north. The girl with a calm expression against the backdrop of the starry sky responds positively, adding that she is reporting the situation. The window protection immediately slams shut. The girl sits on a chair next to the table, holding a glass in her hand, opposite a standing guy who says that nothing special is happening, and they say that Shenzi's squad encountered a surprise on the side of the King Consortium, and on the way they were attacked by a mysterious sniper, to which Yang replies that she is already aware of this. The man, looking at her seriously, says that just yesterday the private army completely destroyed the special forces of the King Consortium on Mount Tantu, and this caused a great resonance, because the combat power of the private army is known to everyone, and who would have thought that they were capable of defeating the special forces of the King Consortium? Covering her gaze with her cap, the girl thinks that the private army completely destroyed the special forces of the King Consortium, and this is connected with him. The guy, looking seriously at the girl as she does at him, says that there is nothing else, and he has not yet received the defense schemes for the Lee Consortium, and as soon as they are, he will immediately deliver them, to which the girl asks him not to tell her about defense schemes, because she is not participating in this war. Yang looks away, saying that she needs him to find a young man named Gen Xiao, as well as a list of the personnel of the very private army he was talking about, adding that she suspects that he is among them. Looking at the girl with seriousness, the guy thinks that Miss Yang has such an interest in a guy named Gen Xiao, and he is probably not an ordinary person, asking her if there are any other clues. She, looking angrily at his surprised face, asks where the tracks lead. That's where they need to go. The laboratory sign is illuminated by bright sunlight from the windows. A scientist, standing in the aisle, orders others to bring a batch of samples. A woman with glasses carries a test tube in her hand, smiling at the man and responding positively to his request. She passes the test tube from hand to hand. The male scientist turned out to be General Tang, and he, standing in a robe and holding a test tube in his hands, begins to think that after testing on people with a synchronization coefficient equal to 0, nanorobots behave unusually. He continues to hold the test tube tightly in his hand. Standing in the laboratory with a man in armor and his assistant behind the system, he observes what is happening. The general's assistant looks at the indicators, asking in shock where the nanorobots are in his body. A colleague points his finger at the computer, fearfully telling General Tan that the nanorobots in his body have disappeared. The bright sun illuminates the snowy mountains. Large trucks drive through the mountains in a convoy. The man driving tells Xiao that he is great and has become a major in the Lai regular army overnight, and great prospects are opening up for him. And he doesn't know what the difference is between the regular army and the private army, because it's like heaven and earth. Putting his hand under his head, the main character looks at his partner with contempt, telling him not to talk nonsense and let him steer a little. The guy in the cap, looking down, says no, explaining this by saying that there are soldiers sitting behind him, The road is slippery, and if he drives fast and brakes sharply, they may roll over. The hero with a dissatisfied face turns to the guy, answering that he won't slow down. The guy asks Zio why he suddenly decided to transfer them to position 313, and something seems wrong here, to which the hero asks him what exactly is bothering him. The guy, looking at the road with a tired look, says that when Ta Equals and Vanny came to present him with the title, from his tone it seemed that many already knew that they were heading to position 313. Hanging his head a little, the man sadly says that how as a rule, battle plans are strictly confidential, and if everyone knows about it, then the matter is dirty, and do they really want to use them as bait for the King Consortium? Holding his head with his hand, Zio sighs sadly and says that this is how the Lie Consortium treats its heroes, and it seems to him that they are too cunning, to which the driver asks him how it is. The guy with a smile asks the driver, tired of being judged, what he thinks, and even if the driver himself was able to guess, how could others not guess? Folding his arms across his chest and imagining a grid against the background of the night sky with stars, the protagonist tells himself that the Lie Consortium has made its move explicit, and they are in the open. Told the King Consortium that the private army that humiliated them was located at position 313. Looking at the dozens of masked warriors, he continues to think that if the King Consortium does not respond, it will be a blow to their principles. Looking at the opposing army, he thinks that if they react, they must think it will be a difficult battle for them. Huge cars drive across the expanses through the mountains. Zio thinks that in any case, for the Lie Consortium, they, a squad of heroes, are just a small pawn, like a grain of sand in the sea. The driver in the cap asks the guy with his arms folded across his chest if anything is bothering him, to which he tells him not to worry, and as long as he is here, nothing will happen. The guy in the cap covering his face asks him what if they concentrate their forces to take revenge on them. Smiling widely and spreading his arms in different directions, the hero asks him to steer, and he will answer his question, to which the driver agrees and says that he doesn't ask anything else. The guy again put his hand on his face, puffing out his cheeks, saying that he was bored. A beautiful hawk flies over the cars. The guy, looking up, imagines the silhouettes of military equipment against his background. Thinking that earlier teacher Jing said that during the past wars of humanity there was more diversity, those who flew were not birds, those who dive were not fish. His face changed to anger and he continued to think that now only battles on the ground remained. Armored forces and artillery became the key to victory, and nanobots were the biggest unknown variable, adding that the veil of war had already been lifted, and how it would end after all the battles it is unknown. The cars arrived at the military headquarters against the backdrop of green hills. The story goes that this is position 313 on Shuanglong Mountain. The protagonist's squad is met by other colleagues. A man in a cap, scratching his head, asks Zio what kind of reception, and they were not expected here, to which the guy replies that everyone can greet them except the soldiers of the 313th position, because they all know that they have already become living targets on the battlefield, and how could they not understand this? Looking angrily at the soldiers in front, Zio tells his comrade to go, and their greeting is not important, because first they need to take care of the formalities of entering the camp. A blonde man stands in front of the main character from his squad and tells him that he is Gen Zio. The main character, smiling broadly, says that it is him. The old man, looking at the interested Zio, asks him how he commands, and his soldiers cannot even line up in a row, and whether they train at all. To which the guy responds with a question about who he is, and believes that it is okay to neglect them, a squad of heroes. The man, looking at the guy with arrogance, says that he, the commander-in-chief of position 313, Makai, rank of colonel, and he built this position with his own hands, knows all the defensive structures here like the back of his hand. The main character lightly shakes the man's hand with kindness and a smile, causing him to fall into a stupor, and Zio says that this is a good job and the consortium really needs hardworking people like him. Makai stands in front of the main character with him with an angry face, saying that he does not know how they managed to completely destroy the special forces of the King Consortium, but in his eyes they are no better than a handful of dog food sent here to create problems for them too, adding that he hopes they will understand their place and not think of themselves as heroes. Turning his back to them with an arrogant face, he tells them to wait here, and he will order Vice Commander Jing to lead them to where they need to go and better not disturb them unnecessarily. The main character, protruding his lips, thinks that the colonel speaks as if he himself has great abilities. With his hands folded across his chest, Zio looks forward with a smile, asking himself that such base commanders probably know a lot, asking the palace to activate the learning skill. Looking at Makai's back, the palace notification system says that a random target skill will be learned, asking the hero that a low-level rock, paper, scissors skill will be selected whether to learn it. The guy opens his hands with his mouth, asking in shock what kind of joke this is. This skill is rock, paper, scissors, like some kind of table game. Standing in front of his teammates, Zio falls into despair, asking himself that the ban on alcohol in the Lai army is so poorly enforced. Among the officers there is even a rock, paper, scissors skill, and no one controls it, and even if you get the skill rock, paper, scissors, he's still low level, and using this skill to compete at the table, don't they get drunk every time? Sighing heavily with a relaxed face, the main character thinks that he will leave it and not learn a useless skill, adding that although, without learning anything, he will waste time. There are never too many skills, and he even learned to jump over jump rope, so another low-level rock, paper, scissors skill will be learned because there is no shame in loving learning. Chen Wudi with a sad face takes the main character by the shoulder, to which he asks in confusion what happened. The blonde, looking down, tells the hero that he heard that many in the camp were saying that they were being sent to death. Standing next to Woody, who is shaking his head, Zio closes his eyes and opens his arms to the sides, explaining that he doesn't need to worry, and even if they all die, then nothing will happen to them. To which the blonde replies that they say that for they had already chosen the most dangerous position, and if King Zhen's troops attacked, they would be the first to die. Zio looks at the guy, asking him what else they talked about. He looks at the guy with his eyes downcast, who says that they said that if they die, it will be deserved, and they will no longer interfere with them here. To which Zio replies that they did not come here of their own free will, and no one is offended, to which Chen says that they are wrong. Taking the blonde man by the shoulder, the main character says that Luli tend to aggravate their dark sides in secret, expressing those things that cannot be shown openly with even greater force. So what he heard, mostly bad things, is normal. Suddenly, interrupting Zio, Woody asks him why they are going west for the sutras, to which, looking up, Zio answers with a question so that they can live better. Chen looks at him in confusion, asking him if he is serious, and isn't it to free all beings? Imagining himself dressed in robes with a tool in his hand, Zio tells him that he must first free himself before he can free others. And doesn't he know the proverb, measure people by yourself, because this means that you must first become rich yourself to help others. Woody, holding his head and imagining how he would sit on the floor in a different robe, asks the teacher to wait, and he needs to learn everything. The night sky is illuminated by numerous stars. The car drives up to the gate, shining its headlights on it. A military vehicle with the boss land drives into the fortress. He looks ahead gloomily, holding a cigarette in his teeth. The moon illuminates the dark sky with stars. Sitting on the grass, putting a twig in his mouth and looking at the map in his hands, Zio thinks that it is good that Deputy Commander Zhang will give them a map so that they can figure out the area faster. Looking at the military base in front of him with huge hills, he thinks about the fact that someone is constantly going in and out of the other tents. He looks at the pair of soldiers at the tents, saying that these 3 tents are standing quietly, and even the soldiers are not approaching them. Opening the map wide, he tries to look at it, asking himself, is this Lai's secret area? Watching 3 people in a row enter the tent, the guy notices that it is Lin Kai, exclaiming that all the nano warriors are hidden in these 3 tents. Suddenly, the hero's attention turns to a voice that says that the llama came from the north. Letting go of the twig from his mouth in shock, Zio asks that the mute came from the south. Suddenly, a happy guy Tang Zhu comes out from behind a tree, waving his hand to the hero and calling his name, to which the main character says Tang's name with shock. The moon quickly turned into a month, continuing to illuminate the sky with its light. Standing opposite each other, Tang asks Zio if they were settled in position 313, to which the guy replies that yes, but they were assigned to the most dangerous zone, and they even gave them normal weapons, noting that everyone clearly wants them to be first went to death. Moving his hand to the side, Tang Zhu confidently says that today boss Luo went to the Yang Consortium, and both ex-troops moved south, adding that they are expected to reach the King Mountain line of the Lai Consortium in 2 days, and the battle will begin soon, and King Zhen's troops also moved here. The guy says with a smile that of course, their main goal is to attack position 319 to take them by surprise, and attacking position 313 will only be a feint. They will also send some of the remaining King Yuan supporters to them, and these will be soldiers without proper equipment, without threats. Zio, smilingly handing a scroll to the comrade standing opposite, tells him to attack position 313, and here is a map of the defense, telling him to give the numbers of the remnants of King Yuan's supporters, and he leads the attack, and they at position 313 can attack as want. Tan, taking the scroll and pressing it to his chest, thanks the main character with a smile. The notice states that gratitude has been received from Tang Zhu. Tents stand next to each other in a military camp. The military are standing next to each other. One of the guys is holding a map in his hands, reading that the scouts conveyed a message. The troops of the King Consortium moved in groups. Colonel Ma Kai turns to the military man, asking about the 2 groups and where they went. The fighter reads that one is heading to their position 313 and the other to position 319, but it is unclear how the forces are distributed. The warrior says something to Makai, who shows his index finger that King Jin is a man who remembers grievances and greatly values the morale of his troops, and this is the reason why the bad heroic squad was sent to position 313, adding that the main forces of the King Consortium are most likely sent there, to which the colonel denies everything said, saying that the soldier is mistaken, informing that he has studied King Jin's previous battle reports and his strategy on the battlefield seems to be multifaceted, causing the enemy to let down his guard. With a smile, imagining the image of King in his background, Kai says that he never takes risks and does not strive for fame recklessly. The warrior asks the colonel what this means, to which he, looking at him, replies that he thinks that they can feint at their position 313 and the main attack will be on position 319. With delight, he shows the colonel a thumbs up. The warrior notices that Colonel Makai is really insightful, and he shares his opinion, to which Kai, closing his eyes with pride, says that this is just common practice. Makai, standing opposite the warrior, looks down, saying that as for the bad squad of heroes guarding the position, there is no need to support them in the event of an attack by the King Consortium. The warrior's face fell into shock, and he thinks about what happens. They are going to exchange a squad of heroes. Standing next to each other, the men heard some noise in the tent. There is an explosion, from which the guy in the mask, looking at him and running away at the same time, says that the main forces of the King Consortium are approaching their position, and their air defense systems have already knocked out their mortar shells. Holding a helmet with a microphone, the other guy also informs that it looks like they got their defense map, focusing fire on key heavy weapon positions. Colonel Makai looks to the side in shock, asking the word what. The colonel clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and thought about how the King Consortium could have obtained their defense map. I looked out of the tent and thought, Jen from the very beginning used massive mortar fire on their positions where the anti-aircraft missile systems were located. I saw shells flying from the sky, explosions by position. In tears, I thought with horror that this was exact knowledge of their location. Soldiers with weapons lie on the grass. Jen crawled up to Zio and asked if the King Consortium was not going to bomb them with mortars because they couldn't stand it. The guy answered with a smile, what to be afraid of, it won't happen. I noticed a group of troops. He looks down tensely, thinking that the remnants of King Yun's forces have arrived. Jen looked at Zio, asked if he should attack. He replied, of course, they have the advantage on the ground, they need to wait until they get closer. The guy was indignant, wait until they come closer, at this distance they can already throw grenades. Zio, in profile, confidently looking forward, said that there is no need to panic, everything is under control. The detachment approached the mountain. The hero waved his hand, shouted, fire. Fire is being fired from the dome tower. They shoot at the soldiers, they fall. The soldier standing below turned around and asked the commander what they should do now. The man raised his hand and ordered the use of grenade launchers. A warrior with a bazooka takes aim. He saw a shell flying towards him. There is an explosion and the grenade launcher flies to the side. The boss and his subordinate look on in silence. He ran forward, threw a grenade, shouted to the soldiers to attack. They need to blow up their positions. They still have a chance. This part of the defense should not have many defenders. The soldiers threw grenades. The shells fell to the ground. The commander is surprised. The grenades are lying on the mountain and did not explode. A soldier in a helmet approached him and said, this is Jen. It was he who ordered them to use these grenades before leaving. The man pressed his hands to his chest and thought in despair that Jen had betrayed them and used such vile methods to harm them. He turned, waved his hand to the soldiers, and ordered a quick retreat. Hands folded on his chest, Zio shouted with a victorious smile, continue, fire along the gorge. Soldiers throw grenades and shoot from the mountain. The hero looks at the explosions below. Zio said to Jen who approached him, they are a squad of heroes. The troops of the King Consortium do not pose a threat to them at all. He said, yes, it turned out to be quite easy. The guy lowered his head, thought sadly, to return to the camp. A task appeared to save and help 100 people. The hero in front of the tent, he thought this would be a great time to see if there was a chance to collect more nanobots. He pointed his finger at Yudi and said that he would go with him to the camp to help people. Jen extended his hands to the leaving guy, shouted at him not to leave. What should they do without him? Zio winked and told them not to worry, just hold the line. The remnants of the infantry battalion would not be able to do any harm. Jen frowned. He thought that this battle would be difficult, but it turns out that they still had the strength to return and help the wounded. The group entered the destroyed camp. Zio showed Woody where he would go to see, told him to take them to the stretcher and take them to treatment. He replied, no problem, he can rely on him. Helping the wounded walk. Zio glanced to the side. He walks, looking around. He stopped next to the bodies of dead soldiers. He extended his hand forward and closed his eyes. There is a luminous whirlwind around the hand. Fingers spread, the whirlwind disappears. Zio lowered his eyes. He stopped in front of a pile of stones. The wounded man grabbed his leg. The hero looked back. There is a guy covered in blood under the stones. He asked Zio to save him. Zio asked Lin Shu with a grin how did he end up here. I sat down to him, asked him to excuse me for not seeing him right away, asked if he had been wounded. He was a nano warrior, so powerful, did he really need someone's help? Lin gritted his teeth and said that now is not the time for memories. The hero took a sharp stone from the ground and said that the wolves didn't kill him last time, it's even a little pity. He picked up the stone, smiling evilly, looking at Lin, saying that he would not be vindictive and would ease his suffering. Blood splashes. Crosses instead of eyes, the guy lowered his head, dead. Zio, in the form of a monk, put his hand on Lin's head and said, as they say, early death is liberation, Buddha Amitabha. He dusted off his hands and thought that he had collected quite a lot of nanorobots, perhaps enough for Yuan and teacher Jiang. Moving on, I thought I should see if there was anything I could take with me. A sparkle in his eyes, his mouth opened in surprise. He saw a backpack with black boxes on the ground. On the box there is a device for charging the nanorobot antenna. The guy picked them up and thought they were used for wireless charging. Reaches for a box lying in the closet. He snapped his fingers, done, good catch. Returns with the wounded. Medical tent. The heroes came in, the doctor stood in front of them, asked if they were not doctors, why they were carrying the wounded, and what combat unit they were from. Yudi supports the soldier. He said that they are from the hero squad. The doctor asked if they are not on the front line, they look like they are fine. The colonel knitted his eyebrows and opened his eyes wide. Sitting on the bed, he extended his hand towards them and shouted that they had abandoned their position. Zio confidently objected. What is he talking about? They are the most honorable unit. A squad of heroes? How can they abandon their positions? They destroyed an enemy infantry regiment and came to the aid of their brothers. The colonel silently looks at him. The hero said, if he doesn't believe him, let him take a walk on the battlefield, but he can't continue to waste time on this, he must save people. The guy sat the wounded man down. The doctors are carrying the victim in. Zio stopped them and asked them to do everything themselves. They smiled and said that they would carry it themselves. He said with a menacing look, give it here. They didn't understand. Yudi thought, is the master really so bloodthirsty even when he saves people? They placed the victim in front of the hero. Zio carries him over his shoulder onto the bed. He leaned over to the soldier lying on the bed and said that he knew how much they valued his help, so he would tell him one more piece of life advice. It was important to say that thank you should be said out loud. The victim awkwardly said thank you and wondered why he was thanking him at all. In a blue window there is a dove with an ellipsis. Zio is angry. He thought, seriously, he can't even say thank you from the bottom of his heart. He turned away, covered his face with his hand, told the soldier that he didn't sound very sincere. He shouldn't say that anymore. Otherwise he would put himself in a bad light. He thought that he should forget about it and finish the mission as soon as possible. Hero and Yudi with a wounded man on a stretcher, 51/100 saved. Zio with a soldier on his shoulder, saved 82/100. Helps the victim walk, 100/100 saved. Zio's surprised look, the task is completed, 4 points of agility and 1 strength are awarded. There are lines of light around the guy, strength and agility exceed the threshold. He frowned. Tent with a red cross. Disgruntled wounded people surrounded Woody. The man with a mustache shouted, if they weren't there, Jen wouldn't have sent the main forces here at all. Stop being a hypocrite and pretending to save people. Zio, with a gloomy face, is silent. He put his hand on Yudi's shoulder and offered to return to his position. He agreed. They leave. Zio said that he doesn't know if the infantry regiment is still damaged. He suggested that they go pick up the equipment when it's all over. He replied, okay. The hero asked if he wanted anything for tomorrow. He will cook for him. Woody asked for fried rice with bacon. The wounded soldiers silently look after them. Battlefield, Jen with a weapon. The hero cuts food. They looked at each other. Jen asked if now was the time to eat. The guy replied, what's wrong? Haven't they completed their mission? They are still fighting, and the infantry is already halfway up the mountain. Zio is at the fire, stirring food with chopsticks. Jen asked, there are not many people left in the infantry regiment. Why don't they go down and take them by surprise? The hero replied that their task is to hold this height. If they go down and get hit, they will be in big trouble. Zio is standing with his back turned, asked him to call everyone. We need to refresh ourselves, then let them stay here and hold the point. They will be on duty in turns. The hero is amazed. The castle destroying skill is activated, as his strength and dexterity have exceeded the threshold. Sitting by the fire with a spatula in his hand, I don't understand why such a skill suddenly appeared. Zio is in the palace, clenching his fist, thinking he will have 21 units of strength after use. Bent over, raising his leg, agility also reached 20.2. Sitting by the cauldron with a spatula, grinning, he thought that the threshold indicated in the palace was 10 points, which means that every time he overcomes it, he will receive another similar skill. That is, this is a bonus for achieving a certain level of physical fitness. Not bad. Jen sat down with him. The hero said that they should serve themselves, or wait for the squad leader to serve them. The guy replied that they would do it themselves. Zio brought a plate of Yudi's food and asked him to try it. Yudi has a plate of rice in his hand, picks up the bacon with chopsticks. It tastes good to him. He asks why he is so kind to him. Xiao sat down in front of him and replied that when he listened to Zhang's lectures, he thought about becoming a good person, but then he realized that it was not easy and gave up on it. He rests his head on his hand. He is always ashamed of himself when he sees him, and he feels that the light in him has long gone out. He is not a very good person, but he wants Yudi to become one because by protecting him, he always experiences a certain illusion, as if the fire in him had not completely gone out. Closed door with a pattern, garment factory, 108th fortress, basement. A man with a monocle is sitting on a chair. He was thinking about a Superman named Zhu, who is helping the Yang Consortium assemble nanorobots. Holding the paper in his hands, he thought, if these were just samples, why did he collect so many of them? Pursing his lips, he thought they were a bunch of fools. Continuing to read, he said, "Come in." A man in a black suit with papers approached him and said, "This is a new case from the very top. It says that a batch of nanorobots was destroyed. It seems that the synchronization level is 0. He clarified that the nanorobots were destroyed. Dinding frowned and asked what was going on. They didn't find a person with 0 synchronization coefficient. The speaker answered confusedly, "No, but the names of those who were tested that day are on file." The Bureau asked him to take care of it. They said that the nanobots were cleared of all their programs. A flash next to his head, he said thoughtfully, "Erase the programs." He looks at the case intensely. He thought, the nanorobot download program can only be completed after the nanorobot is returned to the factory and processed confidentially. And this even requires the Bureau to provide C1 level authority. How is it that the program could have been erased somehow? He put down the papers, thought how it was possible that in the dossier, and in the list of names from the medical examination that day, and in the register of the private army, there were Zhen, Xiao, Wudi, how many of them there were, something was wrong with this team. He approached a man in a black suit and ordered the arrest of the Xiao and Zhen battle group from Lai's private army. He was surprised, he was sure of it. Dinding asked with a menacing look. He expressed himself unclearly. The man in the black suit explained, he knows these people. Xiao is now the standard set by the army. He is also the leader of the hero squad. They are fighting at position 313. If they are not 100% sure that there is a problem with him, they should stay in the shadows. He frowned and said that then he would go to the 313th position himself and do it secretly. The hero squad is around a campfire, the next night at position 313. A car is speeding towards them. She stopped and a man in light boots and trousers came out. He came towards them, accompanied by soldiers. He introduced himself and said that he had arrived to conduct an investigation. Xiao and Zhen stood up. He took out a sheet and said their names and Wudi. The guy clenched his fists and thought that the Li Consortium had found out something. The representative looked at them, asked with a grin, named everyone, did not miss anyone, they were from the hero squad. With a stern look, the hero answered yes. Dindin turned around and said to go with him. Zhen asked Xiao what was going on. He replied, "Nothing, let them come with him first." Dinding turned to Wei, who was standing away from the squad, and asked him to also go into the tent. He had a question. Zhen raised his eyebrows. "This is a personal interrogation." Xiao said it seems like it. Wei is standing in front of Dingding. He told him not to be nervous. He is here to ask if he noticed anything unusual in his team. The guy smiled nervously and answered no. The representative smiled evilly. Then he would remind him, Wolfpack, nanorobots, Jin, Xiao. The soldier lowered his eyes in fear. The man touched the table. He sat down on a chair, suggested changing the subject, asked him to tell him everything he knew. In return, he would give him 100,000 in cash plus permanent resident status. Get him a good job, so that for the rest of his life he would not have to worry about food, maintenance, etc. The guy is tensely silent. Dinding asked irritably. He doesn't believe him. A guy comes up with a bag. He said, here's 100,000 in cash. If he tells him what he knows, he'll have everything he talked about, but if he doesn't talk, he'll go to jail. The guy threw the bag and wads of money fell out of it. Wei said in amazement that he would tell. Dindin smiled, extended his hand. Okay, he's listening. The soldier worriedly reported that Xiao secretly left his post many times. When he went north to the 313th position, he always left at night and returned only in the morning. 8 guys know him from the 109th fortress, and Wudi is his student. Heroes with gloomy faces. Yudi said they were betrayed. Wei lowered his head, told everything. The man told him to take the money and call the next one. Wei smiles, holds the bag, answered okay. The soldier with the mustache raised his index finger and said that when he was still on duty, wolves brought food to them every night. The night before the disappearance of the 2 officers, he saw Xiao secretly leave the post. A short soldier with a mustache said that Xiao left the camp before the death of 5 officers of the Shenzi detachment in the private army, and last night, before the King attack, he left the post. Zhen came for interrogation. Dingding said that others were talking, so he should try too. He can get money. The guy folded his hands, smiled, and said that he loved money. The man was happy and said to speak. Jin clenched his fist, smiling nervously, and said that he didn't know anything. Nothing unusual was happening in their team, and there was no need to listen to others. Dindin asked angrily, he wants to play badly. He thinks he will leave it unpunished. He wants to spend the rest of his life in prison. He clapped when the guy sat down in front of him and said that they seemed to be fine as long as there were people in charge of preparing the food. He said, finally a normal man, not bad, but he doesn't even know what fate awaits him. Tense, sun in the sky. Woody looked at Xiao with concern, said that the interrogation was almost over, and everyone except the 8th disciples Jiang and Zhen were pointing at them. The hero said that they would wait a little longer. Dindin came out of the tent and asked if they were the only ones left. They had something to say. Standing opposite them, hand in his trouser pocket, Xiao said to wait. He asked what. The guy replied gloomily, wait for the King Consortium to attack again, and then no one will take care of them. Lightning at Dindin's head, indignant that. A shell flew over them. An explosion nearby, Xiao shouted, right now. Dindin shouted angrily what was going on. There is a red flash, the hero reaches his hand towards him. Red waves of flame from the hero. He bent down and protection appeared on his face. Runs forward, opened his mouth, scared. Dindin thought, why is he wearing nanorobot armor? The number of nanorobots in his body is almost the largest in the entire Lie Consortium, and even with 94% synchronization, he cannot do the same. The guy grabbed him by the neck. He raised it above the ground. The man thought that it was true. He had all the missing nanorobots. Xiao threw him forward. Ding fell to the ground. A cloud of smoke, fragments flying to the sides. The hero in the helmet looked to the side. The soldiers with weapons froze in surprise. One of them suddenly shouted to attack. Xiao leaned back, and the soldiers behind him raised their hands. They lay down on the ground, protecting their heads from shrapnel, screaming. Yudi in golden armor twirled the stick, asked if he was finished. Waves of flame emanate from the armor, a fiery whirlwind around Yudi in the suit. He stepped forward, saying that now it was his turn. He swung his stick, spinning it over his head. He shouted that anyone who offends his master will die. Hit with force, the soldiers lie on the ground. The guy lying on the ground covered his ears and shouted that this was very cool. They run forward. Xiao told Woody that he was attacking from the right, and he was attacking from the left. The hero attacked. The soldiers flew into the air, blood sprayed. He stopped, sword in hand. The smoke cleared. The soldiers were lying on the ground. The warrior on the ground gritted his teeth, took out his sword. Xiao behind him said, they have the same equipment. He raises his sword, but he is still better than all of them combined. Let them start counting. 30 seconds. Warriors in helmets with swords opposite him. One of them asked what the next 30 seconds were. The guy replied that the last 30 seconds of their life. A helmet appeared on his head and said with a grin, the path of destruction. Sparks from the eyes cut the soldier. Blue flashes of light strike the others. He raised his hand to his face and the defense disappeared. He put his foot on the soldier lying on the ground, turned around, called Yudi. He raised his hand, ready. They approached the squad. Xiao asked if any of them were hurt. Jin replied that he was fine, but some were hit by shrapnel. The soldiers are helping their wounded comrades. Xiao said that they can't stay here. He and Woody will carry 2 wounded students. The rest will follow them. He will find a car. We need to return to the 108th fortress. Blue sky, clouds, sun. The group leaves the forest. Wounded on his back, Xiao raised his head. I saw soldiers marching in formation. They were walking in parallel. He lowered his head, wondering where the group of soldiers was coming from. One soldier from the ranks looks thoughtfully at the departing heroes. He stopped and asked what unit they were from. Xiao looked back and replied that they were from the 7th Infantry. They were wounded and were on their way to seek medical help. The soldier, with a suspicious look, asked to be taken to the detachment of heroes. Xiao clenched his fist. Soldiers were walking behind him. He thought they came for them again. Soldiers in helmets lined up behind a guy with short dark hair, 500 warriors with nanorobots. Even if he and Yudi took on 3-5 people each, they would not be able to defeat them. Zhen came up, smiled, and said that he would show the way. He looked back at Xiao and said to go to the medical tent, not to delay the treatment of wounds. They would meet when he took the officers to the positions of the hero squad. Xiao froze. The guy closed his eyes, went to the group, and said that he was glad that Xiao was with them. The hero lowered his head. The group leaves with Zhen. He asks not to look back. The glare of the sun, a detachment of heroes leaves with the wounded. The truck was moving forward. The main character looked furiously and thought that fortunately, they did not have to go far. They immediately came across a military transport. The soldiers gathered around the car. Smoke was coming from the exhaust pipe. The fair-haired man looked displeased, after which he extended his hand and shouted what they were doing. Then the car was stolen. The main character pressed the gas to the floor. Xiao opened his mouth and thought that he should return to the fortress and get Yan and the others out before the Lie Consortium put them on the wanted list. As for where they might go, they would have to wait and see. The main character turned and added in his head that now the war is in full swing. It will be difficult to move north to the Yang Consortium. Taking everyone into the desert is also difficult, but now thorns and vines grow there, so everything is not so bad. A dark fortress appeared. The main character leaned out of the window, and the guard asked for documents. The main character held out the ziva, after which the soldier greeted the protagonist. The doors to the fortress opened. Zio stopped near a clothing store. The main character came out with packages. Then he put his hands out and thought that first he needed to change clothes. They were too noticeable in their uniform on the street. The main character drove into an alley, after which I changed clothes. Then he looked around. Zio opened his mouth. Yudi started to feel sick. The main character spread his arms and asked what to do with him. He constantly gets seasick on the trip, but everything else is fine. Yudi pointed to the squad in the cockpit. The main character opened his mouth. Then he put his hand on his chest and asked what his driving level was, after which the notification reported that no driving skills were detected. The main character put out the test tubes and said that first they should change their clothes, and then they need to distribute the medicine to the students. They cannot go to the hospital. The doctors will understand everything right away. The main character waved his hand and noted that he would go find out where Yuan was. Zio walked down the street and thought that the fortress is so big, where should he look for his brother and the others? There is no contact information, so the best way is to find Hushuo. The main character came out of the alley and added in his head how to find him now. He can't just ask people on the street about the employees of the Special Investigations Department. The guy put out his hand and said that now that the money of the King and Yang consortiums has become just pieces of paper, they may not even come to the store until they have money issued by the Lai consortium. The woman, in tears, noticed that her family had not eaten for 2 days. Could he sell her at least some rice? This is money that they have been saving for a long time. When the war is over, it will definitely increase in price. The main character turned his gaze and thought that it seemed that during the war even ordinary people became brutal. The main character closed his eyes, saw a notification saying that he had a quest to help 10 inhabitants of the wall who were suffering from the war, and thought that he was still on the run, so he could not help the others. Zio put his hand to his chin and thought that they should exchange the gold they found in the ruins while they are here. After all, they will not be able to pay with gold, so it is better to exchange it while King and Yang money are worth less. The main character came to the exchanger, after which he smiled and noted in his head that after the war they would be needed in other fortresses. Zio entered the exchange office. Then he looked at the employee and noticed that he would like to exchange gold, and the employee asked how much gold he wanted to exchange. The employee smiled sarcastically and thought that during the war the most valuable thing was gold. He did not know that there were still fools who exchange gold for paper money. The protagonist hit the table and asked how much money he has with the Yang Consortium seal. He will exchange as much as he can. The employee put out his hand and replied that he had 240,000 cash. 1 gram of gold was equivalent to 8,000 banknotes of the Yang Consortium, and Zio noted that this was not enough. The protagonist then stretched out his hand and asked how much King Consortium money he has. He will exchange, and the employee replied that he is doing a good deed. Thank him very much. He has 310,000 King paper money. Notifications reported that he received gratitude from the worker and increased the progress of the quest. Zio smiled and thought that then he would simply go around to all the shops where gold was exchanged, after which the protagonist shops and receives quest progress, then thinks that he is helping the war-weary inhabitants of the fortress and at the same time earning a lot of money, 2 birds with 1 stone. The main character laid out a pile of money in front of him and saw that he had completed the quest. The main character lit up with joy. Zio stretched his hand and thought that now he would return and see how the guys were doing. If he recovered, he could split up and go in search of Yuan and Jiang. The protagonist jumped into the back and asked how things were going. Yudi extended his hand and replied that the black medicine helped heal the wounds, but Du took his hand dislocated. He does not know how to set it. Zio opened his eyes. Then he took the guy's hand and said that it was okay, he could cure him, but what would happen next was strictly confidential and should not be known to anyone. A moment later, waves began to emerge from the protagonist's hands. Du opened his mouth and asked what it was. The main character stuck out his finger and replied that these were nanorobots. Let him try to manipulate them to straighten his hand. Du took his hand and said he would do it. A moment later, he doubled over and his hand cracked. Then Du opened his mouth and thought that everything worked out. The warrior looked at the protagonist and noticed that he would not talk about this even on his deathbed. The truck was standing in the middle of the alley and from it was heard that he would give them a little more. It's okay if it doesn't work out the first time, it will get better with practice. The main character raised his hands in anger, saw a notice that the nanorobots had been transferred to 8 people. Each was charged a transfer fee of 160 cash and shouted that he knew that he was greedy for money. The squad sat down around the protagonist. Zio smiled widely. Then he ran out of the truck and said that they would go and look for a restaurant where they could have dinner. The protagonist turned around and thought that it would be difficult to find a place to just eat now, and he didn't know if they would take the money from the Yang and King consortiums. The truck started moving, and the protagonist added that if not, he would have to think about how to feed everyone. The truck stopped near the establishment. The main character entered the establishment with a squad. The heroes sat down at the table, and the protagonist thought that here he could pay with King and Yang bills. Yudi opened his mouth and said that the prices here are crazy, why the money of the King and Yang consortiums has become so devalued. The main character smiled and replied that inflation is inevitable during war, but they can still afford it. Zio raised his hand and asked the waitress to come over. The main character smiled and said that they could have everything except fried pumpkin. It was too bitter. The girl opened her mouth and asked again. The main character showed a thumbs up and responded positively. Then he stood up and said that they could eat as much as they wanted, he would treat them. Yudi opened his mouth and asked that his disease was progressing. The main character opened the menu and asked him to leave him alone. The main character smiled, saw a notification informing him that a large amount of money had been found, unlock a higher level of storage, and thought that, predictably, he was trying to rip off more money from him. The main character put his hand to his chin and said that sometimes, of course, there is not enough space in the storage to cram everything he wants there, it's worth a try. The main character put out his hand and ordered it to open. The main character hung near the digital ball. Then he bowed to the money and said that it was even worse than him, couldn't they have given a discount on such a large purchase? The main character looked into the oven. The main character smiled and ordered to open it. Then a notification appeared saying that you can unlock the function of growing plants that you can. After which the protagonist raised his hand and shouted to unlock it. He wants to take everything from him, let him take it. The main character looked at the last stack of bills and said that this is what it means to return to the good old days. Yudi opened his mouth and asked why he felt bad. The main character opened his mouth and shouted that he was joking when he ordered the entire menu, they would just eat a bowl of rice. The military entered the establishment and asked what kind of military truck was outside. Someone said that they were storing gold and exchanging it for money from other consortiums. He did not receive this gold from illegal sources. Zio smiled and wondered if the Department of Order, a big fish, would see if he could get everything they needed out of them. The main character presented the document and asked to come over. The soldier began to sweat and wondered if the protagonist was from the Special Investigations Department. The soldiers entered the room and asked for forgiveness for the misunderstanding, and Zio noticed that what condescension from the Order Department, they wanted to steal his gold. The soldier put out his hands and replied that they were simply responsible for this matter, there was a slight misunderstanding. Zio smiled and noted that from now on they don't have to worry, now the Special Investigations Department will take care of it. And the soldier asked what he was responsible for. Zio folded his hands and replied that that's right, now what they can't handle will be controlled by them. And what they can handle will be controlled even more, you need to tell your boss everything, he said. The soldier turned and remarked that he meant that the Special Investigations Unit was going to take over, and the second replied that that was exactly the case. The soldiers headed for the exit. Yudi turned to the protagonist and asked why he told them to convey his words to the authorities. They didn't seem to do anything like that. The main character turned his gaze on him and replied that he was still too young. The doors to the restaurant closed. The jeep started up next to the restaurant. The main character put the plate on the table and noted that he was full, and the right person would soon be here. Shuo entered the restaurant. The main character opened his mouth and noticed that he had swallowed the bait. The old man sat down at the table and noticed that he had just returned to the fortress, and he was already hearing that his Special Investigations Department had taken away power from the Order Department. The main character smiled and noted that they were expanding their business. Shuo closed his eyes and asked why he was looking for him. He is still in the mood to go to restaurants. Does he know that a man named Zai Qingjing has been arrested by the intelligence services and will be brought back immediately? The main character looked at the old man and asked when he would arrive at the fortress where he was being held, how things were going with the mysterious squad, and the old man replied that the Lai Consortium was going completely crazy. The mysterious squad had nanorobots. They were very strong. As soon as the troop entered the battlefield from Qingshang Mountain, the advanced troops of the Yang Consortium were immediately driven back. These soldiers are not afraid of death. The main character opened his eyes and asked that nanorobots could really do this, and then thought that the Li Consortium was really crazy. They were too cruel to their soldiers. The main character remembered how he put his hand out and noticed in his head that every time he used nanorobots, a notification came from the palace, clear the network's remote access program. He was afraid that was the problem. Shuo folded his hands and said that his brother, Yuan, lives 10 kilometers from here, on Beiyuan Street, let him find him and leave here. The main character opened his eyes. Zio put out his hand and asked that they never told him when Zai Qingjin would be returned to the 108th fortress and where he would be kept, and the old man asked that he wanted to save him when he became so kind. The main character raised his hand and said that he really is not the nicest person. He needs to think about it, but he does not deny that this is possible. The old man leaned his head on his hands and said that on the way back he had no chance to pick him up, but he knew where they were keeping him for interrogation. But don't let him think he was fine. Zio smiled and said that he didn't have to worry. He wouldn't have gone there if he wasn't sure. Just let him tell him where he was. The old man smiled, after which he stood up and replied that he was under a garment factory. The main character took the sheet, after which Yudi opened his mouth and asked that they would save the Wolf King. The main character opened his eyes wide. Yudi leaned over and asked what they were going to do to save the Wolf King. Zio rolled up the paper and replied that he needed to find Yuan and the others first. The truck was driving down the street. The main character opened his mouth and said that he should not persuade him. He would think about everything again. And Wudi thought that saving Zai Qingzheng would not be easy. It could cost him his life. If he does this, will the protagonist remain the same? Yudi looked sadly and noticed that he wanted to say that he was not full. The main character narrowed his eyes and noticed that he needed to be patient when he arrived in the Baiyuan quarter and asked Sister Zai Oyu to give him something. The truck is driving down the main street, and Yudi remarks that he can be a good person, and the protagonist responds that he is not cut out for this. The main character held the steering wheel and noticed that Zai had not yet given them away, otherwise they would have already been wanted in the fortress. Lai was also very pathetic, although he could have simply run away, but some stupid mysterious army suddenly appeared. Yudi folded his hands and noted that if he thought so, then it was true. The main character opened his mouth and added that it was so annoying, to save or not to save, a real dilemma. The protagonist sharply pressed the gas and shouted that this was infuriating. The people in the back leaned over. The protagonist turned around sharply and Yudi shouted for the protagonist to slow down. Several trucks left the base, and the soldier asked where they were going, and the commander replied that they were going to the fortress. The soldiers were sitting in the back. The soldier opened his mouth and remarked that it was better to tell them where Zaiasu was, otherwise he would regret not collaborating with the fortress, and the guy opposite replied that he really didn't know anything. This Zaiasu was a bastard. He didn't even tell him, the leader of the group, that he was in trouble. If he let him go, he would scold him well when he met. The guy in the cap turned and noticed that the view was beautiful. He remembered how he sat in the barn with a man and said that the fortune teller said that this year he would meet an important person and his life would become better. When his father found out about this, he was so happy that he bought meat and wine. Then he closed his eyes and said that who would have thought that he would end up in the fortress for such a thing. The soldier smiled and asked where this fortune teller was. He would like to know his fate. The guy in the cap turned and replied that she had left the city a long time ago. No one knew where she had gone. And the soldier said that it was a pity. He would like to see what would happen to him after he took revenge. The soldier raised his visor and said that he was Lai, a friend of Zaiasu. The fair-haired man smiled and noted that it was just a joke. He was very jealous that he had a friend like him, and he was jealous that Zaiasu had him. The soldier began to get up. Then he folded his hands on his chest and said that Zaiasu thought that he was being held in a secret base under the 108th fortress, and did not dare to go down there to save him. And the guy in the cap asked what he meant. Then he opened his mouth and added that he shouldn't mock him. He's his friend. Why does he want him to go there? The blonde man looked down and replied that it was fun. He wanted to see how he treated his friends. A moment later, an explosion occurred in front of the vehicle. The fair-haired man smiled and noted that it was careless to think that you could steal a car halfway. A moment later, a hand was placed on his shoulder. Then the soldiers bent him off the back. The main character stood in front of the car and noted that he was here to save Qingzheng. The main character froze and thought that if he couldn't do this on the road, then how would he even be able to deal with them in a more fortified place? What Shua told him was illogical. He just wants to make him think that theft is impossible in order to lure him to the underground base. He even prepared the plans for the base, so he probably had bad intentions. The main character remembered how he sat down and added in his head that fortunately, he managed to react in time and laid down explosive cards in advance. Zio remembered the red plant and thought that now they are surrounded by thorns and vines, even soldiers with nanorobots will not leave. Blonde-haired and wearing a cap, their mouths opened. The main character opened his mouth and shouted to let him go, and Yudi added to let the Wolf King go, and he and the master would spare them. The fair-haired man smiled and noticed that they had not seen each other for a long time. Zio came closer and noticed that it was him. The main character froze and thought that the old man said that Zai was captured by the mysterious army of Lai. Apparently his strange grandson controls him. Why the rescue went so smoothly and not a single nano warrior resists. The main character ran forward and heard that they were both suffering from nonsense again. The girl jumped in front of the protagonist and noted that he shouldn't hit his friends. The fists of the girl and the protagonist collided. Clouds of dust rose all around. The main character opened his mouth and noticed that she was strong. The fair-haired man began to wave his hand and noticed that his entire mouth was covered in dust. The guy smiled and added that they had not seen each other for a long time. The main character crouched and asked that this was really how they treated friends. The blonde closed his eyes and noticed that he was just joking. He would like to kick his ass. The guy smiled broadly and added that he didn't think he would have time for this. The main character turned his head and asked what he meant. A building with large windows against the backdrop of the setting sun. At the entrance to the building, dead people lie in disarray. In the depths of the entrance to the building, the back of a standing man is visible. A man in a building stands at the window and looks at the setting sun. The old man on the floor is an important person from the Lai clan, bleeding and trying to move with all his strength. The man at the window asks what mistake his daughter made. She just wanted to get married again. The old man on the floor replies that he had no idea it was his daughter. The old man on the floor threatens that the Lai family will not tolerate an outsider killing him. The old man watches the stranger closely. The old man grabs the gun. The old man points a gun at the standing man's back. The old man, pointing the gun, feels horrified. The old man on the floor says he doesn't understand how this could happen. The stranger says that the Li family will soon cease to exist. He adds that he has been waiting for this day for 9 years, since the day his daughter was driven through the streets and his grandson was sent to a mental hospital. The old man on the floor looks at him with hatred. The stranger says everyone should apologize to his daughter. Voices are heard from a speeding military truck that the most urgent task now is to save Yuan and the others. Xiao says that he didn't think that his friends would come out of the fortress to save him. They tell him that it's too late to talk nonsense. Xiao replies that he agrees and the truck moves on. The truck stops and Xiao and his friends get out. Yuan asks Xiao what happened. Xiao replies that something happened in the fortress. There is no time to explain. You need to quickly get into the car. Xiao tells the driver that rumor has it that there is a garment factory in the west and that he needs to go around it and head east. The driver replies that everything is clear to him. The truck suddenly starts moving and the person standing next to it jumps away from it. The man shouts that the driver is clearly in a hurry to die. Then this man says that there is almost no rice left at home. It is not clear whether he will be able to buy it so late. The truck moves quickly between city buildings. Wang asks Yuan what happened to his brother and where they are going now. Yuan says he doesn't know. Yuan says that Xiao only said that something happened in the fortress and they need to leave urgently. Xiao asks Wudi if they have encountered any danger. Wudi replies that his master is a danger in himself. Wudi adds that wherever they go, people will be in danger. Xiaoyu smiles and says that as long as Wudi and Xiao are okay, everything will be fine. The building explodes. Xiao looks out the car window and thinks that the war is starting. People are watching from the windows. The first person says that a boiler room or a transformer exploded. The second replies that no one knows. The situation this year is not very calm. People on the street look at the destroyed street. A third man looks out the window and shouts that this is war. The first and second people are silent in horror. A young man peers into the night sky. A missile flies over a military truck. The driver's foot presses on the brake. The truck brakes suddenly. The light from the explosion is visible far ahead. Xiao and the driver look at the explosion. A huge gap is visible in the wall of the fortress. People on the street look at the gap in bewilderment and horror. Xiao tells the driver to keep driving and that it will be convenient to escape now. The car moves through the streets inside the fortress. Xiao sees the refugees and says that he does not understand why the refugees are still running inside the fortress since the wall has collapsed. Xiao realizes that the refugees are actually running away from something. People scream that they are being chased by monsters and ask for help. Xiao asks the driver to urgently turn around and says that he completely forgot about the monster test subjects. A monster attacked a woman. She asks her husband to save her. The monster attacks the elderly. The monster attacks another woman. She pushes her daughter away from her and screams for her daughter to run away. People run past buildings to escape monsters. A truck with people in the back makes a sharp right turn. A thought comes to Xiao's mind. Military men with sniper rifles come out to meet the monsters. A truck with Xiao's family and friends stops in front of a military truck and a formation of snipers. Behind Xiao's truck, 2 more trucks are blocking him. Xiao says it looks like a battle is imminent. Xiao gets out of the truck and tells the driver to follow him. Xiao tells Yude to come with him and cover him. Yude replies that he agrees. Xiao and Yude rush at the military. Xiao comes down on the military car from above and hits it with such force that the military men fly in different directions. The military vehicle also flies into the air from the impact. The military men who see the car being tossed look on in silence. The car, blown up into the air, falls to the ground, with the driver and 2 more soldiers in helmets lying nearby. Xiao sends explosive cards to the military. Explosive cards fly towards the military and glow like meteorites. The cards reach their target and blow up the military. Explosions are everywhere. Xiao breathes out a sigh of relief. Xiao remembers his family and friends and thinks that now his life and death no longer depend on him. But even if it requires all his strength, he must protect his friends. Zio turns to Yude and says that they should go ahead. Zio suddenly starts moving. Zio and Yude run towards danger. Zio shouts that the real battle is beginning. Yude agrees. Zio cuts the obstacle with his sword. Yude uses his staff to demolish half the torso of an enemy soldier. Zio and Yude fight in the midst of enemies. While Zio is cutting down one enemy, another one jumps at him from the side. The enemy's sword touches Zio's defense. Zio throws away another opponent. Zio sees the damage to the protection on his shoulder and curses. Zio says that at this rate, their enemies will simply wear them down to death. A shot from a gun is heard. An explosion lifts a military truck into the air. Zio looks at the explosion. Zio looks for the sniper. Zio sees the figure of a sniper on the roof of the building. Zio sees that it is Yang. Yang waves his hand at Zio. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.